experience, but an expansion of the world, and it was something that caused the collapse of existing values. An experience that made me realize that happiness is not as special or grand as I thought. To share that vivid feeling with the movie-going audience, I had to create a lovable Ilya. Let's try it. I looked at myself in the mirror and raised the corners of my mouth. I can do it. Before I knew it, there were eyes right in front of me that looked like they were dying of joy. Ilya, smiling brightly, whispered to me, "I'm sure you'll do well." Chapter 490. Today is the first day of filming for the movie Ilya, and it was also the first time my fellow actors saw me with all my styling done. "Oh my God, Ilya." Their reaction was much hotter than expected. "Bambi, you're crazy. Hey you, be nice to your parents. Yanji, do you have a conscience? Seriously, how can I film with this guy?" I laughed in vain amidst the compliments pouring in from both sides. How many names do I have? Some of my fellow actors who found out about Bayan's existence called me Bambi, and some insisted on using Yanji Lee out of respect for my Korean name. "Ethan, you really are like a fairy." Even in the midst of all this, the most amazing thing was David, who stubbornly called me Ethan. David is cool too. The human he will play appears in the beginning or middle part of the movie, and there is still some time left before filming begins. In other words, his presence on set today was more as an investor than as a fellow actor. Ahem. David, dressed up in a semi-formal suit and shoes that he doesn't usually wear. And then I saw a few strangers in the studio whose faces I was not familiar with, and that immediately struck me. "I guess you brought the investors. I see you're trying to secure more investment funds after filming today." David didn't say much, probably because he didn't want to burden me. But I'm not stupid. How could I not know this? "I feel sorry for your family in Korea, but I also feel proud. I'm the first to see this." Is that a compliment? Then, this is the real birth of Ilya. I smiled broadly as I looked at David, who was smiling with satisfaction. "Thank you. I will double your investment." "You really can't win." David flinched for a moment, then burst into laughter. I laughed too as I watched him laugh. "Then let's start filming." Before we knew it, preparations for filming were complete. I closed my eyes as I stood where I was supposed to wait. You all know, right? If you make a mistake, just take it again. I had to swallow my laughter at the director's words telling me not to be too nervous. What about tension? A feeling similar to tension, but distinctly different, enveloped my body. The studio was quiet, but my ears were filled with the sound of my heart pounding. "Ready?" "Ah, finally." I raised the corners of my mouth. Without realizing it. "Action." Finally, filming began. I opened my eyes in a state of excitement. Cut dash. My body stopped moving at the director's shout. Sweat flowed down my forehead and into my eyes, regardless of my will. Ugh, it stung. Luckily, a staff member came over and wiped away my sweat without me having to call him. "I need to touch up my makeup a bit. Use a brush." "Here." "Thank you." "Yanji, could you close your eyes?" The makeup brush carefully swept across my eyes. From the curly bangs to the makeup brushes, it was a constant tickle, so I gritted my teeth and endured it. "Oh, all the cuts are great. They're perfect. I'll take a 10-minute break and then go back for another try." As director Sean shouted out his words, his fellow actors fell to the floor as if they had been waiting for him. "Oh my, it's perfect. Why do I have to take more pictures? I feel like I'm going to die like this." The actors, who were having their first shoot today, were exhausted. Was I like that too? It's already been 2 weeks since filming began. Contrary to my worries, the filming went smoothly without any problems. The wig now felt like a part of my body, and I was able to adapt to the wires that actors hate so much. I think it was a little difficult on the first day of filming, but after 2 weeks, I was fine except for sweating a little. The hard work paid off. I definitely felt like I had more stamina than before. "Bambi, if you have a conscience, take off your fairy title. You're not a fairy. You're a monster, right? A physical monster. Did we have such infinite stamina when we were teenagers? I don't think so." "Oh, don't talk to me. I really feel like I'm going to die." The reactions of my fellow actors were no different from those during rehearsal. That familiar reaction made me feel more comfortable. Good night. Showing off the Ilya I had worked on for months to people was more exciting than I could have imagined. He was a truly vibrant child and had such bright energy. If Ilya were in the real world, I was so sure that the unfortunate factor had not stuck at all. To be honest, it was an energy that felt a little bit crazy. I'm pretty good at enduring most things these days, but I couldn't handle Ilya's overflowing energy. If I had entered the fairy forest, I wouldn't have lasted even a day. It was obvious that I would have passed out immediately because my energy was sucked out of me. In that sense, the human in the play became more respectable. How can you be dragged around by Ilya all day without fainting? Yesterday, we filmed a scene where David, who plays the human role, sings. In the fairy forest, everyone communicates through song and dance, so humans are also influenced by the worldview. What is it? Why am I like this? The acting was top-notch, as he was amazed at himself singing naturally. Anyway, your acting is really great. His acting was so clever and detailed that it made me jealous. It was the same feeling I had when I filmed The Atlas Dilemma. Even though we had only been filming for a few days, our chemistry was amazing, and although we didn't say it out loud, we both knew it. It's fun. This is so fun, I'm going crazy. What on earth were you so worried about? I'm sure you were anxious before filming started, wondering if you could do it perfectly. The moment the red light came on the camera, all distracting thoughts evaporated. I was so absorbed in enjoying the performance that it was as if I was possessed by Ilya. As I had practiced, my body moved smoothly, and with Ilya's help, my acting became more lively. Director Sean's "okay" shout grew louder day by day, and I could clearly see the staff's growing affection for me. His fellow actors would nag him to take it easy, but when they actually saw the scene he was shooting, they would clap their hands like seals, saying, "Look at our Ilya shining." Oh, but I can't concentrate. What should I do? Why? At that moment, I heard my fellow actors talking. I keep getting immersed, and then I break down. Because of that damn green background. Me too. But isn't that how it's supposed to be? Bambi is amazing. This guy is really amazing. How can he concentrate in this situation? He doesn't seem like a real person. I can hear everything. Even though I spoke awkwardly, my fellow actors continued to chatter on without paying attention. He continued to say that although it is definitely easier to move your body because the amount of practice has increased because of him, he has a hard time concentrating because of the background. The green background they were talking about was chroma key. The huts where the fairies live and various props were all created, but most of the background was planned to be processed with CG. To ensure smooth CG work, chroma keys were installed here and there inside the studio. Be honest, are you having a hard time too? Yes. Well, that's right. I vaguely replied to the comment that it was difficult to act as if I was looking at the vast ocean while looking at a green wall. But inside, I was wondering, isn't it better than taking pictures in the real ocean? Of course, it's less immersive, but still, how lucky are we to be able to film inside a studio? It was not affected by the weather, and people's comings and goings could be completely controlled. There's no need for the paparazzi to come in. Safety on set was a very important factor for Jinbei. Then, it must be an important factor for me to see Jinbei Hyung's increasingly relaxed expression. I want to continue filming quickly. I wondered why I was delaying in a situation where safety was guaranteed. I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud because my fellow actors were exhausted. It's so much fun. The number I'm singing today is also my favorite song, a song introducing the fairy forest to humans. Welcome to A Little Happiness. It was also a song that the documentary director heard and admired while practicing singing in Korea. Jinbei Hyung also said that this song was the best. Well, there's a high chance that he said it because I said it was good. Even Jinbei Hyung's reaction was good. These days, I'm so happy that I'm muttering. Is it okay for things to be this good? Even the fog you encounter in the black space said this, so it says it all. Yeonji. Hello, fog. You look happy today too. Hee. While I was in the US, the main body, Han Haram, had to stay in Korea. I was a little worried because he had shown signs of separation anxiety before, but he was holding up better than I expected. Now that I could hold the black stone in my hand, I could concentrate more on filming thanks to the fog that told me that there would be no side effects for the time being. Bambi, when are you going to Korea? He laughed and shouted at his fellow actor's question. Next major. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I feel good. You can all see each other's faces next week. Of course, filming like this was good, but I really wanted to see my family in Korea. There was a thirst that couldn't be quenched by video calls. The peace you feel when you see each other face to face and have a casual conversation. I wish next week would come quickly. My true feelings poured out without me knowing. As soon as I brought up the subject, I flinched. I was worried that he might be upset, but there was a happy smile on his face that was incomparable to mine. Huh? Oh my God. Finally. The time has come. I'm going to have 2 pizzas and beer that day. I'm going to stay up all night playing games. And I'm going to wake up at 2 p.m. Oh, then I'm at 3 o'clock. I looked at my fellow actors with shining eyes. You're acting like kids who heard their parents were going on a trip, he said, shaking his head. Then shall we start filming soon? Huh? When are you coming next week? The eyes of my fellow actors were empty. Are you all really like this? You worked hard today too, actor. You too, brother. Finally, tomorrow was the day to board the plane to Korea. Have you finished packing? Yes. I packed it all the day before yesterday. Let's talk excitedly. Jin Bae-hyung smiled and patted me on the back. Then, quickly wash up and go to bed. Since your flight ticket is for tomorrow afternoon, you can take your time sleeping and waking up. Okay, what should we do for dinner? Actor, what do you want to eat? What interrupted the conversation was a vibration sound. The source was the cell phone in Jinbi's pocket. My brother's face frowned slightly as he checked the screen. Why? Who are you? Team Leader Wu. I need to take a call for a moment. As soon as Jin Bae pressed the button, a rough voice came out over the phone. Hello, yes? Oh, yes. She's right next to you. Jin Bae-hyung lowered the volume of his phone while watching me. Because of that, I couldn't hear him very well, but I could hear his voice, which was unusual for Team Leader Wu, very excited. What is it? What's going on? Chapter 491. Just a moment, Team Leader. Calm down first. Jin Bae, who was flustered, cut off Team Leader Wu's words. Although I couldn't hear what Jin Bae was saying because he had turned the volume down, I could clearly feel that the other person was extremely excited. What could possibly make Team Leader Wu so excited? What happened to the company? Did you get fired? That can't be true. Even if that were true, Team Leader Wu wasn't the kind of person to get excited over something like that. Rather, he was the type of person who would call his competitors right away and ask if they had any openings. What's going on? When I asked quietly in a low voice, Jin Bae pointed to the balcony with an embarrassed face. I'll make a quick phone call. I just wanted to do it here, but my brother's expression looked too serious. I nodded and sat quietly on the sofa and waited. And then about 5 minutes passed. Click. The balcony opened weakly, and Jin Bae came back, stumbling. Brother, are you okay? Jin Bae, who sat down on the sofa with a blank expression on his face, opened his mouth after a long time. Sir, I think we need to move up our flight. Time. Yes? What? I'll tell you the details when I get to Korea. Tomorrow afternoon is too late, so I'll check in the morning, or rather, tonight to see if there are any flights left. That quickly. I have to get to Korea as soon as possible. First of all, are you hungry, actor? What should I have for dinner? The other person smiled with the corners of their mouth raised. But unlike his calm expression, his voice was slightly trembling. Brother, why are you like that? I'll go to Korea and tell you, actor. It felt strange to see him cut me off so abruptly. What could it be? I looked at my brother with a frown and asked, is anyone hurt? Yes. My family. Like Hyung Jong-hyun. Or someone from his family. No. No one was hurt. That's not what happened. I was relieved to see him immediately shake his head. Really? Then it's okay. That's right. If something happens, you just have to resolve it. Gentle Eyes looked at me. Jin Bae took a few deep breaths and nodded slowly. That's right. I can solve it. I'll solve it. Let's do it together. Why are you trying to do it alone? He patted her broad back and asked what was wrong. That is... Quickly, he urged Jin Bae, who was hesitant to answer. To solve this, I need to know what happened. It's related to me, right? Yes. It's about the actor. But it's difficult to tell you. I don't know the details anyway. Team Leader Wu also told me to come to Korea first. Then please, tell me what you know. Brother, I'm already anxious enough. I think it would be better if I knew what was going on. Jin Bae-hyung washed his face dry after my repeated persuasion. After a while, a very tired voice stuttered out. That's right. Someone came to the company. Who is it? The person who claims to be the actor's biological mother. So that's why you didn't want to tell me. As soon as I realized the situation, I shut my eyes tightly. Shit. In an instant, my complicated feelings swallowed my hunger. It was evening and all, and I just felt like lying down in bed. What kind of life is this full of twists and turns? Even if I do it, Isn't it too much? The words, all sorts of things, came up to the tip of my tongue. As expected, what adults say is never wrong. I should have just gone to Korea and heard it. I see. Thanks for letting me know. Are you okay? No, of course you're not okay. I'm sorry. I was thoughtless. I snickered as I watched him apologize in surprise at his own words. He was cute. No, I'm fine. Really? Maybe. He scratched the back of his neck. It doesn't feel real. Right now? Only women are here. I heard that. I think I need to go to Korea and check it out properly. I see. Then I really need to find a way to get to Korea quickly. Okay, I'll look into the plane. Jinbei Hyung suddenly got up and hurriedly brought his laptop. It takes 12 hours just to get there. Even if we leave right now, it will take at least a day considering the processing time. Are there any flights left tonight? Huh, what a bolt from the blue. I was dumbfounded by the unexpected event. It doesn't matter if it feels weird or not. Wait for a sec. I remembered that before coming to the US, Eun-taek Lee suddenly brought up the subject of his biological parents. That was already 2 months ago. What did you know? I was about to call Lee Eun-taek right away, but I realized it was still dawn in Korea, so I held back. Actor, I have a flight at 1 a.m. I'll book this. Actor. Ugh, I don't know. After swallowing the sigh that was coming, I opened my mouth. Hey, can you send a message to Lily? Lily? Are you talking about the singer Lily Sweetie? Yes. Lily asked me to contact her if I ever needed a charter flight. Jinbei stopped for a moment and then said, Okay. I'm so cunning too. When I first heard about the charter flight, I flatly refused, saying I didn't need it. Because the situation was so urgent, I couldn't worry about being embarrassed or anything. I owe Lily. Being in debt means having to pay it back. There's only one way to repay my debt to pop star Lily, who has hundreds of millions more money than me. Collaborative work. It was a question that came up again and again every time I contacted her. I can't put it off any longer. Every time I was asked a question, I would have a hard time changing the subject, but now it seems like I can't even avoid it. Fortunately or unfortunately, Lily lent me her plane without asking any further questions. Hey, we will soon be arriving at Incheon International Airport. All passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. I was just about to fasten my seatbelt when the announcement came. A large hand grabbed my hand. Actor. Yes. Are you really nervous? It'll be okay. I'll be by your side. Brother Jinbei had a very serious face. For a moment, I was blankly wondering why this person was like this, and then I suddenly realized something. Oh right, I told you my real mother came. As I thought deeply about collaborating with Lily, I forgot the reason why I was going to Korea. Me too. It was so absurd that I couldn't help but laugh. No matter how I forget, I can't forget this. Brother, I'm okay. Yes, sir, you will be fine. Jinbei nodded with a serious face. No, I'm serious. How should I explain this? Of course, it would be a lie to say that nothing happened. It was definitely a far cry from the longing or emotional feelings of meeting one's biological mother after more than 10 years. Rather, it was full of vague questions. Why did you come here only now? I had been thinking about that secretly. If my biological father or biological mother was going to come to me, they would have come a long time ago. I don't know if he was looking for me to extort money from me or if he wanted to be my family again, but I was sure of that. That's why when Lee Eun-taek suddenly brought up the subject of his biological parents, he was able to respond as if it were someone else's business. It's already been over 5 years since I debuted. I debuted in the drama Butterfly Flower Riding the Zelkova Tree when I was in the 6th grade of elementary school. Now I was a sophomore in high school. Even if you don't use the internet, it's a bit like that. It's very suspicious that I got a call now. Is she really my biological mother? As soon as I get there, I have to get a genetic test first. We're doing it in utmost secrecy so that word can't get out to the press. Even if I get diarrhea, nothing will change. Nothing changes. I am Lee Yun-jae, who entered an orphanage when I was 6 years old. Lee Yun-jae joined Wayne Entertainment through actress Lee Young-hyun's scouting. Lee Yun-jae lives in the same house as Jinbei and Jong Hyun and encounters fog every day when she falls asleep. That Yeonji Lee has no need to wonder or care about her biological parents. Nothing changes. My family is here anyway. Yeah, nothing changes. When I arrived in Korea, it was already a bright sunny afternoon. After completing my immigration without anyone knowing, I immediately got into the car prepared by the company. Even as I was running to work, it still didn't feel real. Hello? It was the same when I heard a strange voice over the phone. Baby? Is that you? Yeah, that's me. Why are you contacting me? Did you accidentally contact No by Hyok? As soon as Lee Eun-taek finished speaking, another voice was heard from the side. Huh? Is that Lee Yun-jae? Why is she contacting you? What's it to you? You mentioned my name first, Hyung. But is it really Lee Yun-jae? Please change it for me. You're on the phone with me. Oh, wait. Ah, I see. You're pretending to be on the phone right now. Why is he calling you? He would have called me. I called because I thought it would be okay at that time, but it seemed like you were with No by Hyok. I burst out laughing at the distracting sound coming from the other end of the phone. Have you two finished talking? Can I talk? No, wait a minute. I have to go to my room. Is this really Lee Yun-jae? Ah, get out of here. Finally, silence came with the sound of the door slamming shut. The faint sigh I heard was incredibly funny. Okay, I'm alone now. What's wrong? I called to ask you something. Well then, that's right. You're not the type of person who would call me for no reason. He replied with a chuckle at that. Why? Are you upset? I'll call you more often from now on. Hey, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Is it serious? The other person's voice suddenly became serious. Why is your voice like that? Are you crying? Me? No. Wasn't that a voice that would make anyone laugh when they heard it? I stopped talking, wondering if he was joking, but he continued to speak in a tone that seemed genuinely concerned. Then why are you laughing so strangely? What am I? What are you saying by smiling now? No, that's not it. The other person continued speaking hesitantly. You're acting like you're acting. You're not even filming. I bit my lip for a moment. And only after I made eye contact with Jin Bae-hyung's worried face through the rearview mirror did I realize that the corners of my mouth were trembling. Baby? Brother? Yeah. What is it? Tell me. Is there a reason you asked about my biological parents before going to America? What? Why are you suddenly bringing that up? Just tell me. Eun-taek Lee looked puzzled by my urging and replied that he hadn't thought much about it. I just took this opportunity to ask something I've wanted to ask for years. Why are you bringing that up out of nowhere? Did you really get a call? I hesitated for a moment and then answered. Yeah, he's at work. I'm on my way to meet him now. Just wait. I'll go too. What? Why is your brother here? I don't know. I'll just stay by your side. The sound of someone hastily changing clothes could be heard over the phone. Then, as if I had hit something, I heard an ouch sound and I laughed without realizing it. This time it was real laughter. What are you coming for? Don't come. You have a schedule. No. Just say you're sick. What a great example. So responsible. Awesome, bro. Didn't I tell you not to play with No by Hyok? Your sarcasm is getting better and better. Okay, I'll call you when I'm done, so just bear with it. And this is confidential, so don't say anything. I barely managed to stop Eun-taek and hung up the phone. When I raised my head with a big smile, I saw the company outside the window. Actor. Yes. I'm ready. I swallowed hard. Are you okay? It'll be okay. I'm fine. I took a deep breath and opened the car door. Chapter 492. Thank you for coming. Are you okay? As soon as I got out of the car, I saw Team Leader Woo. Fatigue was plastered all over his face, as if he hadn't slept a wink. You should be worrying about yourself instead of me. I'm fine. Let's go to the conference room first. I told you about the lobby. Please listen until the end. Okay. It's obvious what you're going to say. Let's go quickly. No one will know you're here. I followed Team Leader Woo's instructions and entered the company. Team Leader Woo walked briskly to the conference room and opened the door wide, making me flinch for a moment. What are you doing? Come in quickly. There was no one inside. I was surprised. When I cautiously asked where the person was, I was told that he was in an office on another floor. Why? Did I look like someone you would just greet without thinking? No, that's not it. When I smiled awkwardly, Team Leader Woo patted my head and told me not to worry. He was a person whose only physical contact was the touching of fingers when passing documents. It felt a bit strange for such a gentleman to openly stroke my head. Did you bring what I told you on the phone earlier? Oh yes. Here it is. I gave Team Leader Woo a Ziploc bag containing a toothbrush and a few strands of my hair. Is there anything else you need? This will be enough. How long does it take to get the results? They said it would take a day or two, but I requested it urgently. It should be done in about 4 hours. 4 hours. So I have to stay here the whole time. It wasn't too bad. I also needed time to prepare myself mentally because I was preoccupied with other thoughts on the plane. Team leader Wu, who went out holding a Ziploc bag, returned empty-handed 30 minutes later. I got the package. They said they're going in for testing now, so all you have to do is wait. They'll tell you the results over the phone. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience. It's something I was supposed to do. Team leader Wu's characteristically cynical voice sounded particularly weak today. I felt strangely awkward because the difference that I would have been happy about in normal times seemed to make me realize what kind of situation I'm in. Ugh, I'm frustrated. The conference room wasn't that small, but I felt strangely out of breath. Is it because of Jinbei Hyung? Well, my brother is quite big. What would you have done if you hadn't been? A manager? A bodyguard? A soldier? He's tall, so he could be a basketball player. He's a basketball player. He suits you better than I thought. If my brother had played basketball, he would have definitely become a professional player. And I'm your brother's manager. Oh good. This is it. It's perfect. I muttered to myself like that. Team leader Wu and Jinbei had been sitting in silence since a while ago. I was shaking my legs and wiggling my fingers. Perhaps because I was feeling anxious for some reason, it was difficult to maintain silence. How is it? In the end, I was the first to speak. That's him. Does he look like me? In appearance and atmosphere. Team leader Wu hesitated for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders. I don't know about the atmosphere, but the eyes were the same. At first, I was going to just ignore him because he was such a crazy person, but after seeing his face, I let him in. Team leader Wu's speech was light and dry. At least it seemed like he was trying to say that. I didn't want to make the other person's efforts in vain, so I continued talking as if nothing had happened. Did you also tell me why you came? Yeah. He asked me to help him. He said he tried to solve it on his own, but it just wouldn't work. You came here because you need money? It would be better if it were that way. I can handle it within my capabilities. Team leader Wu frowned harshly. The woman, who claimed to be your biological mother, said so. She said your biological father is up to something these days. She's been borrowing money from here and there, using your name. She said he's running some kind of business. Yes. No matter how much I tried to stop her, she wouldn't listen, so she said she came out at dawn without telling her husband. Please stop her so she doesn't hurt you. Are you two living together? That woman. She lives with her husband. So, she lives with my biological father. Team leader Wu made a face that said he didn't understand. But I was speechless and couldn't say anything. I see. My head suddenly became dizzy. Why me? Why would I think my biological mother would live alone? Is my memory faulty? No, my biological father ran away a long time ago. My biological mother raised me on her own, suffering for several years. It's true that my childhood memories are vague, but I vividly remember the day my biological mother left me at the park. At that time, there was no man next to my biological mother and me. Jaya? Yanjaya. It was only after hearing Team Leader Wu's words that I came to my senses. I quickly frowned without realizing it. Are you okay? Yes. It's okay. I'm okay. He gently raised the corners of his lips. What does it matter? If my memory is faulty, or if the two met again after that, nothing would change in any case. My family is here. Anyway, I already have a family by my side, so it's okay. He stretched his hands out to the side. Without saying anything, Jinbei grabbed my hand. Why is it like this? It should be okay. The big hands were warm as always. Strangely, despite that warm affection, my mood did not get any better. The moment I realized that my mood was sinking, I felt my heart drop to the floor. No. Hey, this isn't right. Are you crazy? My family is here, what do I care? You crazy kid, come to your senses. You shouldn't do that. A tidal wave of disgust and loathing toward myself came over me. An indescribable, trembling feeling engulfed me. Brother, can you let go of my hand for a moment? Yes, of course. My hands are sweaty. I desperately lowered my eyes for fear of making eye contact with Jinbei Hyung. I was terribly afraid that my brother might figure out what I was thinking. Jing. Just then I heard my cell phone vibrating. I guess the test results came out. Team leader Wu went out to answer the phone. 4 hours passed quickly. I quickly made a bland expression. Whatever Team leader Wu says from now on, it has nothing to do with me. I braced myself so that I wouldn't show any reaction. That's why when Team leader Wu opened the door and came in and told me the test results, There's a 99.98% chance that it matches. I could just quietly nod my head. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's what it was. The word bloodline has quite a lot of power in Korean society. No matter what the circumstances, as long as it is certain that they are my children, anything they do becomes my responsibility. This needs to be resolved quickly. I quickly rolled my head. I started saying the words I had been thinking of, one after another, just in case. Team leader, I hope this story doesn't get out to the press. Yeah, I know. There were many plausible excuses, such as the loss of the actor's image and the public's fatigue. Fortunately, Team Leader Wu was in the same position as me. We're going to have to get everyone involved in this case to shut down. The only one who's going to get caught is the biological father, but if we push through with the law, we won't be at a disadvantage. The problem is media play, right? I have to shut my biological father's mouth somehow before the reporters ask about it. Wow, my head hurts already. It was a moment when I held my temples with a subtle headache. Team Leader Wu cut off the conversation, saying, "Let's stop here." Yes. From now on, it's my job to handle things. You're not an adult, so why do you keep pretending to be one? You're confusing me too. Team Leader Wu waved his hand. Leave the legal and financial issues to the adults and do your own thing. Maybe practice acting or meet the kids. Still, I told you this is my job. This is why I take a commission from your earnings. Jin Bae-hyung also got involved. That's right, actor. From now on, leave it to us. What are you doing with the youngest member of the best law firm in the country by your side? Don't worry about useless things. He'll commit another corruption to keep your name out of the public eye. Don't say that to my brother. When I frowned, Team Leader Wu snickered. Oh my, you're protecting me like you're my brother. Jin Bae smiled proudly at those words, and his trembling heart felt better. That's right. Jin Bae-hyung is next to me. I kept chewing on that sentence. Then go home and rest now. You both worked hard. Yes? Just go. Then are you going to at least say hello before you go? That is. What kind of good relationship are you talking about? You came to me to ask me to stop my husband. I will stop him. So you don't have to meet me. That's true. Why? Do you want to say hello? I couldn't say anything. Inside, there was a fierce battle between the thoughts of shouldn't I do that, and I don't want to do that. Yanji, go quickly. Team Leader Wu patted my shoulder. I already told Jong Hyun. He should be home by now. Go and eat something delicious. Okay, actor. Let's go home. I came to my senses suddenly at the sound of Jin Bae-hyung's gentle voice. No, I'll go after seeing your face. Are you okay? Yes. If you know my face, you can avoid me later or not. And what's not okay? My family is here. I can't do that. I can't do that to my family. Let's go and solve this. Neatly. Avoiding or pretending not to know the past because it already happened won't solve anything. I realized this a long time ago when I met Lee Yoon-taek. Going now is to completely shake off the past. Okay. Thinking like that gave me courage. Go and tell them that my family is somewhere else. So, whatever you do, just tell me honestly and face me. It would be difficult to apologize since I can't talk about the unfortunate factor. But there are no perfect perpetrators or perfect victims, no matter what. Let's not get too deep into it. I'm just going to say that and calm. It was uncomfortable to feel any emotions towards them, like resentment or guilt. I just wanted to replace all my emotions with nothing. I thought it might be possible to declare it by looking at the face. I'm really okay. I smiled confidently. Team Leader Wu hesitated as if he had something to say, but then nodded. Okay, he's on the 17th floor. Let's go when you're ready. I want to go right now. His expression relaxed as he rode the elevator. Wu. This is the best part about being an actor. I felt confident that I had the perfect expression on my face without having to look in the mirror. Jin Bae-hyung glanced at my face and then patted me on the back. Dripping. After Team Leader Wu knocked, I followed him in. You've been waiting a long time. I couldn't see it right away because of Team Leader Wu's back. As someone got up from the chair, long hair came into view. Then my eyes met with black eyes, and I lowered my head without realizing it. It won't work. Oh my, what should I do? What should I do? This won't do. My fingertips were shaking so much that I quickly clenched my fist. It was a moment when I took a step back against my will. The woman's old shoe spoke to her. How have you been? Chapter 493. How have you been? It was a voice like an old shoe. The voice of someone living a difficult life. The voice of one consumed by misfortune and tragedy. And as soon as I heard that voice, the shaking in my whole body stopped. The fear that had dominated me until just a moment ago disappeared in an instant. I had no choice. It was just too weird. What? I had a very good memory. Lee Eun-taek remembered things from the past in such detail that most children would not be able to remember them. So I thought you'd definitely remember my voice too. You seem like a different person. My biological mother left me at a park near the orphanage when I was 6 years old. Before she left, she kissed my forehead and said, "Yeonji, don't go anywhere else and stay here. Behave well." Got it. I had a gut feeling as soon as I heard that. Because it's the last one. I wanted to see your face one last time. But my biological mother stopped me from raising my head. So, among those vivid memories, there is no face of my biological mother that remains. I remembered the voice. But the voice I just heard wasn't in any of my memories. A feeling of unfamiliarity and distance welled up in my chest. Is this really my biological mother? Even after hearing the test results, I raised my head for a moment because I had doubts. And as soon as I saw the other person's face, I quickly agreed. Damn, that's right. I'm so sorry for coming to see you like this. I didn't want to meet you again like this. She wore old shoes and smiled awkwardly. I sighed inwardly as I looked at that sight. Sigh, Team Leader Wu. It's not just the eyes that are the same. She looked very similar to me. The uniquely black eyes and hair, the eyes that curve when smiling, and even the thin lips. Why on earth did you do the test? I just wasted my precious time. Silence filled the room. Only then did I realize that I had been so absorbed in my thoughts that I hadn't even said hello, and I immediately bowed my head. Oh yes. Hello. I am actor Lee Eun-jae. The words that came out of my mouth came out automatically, and unfortunately, they were completely out of place in this situation. What are you doing? I had a hard time holding back a sigh. The other person paused for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, hello. The sight of him smiling awkwardly made it seem like he was meeting a stranger for the first time in his life. The vague fear disappeared, and a strange feeling took its place. At that moment, Team Leader Wu opened his mouth. What are you going to do, Yeonji? Should we go out? We can stay together. I shook my head slowly. No, it's okay. Could you step aside for a moment? Okay. Oh, but Jinbei hyunged. Yes, I will be here. Before I could finish speaking, an honest body stood next to me. It was a gesture that made it seem as if there was no option to leave this room. I'll be right outside, so knock when you're done talking. Team Leader Wu patted my head once and then left the room. Click. An awkward silence fell as the door closed. The woman twiddled her fingers as if she didn't know what to do. I stared blankly at the sight, then realized that I was the one who had to introduce myself, so I opened my mouth. Oh, this person is my manager Hyung. He's Jinbei Hyung. I put a lot of strength into my fist. This is my family. The woman's eyes widened slightly at those words. Then he bowed his head towards me. Hello. But Jinbei just nodded without saying anything. It was different from his usual manner of greeting people with excessive politeness whenever he met them for the first time. I laughed at the awkward woman. Please have a seat. Would you like me to bring you something to drink? No, it's okay. The team leader took care of it. Team leader. Yes, Team Leader Wu. I'm glad I have a good person by my side. I didn't know what to say, so I just laughed. The same goes for women, who just smiled sheepishly. Hey, did you hear why I came here? Yes, Team Leader Wu told me. Don't worry. The company will take care of it. Thank you. I've been trying to stop you for years, but we can't communicate anymore. You won't listen to me. A look of fatigue passed across the woman's face. He looked at her face intently and asked, Is the person I live with my biological father? Oh yeah. The woman smiled awkwardly. You probably won't remember because you were too young. Things suddenly got worse after you were born. Neither of us had any relatives, so it was hard for us. Your father was originally successful in business. It must have been easy for him to endure in that situation. He just left without saying anything one day, so I thought it was really frustrating. My memory is not wrong. When I asked if we were meeting again after abandoning each other, the woman's pupils trembled. That is. The woman swallowed once and smiled awkwardly. It seemed like it had become a habit to smile whenever I was in an awkward situation. We met by chance. He came to eat at the restaurant where I work. I used to feel so guilty every time I thought of you. I lived like I was half crazy, but when I met that person, I felt like I could breathe. If not that person, who else would I talk to about you? I see. I sat quietly and thought, am I the only one who doesn't understand? My biological mother abandoned me, but my biological father abandoned me and my biological mother. Why did I meet again the person who ran away to live alone? Was it originally destined for the two of them to meet again? As I drifted away from the unfortunate person who had been attached to me, did the two meet again? But to say that, the woman in front of me looked so unhappy, as if I were addicted to misfortune. I thought you were doing well. I thought you must be doing well since I wasn't around. The more I pondered the woman's words, the more questions poured out. Why do I meet that person again? Why are you dating someone who won't even listen to you? You said you could breathe easily, so why are you so skinny? What are the bruises on my arms and neck? Why on earth are you making that kind of expression? I bit my lip hard. As I remained silent, a faint voice continued. At first, it was okay. I promised myself that we would hold on together for the sake of you. But I guess it was hard for a businessman to do something so trivial. He was originally a kind person, but he gradually became rough. The woman muttered, repeatedly smearing saliva on her lips. Then I saw you on TV. I was so happy. I didn't have the heart to come see you, and I was planning on properly apologizing when we succeeded and had the chance later. But it wasn't as easy as I thought. Then he said he wanted to start a business again. Okay. He cut off the woman's words. This is enough. There was no need to hear anymore. I feel like I'm going to throw up. I opened my mouth after checking that the corners of my lips were raised properly. If things had gotten bigger, I would have been in trouble too. Thank you for coming before that. Team Leader Wu is a really good person at his job. Don't worry, Team Leader Wu will handle it well. Oh yeah. Then I'll be going now. After talking nonstop, he got up right away. The chair leg made a rough noise, but I didn't have time to pay attention. Be careful, actor. It was Jinbei Hyung who held me back when I was staggering. My brother held my arm tightly, as if he was waiting for me to wake up. As I was about to leave the room, I heard a hesitant voice behind me. Yanji, I'm really sorry. When I turned my head, the woman was fiddling with her tattered cardigan. She looked at the floor and spoke cautiously. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm so embarrassed. I'll definitely apologize properly later. Mom, again. I didn't say that. Huh. The woman's eyes widened. You asked me earlier how I was doing. I looked straight into his black eyes, which were just like mine, and smiled. I am doing well, and I will continue to do so. I hope we never meet again. He bowed his head and said, take care. And then he strode briskly towards the door. Bam! Ugh! Team Leader Wu groaned as he was pushed away, perhaps because he had been leaning against the door. That's right, I told you to knock when you're done talking. Come on, listen to me. I should apologize. I had to apologize, but it felt like something would pour out if I opened my mouth. So I kept my mouth shut and just walked forward. I heard someone talking behind me, but I just kept walking. I opened the emergency staircase door forcefully and quickly went down. 17th floor, 16th floor, 15th floor. My mind was blank and I felt hazy. The moment when my footsteps gradually got faster amidst the feeling of something being broken. Your Majesty. Someone grabbed my arm tightly. Gasbug. What is that? Who is making that sound? It was only after Jinbei's anxious face came into view that I realized that heavy breathing was coming out of my mouth. I felt like my crushed heart had fallen to the floor. I had a fantasy about red blood soaking my feet. It's okay, actor. It's okay. Jinbei Hyung hugged me. I stared blankly at the blood pooling on the floor. Thank you for your hard work. I'm going home now. I blinked at the voice whispering in my ear. The sweat that had formed on his forehead dripped down his eyebrows and into his eyes. It's hot. My eyes were stinging. Sweat was running down my face, so my eyes hurt. I couldn't say anything and just let out a heavy breath, while Jinbei kept patting my back. We were on the stairs like that for a long time. The next day, I missed my acting practice, which I hadn't missed in years, because my whole body was so hot that I couldn't even open my eyes. The doctor who came to my house examined my body and said, it's just a cold. It'll get better in a few days. I have body aches. I can't even remember how many years it's been. Like a stuffed animal drowning in water, I didn't have the strength to move a single finger. If you peel off the doll's outer skin, white cotton comes out. What will happen if you peel off my outer skin? I imagined my flesh being torn open and countless black stones flowing out from within. As I was blankly staring at the ceiling, the bed shook. It's foggy. No, I'll stay next to Yanji. Han Haram climbed onto the bed and crawled next to me. I already had a fever, but the touch of his skin made me feel even hotter. What are you going to do if I move? Go to your room quickly. Are you an idiot? Han Haram said that he was fine because he didn't have a cold, and that he wasn't sick, and that he wasn't contagious. Lie. Han Haram looked quite sad as he said that. I felt sorry for conveying my sad feelings to him, so I hugged him tightly. Chapter 494. What the hell is the problem? I lay in bed blankly, thinking, I've done everything that needed to be done. I confidently told my biological mother that I had a separate family and that I would be fine from now on. Team leader Wu said that he would cleanly deal with the things his biological father did. He promised on his own behalf that I would never have anything to do with them again. However, this is strange. Why do I feel this way? I thought you would be happy without me by your side. I thought at least I wouldn't be living an unhappy life. But the biological mother looked unexpected. A cardigan full of fluff, worn-out shoes, and a face that clearly looked tired. This was the first thought that came to mind when I saw her. Ah, thank God. It's not all my fault. It's not like all the misfortunes that happened to them are my fault. So I felt relieved, but also guilty at the same time. On the one hand, I was angry. How are you doing? Of course I'm doing well. My biological mother probably asked that because she saw me on TV. But what you see on TV isn't everything. It's not like actress Lee Yun-jae tells me everything about me. No matter how well I'm doing. How can you say that to me? I guess I shouldn't have told you to take care of yourself. Should I have just kept spewing curses at him and telling him that everything he did would fail? Is it because I told you to take care of yourself while smiling as if nothing happened that you feel uneasy? I don't know. I just felt sick. My body ached and my heart ached. A fever of unknown origin engulfed me, as if my body was telling me that something was wrong. After lying in bed for more than 2 days, I realized. It's not that I'm relieved, or feel guilty, or angry, or uneasy. I was hurt. That's why it hurts like this. As soon as I realized this, a self-deprecating laugh escaped my lips. I am also me. If you have a conscience, shouldn't people not do that? I've always said I was greedy, but this isn't the level of greed. Hey, who's next to you? Jinbei Hyung, Zhang Haiyan Hyung, No Bai Hyok, Han Haram, Lee Eun-taek, Song Ijun. They're all there. Even though you have fans, no matter what you do, they support you and love you. Having people like this next to me, how can that be? In a situation like this, isn't it humanly right to be hurt by something like that? I'm trash. He covered his eyes with his forearm. I was afraid that someone would read my mind. I wish you would just think of it as a simple case of being sick. I hope no one notices that I'm hurt. I can't do that. I shouldn't get hurt, if only for the sake of my family who loves me. My fog, my brothers, my friends. They are my family. Even though we don't share the same blood, that doesn't matter. We are a true family. I'm serious. I really think so. I'm a happy person, so it should be okay. Even X wasn't okay at all. That made me so mad. I felt like yelling at him and asking what the hell was wrong with him. I hated myself. Lying on the bed in the dark space was the same. The fog silently stayed by my side. Maybe it was because I slept in a dark space, but I had a dream for the first time in a long time. Hi. I blinked my eyes slowly. Her long turquoise hair tickled my face. Nice to meet you. Ilya whispered to me with a face that looked like he was dying of joy. Won't you sing with me? I looked at him blankly and answered. No. Huh. I can't do it. Why? Just do it. I have to solve the problem, not sing. Solve. Ilya looked puzzled. That expression made me angry for no reason, so I snapped. You will enjoy everything, but I will not. I can't accept everything so casually like you do. Not everyone is as wrinkle-free as you. I blurted out all the words that were rising in my stomach without hesitation. I have to get better first. I can't sing until then. Every word that came out of my mouth was sharp. He was so sharp that every time he spoke, it felt like every part of his mouth was being torn apart. Ilya looked at me blankly, then smiled brightly. Okay. Come here when you're done. I'll wait until then. Ilya's clear eyes sparkled like pearls. It seemed like he didn't understand what I was saying at all. Yet he still had a kind smile on his face. When you get better, Let's sing together. Ilya smiled and reached out to me. His fingers touched my eyes. They were warm. But there is something. It was such a vivid feeling that I couldn't believe it was a dream. Ilya kept caressing my eyes and whispering, "How about singing a song first? If you do that, things might get better, right?" There was no solution to the words spoken in a small voice. I felt a little sad that it was so easy to talk about someone else's business, but I couldn't open my mouth easily because of the gentleness in the words. So I slowly woke up. When I opened my eyes, what I saw was, "Are you awake?" It was Jong Hyan's older brother. "Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up." My hand went there without me knowing. Young Jong Hyan smiled and touched the corner of my eyes. My brother wiped away the tears that were flowing down his face without a care. "The fever has gone down a lot. That's a relief." His brother's hands were much larger and harder than Ilya's. But strangely, it was softer. "Do you want to keep sleeping? Or should we have breakfast together?" I stared blankly into her affectionate eyes. Young Jong Hyan smiled and whispered, "If you want to cry, you can cry, Yanji." Only then did I frown and shake my head. My vision was blurry, perhaps because of the tears. "I don't want to cry. But you have a face that makes you want to cry." "I know. I fucking know it too well." Sadness and annoyance came rushing in. I closed my eyes in the rush of emotion, and the tears that had been building up eventually flowed down my face. I hope it's okay. I wish I didn't feel any emotions. I didn't want to be influenced by my biological parents in any way, but I couldn't do that. So I quietly confessed that I was upset. What came back was a soft laugh. Young Jong Hyan whispered softly with the corners of his eyes folded, "Yanji, wounds don't necessarily have to heal." "Yes. It doesn't have to be okay. It doesn't have to be okay." A large hand passed over my eyes and touched my hair. My brother stroked my hair as if he was gently combing it. "There can't be no scars at all. That's impossible. But I can't just leave it like that." "That's right. If you just leave it alone, it can fester. And more than anything, it hurts." "Yes, it hurts so much I can't ignore it. No matter how hard you try to hide it with socks or a hat, the subtle pain inevitably ruins your daily life." "Then what should I do? Do you know the answer, Hyung?" When I asked with my eyes wide open, my brother laughed loudly for some reason and pinched my cheek. "If you have a wound, just apply ointment." "Ointment? What ointment?" "Well, you know that. Every wound is different, so every ointment is different." Those were words worthy of Jong Hyan. Warm comfort filled with wisdom. I asked again desperately, "What should I do if the wound doesn't get better even after applying ointment?" "I told you earlier. I said it doesn't have to get better. But if it doesn't work, it'll hurt." "That's true. In my case, that's how it is." "Huh? You were still there?" And I applied the ointment again. Hyung Jong Hyan kept patting my head. "As you live, you will encounter problems that just won't get better. Then, just live with it. When you're sick, you can cry and say you're sick, and that's how you live." I hate that I'm not okay. I think that I should be okay at this level. I'm able to do the acting I want to do, and I have people I can call family by my side. In a situation where the person I love loves me, what more could I ask for? What did those biological parents say? He poured out words that it was not right to receive such happiness and then get hurt. After listening to me quietly without interrupting, Jong Hyan said this. "I know you think of us as family. This is a real family. I know, haha. But that aside, you can get hurt by other people, right? If you have a family, you can't get hurt, right?" Yanji, everyone lives like that. Sometimes they hurt others, and sometimes they get hurt. Life is a mess." Jung-hyun stroked my head again as if he felt sorry for me. "It's sad enough to be hurt. So why do you want to blame yourself?" I hesitated and nodded at the words, hoping that that wouldn't happen. "I'll try it. Let's work together." Hyung Jong Hyan stroked my cheek and then lay down next to me, saying, "You ratcha." The bed shook. Ugh, I guess I'm getting old. My back hurts every time I go to a far place. Take joint supplements. It can't be covered by nutritional supplements. You'll know when you get older. No. I hope you never know. I laughed out loud at the words telling me to stay like that. Okay, I'll grow taller here. It's big enough now. Don't get any bigger. No, I can't. I'll be over 180 centimeters tall, even if it's just to spite you. Oh no. Hyung Jong Hyan squirmed with a displeased expression on his face. My brother, who had been rambling on and on about nothing for a while, suddenly called my name. "It's a series. Why? I said bluntly, thinking that it must be another pointless story. But what came back was something unexpected. Thank you for growing up well. Ugh. This is so amazing. Our series is the best. It really is the best. It was something you would hear from your parents. I felt my eyes getting hot, so I frowned for no reason. I couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a deep sigh. Why are you sighing? It annoys me that I feel like a child. You are a kid. I know, but I thought it would be different. He rubbed his itchy nose nervously. As I obediently agreed, Zhang Haiyan's laughter grew louder. Haha, that made me feel better. Something made me want to laugh. Haha. So I laughed along. Strangely enough, my mood continued to improve. He's a strange person. It was a really strange conversation. Shall we go out now? Okay then. Zhang Haiyan left the room with his brother. And then I encountered an even stranger sight. What are you all doing here? Are you up now? You're such a lazy person. Hello, Yanji. Whose cereal is this? Is it for the baby? Can I eat it? No, Bai Hyok, Song Ijun, and Li Yun-taek were eating breakfast in the living room. It was ridiculous. If anyone saw this, they'd think it was their house. A smile spread across my face as I asked why I was here so early in the morning. That's fortunate. There was no need to look for ointment. Because you're already here by my side. Even a lot. Chapter 495. I only became okay after I accepted that I wasn't okay. Of course, it's not completely better. Well, what can I do? That's just how we live. If it's hard, be hard. If it's painful, be painful. I will live by diligently applying ointment. If you live like that, things might get better. If it doesn't get better, it doesn't get better. So what then? Hyung Zhang Haiyan said it was okay even if it didn't get better. You should listen to what your brother says. Hyung Zhang Haiyan's sincere advice was a great help to me. As my brother said, the wounds of the past will continue to show their presence in the future. No matter how happy I am in a situation, something will still be bothering me inside. I was already getting annoyed at the thought of it popping up without any warning. Oh, I remember again. The memory of meeting my biological mother came to mind dozens of times a day after that. Whenever that happened, I confided in the people around me. Jinbei Hyung, Zhang Haiyan Hyung, Han Ha Ram, No Bai Hyok, Li Yun-taek, Song Ijun. My ointment, my wound healer. My precious family. The day I told them in detail about the conversation I had with my biological mother, I heard a 6-character phrase that I had never heard before. This is ridiculous. Huh? Are you really crazy? You've really gone crazy. The world is going crazy. Come here, baby. I'll clean your ears. I'll clean them really hard with an alcohol swab. No Bai Hyok and Li Yun-taek used a lot of vulgar language that was not appropriate for their profession as idols. Thanks to that, I felt relieved, but I was a little worried. What if I make a mistake on air like that? Those worries were fleeting. Yun-taek Li started running around the living room, apparently still angry after swearing. I should have followed you. X-foot, what the hell are you talking about to someone else's child? Brother, please calm down. I barely managed to grab hold of one of Yun-taek Li's feet as he ran wild. Meanwhile, No Bai Hyok tried to tear out his own hair. Bai Hyuk, you're an idol. No. Oh right. Luckily, I was able to prevent the boy from losing his hair by yelling at him in time. As I was making a fuss, I naturally started to think about my biological mother. The gloomy feeling was gone, and only dizziness remained. Should I really stock up on tranquilizer guns? On the other hand, unlike the two people who were causing all kinds of trouble, there was a child who was the only one keeping quiet. What is he thinking? I asked Song Ijun, who seemed to be lost in thought, why he was doing that. What came back was completely unexpected. Oh, I was imagining hitting a sandbag. Why do you imagine such a thing? I'm just so upset. I can't go to the boxing gym right now. I can't break any of the furniture here, either. The sight of him muttering vaguely gave me goosebumps. Blink. This kid was crazy too. I just bought a new dining table. I had to tremble in fear that my new furniture would be destroyed by Song Ijun. How is it that there are only crazy people around me? They say people tend to stick together, but do I really look like that to other people? Hey, no way. A sudden thought occurred to me, and I became slightly anxious. That gloomy feeling was gone, but in its place I gained guidance, fear, and anxiety. Still, the ointment was effective. Every time I talked to people around me, my mood got better, and the number of times I thought about my conversations with my biological mother gradually decreased. I'm glad I listened to you, Hyung. When I was worried about how much I should tell the kids, Hyun advised me to tell him everything that came to mind. He said that you should never keep difficult and frustrating things inside, but always speak them out. It was also said that the more people you have to talk to, the better. So I hesitated and confessed, but I was satisfied because the effect was better than I expected. Of course, it wasn't all that easy. This is because these concerns naturally followed. What if you get tired of listening to me talk? I don't like whining too much. I was worried that I might cross the line without realizing it, because I didn't want to treat the people I cared about as my emotional trash can. So I just blurted out whatever came to mind, but I also checked my reaction every now and then. But then, somehow, No Bai Hyok frowned and poked my cheek. There you go again. Lee Yun-jae, stop it. Huh? What? If you keep doing that, I'll do the same. I won't talk to you about difficult things anymore. Those words startled me into coming to my senses. No Bai-hyuk doesn't tell me anything difficult? That's funny. Absolutely not. Because of the guy's threats, I forced myself to talk more after that. Is that why? Yeonji, can you talk now? When Team Leader Woo called, I was able to answer it without any problem. Yes, you can. Go ahead. I called to let you know that things went well. You don't have to worry about anything. The voice on the other end of the phone was particularly cautious. I was puzzled for a moment, but then I quickly found the cause. Oh, that's right. This is the first time you've called since then. Team Leader Woo's last sight of me would be me running blindly down the emergency stairs. I thought I would have been surprised too, so I snickered. I'm okay, Team Leader. I know you're okay. No, I'm not just saying that. I'm really okay. Really? Laughter erupted at the voice full of doubt. I nodded my head couple of times, even though the other person probably wouldn't see it anyway. I'm a lot better now. I told my brothers about it too. That's good. You've worked hard. The team leader worked harder. If it weren't for the team leader, things probably wouldn't have been okay. What? What do you mean? The team leader said he would take care of it. Team Leader Woo was a very good worker. I wasn't the type of person to just talk nonsense. Because that person said he would solve it, I could trust him and feel reassured. Thanks to you, I was able to focus on my wounds. And of course, Team Leader Woo answered that he had solved it. I continued with a smile. I'm glad you're here with me, Team Leader. Thank you so much. Oh. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then a faint laugh was heard. If you know how, you can do it well. You're doing well now, aren't you? Huh. You're starting to look more and more like Jong Hyun. It was nice to hear a low voice mixed with a hollow laugh. After hanging up the phone with Team Leader Woo, I felt a lot more at ease. I really don't have to worry anymore. There was no separate schedule. That means you're free until you leave for America. I enjoyed turning on the live broadcast and chatting with Bayan, stealing Han Haram's snacks, and watching his reactions. But sending it like that only lasts for a day or two. My body feels sore. I felt a tingling sensation in every corner of my body. The filming of the movie Ilya consisted of a schedule of dancing all day long from morning to night. Perhaps because I had spent 2 months so harshly, my body ached even after only lying down for a few days. Lee Yun-jae. Huh. Are you thinking of filming a choreography video and uploading it? Just the two of us. So when No Bai Hyok made this suggestion, I said yes without hesitation. I felt excited at the thought of dancing for the first time in a long time. And 2 hours later, Bai Hyuk, let's just rest for a bit. I was completely stretched out on the floor in regret. Damn, I should have just stayed home. No Bai Hyok clicked his tongue as he looked down at me, who couldn't even breathe properly. What did you do to be so tired? Get up now. This spicy guy kicked me with his foot. He said that he needs to practice a little more if he wants to upload the video today. I guess everyone felt this way. I thought of my fellow actors in America. When my fellow actors told me to please take a break, I honestly thought it was too much. It wasn't over. You really did ask to be spared. As expected, one has to experience it firsthand to understand. From now on, if my fellow actors tell me to rest, I should rest right away. Hey, what are you doing, Inna? Let's practice again. This guy is crazy, for real. I barely managed to get up, holding onto my trembling legs. I decided that I would never again ignore the crazy stamina of current idols. The characteristic of songs released by male idols these days is that they are crazy about dance. They broke up the already complex beats into pieces and somehow crammed some intense choreography into them. The same was true for Nate. The most recent main title track, Tambourine, was a dance track optimized for performance. After dancing along to No by Hayek a few times, the first thought that came to my mind was this. How can this not be a misfortune? Is it this hard? Does this make sense? I can't breathe. I felt like my lungs were going to burst. Can't we call this a self-created misfortune? I couldn't believe it, so I even muttered to myself. No by Hayek scolded him, telling him to get up quickly and stop talking nonsense. Does the choreographer have a conscience? It was truly crazy choreography. I should have known when the fans of Nate started cursing the agency by saying, "They're determined to break all of our kids' joints, you fucking bastards." No, I should have just declined when No by Hayek asked me to film with him. Bayek, I absolutely can't do it. You go first. Don't overdo it and get up. I'm not over it. I'm really having a hard time. If it's really hard, you won't be able to speak. You even have all the choreography, so why are you acting so coy? No by Hayek grumbled. I threw up right after I first tried this. I hate it so much. Dude, don't be an actor. Be an idol. Don't overdo it. Hey, do I look like I'm overreacting? It took me 3 days to memorize this move. What am I saying to a guy who memorized it in 3 hours? So the grumbling about how they hate talented kids continued. Get up quickly. Let's do one last practice and film. I see. But what did you do in America? Why are you dancing so lightly? This song is supposed to be fun to dance to if you dance hard. I glared at the guy when he told me to dance properly. You too, try living as Ilya for a few months, you punk. Ilya was a fairy who performed light steps that seemed to float in the air. Maybe because I was so used to those fluttering gestures, I didn't really get the feel of the intense choreography, as No by Hayek said. Okay, let's just keep going like we did before. I really feel like I'm going to throw up. Just hold the trash can in your hand and dance. Don't worry, dance while throwing up. No by Hayek in the practice room was like a devil. I had to dance for over an hour before I could break free. My eyes are yellow. Unlike me, who was muttering while looking at the ceiling, No by Hayek was looking at the footage with a calm expression on his face. Wow, it came out really well. I think both my fans and your fans will like it. Bayek, you should take good care of your joints. I already felt it when I watched the music show stage, but I felt more confident when I saw myself dancing. You're using up your stamina in your 20s. What should I do? If that guy keeps doing that, won't he never be able to walk again? While I was thinking about all sorts of things, No by Hayek calmly finished uploading the video. I just uploaded it. Isn't the squeaking of your sneakers too loud? You should turn up the music a little louder. No, I originally watched the choreography video to enjoy the sound. I see. As expected, there is no end to learning about fandom. I want to sleep like this. If I had known you could dance this hard, I wouldn't have made a date with you. Ugh. But it's too late to cancel now. No by Hayek frowned as he got up groaning. A real store? Then go fake. Hey, let's be frank. No by Hayek frowned viciously. You're going to America soon. When will you finish filming the movie? It'll be winter when you come back to Korea. The end of the year is just around the corner. I know. Who knows that? And would go see Sergio at this precious time. I don't even have a schedule today. Stop grumbling. I got up from my trembling body. Oh my, I'm so tired. See you at home. I'll go first. Okay, go. Just go away. If you see Sergio, tell him I said hello. Really? Hey, go eat some shit. Since when did telling someone to eat shit become a greeting? Oh me. I shook my head as I looked at No by Hayek with a displeased expression. After a quick shower, I headed to the meeting place. The guy had already arrived. Hello, Yanji. The corners of the other person's mouth went up loosely. It was a voice I hadn't heard in a long time. I also opened my mouth with a smile. Hello, Sergio. Chapter 496. The place where I met Sergio was a cafe that operated on a reservation basis. I called Jinbi's name at the counter and went into the corner. I'll order an Americano. Yanji, you'll order lemonade, right? Sergio said without even opening the menu. Yeah, something cold. You. Ice too. I'll order and come. Sergio naturally headed towards the counter. We remained silent until our drinks arrived. It's comfortable. It was hard to believe that it had only been a few months since we last met. It felt so familiar. After enjoying the awkward silence, he slowly opened his mouth. I heard you're filming a drama these days. Yeah. Did you hear that from Team Leader Wu? How is it? Is it worth it? The guy hesitated for a moment, then smiled. I think so. First of all, no one is crazy. What happened with that guy last time? The guy who grabbed you by the collar in the bathroom. Nothing happened. He pretended not to know me after that. If you had kept complaining like you said, I would have really hit you. Unfortunately, he was quiet. Sergio loosely raised the corners of his lips. It was really disappointing that the speed of increase was slower than usual. You must be really annoyed. Well, if Sergio lost his mind and rushed at me, that says it all. In a situation where he was openly fighting with his fellow actors, grabbing him by the collar from behind was nothing special. But Sergio was the kind of guy who would completely block even the smallest things. If a guy like that grabs you by the collar, it means the other person is a real piece of trash. They say that luck with colleagues is just as important as luck with a piece of work. So when I heard that he was filming a new drama this time, I was a little nervous. I was worried that someone would be crazy like last time. Thank goodness there aren't any. Now I feel a lot more at ease. Is that why you asked me to meet you? Well, that too. I have something to say as well. What is it? Sergio slowly lifted his coffee cup. Only after I made sure the guy took a sip did I bring up the subject. I met my biological mother a while ago. Okay. Yeah. But it wasn't as good as I thought. I brought up the story I had told my family again. Perhaps because I had been talking so much for several days, I was able to speak much more calmly and organized. Sergio was different from Lee Eun-taek, who ran wild, No Bai-hyuk, who ripped out his hair, and Song I-jun, who hit the sandbag in his imagination. Ahem. The guy listened to my story until the end with only a mild reaction. It must have been very difficult. You worked hard, Yanji. I had a really hard time. I was sick in bed for 2 days. I see. Sergio nodded. Then he quickly rolled his eyes and checked my face. The guy's true feelings were so obvious in that appearance that it made me laugh for no reason. Why do you want to tell me this story? A little? It's just a little surprising that you're telling me this. Sergio drank his coffee. The cold drink that was full of ice had now become lukewarm. Is No Bai-hyuk busy this season? Did he make a comeback? The comeback was made a long time ago. It's already been 2 months. Oh, you're not interested at all. The guy who had been smiling faintly made a puzzled face. Then why did you call me when No Bai-hyuk wasn't busy? Was it not enough to just talk to him? Aren't you assuming that he didn't tell Bai-hyuk? Should I do that? The guy shrugged. I chuckled. You're right. I already told Bai-hyuk. I knew it. But that's wrong. What? It wasn't enough to just tell him. I was already sick of it. The guy's eyebrows shot up. Then it was a gesture of asking why on earth he was saying this to himself. I said, scratching the back of my neck. I don't know. I just wanted to say something. I felt like I had to tell you, because I told you about my mother. Well, that's not it. I don't know. I just wanted to say. Okay. Sergio looked at me quietly and asked, so are you satisfied? I think I reacted a little too poorly. If I had known this would happen, I would have done better. Okay. That was just like you. Is that a curse word? How did you know? As I raised the corners of my lips, the guy smiled slightly along with me. The faint murmur returned. Good. So we shared a secret with each other. Well, I told a few more people besides Bai-hyuk. I expected that. There are so many people around you. A look of disgust crossed Sergio's face for a moment. He's really consistent too. How can you act if you hate people so much? There is no other job that requires meeting so many people as an actor. You must be putting up with it because the acting is that good. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I've seen Sergio act. Because the movie Shin Yu-young was the last. That was already several years ago. I think it would be nice to act with him again. What would he think? Ugh. I guess I should get up soon. It was soon time to eat dinner. Since I said everything I wanted to say, I thought we should meet up later and talk about the work. It's a series. The guy who had been lost in thought for a while suddenly raised his head. Maybe it will get better after some time. What? I'm talking about meeting your mother. The guy continued speaking calmly, as if he had already organized his thoughts neatly. I was like that. I was really angry the year before last, and I felt empty last year. But these days, I don't feel anything. Are you tired? Is that so? I don't know. But the frequency with which I think about my mom has definitely decreased. I don't have time to think about it because I'm practicing acting. I see. I nodded vigorously. At my enthusiastic response, the guy continued talking. But on the other hand, I wonder how long this will last. Is it because it doesn't feel like it's been neatly wrapped up? I feel like I'll be thinking about it even when I'm in my 20s or 30s. Sergio smiled faintly, then frowned slightly. It was a subtle frown that could only be noticed up close. That's a bit annoying. It seems like it'll keep bothering me from now on, and I can't completely erase it. Why are you laughing? Oh, I didn't even realize I was laughing until Sergio said it. He raised his hand and touched the corner of his mouth. Then I laughed even harder. What's so funny, Yanji? Are you happy that you're the only one laughing? Oh, sorry. I wasn't laughing. I think you know why I called you. Huh. The guy tilted his head as if he didn't understand. But I couldn't tell you everything that was on my mind. Me too. It was already a well-known fact that Sergio and I had a lot in common. And sure enough, the guy was thinking the same thing as me. That's why I called you. It was a bit absurd to find out the reason for an unconscious action so late, but it was also funny. It's true that the beginning is difficult. It was funny to see myself leaning against someone once and now sticking my head out without much difficulty. I swallowed my laughter with difficulty and looked at the other person. I thought the same thing. I'm sure it's okay now, but I feel like I won't forget this for a very long time. Doesn't that annoy you? Of course I'm annoyed. I feel so wronged. I think I'm going crazy. At my words, Sergio opened his eyes wide and raised his voice. Night? Me too. I want to completely forget about the person called Mother. That's right. But that can't be happening. That's why it's even more annoying. Huh. I seriously think we need human bleach. Sergio looked as if he was going to die. There are so many useless people in the world, and I don't understand why a way to erase them hasn't been developed yet. He even grumbles politely. In many ways, he was a very different guy from No by Hayek. Well, it doesn't matter since I won't show it. Sergio let out a slow sigh. I'll do it without anyone knowing. That I care about the person called Mother. Yeah, that's our job anyway. Huh. I mean, acting. The guy paused for a moment at my words, then smiled faintly. That's right. If you want to fool everyone in the world, you have to be fully prepared. Then he nodded solemnly. He looked like he was already fully prepared. As nice as it was to see him, I had something to say to him. Sergio, but you don't have to act every time. What does that mean? It's okay to be annoyed sometimes. You can whine that you're sick of being reminded of your mom, or you can swear. I looked around slowly, perhaps because it was a place where security and secrecy were maintained. The distance between tables was particularly far. After taking a quick look around, I whispered to the guy, like today? That's okay. Of course I know you'll do well. I'm not worried, but I just feel a lot better after opening up to the people around me. So, if you ever feel that way, call me, he said softly. I wish there was a brain bleach like you said, but there isn't. So there's only one answer. Covering up bad memories with good memories so they don't come out. After you curse like that, you can eat something delicious. You have to cover up bad memories with good ones. After saying that, he smiled brightly. Sergio looked at me for a moment and then slowly smiled back. Yanji, you read that in a book. No. Isn't that true? This kid is teasing me now. No. I looked at the guy narrowing his eyes and became serious. Because I saw that in a movie, not a book. It's not a lie, is it? Anyway, he's quick-witted. The conversation, which I thought would end quickly, went on longer than expected. Sergio asked if we could have dinner together since we had already met, and I said okay since I didn't really have any reason to refuse. Since Song Ai-jun happened to be nearby, the three of them got together for the first time in a long time. Do you want anything for dinner? I like everything. I'm okay too. Neither of them are of much help. After thinking about it for a while, I went to a kimbap shop on the corner of the alley. I ordered omelet rice, Sergio ordered janchi noodles, and Song Ai-jun ordered abalone porridge. The taste is really different. I realized this last time when I was filming Shin Yu-young's entertainment show, but our tastes in food are very different. However, because of the entertainment show rule that you have to eat only the dishes you cook yourself, I remembered the days when I only ate the food that Song Ai-jun prepared for me. Strangely enough, this time the food tasted just like before, even though it was prepared by a chef. Is it because there are three? Well then, that's really interesting. I took a big spoonful of omelet rice and put it in my mouth. Even though the weather was already autumn, it strangely tasted like summer. It felt like I was back in Du Young's yard. Chapter 497. Title: Lee Yun-jae and No by Hyuk Tambourine choreography video uploaded. It doesn't seem like it was uploaded for promotional purposes since the activity has already ended. It looks like Lee Yun-jae took this picture while she was in Korea. It's nice to see you two together. I think it was taken as a fan service. The fanatics were going crazy, lol. Why? What's going on again? What are you asking? It's so obvious. You're probably begging me to debut as an idol. The commentary is done in human language. There are only people crying in the fan cafe right now. The sentences just don't connect. Madness isn't going anywhere. Title: What's going on with Lee Young-jae's dance? The tambourine choreography was so intense that everyone who took on the challenge this time got beat up, but they survived it. You're crazy. I'm completely addicted. I don't know how many times I've watched this video. Can you tell me how to stop watching it? No, Bai Hyuk is originally a good dancer, so it's not surprising, but Lee Young-jae is seriously creepy. I was really out of my mind when I saw it. I heard that you're making a musical movie this time, so I was like, huh? And then I was convinced. Title: Eyewitness account of the Night Rain series. There's a picture of Song Ijun, Sergio, and the three of them eating together. Wow, what kind of combination of Shin Yu-young is this? It would be perfect if Happy was included here. You also met Lee Young-jae and Choi In-jun. How do you know? Choi In-jun so's the NXT story. Lee Young-jae. While I was in Korea, I only met friends lol. I'm a bit of a lovey-dovey person. He needs to get his MBTI checked again. He's always wandering around. Anyone can tell it's not I. The people I meet are fixed. Even for several years. Title: What will the musical movie be about? What movie has such tight security? I can't predict it because there's no information about it being distributed. Our Bambi has been to Billboard, so of course he'll be good at singing. The dance is so unique that you can see it just by watching the video I shot with Bai Hyuk this time. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Aren't songs and musicals different? As soon as I saw the article, I thought that William must have spent a lot of money. I'm going to stick to neutrality for now. What do you have to do to get it fixed? It's already being filmed. Why is it a problem? Why is there such a fuss at Lee Young-jae's cafe? Go somewhere else and fight. Please change this to Lee Young-jae Lee Bambi serialization slightly smiling face. Oh, okay, sorry. Excuse me. Do you not mind the swearing above? The only thing that matters to them is whether or not their middle name is written. Title: But is Lee Young-jae the top one? Or is there a female actress? There is no female lead, and it's just one main character? When it comes to musical films, love songs are the norm. Huh? When did musical movies equals love songs? I'm a music fanatic, and honestly this is the first time I've heard this sound. Oh my gosh, you know what I mean. Usually there's at least one duet song in a movie. Isn't there at least one female actor among the actors? Will you sing a couple song as a pair? I don't think you'll sing it with David. David Duratna, lol. A couple song with Lee Young-jae? A duet performance? Is it too late to try casting now? Are you an aspiring musical actor? No, it's just a coincidence, sigh. NEGA. The staff in charge of lighting for the movie, Ilya, were busy today as well. I'm busy. I'm busy. Filming a movie is usually tough, but this one was especially tough. Because the main characters in movies aren't usually perfectionists. Please go back to Korea. I missed the 10 days or so that Lee Young-jae was in Korea. It wasn't just the staff who felt this, but wailing could be heard here and there. Well, but still, he's really good at acting. At first, I thought I misheard when I heard that the main character was an Asian teenage actor. I heard that the film production company has been working on this project for over 3 years, but is it okay to decide on the main character in this way? Of course, I understood the general reason why he was chosen while watching Lee Young-jae practice, but I still wasn't completely convinced. And that subtle uncertainty was finally complete when he saw Lee Young-jae transformed into Ilya. This is crazy. It wasn't makeup, it was makeup. The boy with black hair, black eyes, and a neat smile was not there. Long turquoise hair that reaches down to her waist, flowing silk clothes, and colored lenses that change color when exposed to light. Ilya was standing there, smiling a smile that made the other person feel defenseless. An actor is an actor. Since he is an actor who looks good with black hair, there was a time when I had doubts about whether Ilya's hair would suit him well. It was the arrogance of the staff who had no idea that Lee Young-jae had been able to pull off various hair colors, including orange, pink, and purple, and it was the same for other fellow actors. Ilya, it's dazzling today too. Hey, act really slow today. I'm crying like this. The fellow actors who first saw Lee Young-jae dressed up as Ilya were so surprised that they felt like their eyes would pop out at any moment. Aside from the fact that it suited them so well, the transformation was so creepy. But Lee Yun-jae gave me a shock that was even greater than that. "My dear, let's dance together." He acted as if his personality changed every time the camera lights came on. I could feel that he paid meticulous attention to even the smallest details, such as eye contact and gestures, as well as the trembling of his voice and the emotions contained in his lines. "When the wind blows, we dance. Facing the sunlight, we sing." What was most surprising was the environment in which he acted. The place where Lee Yun-jae and her fellow actors were standing was in front of a green background and chroma key. Because it was impossible to create a set for each scene of wandering around the forest, we had no choice but to rely on CG. Even though it was just a green empty lot with nothing on it, it looked different when viewed through Lee Yun-jae's eyes. In his eyes, a dense forest unfolded, from which it seemed as if the chirping of birds could be heard at any moment. How much immersion do you have to make that kind of expression? The staff held their breath without realizing it. Everyone here did that. My eyes were stolen by Lee Yun-jae, who plays Ilya. I guess you could say it's a power that naturally attracts people, but I felt that kind of strong power from Lee Yun-jae. What a charming actor, with that level of appearance and that level of skill. It seemed like if I could build a career without drugs, gambling, or sponsorship problems, I could become a big star in 3 years. What is 3 years? To begin with, just appearing in a lead role directed by Sean Connery, while still a teenager, was enough to start a career. The staff clicked their tongues in envy. There's probably nothing difficult about it. This was a mistake that could be made because I had no idea about Lee Yun-jae's true feelings. Lee Yun-jae, who appeared very calm on the outside, was sweating profusely on the inside. There was only one thought in his head. I want to run away. The time has finally come. The moment when Lee Yun-jae plays the role of that god, which she felt most at a loss about. Then I will shoot. Then the staff shouted loudly. A woman approached Lee Yun-jae. She too was playing the role of a fairy, wearing a fluttering outfit made of a similar material to that worn by Lee Yun-jae. "Bambi, you have to be a little more bold than when you rehearse." "Yes, I understand." Lee Yun-jae smiled softly, and the woman smiled back at her polite smile. "Okay, ready, at." The director's words, the studio suddenly became quiet. Lee Yun-jae was concentrating with her eyes closed as usual. But one thing that was different from usual was that he was fidgeting with his fingers. The only one who caught it was his manager, Jin Bae-on. Lee Yun-jae bit her lip as she heard on Jin Bae swallowing his laughter from afar. This is driving me crazy, seriously." He wanted to cry now. The movie Ilya is about a day in the life of a human who comes to steal the fairy forest and meets the fairy Ilya. David plays the human, and I play Ilya. That is, of course, there were no romantic elements in the movie. But that doesn't mean there weren't any scenes where the opposite sex collided physically. It's awkward. I did my best not to show the sweat dripping down my palms. It seemed like he had been controlling his facial expression since a while ago, but the awkwardness remained. I'd rather the shot go in quickly. Once I started acting, I didn't care at all whether the person I was holding hands with and dancing with was a man or a woman. For Ilya, dancing with different fairies every day is just another routine. But unfortunately, I couldn't immerse myself 100% in Ilya during the practice phase before the camera lights turned on. The most humiliating scene was when he grabbed the actress by the waist and lifted her high up. As I practiced that cut, I became stiff and my fellow actors quickly noticed my mistakes. "What? Are you nervous right now?" "Puaha. Oh, so cute. What should I do with him, seriously?" His fellow actors laughed hysterically, and so did David. Even the actors I was acting with were giggling, making my ears bulge like lava ready to explode at any moment. What is this that makes me shiver like this? I couldn't understand it even more because I had filmed a light skinship scene with Han Se-young in Korea. Of course, it was just a kiss on the cheek, but it still means that acting out a romantic relationship with the opposite sex wasn't completely unfamiliar. First of all, this isn't romance. But strangely enough, when I put my hand on the other actor's waist, my immersion was completely broken. Thanks to repeated practice, I've become more accustomed to it than the first time, but today was my first time doing actual filming. It would be nice to have someone around to practice with. Jin Bae, who hugged and held hands with her every day, was obviously a large man, and Han Haram was also a boy who heard people say, "He's probably a model wannabe," dozens of times a day. Other than that, Jong Hai and I, Lee Eun Taek, No Bai Hyok, Song I-jun, Sergio, everyone, There were only men around me. I was wondering what difference it would make. The waist of the actress I caught for the first time was completely different from what I had expected. The firmness and thick feeling that I was so used to was nowhere to be found, and I don't know. I just wanted to cry. I'm so glad the fog can't read my mind. I took a deep breath, hiding my pounding heart. Calm down. Just hold on to her waist and lift her up. Anyway, once you get into Ilya, it won't matter. Even while making such self-suggestions, on the other hand, I felt resentful of Ilya. What a dissolute fellow. The phrase, men and women should not sit together until the age of 7, probably came about for no reason. I wanted to condemn his everyday dancing, which was completely out of place in a Confucian state. Korean people, come here and save me. Okay, ready. I closed my eyes at the director's words. I don't know. What happens next isn't up to me. Ilya does it. You all know it, right? You should know it. That moment when I was muttering endlessly to myself. Action. I opened my eyes to a loud scream, and my body moved automatically to the sound of singing. Chapter 498. Cut. Everyone stopped moving at the director's shout. I took a deep breath and blinked my eyes slowly. And the difficulty is no joke. If dancing is difficult, shouldn't the movement be easy at least? The scene that was just shot was the most spectacular group dance scene in the movie. Since it was a one-take scene that lasted over 5 minutes, if we missed even one beat, we had to start over from the beginning. It's really tough. Still, it was worth practicing hard. Well, our movie is going to be a huge hit. Whistles and shouts of bravo were heard from all directions. Director, do we need to do take 2? I just got it right. If this continues, we'll end up going on tour? This is crazy. Although it was a bit of an exaggeration, it wasn't entirely wrong. Because even I thought the filming just now was perfect. There wasn't a single mistake, not even the slightest misalignment. More than 20 people were dancing in this small space, moving smoothly without bumping into anyone. The pleasure of breathing in the same breath while dancing different choreography. After, my whole body felt tingly. The first thing I did as soon as I regained my focus on Ilya was to put my hand down. Where? Why did you leave it out? You were going to do so well. Haha, that's right. From the waist of the actress he had been holding on to just a moment ago. Ugh, be embarrassed. I was still awkward, but luckily Ilya did his job. Practice makes perfect. As expected, practice never betrays. As soon as the song started, my body started moving on its own. The same goes for the action of grabbing a woman's waist and lifting her into the air. In fact, if you think about it, Ilya's daily life was full of awkward things for me. Grabbing a woman by the waist was a minor thing. That's the most embarrassing thing. Why on earth? Why on earth? Why are you suddenly singing a song while we're talking? No, there is no context. There are definitely things like situations and atmosphere. Ilya's behavior of singing songs without any reason was extremely embarrassing. Every time David, who played the role of a human, made a confused expression, I felt a sense of kinship boil over inside. Weren't we just having a serious conversation? But the embarrassment is only mine and David's. Ilya didn't consider this at all, and was only focused on his own work. Anyway, this kid was also a stubborn one. Of course, I know that it would be difficult to watch a musical film if I went into detail like this, but I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Still, that's fortunate. It was good news that Ilya had no trouble moving around. Once I started acting, I didn't feel any emotion when I grabbed the woman's waist and lifted her up. The actress smiled brightly, as if the other person felt it too. You don't know how worried I was that you would hesitate again. I worried for nothing. I just laughed quietly at the humorous words. I didn't really have anything to say, and it was inappropriate to say out loud what was on my mind at the time. How is your waist? Is it that thin? Can all the internal organs of the body fit inside it? Really? Is that physically possible? That's amazing. Wait for a sec. Is thinking like this sexual harassment? Let's just think differently. He shook his head quickly, but the sensation left in my hand was still vivid. Ugh. I felt strange for no reason, so I clenched and unclenched my fist. I could feel the heat rising in my ears in real time, but damn it, it wasn't just my imagination. Haha, you're not okay. The actress who saw my ear burst out laughing. Her name is Alice. He was a senior actor who was around my age and had debuted in a sitcom when I was young. Stop laughing. Pooah. Alice continued to laugh for a long time despite my insults. He was laughing so annoyingly that I was about to say something, asking if he was laughing too much. Oh, so cute. Alice smiled, her eyes wide. Can I help you? Yes. I can help you get used to it. For a moment, I tilted my head to wonder what he was talking about. Then Alice snickered and brought her face closer. I mean, grabbing my waist. Yes. I don't have a boyfriend right now. Oh, and the person who was rumored to be dating me last time was just someone I met casually, so you don't have to worry about it. Yes? No, yes. Would you like to come to my room tonight? Or, I can go to your room. Oh my God. This is crazy. My whole body froze at the other person's meaningful smile. I wanted to respond as calmly as possible, but all I could say was, yeah? Let's calm down. Calm down. It's okay. This is something that can happen in life. That's right. Isn't this more realistic than getting tangled with monsters? Okay, let's calm down for now. First, calm down and be as calm as possible. How on earth do you calm down in this situation? I wanted to tear my hair out. Brother Jinbei, help me. I racked my brain, but I couldn't come up with a good answer. There must have been something like this before. Of course, I've had classmates confess to me and someone asked for my number. He even said that he kissed Han Se-young on the cheek, even though it was an act. So, it was the first time I received such a blatant, in a word, sexual dash. What should I say? Hey, we're still too young, right? We're both minors, and we need to be responsible in that kind of relationship. I know your culture is open, but even so, this kind of suggestion. Oh, but not until the end. The sentences that filled my head were scattered by words that suddenly came in. I made a promise to my mom. I won't finish it until I become an adult. Alice pointed to the ring on her finger. She shrugged and continued. But until then, I can't. No, it's okay. I'll take care of this. The voice came out much more firmly than I had intended. Alice looked slightly embarrassed. Well, if that's what you're saying. Thank you so much for your concern. An awkward atmosphere flowed between us after I finished speaking, but Alice quickly returned to her calm expression and changed the subject. I have a male friend who I became close with last year or the year before. He's an actor, too. Oh, yes. When I was on the red carpet with her, damn it, she didn't put her hand on my waist. Alice wrinkled her nose again, as if she still felt dizzy thinking about it. I told you that I really thought about all sorts of things. Do I smell? Do I really not want to be touched that much? No matter what, I still have to be polite, right? Maybe that person. Yeah, that's right. He's Asian too. Alice laughed bitterly. The misunderstanding was resolved only after we talked later. I was really embarrassed, but he said he did it out of consideration for me. Yes, I'm sure you did. I nodded vigorously on behalf of that person whose face and name I didn't even know. And I didn't know the cultural differences would be this severe. In our country, it was basic manners for male actors to not touch female actors' bodies. There is even a new word called manner hand, so I say it all. The perspective is completely different. In the US, it is considered polite to put your hand on your waist when walking the red carpet with a woman. It was a story that had never been heard or seen in Confucian cultural circles. It's shocking. My head was spinning. On the one hand, I thought it was fortunate that I had realized it before making a mistake. I had no idea. Thanks for letting me know. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Forget about the room I mentioned earlier. Ugh, I'm embarrassed, so forget about it quickly. Alice smiled playfully and patted his shoulder. It looked very natural for me to fall back, as if I had never done any plotting. It was a moment when I was swallowing a laugh inside. But if you really need help, just tell me. Alice nodded. It's nothing more than a little touching of the waist, but I can help you with that without any selfish intentions. Thank you, but it means a lot to me. But we can't stay apart forever. Yes. When I looked puzzled, Alice shrugged. It's awkward to even hold on to someone's waist right now. So how are we going to film the intimate skinship scene later on? Can't I think about that when I become an adult? That's true, but it's uncomfortable to act. It's cute, but have you ever kissed? Oh, sorry, we're not 12 years old. That was such a stupid question. Alice quickly apologized, saying she hadn't meant to treat him like a child. The statement that I was sorry for making you feel bad assumed that I had kissed you, so I couldn't say anything in response. Yanji, come here. At that moment, Director Sean called me, and until the day's filming was over, I returned to my accommodations still unable to deny it. Jinbei said as he parked his car in front of the hotel. Actor, we have arrived. Oh yes. His actor, who had been half asleep since the afternoon, was still in a daze when he arrived at his accommodation. He threw the script he had never let go of on the floor and pretended not to eat dinner. Jinbei had to swallow his laughter as he watched that scene. Oh my. A sentence was clearly written on the face of the actor who was blankly looking at the food. I have a problem right now. There was no need to think deeply about what the problem was. And Jinbei nodded while taking a sip of water. It's worth worrying about. I was a person who felt a strong sense of alienation even from common words like fan or friend. I was just getting used to the concept of family. A person like that doesn't mind skinship with the opposite sex? That makes no sense. He's someone who originally had a hard time with women. There were only a few men milling around next to his actor, and not many women. At best, we can get 3 people. Park Hoon, who is preparing for medical school, Han Se-young, who is working as an actress, and Mia Brown, who I meet once every few months. Considering this, the actor's concerns were valid. Brother Jinbei. As expected, the actor came to find in Jinbei a long time after dinner was over. Can I ask you one thing? Are you saying this again? It's a bit of a personal question. The actor smiled awkwardly, and Jinbei smiled faintly and pointed to the seat next to him. Please sit down and feel free to talk. Yes. The actor hesitated for a while with an expression that did not look at all comfortable, and Jinbei enjoyed the silence leisurely. You're going to ask me about relationships. As an actor, it was also an area that I had to know, as I might be acting in the romance genre in the future. Jinbei pledged to give the best answer as a manager. And the next question is, brother, have you ever kissed? How does it feel? When and where did you do it? Do you really hear the bells? And Jinbei greeted her with a face filled with pure curiosity. Brother. He got up from his seat with a kind smile. Brother, where are you going? And then it popped right back up. Chapter 499. When do kids usually have their first kiss? I wasn't even interested, let alone curious about it. Isn't that obvious? Anyway, I don't belong among the normal kids. Not only did I have a high-profile job as an actor, but I was also in an environment that was not suitable for dating. It's impossible until you remove the black stone. What kind of love is this when your survival is at stake? It's so extravagant. There was only one thing I was obsessed with right now. What if I have trouble filming a romance movie later? Alice is right. If it's this hard to grab the waist of a person of the opposite sex, how are you going to do even more intimate skinship? Ugh. What should I do? Should I actually try it? I already knew that many kids my age were exposed to sexual experiences early on. Who wrote the script for Guide to Minors in the first place? At that time, it took more than a month just to research the data. Research has shown that more children have sexual experiences during their teenage years than we might think. If the standard were lowered from sexual intercourse to something like a kiss, the age range would go down even further. In that context, I wasn't at an age where it was particularly strange for me to kiss someone of the opposite sex. But that's just research data. That doesn't mean I have to have my first kiss in high school. After all, I decide my own life. But contrary to my rational thought process, I kept feeling anxious. That's true, but it's uncomfortable to act. Alice's words continued to ring in my ears. That's right. It's not too late to think about it after you become an adult. But anyway, there are limitations to acting. When filming a romance, a certain amount of skinship is an essential element of acting. It's hard to even touch someone's waist right now. So how do you do something more intimate? I don't know if it's an adult film, but at my age, I could probably film a kissing scene where we just touch lips. But can I do that now? The deliberations were brief, and the conclusion was clear. No, I can't. It's awkward just thinking about it. But what can I do? How do I do this? No, don't worry too much. It's not like you have to do method acting all the time. In the web drama, Hello, My Summer, I was really immersed in the character of Ho Yoon, who likes Hannah. It was at that time that I gave Han Se-young a light kiss on the cheek. I have never had any experience of liking anyone sexually, then or now. Still, considering that I acted fairly well, there was no need to worry so seriously about it. But can I really act like that? Suddenly, I remembered the movie Late Night that my older brother John Hyan had filmed. That was on a whole different level from a cheek kiss. I vaguely thought that someday when I became an adult, I would be able to make a movie like that. The problem that was right in front of me was bleak. Stop. He shook his head quickly. Anyway, I'm not at an age where I can take pictures like that. Why are you so impatient? If you actually do something like that later, you'll get used to it. Yeah, you'll get used to it. How do you get used to it? There was only one answer I knew now. Practice. That's right, practice will do the trick. I blinked my eyes slowly. Who should I practice that with? I was in a huge mess. Ugh. From my experience so far, I know that keeping your worries to yourself doesn't help much. I wanted to confide in someone about my struggles, and I spent some time wondering who would be appropriate. I guess it would be better to ask someone my age. Song I-jun was of course left out. Then to know by Hyuk and Lee Eun-taek. TSK. I clicked my tongue without realizing it. I'd rather ask a telephone poll than ask them. The two were walking the typical male idol route. Recently, Nate appeared on a public broadcasting entertainment show, and a girl group of similar age appeared with Nate. People's reactions at the time were roughly like this. Oh, did someone put a cast on Baekhyek's neck? Ah, this is so funny. I can't even look to the left when I die. The kids as a group are fixated on the MC. It seems like they can only look to the right. Lee Eun-taek is real. He only looked at the MC for over 50 minutes. I assent that like having a crush on MC. Lee Eun-taek must be like that too. It was a joke. I support their idol talents. They were not people I could confide in about my concerns about physical intimacy with the opposite sex. So after much thought, I asked Jinbei, "Brother, have you ever kissed?" And then my brother ran away. No, are you kidding me? Brother. Brother, where are you going? I slowly followed behind Jinbei, who was running away. Why are you acting like that when we're in the same room anyway? It was both absurd and funny. I told you to ask me whenever you feel comfortable. Now you're trying to avoid it. When I snickered, Jinbei Hyung grumbled. I didn't know I would be asked this question. Stop jogging and sit down. You can skip the difficult questions. I sat on the sofa and slammed the seat next to me. Jinbei Hyung sat down next to me, watching me closely. Why did you suddenly ask that question? I was curious. So why is that? I stared at Jinbei, who had an embarrassed expression on his face. Jinbei was a strong manager and family member to me. Although it was cute how he would blink whenever he got flustered like that, he had a strong image of being an adult. There must be some people who see Jinbei Hyung sexually. Something was strange. There's another side to my brother that I don't know about. It felt unfamiliar, but at the same time, I was curious. What does it feel like to like someone sexually? It's embarrassing to say, but I truly love my family. And I still think Fa was my first love. But that's my standard. First love, as it is commonly called, was a type of emotion I had not yet experienced. It's strange. There are so many people around me who would sacrifice their lives to protect me. There is another kind of ending to this kind of affectionate feeling. Hey, do you remember the conversation we had in Hawaii? Of course. How could I forget that? My brother said that back then. There's someone you meet sometimes. What exactly are your feelings for that person? Jinbei let out a faint sigh with an expression on his face that said he wanted to run away right away. As I said then, we are not in a serious relationship. Yes, I know that. And it's not fixed on one person either. I didn't know that. Unlike me, who nodded without thinking, Jinbei had an expression on his face like he was going to confess in front of a priest. I am very satisfied with my life right now. As someone who really enjoys acting, I am happy that I can watch the actors acting up close. Yes, thank you. It's nice to see the actor playing with his friends, and it's nice to have a meal with actor Jung Hyun, but Jinbei continued speaking hesitantly. Apart from that kind of satisfaction, there are times when I have a desire. I release it occasionally before it builds up, but it's not an act that has much meaning. I know what you want to say, Hyung, but you must have some feelings at that moment. Even if the goal was simply to feel physical pleasure, it was difficult for me to imagine sharing that feeling with someone else. In a situation where I can't experience it right away, I wanted to hear as many experiences as possible. But Jinbei looked embarrassed and answered like this. Well, I just think it's good. That's all. As you know, actors, not all emotions can be expressed in words. There are some emotions that are difficult to express in detail. My brother just kept repeating that it was good. I already know that. It was something I read in a book one day. The brains of people in love show a pattern of activity very similar to that of drug addicts. That means dopamine is secreted actively. I nodded quietly. I know that when you fall in love, The activity in the caudate nucleus, which has a lot of dopamine receptors, increases. Are the feelings you feel similar to this? Huh. Jinbei made an embarrassed face. Well, actor, I've never experienced the passionate love shown in movies or dramas, but love isn't a feeling that can be explained by dopamine or receptors. Sure, it's probably just a momentary emotion, an emotion that doesn't lead to any rational judgment. Although Jinbei looked very awkward talking to me like this, he did his best until the end of the conversation. It didn't really help much though. So the next day, I called Nam In-hoo. Luckily, he was still in a good relationship with his reunited girlfriend, and I was able to get detailed answers to the feelings I was curious about. There are still many difficult things, but I understand this for now. It's an emotion that I can't feel right away just because I want to experience it. The more I listened to Nam In-hoo, the more I realized that the emotions I felt when I was in love were fundamentally different from the love I had experienced so far. Can I act out emotions I have no idea about? At that moment of anxiety, strangely enough, laughter burst out. Wow, what should I do? It's been almost 6 years since I started acting, but there are still things I don't know. It was exciting to realize that I still had a lot to learn, and that it would continue to be so for the foreseeable future. Can it be this fun? Even though I've been doing this for 6 years, I don't think I'll get tired of it even if I do it for 60 years. I chuckled while thinking about that. Well, I guess I'll have to try to see if I can act out emotions I don't know about. Don't be so anxious. To be honest, I wanted to prepare a countermeasure. From the beginning, I also wanted to create an environment where problems would not arise. Yanji tends to be a perfectionist. Me? Yes, but keep in mind, you can't control everything. You can't have everything perfect. I took a deep, calm breath, recalling what the doctor had said a long time ago. If you encounter difficulties while acting, it is not too late to find a solution. Jong Hyun-hyung is right next to me. What are you worried about? When I put aside my worries about romantic feelings, the problem of skinship with the opposite sex was also naturally resolved. As I continued to film with Alice, I was able to grab her waist without hesitation, without even realizing it. Of course, it was only to the level of barely holding the waist. Hey, I don't know. Let's think about it later. How can I prepare for each and every event in the future? It was strange to even practice this in the first place. Touching and making contact with someone's body was a very important matter. Asking someone to "Can I touch your body for a second?" just because you don't want to make a mistake in your future acting is trash. I blocked the fog that had overheard my worries from shouting. Then practice on me, with my hand. Be quiet, because I don't want things to get awkward with Han Haram. One day, when filming for the movie Ilya was going smoothly into the second half, I went out to meet someone. Bambi. Long time no see. Hello. Lily Sweetie greeted me with a very bright smile. Today is the day to pay off your debt. That is, it was the first day of preparing for the collaboration with Lily. Chapter 500. Lily, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, smiled brightly. There was something I wanted to ask you when I met you. What is it? He swallowed hard, while smiling calmly on the outside. Please don't ask that question. Lily asked with a smile, not knowing whether she knew how nervous I was. Your acceptance speech at an awards ceremony, was it really not scripted but something you improvised on the spot? Yes? How do you feel about receiving the award? What? When did that happen, that is? When I suddenly asked why he was asking that, a choked voice came back. Suddenly. I've been so curious about this for so long. Then why didn't you just ask over the phone? I never talk about race-related issues over the phone. There are so many weird kids out there. I just edit the recordings and post them. Lily shook her head with a look of disgust on her face. It's not just me who's so sensitive about recording. Well, a top star like Lily would be even more sensitive. Plus, this was gossip crazy Hollywood. I'm glad that wasn't the question. The acceptance speech was a bit unexpected, but it wasn't bad. Last time, when you asked me why I asked to borrow the plane, I was wondering what I should say. Lily knows it's not a script. She just said whatever came to her mind. Wow. Lily clapped her hands. I can't believe you said that famous line on the spot. I knew it, but your speaking skills are really amazing. Thank you. In that sense, how about you write the lyrics for this collaboration song? That was the main point, right? Oh me. Lily burst into hearty laughter as she raised one eyebrow. Why? You and I are singing a song and the topic is racism? It'll hit #1 on Billboard right away. I guarantee it. I guess so. Lily Sweetie was a prominent icon of anti-racism in Hollywood. As Lily said, if we release a song on that topic, it will be a huge hit. But I want to release a song on a different topic. Huh. All the songs Lily has released about racism so far have been beautiful. I think it's really cool that she's supporting it from the front. But the song is the opposite. I won't make it sound tacky. I'm not saying it out loud. I'm using it metaphorically. I know you'll do a good job, but I still don't like it. Why on earth? Lily tilted her head in puzzlement at my firm response. I explained it to her carefully. Here's my current image in Hollywood. Asian friends with famous white celebrities like David Mills and Mia Brown. An Asian man who was kidnapped and then threatened with death by a character imitating a black person was released in a video. Asians who openly criticized racism at award ceremonies, etc. It's all about race. Still, he is an actor in his own right. It was a bit disappointing that my name became known through gossip rather than my acting skills. Of course, there was also an atmosphere of high regard for my acting skills in the medical drama, The Atlas Dilemma, with David, and the zombie drama Dead Express with Glenn Simon. So, I guess they gave me an award at the A Awards ceremony. But the two dramas starred the famous David and Glenn. There were many people who saw it as just a coincidence that it was a drama that was bound to be a huge hit. That is, there are more people who view Lee Yun-jae as an Asian rather than an actor. It will continue to be like that until Ilya is released. In that situation, Lily and I sing a song about racism, even if it goes up on Billboard. The loss is greater than the gain. There was a high possibility that the current image would become firmly established. Scenarios involving racism may just keep coming up. I want to play more diverse characters. To do that, I needed to constantly review and manage the image I had imprinted on the public. The box office performance is the same. Not every work needs to be a blockbuster hit, but as a commercial film, it has to have a certain level of commerciality. If I can maintain a steady, decent grade, I will continue to get offered roles, and only then will I be able to continue acting, one way or another. At this point, it would be best to refrain from racially related activities. Okay, I understand. Luckily, Lily was convinced right away after hearing my explanation. Then let's go with a love song. There's nothing like love as a theme for a male-female duet song. I'm also famous for love songs. I smiled faintly at the voice that was filled with pride. I know that very well. Wasn't it because of her music video Lily that you first met Lily Sweetie? Lily has become a representative song that comes to mind first when thinking of first love. Is this song made by Lily herself again? Yeah, I already have a few songs finished. Let's see. If we're going with a love theme, this melody would be fine. Lily touched her laptop and played a few songs. How about this? Is the previous song better? Well, the only songs I listened to were Nate albums. There were a few songs about love, but most of them had a funky or upbeat vibe. So that's why? It's so sweet. Just listening to the melody made me feel like I had a cavity. I have to sing a song with this melody. Can I do it? Suddenly, I felt insecure and said that I would unconditionally follow Lily's opinion. When you're feeling lost, it's better to leave it to the experts. Okay, then I'll write the lyrics. But you still have to give me the source code. The sauce. Yeah? It's not just me singing this song. You're going to sing it too, so you have to include your perspective. So, the question then arose as to whether I should share my experiences. While I was hesitating, Lily urged me on. The more you tell me, the better. Tell me anything. Oh, it's okay. You don't have to be embarrassed. I looked at the smiling face, telling her to speak comfortably. That's it. Because I don't have any experience to speak of. Oh, you don't have a lover? That could be possible. Then tell me about a light date or something small. There's no such thing. What? The reaction I got back was more intense than I expected. The chair Lily was sitting on moved with a creaking sound. It's okay. That can happen. It seemed like he was trying to keep his face as calm as possible. No, is that really that surprising? It's really interesting. Lily muttered with a trembling face. When I was your age, I always had 3 or 4 boyfriends. I think that's even more surprising, Lily. Hey, if you don't do it when you're a teenager, when will you be able to do it again? I don't think you should do that even when you're 1 year old, let alone a teenager. I had a burning desire to refute her, but was cut off by Lily's words. Then don't you have an ideal type? What is your ideal type? Okay, if you're going to be specific, then tell me. Like, Your eyes are soft, or your neckline is pretty. Do I have to tell you those details? Is it really necessary to go that far? You really don't know anything. Lily clicked her tongue, looking at him as if she was looking at a newborn baby. The original lyrics are fun to write in a way that makes it easy to guess. Rather than "you said one autumn night, I remember what you said on the balcony last August," works better. Do you understand? As expected, the person at the top is different. Lily's words were persuasive, and I decided to follow the expert's advice this time too. But that also had its limits. I really can't think of anything. Just wanting to follow the advice of an expert wouldn't have created an ideal type that didn't exist before. My ideal type is, Lily stared at me silently, and my legs trembled. After racking my brain with anxiety, this was the answer I came up with. A person who is polite to adults. Other than that, I wish it was kind to children too. Not that either. Lily covered her complicated face with her hands. I felt sorry for a moment at the sight of her frustrated face, so I blurted out something. That cute? I like that feeling. A gentle person. Okay, I like cute over sexy. Got it. Lily nodded her head repeatedly. Okay, don't open your mouth anymore. Don't say anything. Yes. I immediately shut my mouth, and Lily stared at her laptop screen and typed on her keyboard. After a long time, only the sound of typing could be heard. There it is. Lily quietly cried. I decided to hold a solo concert in LA. Really? Congratulations. Thank you. If it's okay, could you come? It was a strangely cautious tone of speech. That seemed a bit odd. What's the big deal about going to a concert? It was fun back then. I remembered a long time ago when Han Haram and Mia Brown went to Lily's concert. That time too, I went because Lily invited me, and this time too, I smiled brightly because I was grateful that she told me. Why are you saying such an obvious thing? I'll definitely go. Really? Wow. Thank you so much. Lily continued with a heavy face. The song I'm working on now will be released next year at the earliest. This time, just sing whatever song you want. Yes. For a moment I thought I had misheard. But Lily betrayed my trust with her bright face. You're the best after all. Then I'll ask you to put me on the lineup list. No, wait a minute. What am I singing there? Why? You have a hit song. Just sing Buy-In. It even made it on a billboard, so how dare you not know? The other person wrinkled his nose and smiled playfully. Lily, I don't think this is right. I muttered with a thoughtful face. Okay. Buy-In once spent several weeks at the bottom of the Billboard charts. At the time, it was often used in proposals, so it was given the extravagant nickname of proposal song. But how many foreigners know that it was I who sang that song? It's a song I only sing at my fan meetings. But you want me to sing it at a concert? Even at Lily Sweetie's concert? Oh, seriously, don't joke around. Lily Sweetie's concert was a huge event that shook up a city. The accommodations around the concert venue were already sold out, so much so that some people were even pitching tents in front of them to sleep. So now, are you asking me to sing in a place like that? This is crazy. The more I thought about it, the more dizzy I felt. How can I do that? I can't do it. Why do you say that? You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. I can't do it. After yelling, I sent a message to Jean Bae-hyung with my eyes. Brother, hurry up. Please, give me the anesthesia gun. There are too many crazy people around. Chapter 501. I told you I really can't do it. I shouted with a sullen heart, but the other person was relaxed. Oh, why? If we collaborate on a song anyway, we'll have to stand on stage together. It'd be nice to experience it before that. What kind of experience? No, and why do you say that? At first, I clearly asked if you could come to the concert. Since when did going to a concert and singing at a concert become synonymous? Could this be a surprise camera? I was speechless at the absurdity. Bambied. Lily frowned, perhaps surprised by my more severe reaction than expected. Can you do me a favor? Do you know how many people propose at my concerts? If you sing, it'll definitely be a hit. The concert could be ruined. Because of me. What the hell? Do I look like someone who just invites people to my concerts because of my friendship? I just thought of this idea after watching your fan meeting video. People kept saying, you're singing so well, watching the fan meeting video, so why are you worried? You're even making a musical film right now? Is there anything you can't do? You can, take that damn you can do it out one more time. Huh? Lily sat down with a defeated look on her face. You're so weird. Other kids are desperate to get involved with me, But why am I the one who's hanging on? You don't have to hang up. That can't be. You're a really devilish man. Please let me go. I'm tired of screaming now. After washing my face a few times, I spoke as calmly as possible. First of all, thank you. There are many singers who say that their dream is to perform on stage with Lily. I am really grateful that you thought of me for such a chance. Really? Then let's do it. Please listen until the end. I grabbed Lily's shoulder and tried to persuade her. But then something unexpected came back. Bambi, think about it. Think of our collaboration song as a promotion in advance. Since you're taking the time to work on it, shouldn't you get your fill of it? And depending on the response to this stage, the direction of the collaboration song may change. If the response is something like, it's a bit weird for two people to sing a love song, then we'll have to change the subject right away. Oh no, I tried to persuade you. Rather, it was I who was persuaded. Taking advantage of my hesitation, Lily continued speaking with great confidence. Just 2 songs. Let's just do 2 songs. First, you sing Buy In alone, and then I rearrange Lily and sing it as a duet. Okay. No, that's not okay. But I couldn't bring myself to refuse Lily's bright eyes. I came here to repay a debt in the first place. Lily was the one who lent me a charter plane without a moment's hesitation after just 1 phone call from me. Thanks to that, I was able to meet my biological mother relatively easily. Ugh. What worries me the most is that it is not at all a loss for me. It was an incredible honor in itself to be able to perform at Lily's concert, as strange as it was for her to be asking for it now. Since my next Hollywood film is a musical, I could see it as an opportunity to raise people's expectations. Of course, assuming I'm good at it. Will I be able to do well? If the subject was acting, I would have just confirmed it without asking or questioning. Because you just have to practice until blood comes out of your mouth. But the song is different. I wonder if it would be better if it was Ilya's song that he had been practicing for the past few months. Singing the song Buy In, which I had sung only thinking of buy-in, in front of hundreds of thousands of people was a completely different story. After hesitating for a while, I finally opened my mouth. Lily, can I do it well? I'm worried I'll mess it up. Lily chuckled at my words. I'll help you. I'm an expert. I'll create a stage that will make you proud. Trust me. There was absolutely no sign of worry on the other person's face. Ilya overlapped with that appearance. Okay, let's trust those two. In the end, I decided to trust Lily and Ilya and bet on them. Okay, I'll try. Oh yeah. Lily raised both hands toward the ceiling. He grabbed Lily, who was cheering loudly, and whispered seriously. I want you to roll with all your might until blood comes out of your mouth. Yanji is handsome at Yanji_face_crazy. Breaking news. This Bambi serial appears in the lineup of singers invited to Lily's concert. I hope those who are not related to this do not get hurt by reading this tweet. Title: Wow, Lee Yun-jae and Lily Sweetie on stage together. This is really a great monthly hit. I heard that it's only on the LA concert, but I want to see it too. Suddenly? A roughly wide-eyed meme. I'm so embarrassed because it's just a passing coincidence, but I'll just pick it up and eat it anyways. Wow, I'm so jealous. I wish my hometown had news like this too. Congratulations. I'm looking forward to the stage. Title: The more I think about it, isn't it really amazing? It's almost painful to even mention Bambi's acting skills. From sneaker commercials to various challenge videos, he's a perfect dancer. Oh, I see. That's right. I can't forget the song either. Didn't that say enough about being cast in a musical film? We hope that our Bambi Yanji Durayong will continue to live a long life and have a safe day, slightly smiling face. What kind of concept is this? Are you going crazy day by day? It's a hybrid. Korean, English, and Chinese characters are all mixed together. The unexpected historical drama speech, middle name, and even 4-character idioms were added to make it even more substantial. You guys really don't have time to be bored in life. Title: What on earth does Lee Yun-jae do? I said I was going to make a movie with Yoon Kang-yeon, and you're making a musical film with Sean Connery? But now you're going to stand on stage at Lily's concert? What the heck? Is this his third life? I don't worry about how many rounds you have in life, but how many bodies you have. Okay, the movie you're filming with director Yoon has already been filmed, and editing is almost finished. Didn't it say that this is a contest for entries? Oh, it was on the news last week. Our Bambi is attending the Cannes Film Festival for the 2nd time. What kind of actor is promoting like a new idol? The teasers keep coming out. I'm so jealous of the fans. You're really dog eat dog. I wish Lee Yunjae would take the test for me. I wish Lee Yunjae would come to work instead of me. You guys are all being too much to a kid who already has a lot to do, but I wish you would do my homework too. Lee Yunjae, do your best for me today too. Title. But even celebrities can't do it. Looking at Lee Yunjae's career, she seems to be 28 years old, but she's still 18. Shouldn't someone stop him from overworking himself? Just looking at the schedule, it looks like a speeding death scene. Are you kidding me about speeding to death with X-Wheels? You're crossing the line. Why are you swearing out of nowhere? I think you crossed the line. I think the writer wrote the opposite of slow aging without thinking. You seem to be too sensitive. What are you so sensitive about, you crazy idiot? Would you feel good if someone told you that you were going to die speeding? The people who commented above seem to be baby buy-ins, so calm down, slightly smiling face. That's right. Don't respond to things like this one by one, and just enjoy your fandom. But I'm so angry. What should I do? That little ex-kid dares to touch our Bambi. When you're feeling angry, look at Bambi's picture, slightly smiling face anyway. William will take care of malicious comments that cross the line. First of all, our Bambi is a superstar, right? Superstars are the ones who make people crazy. Please accept this emotion. It is something we have to endure as we are not lovers, slightly smiling face. That's right. Thank you for letting me know, teacher's slightly smiling face. What is this? It's scary. Why? It's a miracle that changed a swear word into a smile. That's scary. No one can defeat madness. There was something I had to do before I got to Lily's concert. You have to spit out the side effects in advance. There are countless accidents that can happen at a concert. Getting hit by objects thrown by audience members, getting hit by lights falling from the ceiling, getting knocked over by stage props, etc. In order to prevent accidents, you had to create misfortune for yourself and put yourself to sleep. The problem is, it's not an easy task at all. There were several factors to consider in handling this task. First of all, I won't be caught by fans or the media. Second, there will be no scars on my body. Third, I will get hurt in a way that is not like me. Since it was a matter of creating misfortune that was not meant to be, a different method was needed. The trickiest thing here is that if I do it alone, it doesn't count. I tried strangling myself and hitting myself against a wall. I tried several different methods, but the necklace didn't shake at all. Do you think hurting yourself is something that is unique to you? Huh, that's so damn tricky. The bottom line is that help from a third party is ultimately needed. Of the people who knew that I had a black stone embedded in me, the only person I could rely on while in America was Jinbei. Even though Jinbei looked like he wanted to cry, he still listened to my request. And finally now, ugh, I scratched my throat and spat the liquid that had risen onto the floor. The amount was so much that I was shivering the whole time I was vomiting blood. Jinbei Hyung is definitely strong. The amount of blood he vomited was incomparable to when Song Ai-jun was alive. Ugh, this is no joke. It was a good thing I waited in the bathroom. As soon as I felt the necklace vibrating, I went into the bathroom. I waited for a long time, clutching my bitter flesh, and it took almost 3 hours for the blood to start coming out. Gasbug. It's finally over. The headache that made me feel like I was going to die while vomiting blood completely disappeared. When I slowly opened my eyelids, I saw that the whole place was covered in blood. Hey, when are you going to clean this up? Just as I was swallowing a sigh, a cautious knock was heard. Actor, are you okay? Yes, it's all done. When I said I was going to wash up and go out, I got an understood reply. I took off my clothes, threw them in the trash can, and turned on the shower. Ho-ho. A strong shower stream washed away the sticky clumps of blood. Just in case, I cleaned the ceiling thoroughly and took a nice shower before going outside. Actor, I told you I'll do the cleaning. Don't worry. I'm in great shape right now. Thanks to you, Hyung, I feel relieved. I'm really sorry for making you do this. I'll do better in the future. I looked at Jinbei Hyung with a gloomy expression and smiled brighter on purpose. My brother handed me the rice cake without saying anything. How did you get the rice cake in America? I was curious, but I also picked up my fork without saying anything. After I finished off 4 rice cakes by myself, I received a call from Han Haram. I felt even better when I heard that I wouldn't have to worry for the time being. You can still grab it, but it won't come off. Yeah, I told you. You can't get rid of the black stone this way. But compared to the first time, it has gotten incredibly smaller. Okay, Yanji is stupid. I couldn't help but laugh at the displeased voice I heard over the phone. Wow, I think I'll survive. The feeling of vomiting blood was still unpleasant, but I was definitely in better condition after it was all over. There was no pain where Jin Bei-hyung had touched me, and my body felt light as if I had been born again. That night, I sneaked into Jinbi's room, because I was worried that maybe I was having a nightmare. Good night. I looked down at the sleeping face without even frowning. Sorry for bothering you, bro. After carefully touching my scratched eyebrow, I returned to my room. And so the last day of filming for the movie Ilya approached. Chapter 502. The last day of filming for the movie Ilya. I sat on the chair and quietly looked around the scene. I think about this every time. Why is the ending so disappointing? I was sure that I wasn't the only one who felt this way. That's understandable, because the atmosphere on site was unusually calm and quiet today. All the staff members were doing their jobs with complicated, subtle expressions on their faces. The same was true of my fellow actors, with whom I spent almost 24 hours a day rehearsing for several months. Even the actors who didn't have any scenes to film today came out and sat there blankly. The ending is always regrettable. As I thought about that, I shook my head without realizing it. No, Jake has to be left out. Thinking back, Jake's ending was never regrettable. Brother Freddy, I can't work with those guys again. I'm a bit of a perfectionist myself, but the Freddy brothers were truly crazy. Of course, that's probably why Jake was able to die in the warm forest instead of on the cold asphalt. But when I think about the 3 days of nonstop filming, I get goosebumps. Oh, just thinking about it makes me sick. Then a familiar voice was heard. Ethan, you're here. Hello, David. The last shoot was with David. Unlike the beginning where he appeared wearing heavy armor, he was wearing clothes made of very light materials. Just by looking at his clothes, you could tell at a glance how much influence Ilya had on him. My clothes are light today. Oh, don't be ridiculous. I can finally live. David chuckled. The role he took on was that of Peter, a human who came into hiding to take over the fairy forest. The film, Ilya, was designed to allow the audience to empathize with Peter and encounter the fairy Ilya. Peter, the monarch of a small country, wanted more resources. He risked his life to invade the fairy forest so that his people could live a more affluent life than they do now. But he meets Ilya by chance and gets involved, and ends up realizing something while singing and dancing all day long. Greed and satisfaction are words that cannot coexist. David showed Peter the subtle changes in his facial expressions very slowly and painstakingly. What is it? Why am I like this? The first change was being amazed at the sight of myself singing without realizing it. Peter was confused the first time he sang the song, but he showed a faint smile the second time he sang the song with Ilya. Pure eyes that make you feel like you've gone back to childhood. David's acting, performed using only his eyes, was superb. How can you act like that? Sometimes he did so well that I was jealous. There were times when I would twitch without realizing it, and I felt sorry when he asked me carefully if I had done something wrong. When I honestly confessed that I did it because I was jealous, David looked dumbfounded and said, "What did he say?" Did he say that he wasn't jealous, but that he was so annoyed that he wanted to hit her? It's pointless to give it space. Anyway, my acting chemistry with him was really great. Just being able to act with David made me feel like it was a good decision to make this movie. The character of Peter, whom he plays, exudes a strict atmosphere befitting the setting of a monarch of a country. On the one hand, he seemed tired of the weight of power. The process in which Peter focuses on his inner whispers as he meets Ilya was captured on camera. His inner self had one message. Happiness is not as big or as grand as you think. That's why it's harder to concentrate and enjoy it fully. After 2 days, Peter decides to return to the human world from the fairy forest with nothing in his possession. But just before he leaves for the human world, a force sent for him invades the forest. For our monarch. When the monarch, who had entered the fairy forest alone for the sake of his people, did not return after 2 days, the people took off their shoes and formed an army to come in. The men, armed with both hands full of weapons, fire chemical bombs into the forest as soon as they spot Peter and Ilya. The monarch is being held hostage. Forward. People who are deeply mistaken use all kinds of weapons, and the forest is destroyed in an instant. The once clear water became cloudy as it mixed with gunpowder, and countless animals fled in surprise at the loud explosion. The vision became so blurry that just looking at it made me feel suffocated. This scene was the biggest crisis and the only difficult point in the movie. However, the movie Ilya is a light movie that can be watched without emotional consumption, even during such crisis scenes. Ilya laughs heartily as he sees the humans running towards him to kill him. "Hi, I'm Ilya." A bright smile appeared, completely out of place in a situation where everything was on fire. People are taken aback by Ilya's sudden appearance of approaching them and sticking his face in their faces, and they are naturally captivated just like Peter was before. People start dancing to Ilya's song out of nowhere and are startled by it. What is going on? Why am I? The funny part was when Peter gave a faint look of understanding while looking at the astonished people. Peter orders that further attacks be stopped and declares that the fairy forest will not be disturbed. People could not understand the sudden change of the monarch, but Peter said this. "If I think about it, it was always enough. It's enough for us now." The faint smile was adult-like. But strangely enough, it overlapped with Ilya's pure smile. The people eventually agree with the monarch's words and decide to return to their world. Everything ended peacefully, but things were very different in the forest. "I'm sorry, Ilya." Peter gazed at the forest reduced to ashes, then knelt before Ilya. The voice saying that he would take responsibility for everything was heavy. The forest looked like it would never be able to return to the way it was before, no matter what was done. "It's okay, Peter." But Ilya was still smiling brightly. "The forest is stronger than we think. It will take some time, of course, but the forest will definitely be okay. So, it was said that you two should now return to your world." Peter had no choice but to return to the human world and develop the country by utilizing the resources they had. People who always strived for a better day than yesterday were bewildered by the change in the monarch, but gradually became accustomed to it. Such a small and peaceful morning came into my daily life. After finishing all his schedules, Peter laid down on the bed to sleep. Peter closed his eyes and stared at the ceiling for a moment, recalling the last conversation he had with Ilya. Just before returning to the human world, Ilya approached Peter, who had stopped walking, and had a conversation with him. The film ends with a scene of a conversation between a fairy and a human, and a shot of Peter's sleeping face with the corners of his mouth turned up. "Are you ready to film today?" "Sure." And the scene we filmed today was the last conversation between Ilya and Peter. Director Sean shouted loudly. "Ready." I closed my eyes tightly and thought about it. A fairy who forgave the humans who burned down her forest. A fairy who firmly believes in the power of the place where she lives. One fairy brave enough to share that belief with someone. He laughs more like a child than anyone else. Action. Ilya, who can smile more maturely than anyone else. Peter was standing at the border, hesitating with an uneasy look on his face. I used my wings to fly towards him in an instant. "What's wrong? Did you forget something?" When asked brightly, Peter opened his mouth hesitantly. "Ilya, how can you forgive us?" Peter's throbbing eyes seemed to say, "We even did this." This cute human. A cheerful laugh burst out without me knowing it. "There's nothing to forgive. Everyone makes mistakes at least once." I looked around slowly. He said this while looking at the forest where everything was in ruins and a mess. I did that too. That's just how we are. We all want to break things, get messy, and destroy things. And then he turned his gaze back to Peter. And then in the end, he ends up destroying himself. But it's okay. You can get back up with help from someone. Right now it may seem like things will never go back to the way they were, but there is no such thing as absolute. I know the forest will be restored. And you can too. She looked up at Peter and smiled faintly. "Remember what I said yesterday? Last night, I told Peter that this forest is not just any forest. The forest where our fairies live is where countless plants and animals are born and die. There are many elements needed for a forest to become a forest. Sparkling butterflies, sticky moss, the sound of trickling water. Only when they all come together can they become a forest. It's not just the forest. I'm like that too. What? There are pieces that I need to exist as myself. I live every day looking for those pieces. If there's a piece I don't really want to see, I throw it away in the water, and if there's a piece I really like, I hide it deep inside my body. I will keep wandering around this forest as long as I can. This forest is full of pieces." He laughed as he picked off the leaves that had fallen on Peter. "So go back carefully, my piece." Is that you too? Could I have become a piece of you too? Peter was speechless. But the answer was enough, and I smiled as if I had the world at my fingertips. Thank you. That's good. Please remember me in the future. Let's keep saying hello in there. So I whispered to him not to look back this time. Peter looked at me for a moment and nodded slowly. He turned again, and this time he didn't stop. I smiled brightly as I watched Peter's back disappear into the world. Oh, my lovely human. I hope you think of me when you are in complete happiness. Goodbye, Peter. It was nice meeting you. Cut. I blinked my eyes slowly. As soon as I came out of my immersion, what I saw was David's face, not Peter's. It's amazing. Huh? What is it? Working with you strangely brings tears to my eyes. He was laughing with a face that looked like he was about to cry. He muttered in a moist voice, his eyes still trembling. This time I didn't get sick or die. How strange. It was a muttering that sounded like a soliloquy. I just smiled silently. I hesitated for a moment, wondering whether I should tell her to get checked out because it could be a symptom of menopause, but I held back. Then finally, thank you all for your hard work. And thank you for your hard work. I'm sure you'll all miss it. All filming is finished. My fellow actors ran over to me and hugged me. I hugged them too. It was only at that moment that I truly felt like I had found a colleague. Chapter 503. Filming for the movie Ilya has been completely completed. If it were me, I would have gotten on a flight to Korea right away. But instead of taking a plane, I went to the studio. Well, to be exact, I guess it would be right to say that it had to be that way. As I opened the door to the studio, a high-pitched voice returned. Our Bambi is here. Hello. The place I arrived was Lily's workroom and recording studio. Let's make a great song. Yes, that's right. Ilya left, and Lily came. Then let's just focus on the concert arrangement today. Let's discuss the new song next time. Yes, I like it. There wasn't much time left until Lily's LA concert. There are a total of 2 songs I have to sing at the concert. Buy-in, written with buy-in in mind. And Lily, which Lily sang and I participated in the music video for. I had sung the first song on music shows and talk shows before, and I sang it every time at fan meetings, so there wasn't really a problem. If that's the only problem, there are just too many people listening. The number of people who attended my fan meeting this year was 5,000. Considering that the first fan meeting had around 500 people, it was a huge increase. However, Lily's concert held in LA this time will be attended by a whopping 70,000 people. 70,000 people. Is 70,000 a reasonable number? No. Is that possible? Wouldn't that cause an earthquake? I'm going crazy. It's on a whole different level from making mistakes while acting. You can't stop in the middle due to NG, and you can't start over. It is a truly irreversible 3 minutes that must be filled solely with skill. Huh? Why are you sighing? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it. When I said that it was because the pressure was so intense, Lily laughed out loud. You're really funny. Oh, weren't you nervous when you gave that acceptance speech at the award ceremony? That was more impactful than standing on stage at my concert. That one is different from this one. Anyway, I prepared it and showed it to you. I was so nervous that my mouth was dry. As I continued to sip water, Lily awkwardly comforted me, as if she realized that I wasn't lying. Hey, don't worry. I have an eye for people. If you go up on stage like this and get nervous, you'll fly. I hope Lily is. Right. Trust me. And it's okay if you make a mistake. I'll cover it up somehow. Lily hesitated for a moment before adding. But you can't vomit? I can't cover that. I'll do my best. Okay. Then let's practice with the arranged version first. Yes. I nodded and went into the recording studio. The song I was going to practice now was the second song I had to sing. Lily. The original song was a solo that Lily sang from beginning to end, but for this concert, I arranged it into a couple song for Lily and me to sing together. I highlighted the parts you need to sing. Just sing those parts. Are you ready? Yes. I glanced over the paper in front of me. This is because I had memorized all the lines anyway and practiced them to the point where I could recite them on my own. Then let's begin. As soon as Lily finished speaking, a gentle guitar melody flowed out. I closed my eyes tightly and opened my mouth. Tell me. Try to like me. Tell me. I dare you to love me. A song that brings back memories of one's first love. Lily, which features the sound of an acoustic guitar as the main sound, is a song that highlights Lily's soft and affectionate tone. Because I can't imitate the tone. You have to do your best at whatever you can. I sang the song the way I had practiced at home. Verse 1, 2. Highlights and ad-libs in the latter half. End. The musical accompaniment flowing from the headphones slowly diminished. I opened my eyes with a somewhat satisfied expression. There wasn't even a single sound. The pitch and rhythm were accurate, and there was nothing off. That's fortunate. I thought this was okay since the original singer couldn't win. But Lily's expression outside the window wasn't very good. Well, Bambi. Yes. First of all, you did much better than I expected. That's so good. But I misunderstood your feelings. No? Do you want to come out and see for a moment? What are you talking about? I quickly took off my headphones and went outside. Lily sighed softly as she saw my bewildered expression. Do you know that this is a song sung while thinking about your first love? Sure. But if I just listen to what you're saying just now. Lily continued with a trembling face. It looks like some fairy is playing with humans. And it's like a ghost. Sure enough, experts are experts. I nodded, ignoring the goosebumps on my arms. That's right. I can't go into detail because it's confidential, but I think it's a habit I developed from a recent movie. I see. After receiving Lily's sharp criticism, I had no choice but to admit that I was influenced by Ilya. When I admitted it obediently, Lily patted me on the back and said it was okay. Don't get me wrong. The song itself was really good. But this isn't your solo. It's a duet, right? Yes. I sing it thinking of my first love, but if you sing it feeling like a fairy, it will feel very out of place when we listen together. How about you sing it feeling similar to me? I understand what you mean. I'll call you a few more times. Okay, don't push yourself too hard. I sang the song again, feeling a little sad. Like that 2 times, 3 times. Ilya, get out of me now. I erased all of Ilya's pronunciation, tone, and pronunciation that had been on his lips for the past few months. After singing like that more than 10 times, I was able to return to my voice before filming the movie. How nice it would be if we could say, the problem was solved. Ugh. Lily held her forehead, and the producer in charge of the arrangement grimaced. What is it? What could be the problem? So, I want to give you some specific feedback, but I don't know what the problem is. But isn't it a bit strange to just let it go? Yeah, it's hard to explain in words. I thought as I quietly listened to the conversation between the two people. I guess this won't work. I thought this would be okay, but it seems like you can't fool the experts. As Lily said, the song itself was definitely okay. The strange feeling of being called by a fairy had completely disappeared. The problem is emotions. The emotion of singing. Lily asked me to sing along to her first love, but I didn't have a first love to recall. So I sang it while thinking of my beloved family and fans. And Lily again pointedly pointed the issue. Bambi, I'll be honest. This doesn't sound like a love song. It feels like a fan song. Yes, it's sweet, affectionate, soft, and all good, but should I call it a spark? How should I explain this? Lily ran her hands through her hair with a frustrated expression. But even without explanation, I immediately understood what she wanted to say. An emotion that is only present in the original song and not in the song I just sang. It was precisely a sexual feeling. The desire to kiss the other person and get close to them. An emotion that can only come out when thinking about a crush or lover. I'm singing it while thinking of my family and fans, so of course it won't convey the feeling Lily wants. For now, it's a good thing we know the cause. Let's look for a solution next time. Yes. With Lily's words, the day's practice ended in an abrupt manner. Actor, are you okay? No. Jin Bae-hyung patted me on the back at my gloomy voice. The large hand touching my back was full of affection. The usual warm warmth felt good, but it actually made me feel more uneasy. This is not love. The affection Lily desired was different from this affection. The good news is that this isn't the first time I've had this concern. I just didn't know it would cause problems this quickly. Can I act out emotions I have no idea about? It was a few days ago that I was told not to worry and that there was no need to prepare countermeasures in advance. It was so soon that I couldn't help but sigh at the problem that it broke out like this. What should I do? Should I try dating for real? No, Lee Yunjae. Come to your senses. The conclusion was already made at that time. That's not an emotion that comes from forcing something. It's much easier to act like you're killing someone. How can I make it sound like a song that reminds me of my first love? How do I put that emotion into my voice? I immediately told my worries to Jin Bae-hyung, but the reply I got back was only affectionate and not at all helpful. Hello? So I called Jong Hyun. Brother, what should I do? As I told the whole story, a panicked voice came over the phone. Oh, that could be true. Sexual feelings are difficult in the first place. I'll help you. Ask me anything. Have you ever kissed a bro? How does it feel? Oh, Yanji, I can't talk on the phone right now. Yes. I just suddenly feel a little dizzy. I'll contact you later, tomorrow. No. Anyway, later. And so the call ended. Oh my God. Really? I was speechless. Look at this guy. He told me to tell him when things were hard. Who should I confide in about this betrayal? I was so angry that I wanted to go back to Korea. I couldn't even get help from my trusted brother, Jong Hyun. It was an unexpected person who gave me a hint when I was at a loss. Hey, you look handsome today. Bambi, hello. Hi. It's so nice to see you. It's been a really long time. So do I. Your voice is too quiet. I can't hear a single thing you're saying. The other person raised his voice as if he was frustrated. No, that's right. There's no need to talk about it across the crosswalk. People's attention was drawn to the other person's loud shout. Luckily, the traffic light turned green, and the other person approached me in an instant. How have you been doing? Yeah? Mia, what about you? The person in front of me is Mia Brown. This is the actor who worked with me in Lily's Lily music video, and he was scheduled to work with me in this new song's music video as well. Maybe it was because of the hot LA sun, but Mia's blonde hair was particularly shiny. Then should we go to a cafe? There's a really delicious place near here. Okay, but I have something to give you. Huh? I handed over to Mia what I had been hiding behind my back. Huh, what is this? Why are there flowers all of a sudden? Blue eyes turned to me with a look of bewilderment. I said with a shrug, congratulatory flowers. What congratulations? A celebration to celebrate your new beginning. I felt it was a bit awkward to say it out loud, so I said it indirectly, but Mia immediately understood and burst out laughing. I'm going crazy. Haha, aren't you so cute? Mia, who had been laughing heartily on the street, smelled the flowers. Wow, this is so touching. What should I do? Thank you so much. It's nothing what? Huh. I should have met a kind person like you. Instead of meeting that fucking asshole, huh? You fucking asshole. Thinking about it again makes me mad. I laughed awkwardly. Because I knew that Mia's boyfriend, no, her ex-boyfriend, had recently cheated on her. I just blinked as the swearing continued without pause. Hey, it's okay to swear, but can't I just go somewhere? Let's not do this on our streets, please. Chapter 504. Mia and I walked into the brunch cafe together. How is it? Is it comfortable and nice? That's right. The toast here is really delicious. Let's order some and eat it right now. Huh. I looked around and responded to the other person's excited voice. As Mia said, the cafe was comfortable. Since it is open on all sides, it is bound to be comfortable. The paparazzi would really love this. It was a place where you couldn't find even an iota of privacy. As expected, a crowd of people appeared on the opposite side. I guess you have no intention of hiding. It was impressive to see them taking pictures so openly and proudly. Well, I expected that. I was a little nervous because I wasn't used to it. As I continued to glance at the paparazzi, I heard Mia's complicated voice. Huh, this is driving me crazy. I see you care too. Just as I was about to say that, Mia continued. There's so much I want to eat. What should I do? Mia's gaze was focused solely on the menu. I couldn't help but laugh at the complete lack of interest in the paparazzi. Thanks to you, I feel relieved. Order whatever you want to eat. You won't regret it later. Really? Then I really make you do everything. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Oh yeah. Mia's face brightened noticeably. What's so good about it? It was amazing that someone could make such an expression just by eating something. I looked at the menu to see if it was that delicious, but I didn't see anything particularly special. Suddenly, Park Haun came to mind. If Haun comes here, she'll be really angry. Park Haun was the type of person who would say, a restaurant without tteokbokki is almost a sin, whenever she had the chance. Looking at the menu full of only soft breads, I couldn't help but chuckle. Should I sit here? Okay. We ordered some food and sat down. As I sat down on a chair that was deliberately placed outside, the gaze became even more intense. If this continues, it'll break through. Am I too sensitive to people's gaze? In Korea, we always had to reserve a space and meet quietly, so it felt really strange. But Mia seemed accustomed to this situation, and she only focused on eating the egg tart. Hey, this is really delicious. Try it quickly. Huh. You have to eat before it gets cold. Quickly, put your fork in. Mia shouted. Scared, we ate in silence for a long time after that. Only after Mia emptied the bowl did her kind smile return. Phew, I thought I was going to die of hunger. Have you calmed down now? It's actually more delicious than I thought. I'm glad I came after being recommended. Thank you for bringing me. I'm the one who's grateful. You bought me food. You gave me flowers. I feel embarrassed because I didn't do anything for you. The other person had a very happy face for a shy person. Mia took a deep breath of the flower's scent and smiled bashfully. But are you okay? Huh? Is it okay if we get into a scandal? They even filmed me giving flowers, so everyone's going to be in an uproar. I guess so. This is especially true since Mia has just broken up with her cheating ex-boyfriend. But what? It's okay. This is what we met for. There was only one reason why I went to a cafe outside and met Mia alone. To make people wonder, why are Mia Brown and Lee Yun-jae meeting? It wasn't known that I would be collaborating with Lily. In this situation, not many people would guess that Mia and I met because of the music video. The curiosity now will turn into interest once the collaboration music video comes out. Typical noise marketing. It wasn't really my preferred method. In our company, we used to use it a lot, but now we don't even bring it up because we don't want to get in trouble. Whenever CEO Jang tried to get his way, team leader Wu and his staff members would come out in strong opposition. So it's been a long time since I've done something like this. I can't help it. What can I do? It was Lily who asked me to do it. This was not Korea, this was America. American entertainment was an industry where every bit of gossip served as a huge marketing tool. This is especially true for songs. Who are these lyrics targeting, and who are they related to? This meant that the industry could succeed with just these kinds of guesses and rumors. But Lily wouldn't have to do something like this. I said yes right away when Lily asked. Why? From my perspective, there's nothing particularly bad about it. My current image within the United States can be summed up in 2 words: race and discrimination. In the current situation, which is deeply intertwined with sensitive words, a date with Mia was an appropriate issue to draw people's attention. Since it was just a one-time date anyway, there was no point in digging into it. But it's really interesting. Lily was a successful solo artist, drawing a whopping 70,000 people to her concerts. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she is the #1 pop star in the world. However, I found it amazing that they did not rest on their laurels and tried marketing in various ways. But at the same time, I also had this thought. Fame and satisfaction don't always go hand in hand. What about me? Will I ever be able to control my greed? I'll reign. Bambi. Oh, sorry. I was so absorbed in my own thoughts that I ended up missing what the other person was saying. What did you say? Are you sure it's okay? If it's uncomfortable now, should we break up? Mia said with a tearful face. Is there any point in doing that? Anyway, everything that was going to be photographed has already been photographed. But I didn't say what I was thinking. I just laughed. I'm okay. Thank you for worrying about me. Well, it's not like we're meeting alone anyway. I glanced away. Far from the quiet LA scenery, we were surrounded by men in black suits. If someone saw it, they would think it was unusual. Since I had a history of being kidnapped, I had no choice. In the first place, I wondered if what other people thought had anything to do with me. It was much more important for me to put Jinbae Hyung at ease than to think about people whose faces I didn't even know. I heard from a friend that in Korea, people are very sensitive about celebrities dating. Is that true? I guess it's like that. Wow, that's weird. We're making a fuss about dating each other. I guess there are cultural differences. Unlike the US, where dating outside the home has become a form of fan service along with public disclosure of relationships, Korea remains conservative. Compared to idols, actors are much better. But in a situation where the future cannot be guaranteed, it was not easy to mention someone who could be an ex-lover on air. It was an atmosphere where it was inevitable that celebrities would feel burdened by talking about their love lives. Then your fans won't be upset when they see the photos we're taking right now? Are you okay? I answered Mia calmly. I already told my fans. We're just friends. But you never know what will happen to people, right? Anyway, isn't it inevitable to feel anxious when you see photos of them dating? You're right. I'm sure it will be like that. I continued speaking with a blank expression. But my fans will trust me. I'll trust my fans too. So it's okay. Mia clicked her tongue in astonishment. Your fans are lucky. You don't really need a boyfriend. Huh. After that, There was some back and forth. From the beginning, there was no discussion about the music video since the direction of the song hadn't even been decided. Mia, as if she had been waiting, started hurling insults at her trash ex-boyfriend. It's enough for an old brat to meet me, but you're cheating on me? I'm really speechless, Shu. A series of really harsh curses came out. You really swear so coolly. I was listening to him while controlling my expression, but I was momentarily surprised by the unexpected words. Huh. I even thought about getting married. Really? Thinking back now, it was a crazy idea, but at the time, that's how it was. I thought I'd announce my marriage as soon as I became an adult. Mia said she was that in love. What about you? Do you still not have a lover? Yeah? I'm not interested. I was wondering what I would do if I got a strong reaction like Lily. Yeah, that could be true. Mia nodded nonchalantly. I felt a strange sense of relief at the sight. Ugh, it smells so good. Mia smelled the flowers again. Bambi. Huh, are you really not interested in me? You don't seem like you'd cheat. I'll treat you well. What do you think? I looked at his playful face and smiled. If you are interested? Huh, then what's the difference? It's not your taste anyway, I guess. When I answered back slyly, laughter broke out on the other side. Maybe it was because I had recently encountered the real thing, but I could really feel that Mia was joking. Tisk, that's right. As I expected, Mia had a look on her face that said she was disappointed that I wasn't flustered. I like bad guys. Ugh, if possible, don't date. It just gives me a headache. So you're not going to date anymore? Mia raised her eyebrows at my words. What are you talking about? Of course I would do that. Her. When I nodded my head, Mia laughed out loud. What can I do? My head hurts, but it's still good. Was it that good? What was so good about it? Mia began listing off the good points of her ex-boyfriend, which she had been verbally attacking just a moment ago. Even though she pretended not to, I could feel that she still really liked her ex-boyfriend. I can't believe I still have this kind of affection for someone even though they cheated on me. Of course, Mia said she would never see the man again, but I was curious about that anyway. What does it feel like to like someone that much? What was it like when you first met? Is it very different from meeting as friends to dating as lovers? Mia tilted her head as I continued to ask her questions. Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? What are you so curious about? That's true. I opened up about the worries I've been having these days. Mia listened intently the whole time, but finally burst out laughing at the end. Oh, sorry for laughing. I wasn't laughing, huh? No, just smile. I said with a relieved expression. Everyone laughed a lot. We're already used to it. I'm glad I can just smile like Mia. As long as you don't run away like Jinbei or Jiangyan, that's fine. Unhelpful brothers. Thinking about it, I felt betrayed again. As soon as I get to Korea, I go to see Hyungjong first. Whether my brother found it annoying or not, I was going to follow him around and harass him. Then Mia said with a smile, "Shall I tell you?" At the same time my eyes sparkled. What the heck? The reinforcements were right next to us. A feeling of relief came over me in an instant. It was just like the feeling I had when I won first prize in the luxurious contest at the No Baihyek Festival last year. I felt great at that time. I ran home that day and quickly hung the picture frame that had been the first prize on the wall. I remember No Baihyek not knowing what to do when he saw his own face hanging like a broom, next to the guy who had a somewhat shaky but proud expression on his face. Eun-taek Lee was standing with a very angry face. I thought I had used up all my luck back then. There's still some luck left. Life was truly worth living. Chapter 505. Can you really tell me? Mia burst into laughter when she saw my sparkling eyes. Of course. What's so difficult about that? Then I have a favor to ask. Yeah, but it's a bit strange. What? When I tilted my head, Mia shrugged. When we were filming the Lily music video, you gave me some advice, right? At the time, Mia had become accustomed to the sitcom character she had been filming for several years and had a hard time immersing herself in a different character. I had to play a teenage girl who was embarrassed in front of her first love, but it was difficult because the character I had always played, with her weird speech and crazy smile, kept popping up. What did I say then? I racked my brain, but nothing came to mind. Mia laughed in vain at my appearance. You really don't remember? I'm still acting while thinking about what you said. Did I say something that impactful? You call that talking? You're really a strange kid. You only remember the troubles you've caused others, but you don't. Remember the times you've helped them? Mia pinched my cheek and said, That's what you did back then. If you feel like you can't escape from your current character, try acting as if that character has someone you like. But the character Mia played in the sitcom wasn't the type of character that boys would like. So I asked Mia to think of a cat that her character likes in the play. Now I remember. It was only after hearing that I remembered the conversation from back then. Try acting while thinking of that cat. I think you can build up from the feeling of liking it. Is that okay? The setting is that you're looking at a boy you like, but you're thinking of a cat. That's not true. To Mia, who was hesitating, I said this. It doesn't really matter whether it's true or not. I just have to act. At least for the moment of acting. It's entirely up to me to decide what's real and what's fake. What I think is all there is, and in my world, that's real. Even if what I act out is different from reality, I just hope the viewer doesn't feel it. I remembered him telling me that I could do it, that I should try to make him feel that way. Your advice helped me a lot back then. Why not give it to me too? Think about it. I could do it. So there's no way it couldn't be possible for you. Mia said calmly, as if stating an obvious fact. I was grateful for the confidence in those words, but for some reason I felt embarrassed. That is, I opened my mouth and scratched the back of my neck. I was going to do that at first too. I thought that since I didn't really like it anyway, I just had to change it a little bit. It would have been much easier if it had been acting where you could see the eyes and facial expressions together, rather than just the singing. Because there are more weapons that can fool people. But unfortunately, now I had to sing. If you want to convince people with just your voice, you have to be completely immersed. After getting Lily's feedback in the first practice, I found several scenarios based on first love. As always, I tried to choose a character and sing while immersing myself in that character. Fortunately, there were many scenarios and a lot of reference materials. If you follow along, it will sound plausible. The problem is, when I trailed off, Mia smiled as if she knew what I was talking about. You're not satisfied with that? I nodded awkwardly. I want to do it right. Even if it was a song I would only sing once at a concert, I didn't want to sing it carelessly. It was separate from my desire to not ruin Lily's concert. I don't want to treat the field of singing roughly. For me, acting was both life and a disease. A life where acting itself becomes the goal, rather than gaining something through acting. A disease that requires one to continue to act and live with, even if no reward is given in the future. That would be the song for Baihyek. Lily's concert stage, which I hesitated to attend just because I felt it was burdensome, could be a dream for someone else. Of course, that didn't mean I had to feel guilty, but at least I didn't want to lose my respect. You have to do it right. I didn't want to just pretend to follow along. I wanted to really immerse myself in it. The feeling of having a crush on someone. I wanted to fully immerse myself in the intense and passionate feeling of first love. But how? Numerous question marks interrupted immersion. I asked a question to a character that exists in print, but there was no answer. If only I had just a little more time. I wish I could have had a conversation with the writers who wrote the scenario. But this was America, not Korea, and above all, there was no time. Mia nodded, as if she finally understood. Then let's talk. Feel free to ask me anything you're curious about. Thank you. I'll tell you everything. And then what? Mia smiled brightly. You're acting like me. Can't you just sing like that? You are truly a genius. Mia laughed heartily. I know that too. So what are you curious about? Have you ever kissed? You might as well ask if he ate. Mia explained in great detail. Mia, who didn't really like men, loved her ex-boyfriend so much that she decided to get married. Although the ending was not good, he said the emotions he felt at that time were still vivid. The trembling when you first touch it. A signal between the two of them, exchanged silently with their eyes. The warmth and stability you feel when skin touches skin. You guys really reflect on yourself. It was a vivid experience that I had never heard from Jinbei and Jeongyeon. I wrote down everything Mia told me. If you have any further questions, please contact me anytime. Thank you, Mia. After breaking up with Mia, I practiced immersing myself into the character of Mia. There was always a window to ask questions whenever I had any questions, so there were no blocked sections. So, it was the second day of practicing Lily to be sung at the concert. Tell me, try to like me. I sang with my eyes tightly shut. It was dark ahead, but I was clearly looking at someone. I'll tell you, I like you. Even after singing the last lyrics, I couldn't easily get over my emotions. I slowly opened my eyes only after the accompaniment from my headphones ended. and the look on Lily's face as she looked out the window. What are you? There was a mixture of shock, confusion, and bewilderment. I had a gut feeling when I saw that. Yay. I finally did it. Lily Sweetie thought. Is he crazy? I thought she was extraordinary from the beginning. Lily Sweetie learned about Lee Young-jae through the popular American TV talk show, The Jim Fury Show. At the time, he was nicknamed Bloody Boy after the popular drama Killing Horn aired. Until then, he was honestly just an Asian actor on The Jim Fury Show. Although there were many points that the public could find attractive, it was not enough to sustain interest in the long term. That's why people couldn't help but be incredibly surprised when Lily suggested Lee Young-jae to shoot a music video. Is he that much? That was about it. At least for Lily. Unlike his neat face, he has a lot of sense and playfulness, and even a secretly sly side. Lee Young-jae gave off a vibe that was very similar to Lily's first love. They're different races. Isn't it so strange? Anyway, for this reason, I wanted Lee Young-jae to be the male lead in the music video. But he refused to appear on the show, using the excuse of a school trip, and Lily had no time to feel hurt and had to quickly adjust her schedule. That was the day I first met Lee Young-jae. Hello, this is Lee Young-jae. Lily was convinced the moment she saw Lee Young-jae in person. This album will be a huge hit. That's actually true. The music video for Lily featuring Lee Young-jae and Mia Brown currently has 720 million views. Lee Young-jae had 590 million views right before she rose to fame with Atlas Dilemma and Dead Express. So it's safe to say that the additional 130 million views are Lee Young-jae's. That is, Lee Young-jae when she was filming the Lily music video and Lee Young-jae now are standing in different positions. This one will definitely go up. Lily wanted to release a duet song before Lee Young-jae got too busy. It's hard to believe that his main occupation is acting because his singing skills are quite good. I should have licked it first before that bastard Tom snatched it away. Tom Washington, a famous producer, was her best friend, but he was also a bit of a slacker. If you knew that Lee Young-jae sang well, you should have given it to her right away. I never thought he'd make an album with his own songs. Even the two songs that came out that way, Bambi and Bayan, were really good. After that, Lily pestered Lee Young-jae for several years to collaborate. But every time I got back, it was a sharp rejection. The reason was that he was not sincere about singing and could not approach it lightly with that kind of attitude. What the hell are you talking about? Lily wanted to scream. Contrary to what Lee Young-jae said, this industry is full of kids who aren't sincere about their singing. Lily, who had survived as a singer-songwriter in the industry for 10 years, was in a situation where she was so resentful that she thought she was going crazy. It's not as pure a place as you think. After endless screaming, the dream finally came true. At last, I got to work on a collaboration song with Lee Young-jae. Since the theme of this concert was set as a love song, Lily decided to have Lee Young-jae perform on stage as a test concept. But then I reached an unexpected wall. So harmless. Lee Young-jae gave off a harmless feeling, like a plant that existed in the corner of a room. No, I like something harmless. But there was a big difference between something exciting and something harmless. After nearly 20 attempts, nothing changed, so we parted ways, promising to meet again next time. And now, I'm practicing for the second time. What are you? Lily had goosebumps all over her body. Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a lover in the meantime? She asked with a surprised face. On the other hand, Lee Young-jae's reaction was calm. What are you talking about? Or what did you do? How did you do it? The song Lee Young-jae sang last time was closer to a fan song. It had a strangely charming feel to it. So overall it was cute and sweet. But the song you just sang was completely different. There's tension, right? A mixture of affectionate and soft eyes and subtle sexiness. A sincere voice that makes you have all kinds of fantasies the moment you hear it. It felt like it was not a singer standing on stage, but a person I had a crush on during my school days singing to me one-on-one. What on earth have you done? In response to Lily's question, Lee Young-jae explained how she practiced. He said that after hearing his friend's story, he got absorbed in the song and sang it. Crazy. She shook her head with a weary expression. It was finally confirmed. Lee Young-jae sings like an actress. He was a true actor. Chapter 506. D-Day. Time passed very quickly. When I opened my eyes, it was already the day of Lily's concert. I finished the last rehearsal with my pounding heart still suppressed. Bambi, why on earth are you so nervous? You were going to do so well. Lily hit my back, saying she was going to die from annoyance. It hurts. Thank you, but I want to do better in real life. Oh my, you're so greedy. You're really you. By the way, I heard your family is coming from Korea today? Who's coming? I smiled awkwardly at Lily's words. Just my brothers and sisters. Thank you for giving me the tickets. Hey, that's obvious. It's obvious that you should give it to the invited singer. I'll introduce you when I have time. For now, get ready for the next stage rehearsal. Okay, see you later. Lily waved at me and disappeared. As the main character of the concert, he was very busy. When will everyone arrive? Today, Jong Hyun, Song Jun, and Han Haram decided to come to the concert. Lee Yoon Taek and No Bai Hyuk also wanted to come, but idols were too busy at the end of the year. I should have asked Sergio to come too. I should have at least said something. I regretted a little. But there was nothing he could do because Han Haram hated Sergio so much. Why on earth do you hate it so much? He was always polite to Jinbei, Jeongyeon, and Song Jin, so much so that he would scold them for being rude. Even though he would bicker with No Bai Hyuk and Lee Yoon Taek, he always called them Hyung. I saw Sergio being so obviously wary that I once wondered, what if? And asked him outright. Fog, is Sergio a monster too? Huh? What does that mean? Because you hate it so much. Homophobia? I thought it might be something like that. Why am I in the same group as him? Han Haram jumped up with the most angry face he had ever seen. He kept nagging at me for a while, asking how I could say something like that, so I just listened to him. Han Haram calmed down after about 10 minutes, and I brought up the main topic again. Then it's not a monster? He's just an ordinary person. The series is also. It's not like it has anything to do with monsters, is it? Doesn't it have a blue stone or something stuck in its body? What have you been talking about? What did you dream about today? Han Haram smiled bashfully and patted me. The look in his eyes as he looked at me was soft, as if he was asking when I had ever been angry. I'm being treated like a child by a child. The way he looked at his cute youngest sibling really bothered me, but I just endured it because it was better than getting angry. Then why on earth do you hate it? I didn't understand, so I kept asking questions. Fogg tried to change the subject by responding with ambiguous words, and in the end, I was the one who won. Han Haram confessed with an expression that said he had both hands and feet raised. I just don't like it. I don't like being stuck next to Yanji. Okay, that's not all. Don't hide it and tell me. That's all, you idiot cereal. Han Haram hugged me with his lips pouting. To summarize what they were muttering in each other's arms for a long time, it was as follows. I hate him because he's the most mysterious person among the people next to Yanji. He added that since he is a person who is very different on the outside and inside, you never know when he might betray you, and that it would be better not to keep him by your side. Normally I would have sided with the Fog, but, well, it's hard to agree. Don't you believe me? Even though I look young, I've lived longer than Yanji. I have more data. I trust you. If I don't trust you, who can I trust? I continued speaking, patting Foggy on the back. But he's the same age as me. He's not even 20 yet. I know what you're trying to say, but he's changed a lot since the beginning. And he'll change even more in the future. I know that too. And if he betrays me, then I'll just be betrayed. But it's not like it's a big deal or anything. It was funny to just avoid things because you were afraid of what might happen. If it's someone you don't like, then maybe you don't know. There was nothing I could do because she had already taken up a corner of my heart. As I refuted each point, Han Haram made a displeased expression. I'm saying this because I'm afraid Yanji will get hurt. I just want Yanji to be happy. Han Haram said that the people next to me now, the people I call family, will all have a positive influence on me. Jinbei Hyung, Jong Hyun Hyung, No Bai Hyuk, Song Jin, Lee Yoon Taek. Even if there is a fight, it will eventually turn out better. But Sergio, he is different. What's different? He's just as possessive as I am. I've barely managed to endure it because I've managed to survive this long. But he's just human. Like Yanji said, he's too young. He wouldn't be able to handle it himself. Fogg said that Sergio shouldn't be allowed too close to the people next to him now. Sergio is a man who tries to sow discord between me and other people and monopolize me in some way. He said that even if it wasn't his intention, he would do it unconsciously. And are you kidding me? It was ridiculous. Of course, Han Haram was serious. That's why it was even more absurd. What the heck? Am I the main character in some novel? Huh. Is this a story about someone mortgaging their life to an obsessive maniac? I should have blocked cell phones a long time ago. It's not like he only thinks like that, because he's always reading web novels at home. Please. Please live in reality, you monster. These words were on the tip of my tongue, but I held them back with difficulty, because it was obvious that if I said it out loud, it would make a big fuss. Anyway, Sergio is just an ordinary person. Then there was nothing to worry about. From the beginning, No by Hayek was bound to be there wherever Han Haram was, and No by Hayek also hated Sergio. Sergio also asked people not to call him in the presence of Han Haram and No by Hayek. Just get along well. Anyway, everyone is picky. Anyway, after going through this process, Sergio and I decided to meet each other as much as possible. Although we sometimes met up with Song Jun and the three of us, Sergio and I strangely felt most comfortable together. I hesitated for a moment and then took out my cell phone. Anyway, since I was only supposed to perform 2 songs in the latter half, I was planning on spending all day and night waiting today. That is, there was an abundance of time. Hello? In other words, there was plenty of time to talk to Sergio. Yanji, it's Sergio. I think you've dialed the wrong number. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with confusion. No, what kind of reaction is this? You little shit, I'm such a piece of trash. I felt embarrassed by the tone of voice that said there was no way I would call him first. Well, I've rarely called first. He opened his mouth and scratched the back of his neck. It's for you, Sergio. Oh, really? Yeah. Can you call me now? Are you busy? No, I'm not busy. What's going on? Isn't there a concert today? Oh, you know. How could you not know that, Yanji? I was also dumbfounded by the tone of voice that seemed to say, I can't believe it. You might not know. I had a feeling I had made the call for nothing. As time goes by, I feel like I'm becoming more and more like trash. I hurriedly finished speaking, feeling uneasy. Anyway, it's okay if you know. I called to let you know that there's a concert. Is that all? Yeah. Actually, I invited Haram and my hyungs. But I felt bad about not telling you. There was a moment of silence, and then a small burst of laughter was heard. Oh my, are you laughing? Yeah, I'm laughing now. I didn't ask because I was curious. Haha. The guy continued to laugh breathlessly after that. I felt relieved when he told me not to worry and that we would just watch it together anyway. After all, this kid is the most mature. Unlike the other kids who would get upset even if they did something a little bit on their own, Sergio was the most upright and calm. To be honest, that was why I felt more comfortable dealing with him. And when talking to Sergio, I tended to just get my point across without thinking too much. It was the same even now. Anyway, I told you what I wanted to say, so hang up. Okay, do your best on stage today, Yanji. Call me later when you have time. What are you calling for? Just meet up. Huh? I'll go straight to Korea after I finish performing today. Let's meet up when you have time. The guy's laughter grew louder at my words. I said I understood and hung up the phone. Hey, mister. After that, the sound of his laughter lingered in my ears. Seriously, I made that phone call for nothing. Make some noise. Lily's words into the microphone reverberated throughout the building. The vibration was so loud that my ears started to hurt. But my heart was beating so fast that I didn't realize it. There was only one thought that filled my head. This isn't it. 2 hours ago, Lily's concert started. I was feeling pretty normal until I met Hyung Young, Song Jun, and Han Haram, who came to the waiting room and introduced them to Lily as my family. He laughed at Hyung Jonghyun's words, asking why he was so calm and proud. But when the concert started and I suddenly glanced at the audience from behind the stage, I was speechless. No, that's ridiculous. This can't be real. Calm down. Are you crazy? Calm down. How can you be calm in this situation? The ego in my head started fighting like crazy. That was understandable, because the statistical number of 70,000 people and the 70,000 people I saw with my own eyes were so different. Are you crazy? There were so many more people than I expected. It was a moment when I suddenly realized that Lily was a world-class star. I panicked and my face turned completely white. I was so shocked that I wanted to grab the fog and scream for it to take me into the novel with that obsessive maniac in it. Let's take a deep breath. I tried to stay calm, but my heart was pounding so hard I felt like it was going to burst. What if I make a mistake in front of all those people? What if I get into trouble? Should I have just told them to turn up the AR? No. Who plays AR at a concert? Are you crazy? Oh, please. First of all, I needed to unify my mind. Calm down. It's a series. That was when, as I lowered my head, someone suddenly appeared in my field of vision. Want some candy? Your favorite lemon-flavored candy. I brought it for you. Han Haram, who was looking up at me while kneeling, smiled bashfully. Then he quickly reached out and put a candy in my mouth. What do you think? Am I the best? When I saw her brightly smiling face, the anxiety that had been filling my head began to dissipate one by one. Okay. Even now, my heart is pounding and I'm anxious that I might make a mistake. These are all things I can experience by meeting you. As I thought about that, the corners of my mouth went up without me realizing it. Yeah, you're the best. Hee hee. Good job. Han Haram hugged me tightly and whispered something in my ear. Ms. Yanji, you will now go up on stage. At that moment, the staff member pulled me away, so I didn't have time to reply to the guy. Thank you. I think so too. Me too. I'm proud of you. He chuckled. Well, if you want to continue to be proud here, you have to do well on the next stage, right? I closed my eyes as I listened to Lily introduce herself. Everyone, please cheer. This is our lovely Bambi, Yanji Lee. Ms. Yanji, it's now. I went up on stage. Chapter 507. 4K Lily's Sweet LA Concert. Lee Yunjae's fan cam buy-in. Lily. I 524 I'll lie down here. Let's lie down together. TLQKF look at those eyes. They're like that devilish fox boy. At 16:05 a.m., I the only one who gets excited when Lily reaches out to hug Yanji. He's bigger than Lily, and he's so cute when he hugs her. My heart is about to burst. If I were Lily, I would have already lost. I'm a third-year high school student. For my mental health, I take care of it every day. Lee Yunjae is the future. Class 1 Lee Yunjae hourly wage. Title: Lee Yunjae's concert today is a ripped off. Seriously, I'm not joking. This is seriously fucking annoying. If you're going to say it's over the top, then watch the video and come back. Seriously. You're really good at singing. I'm so touched. Is Lee Yunjae's voice this good? Isn't it someone else? I listen while thinking like this. Hey, I liked the song too, but the duet with Lily was awesome. Please release the song. The local reaction right now is no joke. They're begging for the official sound source to be released. Title: When Lee Yunjae sings buy-in, everyone sings along. Don't you feel good for no reason? Is it just me? And I liked it too at first. Everyone was like, why is he there? But it was funny when he sang along right away after hearing a familiar song. Really? Patriotic. It's an English song, so why am I not feeling patriotic? Lee Yunjae is Korean, just skip it. Title: Thanks to Lee Yunjae, Koreans' pride has risen to the top. I'm a person who doesn't even like the word nationalism. Today, I feel like a real Korean. I sang all the songs at the concert today. Did you have a talk time on stage with Lily and Lee Yunjae? Lily said that if she had anything to say, she could be here. Lee Yunjae says just one word in Korean. I love you. Foreigners don't know what's going on, so they just stay quiet, and people like me are the only ones who are yelling. Wow, I just realized there are so many Koreans in LA, LOL. It was nice to feel a sense of camaraderie because everyone was shouting here and there. How isn't I love you well known? Isn't this and X-Foot the top two? No wait, how did you come up with such an idea? How do people who don't even know hello know I love you? I love you Yun XGA relay is a mistake only Koreans make. This is the trauma that Yun X left behind from the relay. Title: Is Lee Yunjae's taste for older people? I guess so. What are you again? No. Listen to me, did you see the concert video? Did you see the expression when you sang the duet with Lily? It's not just about singing. It's like singing while really in love. I also think that Lee Yunjae likes Lily. Blonde older woman is the best. I think he's dating Mia Brown. Huh. I thought of that too. Mia was sitting in the concert invitation seat, and she sang a song while she was there in the middle. It was a total hit. I knew it when you gave me a bouquet of flowers. I love you so much. Lee Yunjae is dating Yun. Everyone shut up. Title: So who is Lee Yunjae dating? It makes me delusional. You sing so well. Let's go to Lily versus Mia. No, I can't date Lily. They're the same age, and Lee Yunjae is a minor, so it's a crime. Then, can we just go with Lee Yunjae having a crush on Lily? They are really crazy about love and are trying to get it somehow. Take some pictures of Loco, Bambi. Please make a romantic comedy with the male lead instead of the sub-male lead. You only do genre stuff. Seriously, why are you rotting that face? Oh, isn't the movie you filmed with director Yun coming out next year? You say next year, but there are less than 3 months left. Let's look forward to it. Do you think the movie you filmed with Kang Yun is a romantic comedy? Teasing people in a novel way. Will the day ever come when Lee Yun-jae films a romantic comedy? Title: Am I the only one who feels this way? Our Bambi song is absolutely heavenly. Needless to say, but I just feel strange because it seems like the baby has grown so much. I wonder if this is what it'll feel like when my son gets married. Foreign fans are making videos of themselves exchanging glances with Mia Brown. Something feels off. I don't know my own psychology, either slightly frowning face. Now, I've been a fan since the Yellow Hat days, so I feel a bit strange, lol. Whether you like it as a pseudo-romance or pseudo-parenting, I think it's an emotion you can't help but feel at least once when you like a celebrity. I see. I think it's because Bambi was the first celebrity I liked. That could be true. I feel weird too, but I'm going to keep liking Bambi, who shouts out her love for Bayan in front of 70,000 people, slightly smiling face. Thank you for the wise comment. I should do that too, slightly smiling face. As expected, Bayan is smiling, haha, it's nice to see her smile again. Title: Wow. Lee Yun-jae is going to do a live show as soon as she arrives in Korea. Crazy bastard. The text is too intense, you idiot. Please understand. I did it because I was jealous. I don't even remember when my main turned on the live. If that's the sad reason, then I understand. It must have been really hard to get on a plane right after the concert, but then you came back to Korea and did another live. What's really going on with your stamina? Please show lots of love to our Bambi, who is full of energy and love, slightly smiling face. I understand. Even if you don't, I'm all ready. Bayan, slightly smiling face. Happiness, slightly smiling face. Immediately after coming down from the stage, Jinbei came up to me and wiped the sweat from my forehead with a towel. For only singing 2 songs, the amount of sweat that came out on the towel was enormous. The stage was extremely hot, perhaps because of the lighting, but the people were also very enthusiastic. Actor, please drink some water. Brother. Yes. Even without looking in the mirror, it was obvious that my face was red. I muttered this with a dazed face. I want to stand on stage again. At the words that came out as if possessed, Jinbei and the staff burst into laughter at the same time. Jinbei Hyung held back his laughter and whispered that he would definitely make it just like that. A kind person. I headed to the airport with a hand patting my back. Because I was so distracted by the crowds, I decided to meet Jong Hyun, Song Ijun, and Han Haram at the airport. Yeonji. As soon as they saw me, Han Haram jumped up and down, and the other 2 people ran towards me in a hurry. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight of them bragging about how well they did on stage. Me too. You were so nervous before going on stage, but you were just flying? You're lying about being nervous. No way. I was really nervous. Is that kid so nervous that he runs around on stage like that? I was so nervous that I forgot I was nervous halfway through. It's my child, but I don't know. Hyung Jong-hyun stroked my head with a trembling face. Jinbei was smiling brightly, as if he found something so funny. You are truly amazing. That's right, the series is great. Song Ijun and Han Haram circled around me and repeated their compliments. As soon as I arrived at Incheon Airport, I turned on the live broadcast in the car on the way home. Hey, you look like a very excited baby Bambi, you're so cute. I love you, Bambi, heartsuit, 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 heartsuit. I thank you for turning on our Bambi live, slightly smiling face. Your performance was amazing today. XD. Bayan was still affectionate and loving, but I was a little surprised to see that there were a lot more foreign language comments than before. After chattering for a while and ending the broadcast, I felt completely exhausted. It was a bit too much. I was tired after a 13-hour flight back to Korea right after finishing the concert. Still, the memories from a few hours ago did not fade away. It was really good. The excitement still dominated my head and body. I'm glad everyone liked it. First of all, the audience's reaction was better than I expected. When Bayan's accompaniment was heard, people could be heard murmuring. It's a song that everyone has heard at least once, but people seemed surprised to find out that it was my song. Thanks to people singing along to the lyrics, I was able to sing Bayan even more happily. The duet with Lily that followed immediately was also successful. I suddenly became curious. It was still this good. What would it feel like to face 70,000 people full of nothing but sadness? My heart started pounding just thinking about it. For the first time, I felt envious of Lily. What would it feel like to have so many people like me? This is the excitement that singers feel. Due to the nature of my job as an actor, I always had to be alone with the character. The thrill that can only be felt on stage has a different charm from acting. A sense of solidarity that builds through cheering and interacting with countless people. Has Baihyek been enjoying this pleasure alone until now? Thinking about it that way, I started to feel a little annoyed at the guy. If a collaboration song with Lily comes out, will I be on stage again? How will you feel then? An indefinite future awaited. It wasn't until the next day that I finally realized I was in Korea and not LA. What helped me a lot was the smell. The smell of winter. Unlike LA, which boasts mild weather even in winter, the winter wind in Korea is particularly harsh. Perhaps because it was a house and not an apartment, the atmosphere felt different inside. Actor, here's some lemon tea. Oh, thank you. It's hot, so be careful. As Jinbei passed by patting me on the back, Jeongyeon suddenly popped out. Did you sleep well, Yeonji? Yes. Did you sleep well too, Hyung? Well then, it's nice to have you at home. It's been a while. Affectionate eyes passed over me. I was about to laugh and reply to that when a gentle voice interrupted me. That's right. It's definitely better because there's a series. Song-ai Jun continued speaking brightly. Why are you here? Aren't you going home? Without him, wouldn't my father be home? Alone and lonely? I felt sorry for stealing someone else's precious son. But I tried my best to pretend not to know, even though my conscience was pricking me. Well, I'd like to have it. After resting for a few days like that, I did what I had to do. Is our lucky cat here? Hello, director. Director Yoon's studio, which I visited after a long time, had the same smell. Nothing has changed here. The floor strewn with chocolate bags gave me a sense of stability. Oh, I came to Korea. What is this studio? Please clean up the trash. Of course, nagging was a separate matter. Oh, seriously, even my mom doesn't nag like this. Director Yoon grumbled and instinctively picked up the trash strewn on the floor. Hey, should I buy you something to drink? I'll have it delivered. No, that's okay. I'll just watch a movie. I tried to speak as calmly as possible, but I guess my excitement showed in my expression and voice. Director Yoon chuckled and gestured for me to follow him. I went into the editing room with him. Yes, that's right. Today was the day to check the final version of the movie Spider. Chapter 508. The final cut of the movie Spider. I didn't say a word during the nearly 2-hour video. He remained silent until the ending credits had finished rolling and only opened his mouth when the lights in the room came back on. Well, it's okay. After muttering blankly, I gasped belatedly. Oh my, I made a mistake. Since I had just met Sergio yesterday, I couldn't think too deeply about what I was saying. You spoke too lukewarmly. This is the first time I'm showing the final version, and what's the reaction? It was a moment when I was trying to quickly resolve the situation for fear that the other person would be disappointed. Really? Oh yeah. I turned my head at the tremendous cheering. Director Yoon clenched his fists with a face full of joy. It was worth it to stay in the studio for a few months. I'm so glad. I can let go of my worries. If someone saw me, they would think I had a violent reaction. What came back as a response to the absurd words I threw out was laughter. Don't I know you? Isn't the picky Lee Yunjae okay? If it's not bad, but okay, then the game is already over. I'll take this year's Golden Palm Award. Director Yoon was excited, saying he had to prepare his acceptance speech in advance. It was ridiculous. Oh me. My brother-in-law is talking. Much more picky than me. But I didn't contradict what the other person said, and asked if he could repeat it. After watching it twice in a row, I was able to see the film's intentions better. It came out really well. Honestly, I was a little surprised. It turned out much better than I expected. The characters that director Yoon and I had been constantly thinking about for months were alive and breathing in the movie. The best part was that there was no trace of Lee Yun-jae in the play. At this point, I think I can really look forward to it. Until Twins, many people reacted to director Yoon Kang-yeon's works by saying they didn't know what message the film was trying to convey. That's why it received even more praise from artists, such as the Cannes International Film Festival. On the other hand, Twins received favorable reviews for having a clear flow and development of the film, even though it has an open ending. But The Spider I just saw had a more definitive message than Twins. This meant that even the general public could watch it without getting a headache. We'll even capture popularity. Of course, movies shouldn't be used only to convey messages. After all, a work must be a work. Even taking that into account, it was a beautiful piece of work. I hope it opens soon. The dark and mysterious atmosphere characteristic of director Yoon's works and the intention that the scenario was trying to convey were well blended together overall. Then director Yoon asked cautiously, "What do you think about it? What is it?" "There's a scene where he's strangling someone. Don't you think it was edited well?" I chuckled at the hesitant voice. "Yes, it's much better." "Phew, thank goodness." Director Yoon cleared his throat with a relieved expression. "The scene where I get strangled by Na Min-hoo. That is, it was a few months ago that there was talk of a scene where Spider-Man was strangled by the villain Choi Sung-in. While filming the movie Ilya, director Yoon received a phone call. "Bok Dong-gi, can you call me now?" "Yes." "What's going on?" "I'm editing it right now, but there's something I want to discuss with you. It's a bit embarrassing, but no matter how good the acting is, there are areas that cannot be covered without editing. The hand that is strangling the neck is so strong that the skin is pushed away or the skin turns red, etc. To capture these physical changes so clearly, I had to literally strangle myself. Normally, this would be supplemented by scene transitions, additional recording, etc., but at the time of filming, director Yoon wanted to air this unedited for more than 30 seconds. A realistic scene without any angle changes, scene transitions, or background noise. However, director Yoon later changed his words, saying, "I want to continue without changing scenes, but cover it up with a sound similar to tinnitus. I'm sorry. I know how hard it was for you and In-hoo to film." Director Yoon apologized in an embarrassed voice. As it was a scene that was filmed under the director's strong insistence, it was said that there was nothing to say even if there were 10 mouths. When I was choking, I had to cover up my moans with other sounds to make it less realistic. Considering that they intentionally filmed her choking her up to the neck to increase the realism, it didn't make sense. I wouldn't have understood it in the past. It's different now. So I answered, without hesitation, "I think I should do that too." There is a level that can be surpassed by the word art. Director Yoon and I at the time were unable to keep this promise. Professional, a word used with the same meaning as professionalism and responsibility. How far can I put myself to be professional? You have to set clear standards. There is a limit to being greedy under the pretext of improving quality. If your desire to act leads to acting addiction, it can cause health problems or mental exhaustion. Contrary to the intention of wanting to act for a long time, it ends up reaching the worst ending. We need to take control from now on. I thought about this while watching Lily Sweetie prepare the album. How workaholism can eat away at a person. She was much more workaholic than I thought. As someone who was in the same position as Lily, I could understand her feelings, but when I actually saw her from the side, she seemed anxious. I understand why people around me are so worried about me. Even though she had a career that spanned over 10 years, it was human and pitiful to see her fear that her next album might be bad. It was certainly a good thing to not settle for the present and to move forward, but not feeling satisfied with the current state was a problem of a different level. The effort she put into her album seemed like a kind of obsession. I had a lot of thoughts as I watched Lily become more obsessed with her work whenever she felt anxious. Can I really control my greed? It's not that Lily was bad, but it's not like she had an ideal appearance either. I want to be a good actor. I want to make sure that I don't cause any inconvenience to those who work with me on the piece, and that those who view the piece don't feel like they wasted their time watching it. To do that, I had to practice harder and take on more daring challenges. But I can't let my daily life fall apart. This was a matter of my life. No matter how important the work is, you must not forget that in the end, the most important thing is you. When filming the scene of the strangulation, both director Yoon and Nana were crazy because they had been preparing for the film for a long time. It was only after I came to my senses that I realized I had gone too far. Fortunately, the two reached an agreement and Nam In-hoo's consent was later obtained. I decided to edit the scene down to tone down the intensity by covering it with artificial sounds, and looking back now, it was definitely a good choice. It's much easier to see. The sound was covered, so the realistic agony was slightly weakened, but the build-up was so well done that the agony was sufficiently conveyed. My anticipation naturally grew when I saw the finished version, which was better than the first edit. I hope it opens soon. Would buy-in like it? You. I held back the urge to stomp my feet and asked quietly, "Is this the first time you're showing this at the Cannes Film Festival?" "Yeah, and it's going to be released in Korea right away." Spider was accepted into competition and was scheduled to premiere at the Cannes Film Festival in February. When I was with twins, it was just Coach Yoon and I who went, but this time, Nam In-hoo and In-jun had to go too. I can already see that the schedule is tight. After the Cannes Film Festival ended and I returned to Korea, I had to work on promoting the movie. Since the name Yoon Kong-yeon alone was enough to guarantee box office success, basic activities like stage greetings were essential, although not necessarily urgent. Especially since this is director Yoon's first film in a long time, there were a lot of interviews scheduled. Besides, I have to work on a collaboration song with Lily. The goal was to release a collaboration song with Lily around April. It's the busy end-of-year season for everyone, so all we can communicate with each other is email. After all the Spider schedules were over, I had to rush back to LA to record and shoot a music video with Mia. And then what? Ilya will open it. The musical film Ilya will be released next summer. Because the film cost so much to produce, the pre-promotion period alone lasted over a month. The premiere event was very tightly scheduled, and as a solo lead role, I had to participate in several talk shows overseas. Not only did they have to visit various overseas locations and appear on various broadcasts, they also had to produce separate content to promote Korea. I suddenly felt anxious. Will we be able to film this year? The schedule for the first half of next year is already full. Will I be able to film a new piece during this time? Hey, I don't know. If we somehow manage to find some time, it might be possible. Let's think about that when the time comes. But there were some things that could not be put off for later. This year will soon be over. In a few days, I will be a senior in high school. It's just 1 year until I become an adult. But more importantly, January is just around the corner. January is the month in which I was born. What does this mean? The last fan meeting of my teenage years was about to take place. His eyes sparkled. Promotion and new work, what's important now? The most important thing to me was that I would soon see buy-in. I ran straight to the company. Team leader Wu, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, looked haggard. Team leader, did you get some sleep? Just a little while ago in the sleeping room. It's already a busy year-end season, but my birthday happens to be in January, so I was even busier preparing for the fan meeting. I'm sorry. I tried to bring as many nutritional supplements and snacks as possible. Team leader Wu looked too tired to be dismissed like this. I didn't know raising a big star would be this hard. But what can I do? He's my star, so I have to take care of him. Don't push yourself too hard. Don't overdo it. You worry about yourself. Team leader Wu responded lightly and sat me down on the sofa. Did you receive the schedule from Jinbei? Yes. My schedule for the first half of the year was full. Right? Let's tackle them one by one. For now, let's start with your fan meeting. Last time, we planned a pop-up store and fan meeting together. This time, instead of just holding a fan meeting, we decided to make it much bigger in scale. I have to work hard on my promotional work. I have to brag about this being the best domestic fan meeting ever among actors. Team leader Wu muttered in front of me, but I couldn't hear anything properly. There was only one thought in my head. I want to see you soon. Is it because I had the experience of standing on stage at Lily's concert a few days ago? My heart started pounding like crazy at the thought of my eyes filling up with smoke. Yanji, are you listening? Huh? What did you say? You must be the first to hold an actor fan meeting of this scale. I think many people will be surprised when they hear the location. It's not easy to hold a fan meeting in Jamsil. So, I just ignored the advice to have pride. Oh, I don't know. Does that matter now? I wish tomorrow was my birthday. I laughed heartily as I thought about the rain. Hi, I miss you. Chapter 509. KSBO Dome. It boasts the largest scale among domestic indoor performance halls. For those who have attended various concerts and fan meetings, the term Jamsil Gymnastics Arena will be more familiar. The maximum capacity of the concert hall is approximately 15,000 people. Because the number of people who attended the last fan meeting was 5,000, it has increased by a whopping 3 times in just 1 year. It was unbelievable that 15,000 people had gathered in one place just to see me. Unlike me, who was thrilled to hear the news, team leader Wu looked a little bit hurt. You should be able to easily accommodate 40,000 people. There is no indoor concert hall in our country that can accommodate that many people. I guess outdoor performance venues are a bit like that, right? Outdoors are difficult. If that happens, you'll have to go to a concert instead of a fan meeting. There will be more things to consider, so it'll be burdensome for you too. I see. If it's a problem that can't be solved, then there's nothing that can be done about it. But team leader Wu continued to grumble for a long time after that. I should have just gone on an Asian fan meeting tour. If we went all the way to Japan, we could easily fill up 70,000 people. Why are you so obsessed with numbers, team leader? That's because you don't know your place. You can be more greedy. I think there will be many people who will be angry even among the members of Buy-in. Team leader Wu said that there would be responses such as, "Who are you putting 15,000 people in?" And stop joking and say it's Jamsil main stadium right now. On the other hand, I was in a state of trembling. I think it's me who's angry. Jamsil main stadium was an outdoor performance venue with an open ceiling. How easy is it to hold a fan meeting in a place like that? I heard that it is not common to hold an actor fan meeting at KSBO Dome. Actor fan meetings are usually held with a small number of people. When it comes to large-scale production, this mainly applies to actors who have earned the title of Hallyu star through their entry into K-dramas. Those actors basically go on Asian fan meeting tours, so they easily get 20,000 to 30,000 people. But since my fan meeting this time was for domestic fans, it was ambiguous to compare it to the previous cases. Also, I had no desire to hold a bigger fan meeting just because I wanted to write more numbers in the article. Of course, it's good to see a lot of rain. But everything has its pros and cons. The more people there are, the less affection can be given to each fan. What's the use if it's big? If Buy-in's level of satisfaction drops, it's over. I didn't want to just slap people who invested an entire day into celebrating just because it was my birthday. There's no other way anyway. Let's stop complaining about what's already been decided and move on to the next thing. You're the only one who treats me like a child. Team leader Wu smiled with a hint of exasperation and shook his head. Okay, you saw the photos of the inside of the concert hall? It's a 360-degree view. Yes, I saw it. Although the 360-degree view is advantageous in that it doesn't distinguish between the front and back, it's a fan meeting, not a concert, so standing is ambiguous. However, it's also a problem if you just put the seats down. We need a solution. I want things to proceed in a way that is comfortable for the fans. Me too. That way, neither the company nor you will get criticized. I will take care of this. I nodded right away. I could completely trust him because he was so good at his job. Since we're going to be holding a concert at a venue, I think it would be good to sing as many songs as possible. The response to Lily's performance this time was also good. Yes, I will do that. Okay, let's stop talking about the fan meeting here. Oh, did I mention this? Team leader Wu continued speaking, loosening his tie. Your documentary will also be released during your birthday week. Maybe the week after the fan meeting. Documentary. I tilted my head and came to my senses belatedly. Oh, right. I filmed the documentary. It was so long ago that I forgot. I smiled awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. But didn't you say that it was coming out before Spider-Man was released? I think that's what you said at the beginning. Oh, but they said they wanted to send you out on your birthday. I don't know the details either. Team leader Wu shrugged. He said he didn't know the details, but there was no way this person wouldn't know the details. Are you trying to change the subject? I narrowed my eyes in a moment of passing wonder. Is there a problem? What is the problem? Team leader Wu, have you seen the final edit? The other person hesitated when asked if he could see it too. Of course you can watch it if you want, but I want you to watch it on TV like other fans. Why? There's just a reason for that. What is that? When I frowned, team leader Wu shrugged. Don't worry, trust me. There's nothing that will harm you. So is this all sorted out? All right. Something seems fishy. At least in work-related matters, he was a person I could trust. Trust me, whatever. As I nodded obediently, team leader Wu continued speaking. I'm going to start releasing articles starting tomorrow. I'll organize my schedule for the first half of next year and let the fans know in advance. I'll adjust my schedule so that you won't get tired. So do your best. I just need to do it. Team leader Wu, take care of your health first. Oh, kid. Thanks for the words. In contrast to his cold voice, his eyes looking at me were filled with happiness. I felt embarrassed for some reason by the way he looked at my nephew. I never thought I'd get this close to this person. When I first saw team leader Wu, I couldn't even think of anything like it, let alone expect it. I quickly changed the subject, feeling somewhat Hazy. It's definitely a tight schedule. Yes, but I think the fans will like it. That's why I like it. From January, the month right after, until July, when summer begins. The events that were scheduled to follow were my fan meeting, documentary release, attendance at the Cannes Film Festival, the release of the movie Spider, collaboration song work with Lily, and the release of the movie Ilya. It's a bit crazy, but wouldn't buy-in be satisfied since it's better than not having anything to see? That's what I thought. Lee Yun-jae thought so lightly. I think fans will be happy to hear this news. His prediction was wrong, because the fans' reaction wasn't just limited to liking. Kakong-ang. Oh my god, I think I'm going to have a heart attack right now. Huh, I'm glad I'm alive. Garani, no, the madness of buy-in has begun. Sundabu Bambi at Sundab_Bambi. Life is so hard for a bachelor. I used to like this Bambi, but I ended up losing it for half a year. Where can I find such an unfilial Bambi? With a delighted smile. I'm going crazy, the old man smiles widely. At Vera Crazydrill, I'm crazy about Yanji. I'm going crazy because of Lee Yun-jae. I feel like I'm the villain on line 1. Crazy LOL. What are you talking about, Maclol? Don't you know the villain who repeats the same thing every minute? I'm doing that. Our Bambi is a filial son. Our Bambi is a filial son. Yanji Day at Yanji_Day. This is my 232,625th visit to the emergency room because of this. Shouldn't I give you a DC? I've become a VIP at the hospital without even realizing it. Lee Yun-jae, repay me with marriage. Please stop this. Title: This Bambi series that tells you the schedule for the first half of the year before January. So kind slightly smiling face. I have a random thought, but I think it's fortunate that Bambi accidentally entered enter. Surprises are nice, but it's much better to coordinate your schedule by giving advance notice like this. That's right. It seems like it was a really good coincidence that I got in slightly smiling face. They are good at suing people for malicious comments that cross the line, and they support their children to do whatever they want. They are the best. If you look at the vlogs that are uploaded often, Bambi and the company employees seem to be on good terms. Haha. Title: Wow, Lee Yun-jae fan meeting in Jamsil. This is awesome. Oh, of course, it's not the main stadium. It's the gymnastics stadium. It's a 360-degree view, so it's fun to look at. It seems like the fan meetings and compositions will be different during this time. My friend Bayan is so excited. Even after the fan meeting, the next week there is a public documentary broadcast. The class is crazy. I'm already looking forward to it. Wow, is this such an over-the-top thing to do? Of course, there's no other public documentary that deals solely with an actor other than actor XXX. His career spans 50 years. But it's crazy that the next one is a child actor. It's strange that an actor fan meeting is being held at a gymnastics stadium. I think they'll make it feel a bit like a concert. Will they upload an official video? Title: Everyone, please shut up. Stop spreading it around. Don't even curse, just don't pay attention. Everyone, please pay attention. Please, don't let anyone know that I'm holding a fan meeting for a Bambi. I really want to go to the Bambi fan meeting this time. X feet. The earnestness felt in the swearing. But this time, there are 15,000 people, so shouldn't there be enough people to go? LOL. What don't you know? Last year's 5,000-person fan meeting was cut in 3 seconds. I feel sorry for the people who couldn't go then. If I drop this over Samba and it doesn't sell out, it'll be embarrassing. Yeah, I'm scared to write this comment because a sold-out article has come up. You must be more embarrassed. Title: Who will come to Lee Yun-jae's fan meeting? Didn't Lee Young-hyun come as MC last year? Who will come this time? I think the Nade kids will definitely come. Will Song I-jun and Sergio come too? Even if you're not a fan of Lee Yun-jae, it's fun enough to watch the guests. I heard there are no guests this time, and you didn't even invite any of your acquaintances. What? You didn't even invite your friends? They said they opened it for the fans and gave all the seats to the fans. Wow. This is our Bambis. Fan loves slightly smiling face. But if there are no guests, can Lee Yun-jae fill 4 hours by herself? Isn't she quiet and reserved? Yuri not Bayan. Our Bambi only talks a lot in front of Bayan. When he was a streamer, he broadcasted 9 hours a day, full of content. Slightly smiling face. Don't bring up the streamer. I have 3 hours of PTSD from the fish story. I also got goosebumps while writing the comment. Slightly frowning face. The year has finally changed. As everyone welcomes the new year, Lee Yunjae's fan cafe is filled with congratulatory messages for his last teenage years. The next day, Lee Yunjae wrote a 36,000-character letter to counterattack, or rather, to repay. Bayan was busy posting more articles in response, and the happy fights continued every day. Time passed like that. I'll show you the ticket booth. Take the reverse engineering kit. Everyone, please keep order. The photo zone line is this way. January 15th. It is Lee Yunjae's birthday and the day of the long-awaited fan meeting. Chapter 510. And the president of Lee Yunjae's fan club, Kwon In-ah, thought, there are so many people. The place where she is currently standing is in front of Jamsil Gymnastics Stadium. It was where Lee Yunjae's last teenage fan meeting was held. I can't see ahead. They said that 15,000 seats were sold out in 1 minute. Even though there was still a lot of time left until the fan meeting started, there were still a lot of people. Cool. Our Bambi really succeeded. I was proud to be in an environment where I could feel Lee Yunjae's popularity with my whole body. But on the other hand, I felt a little dissatisfied. If we're in Bambi's weight class, wouldn't it be possible to go bigger? Kwon In-ah grumbled to herself. Even now, the words that asked for the venue to be changed to the main stadium were rising to the surface. If it's Bambi, 40,000 people might be possible. It wasn't a story about a person who was talking nonsense while wearing a favorite filter over their eyes. To begin with, Bambi had already built up a certain level of foothold among overseas fans. Even if a North American tour is difficult, let's at least try an Asian tour. The number of attendees to a fan meeting was one of the factors that could quantify the popularity of the celebrity. It was a shame, as it was clearly a part that could be categorized as sexual. But domestic fans like this better. Kwon In-ah turned her eyes slightly and looked to the side. There seemed to be a lot of foreigners who seemed to have come to see Bambi. I guess I get to see things like this because I don't go on overseas tours. Kwon In-ah felt her heart swell with satisfaction. She recalled Bambi's first fan meeting. There were only about 200 people, but it was a memory I will never forget. Our Bambi, you've grown so much. Kwon In-ah thought that she had to do her best so that Bambi could fly higher in the future. Around her, words like Bambi and crazy were heard once every 3 seconds. My heart became warmer. Yes. Kwon In-ah smiled with satisfaction. Yeah, right. The world should be crazy about Bambi. She met her fan mate with quite a fanatic mindset. Hey, let's get the tickets first. Okay. All tickets were collected on site. The names were divided by initial consonant, and guides were stationed everywhere, making it easy to find. The 2 people who immediately received the tickets scanned their surroundings. They talked with their eyes. They're all women. They're all women. Yes, that's right. As is the case with most male actor or male idol fan meetings, there were only women around. It was certainly difficult for a man to like a male celebrity, especially a child actor who was still a year away from becoming an adult. Is that why? That person caught my eye even more. Kwon In-ah swallowed her laughter as soon as she discovered the person. This is truly amazing. A man fully armed with a hat and mask appeared at the booth. No matter how tightly she was wrapped, her celebrity image could not be hidden. People recognized him and made a fuss, but no one approached him. Why? What is your name? This is Choi In-jun. Here is your ID and reservation details. This is because what was in front of him was not Space Choi In-jun, but another one of the buy-in. Kwon In-ah wasn't particularly surprised, as she had encountered him several times when she went to see Bambi. I was wondering if you weren't coming today since you said you weren't inviting any acquaintances. As expected, Choi In-jun is Choi In-jun. Kwon In-ah quickly nodded in understanding. Rather, I was envious. If he had the financial resources of Choi In-jun, he would have attended the fan meeting somehow, even if it meant forming a ticketing force. Kwon In-ah was also only able to stand here after giving a lot of money to her younger brother and his friends. That person is not a celebrity. Another rival we have to keep in check. Kwon In-ah wasn't the only one who thought this way. The Bayans, who recognized their fellow tribesmen, tried their best to avoid looking at him. Thanks to that, Choi In-jun received the ticket without much confusion and disappeared in an instant. Kwon In-ah took her gaze away from his back and looked at her fanmate. Now let's go look at the goods. Why? Most of them are probably already sold out. You're going to get them all through trade after the fan meeting anyway. Hey, Kwon In-ah was moved by the calm voice of her fanboy mate. Why are you saying the obvious? Don't waste air. Don't emit carbon. Ah, can't you speak a little more normally? Whether it's sold out or not, it's a courtesy to stop by the goods booth. Move quickly. The fanboy mate grumbled, but followed Quan In-ah obediently. As expected, as my fan mate said, most of the goods were sold out. Quan In-ah wasn't flustered at all because she expected it. But what made them flustered was, "Are you crazy? Wow, what is this sincerity?" As always, it was Bambi. They simultaneously cheered as they opened the reverse engineering kit that Bambi had prepared for his fans. Bambi is the type of kid who is always eager to give gifts to his fans whenever he gets the chance, so I expected that he would do the reverse this time too. But I didn't know it would be on this scale. The carefully packaged box contained a Bambi cheering stick, a t-shirt, a blanket and hot pack, a special photo card, a tin case containing cookies, and more. How much is all this? Even to Quan In-ah, who has tried numerous unofficial goods, the quality seemed very good. What stole her heart more than anything was her student ID. Perhaps inspired by the fact that it was the last fan meeting for the 10th generation, it contained a photo of Bambi smiling brightly along with the words, "Buy in high school." Crazy, so cute. They even hand out cheering sticks. Of course, as an actor fan, there are few instances where you would need a cheering stick, but if you look at it that way, all goods lose their value. We should reject otakus who only care about practicality. He is most likely no? 100% likely, not a true otaku. Cheer sticks were a typical item that could usually be purchased in the 30,000 to 50,000 won price range. Even if you never have a reason to hold it and wave it around, just having a cheering stick brings happiness and pride. That's enough. The cheering stick was worth it. But I almost cried at Bambi's love for giving all of this to the audience. Even the booths placed here, and they were full of information. From the forecut booth zone to the photo zone, concession booth, etc. Since Myungwoo Enterprise sponsored the event, they were giving away various products for free. They even hand out drinks. But Quan In-ah hadn't had a single sip of water since this morning. I'd rather have my throat ripped than have to get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. It was the moment when Quan In-ah, who was getting closer to cystitis, was walking down the street with her fan mate. Quan In-ah made a dumbfounded face as soon as she found someone. No, why on earth? As I said before, the surrounding area was full of women. A situation where even an ordinary man standing there would be noticed. Earthly. But there, standing tall in the middle, was a man nearly 2 meters tall. The non-members, including Quan In-ah, opened their mouths slightly. There were some people who flinched in surprise at his enormous size, but since he was buy-in, they all quickly realized his identity. "What are you doing there, Manager On?" "Hello, Captain Buy-in. What brings you here?" "Oh my, you've worked hard. But why are you here?" A myriad of question marks filled the air. Jinbei-on stood in line, undeterred by the pouring gaze. "What line? Are you standing in? Could you be Yanji-dae?" "That's right. Are you here to receive a keyring?" "Yes, please." And Jinbei answered in a blunt tone. He was standing in a line where fans were sharing unofficial merchandise they had made with each other. Quan In-ah laughed in vain when she found out why he was here. Seriously, even Manager On is going crazy. Quan In-ah and her fan mate also came to receive the sharing goods, so their paths continued to overlap with On Jinbei's. Looking at his phone every now and then, it seemed like he was looking at a tweet with the sharing location and time written on it. "Looking at you like this, you seem friendly." Quan In-ah wondered if he had come for personal reasons or if Bambi had asked him to go in his place. Of course, I had no intention of going and asking in person. Luckily, her curiosity was satisfied by a tweet posted by Named. "My manager just got a Bambi keychain, lol, I'm going crazy. Your expression was so cold that I hesitated and then asked if you wanted to take it. But it was a request from Bambi. He said that he was going to leave it to someone else, but he came out himself because Bambi asked him to. So I gave the manager too, and he suddenly brightened up, lol. Blunt bright joy, ecstasy. I had a hard time holding back laughter because I could see the expression change so clearly. Manager On, it's definitely per call of Bambi. It was made with free sharing, but thankfully, I got a snack, so I traded it for it. I'll enjoy the macarons. After Jinbei swept away all the sharing goods, he leisurely disappeared. Seeing Manager On greeting her politely, Quan In-ah started to miss Bambi even more. "I wish we could start soon." Bambi posted on his fan cafe that there would be no guests or invited celebrities. as Lee Young-hyun made a special appearance as an MC last year. It seemed like they were trying to prevent expectations in advance. TSK. Based on this, Bambi seemed to have no idea. I'm telling the fans that it's better if Bambi appears alone. It's dangerous to get too involved with other celebrities. In fact, there aren't many fans who like their favorite celebrity to be close to other celebrities. Since my favorite person likes it, I just let it go thinking it's cute. There's only one difference between being friendly and being friendly. Friendship can sometimes be a factor that causes unnecessary rumors. When a controversy broke out among a celebrity in the same group, there was a high possibility that the image would spread to the entire group. Kinds of people are science. Of course, Bambi's close acquaintances were basically people known in the entertainment industry for their good personalities. Most of the people I've met overseas recently have been like that. But you never know what will happen to people. Since you never know when or what kind of problem might arise later, it was safer to hold the fan meeting alone. There is only one problem here. Can Bambi fill 4 hours by himself? Of course, Kwon In-ah was confident that she could sit and watch this Bambi serial for 4 hours without saying a word and still laugh out loud. But I'm sure he'll feel a sense of responsibility. I was already worried that I might get sick from overdoing it. Even though Bambi was known for his great stamina, he was bound to get tired after doing this, and that for 4 hours. I hope Bambi isn't sick. With that thought in mind, I entered the concert hall. And soon after, Kwon In-ah found herself worrying about something as trivial as trash. Save me. The trash was also his own physical strength. Chapter 511. The fan meeting opened with a familiar melody. You Make Me Float Like a Kite. The song, Bayan, written by Lee Young-jae herself while thinking of Bayan. The melody, richer than before, and the soft voice echoed throughout the hall. It feels like I'm in a fantasy. There was no one on the stage with a 360-degree view. The empty stage was filled only with laser lights shot from all over the place. Soon, the cheering sticks the fans were holding began to light up. I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused I'm going crazy. In the pitch-black space, numerous cheering sticks emitted a soft light. The sight looked like lanterns filling the night sky, like a flying bird that will send Lee Young-jae high into the sky. And finally, he appeared. But I still like it. With the corners of the lips turned up, Lee Young-jae's eyes sparkled as she discovered the audience seats filled with Bayan. He ran to the center of the stage with an expression on his face that said there could be no happier birthday present than this. In that appearance, I felt a pure, childlike innocence, and at the same time, the freshness of a boy falling in love for the first time. Gya! It's Yeonji! Ee! It was natural that the cheers of the girls grew louder. The girls, who had been screaming the whole time since the moment it got dark inside, looked like they were going to faint. This incident occurred just 30 seconds into the fan meeting. Crazy, crazy, crazy. The same goes for Lee Young-jae's fan club president Kwon In-ah. She ran around with her mouth covered. Wow, wow, wow. This is reality. No, but is it really real? Really? Really? I couldn't believe it even though I was seeing it with my own eyes. Bambi was singing and jumping around on a circular stage. Yeonji's face, smiling with the corners of her eyes furrowed, appeared large on the screen. Kwon In-ah was so happy that she wanted to die. It was an extreme emotion that ordinary people could never empathize with. It's too much, what should I do? Kwon In-ah gritted her teeth and held back her tears as her eyes grew hot. You shouldn't cry here. Then you won't be able to see Bambi clearly. Come to your senses, Kwon In-ah. Kwon In-ah swung and struck her imaginary self. The song ended about 21 times after I had hit myself in my head. Bambi, I love you. People cheered loudly as if they had been waiting for it. Wah-ah-yeah. Hello. The deer's howl was so loud that Bambi couldn't finish his greeting. The cheering grew louder as Bambi hastily lowered his head to suppress his laughter. I loved the way her body floated around in a small way. Hello, I'm actress Lee Young-jae. After finally calming down and politely greeting everyone, Bambi circled the stage and repeated the phrase he wanted to see. There's a lot more I want to say, but for now, I'll sing the next song. It's the song we sang as a duet at Lily's concert last year. But what should I do? Bambi wrinkled his nose at the audience. It's a duet song, but I don't have anyone to sing it with. I'm so lonely by myself. Could you sing it with me? Kwon In-ah thought quietly at the innocent voice. X-Foot. I love it. That's not Bambi. That's a fox. How can you be perfect day by day? Dude, if you keep doing that, you'll really go to jail. While Kwan In-ah was muttering to herself about her great regret, the accompaniment to Lily Sweetie's Lily began to flow out. Lee Yunjae began to sing while still giving affectionate looks. Tell me, try to like me. Even though it was an English song, there was no way Bayan wouldn't know the lyrics. As expected of a Korean, they started singing along, and thanks to that, Bambi's laughter grew even brighter. This is crazy, really. Kwan In-ah is the president of Lee Yunjae's fan club. As it was the early days of the relationship, I had many opportunities to see Yeonji Lee, and there were even times when the two of them had a conversation alone. Of course, no matter how many conversations I had with my favorite, the experience of meeting them was always thrilling and new. But it was strange for my heart to flutter this much. Do I have a heart condition? In fact, this wasn't just Kwan In-ah's feeling. All the sadness was tearing at my heart. And everyone thought this. You seem like a different person. Of course it was understandable to feel that way. Because Lee Yunjae a year ago and Lee Yunjae now are different people. While filming various works, he met various people and learned various emotions. It wasn't just that he looked like an adult because he was tall. He now looked like a young man on the verge of adulthood. It was even stranger that I didn't feel excited when that kid sang while staring at the audience. Oh, it's going well. The MC for the fan meeting was a comedian who was famous for his likability. He was known to be a funny person who never made rude jokes. Thanks to this, we were able to see smooth progress throughout various segments such as daily talk, Q&A, and impromptu acting requests. Bambi sang and danced quite a bit more than I expected. He first sang the OST of the drama Guide to Minors sung by Space Kong, Sehyeon, and Choi In-jun. Afterwards, he danced to Tambourine, which he had also uploaded a choreography video with Nadi Baihyek, and sang a traditional fan meeting song with the lyrics, Nuna is so pretty. In the second part, they also danced to a girl group's dance moves, and their fluttering dance lines caught my eye. The cheers of the people grew louder as the dance line was completely different from when the tambourine was played. Among them, Kwan In-ah was the only one smiling proudly. As expected, our Bambi. I told you, you're such a smart kid. The song that Bambi just sang was by a group that has been around for over 10 years. Not only had their activities never overlapped, but there was also quite a big age difference between them, so there was no chance of them getting together. It was thorough and not giving any excuse to the antis. My child is really smart. Of course, Kwan In-ah didn't know. Lee Yunjae was so absorbed in seeing Bayan that she couldn't think deeply. This part is also something that No Bai-hyuk requested separately from On Jinbae. Ruler. Then the MC grabbed the microphone. I heard that Yeonji has prepared another video for Bayan. Let's watch it together. The VCR was played intermittently, perhaps to give Lee Yunjae time to change clothes. The theme of this video was a day in the life of Manager On. The video, shot by On Jinbae himself with a camcorder, contained scenes of Lee Yunjae eating breakfast, exercising together, and watching a movie. The highlight of the video was the scene where Lee Yunjae, who had just finished working out, looks for On Jinbae. The expressionless face suddenly changed as soon as it saw On Jinbae. Brother. The eyes that bend in an instant, the corners of the lips that rise brightly. Everyone took a deep breath at the screen that contained this head-on. Crazy. Bambi's cheeks were red, and her sweaty bangs were disheveled. It was a loveliness that made me exclaim, wow. How can you even pull out a VCR so amazingly? I should have known from the moment you wrote on the fan cafe. I will make it a time where you won't regret spending money, time, or energy. It was a fan meeting that would be very satisfying to those who have been to numerous concerts. The last corner is Q&A time. Oh my, I know you don't have to cry so much. It's disappointing, right? Yes, I'm disappointing too. Oh my, if it were up to me, I'd like to stay stuck here all day. As the MC continued speaking, the chairs were naturally arranged one after another. After Bambi, dressed in another costume, sat down on the chair, the questions continued. The Q&A time was in the format of having the MC read letters written by fans right before the fan meeting, chosen by lottery. The questions were mostly mundane. Basic comments like, does anything hurt? Be honest. Or is your agency treating you well? Or, shake your feet a little now. In addition, questions followed such as why he likes rice cakes and what kind of acting he would like to try next. The long-awaited final question was this. Okay, I'll read it exactly as it says on the note. Are you ready, Yanji? Yes. Yanji, I feel so lonely today. I always feel alone. I'm alone. You're fiancé. Haha. Lee Yunjae burst into laughter at the MC's humorous comment. It was really lovely to see her smiling cheerfully while her ears turned red. Mimi. Bayan, who wrote the note, trembled. I can't believe I did this. Everyone, thank me. The happiness I felt when I made a handsome man laugh was incomparable to anything else. After that, Lee Yunjae walked around the stage and made eye contact with everyone. At this time, most of the people were under the illusion that Bayan was laughing at them. Is this really a fan meeting? It's not a fan meeting, it's just a meeting. I feel excited for Bambi. It was absurd that I felt excited for a child who had always called me my baby, my baby. But on the other hand, this change felt natural. It's like I'm in a dream. The song that concluded the fan meeting was the first song, Bayan. But unlike the first time when the original song was sung as is, this time it was a version that was arranged in a flashy orchestral style. Make a wish in a fantastic scenery. Lee Yunjae smiled brightly on the stage where flower fireworks were exploding. The last lyrics are even more sincere. I said, let me be with you. And so the fan meeting ended. Officially. Encore. Encore. As with all concerts and fan meetings, the encore time followed, and Lee Yunjae sang a different song as if nothing had happened. 3 completely different songs were played in a row. But as the number of songs sung like that passed 5, the number of people complaining of pain gradually increased. I'm so happy, Bambi. But could you please send me home? Unlike Lee Yunjae, who boasted incredible physical strength, the physical strength of the adults, once broken, was broken in real time. He tried to piece together his shattered stamina with his love for Bambi, but his trashy stamina quickly hit rock bottom. Just kill me. By the time 15,000 people had the same thought, the fan meeting was finally over. Lee Yunjae's solo fan meeting, which lasted a whopping 5 hours and 30 minutes, ended successfully. Is this a fan meeting? A concert? Lee Yunjae's fan meeting review article becomes a hot topic. Lee Yunjae, see you next time, ends fan meeting with a dazzling smile. The fan meeting was a bigger success than expected. Bayan posted an advertisement for a digestive aid with the caption, "Ah, this feels so refreshing," on various communities. This was a response to a sarcastic comment that said, "Isn't the agency buying up tickets?" In fact, all tickets were sold out as soon as they went on sale, but many people questioned whether or not the tickets had been manipulated by Win Entertainment. Bayan ignored it as usual, but it still bothered her a little. What if it's really empty? Even if the agency bought the tickets, they couldn't control the actual number of attendees. If you give it away for free or use part-time workers, rumors are bound to spread, and if that happens, your image will be irreversibly damaged. There was no way that William wouldn't know what even the general fans knew. Before the fan meeting, fans prayed that curtains wouldn't be drawn unexpectedly in some areas. And the moment we entered the concert hall, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Because there were a lot of crazy people running around in Bambi. Some fans who still haven't gotten over the afterglow of the fan meeting left comments like, "Can't we have fan meetings every day?" And they realized within a few days. Oh right. OMG. How could I forget this? Everyone blinked with bewildered faces. I was so excited about the fan meeting that I completely forgot that a documentary was coming out. They only remembered the documentary's existence after seeing the video that was advertised as a trailer for next week. And Lee Yunjae, "Brother, what is this? What is this right now? Is this real?" He checked the documentary title with his eyes wide open. The documentary's title was as follows. Special Broadcast, In Search of the Origin of Baycrock Dam. Chapter 512. Special Broadcast, In Search of the Origin of Baycrock Dam. There was a subtle madness from the title itself. I would rather have something that feels comical to anyone, like Omniscient Lee Yunjae's Viewpoint, or I Raised Lee Yunjae. That was even more terrifying because it felt like he was saying it seriously without any humor. Lee Yunjae wasn't the only one surprised by the unusual title. What's this? Huh? Is this real right now? Wow, a day like this comes once in a while. Surprised fans flocked to the fan cafe. I never imagined that something that was just a joke between fans would make its way to public broadcasting. Of course, ordinary people, not just Bayan, We're also embarrassed. Is this really okay? Even a documentary. Because thoughts like the above came to me naturally. Documentary film. There are many more types of documentaries than we might think. In particular, the scope of this area has expanded recently as OTT platforms have started producing their own documentaries. There are documentaries that cover a variety of topics, including real-life horrific crimes and untold behind-the-scenes stories of famous pop stars. On the other hand, the development of TV documentaries has actually been quite slow. Unlike OTT documentaries, which are free from the influence of the state and society, TV documentaries are subject to institutional pressure. This is especially true when it comes to public broadcasting, as it was a documentary that was broadcast under the name of 3 broadcasting companies. It was bound to carry a great deal of weight. So when public broadcasting makes a documentary about actors, it usually covers the following topics. How many roles has he played since his debut? How much influence has his acting had on the world? What are the inner thoughts of the actors who acted with him, etc.? The most recent documentary on actors also had a similar feel, so I expected Lee Young-jae's documentary to have a similar feel. But what about Baycrock Dam? I don't know if that PD will get cut or not. No, even if the PD made it, if it hadn't been approved from above, it wouldn't have come out at all. So the broadcasting station allowed that. That crazy title? I've worked at a broadcasting station before, and it just doesn't make sense. Anyone who has ever set foot in the broadcasting industry is in shock. The entertainment industry that we commonly know stakes its life on viewer ratings. To do this, we look for material that is as provocative as possible, and the directing also follows the same vein. But the liberal arts department was different. Since it is a field that deals with current affairs, it has a much more refined feel compared to the entertainment industry, and celebrities themselves do not appear that often. It's surprising enough that they're covering a documentary about an actor who isn't even an adult yet. But how? Could you not be surprised by such a crazy title? I suddenly feel curious. Someone who wants to watch the show with me. What do you think of it? Looking at the title, it seems like it might have a comedic feel. Can a documentary be a comedy? There are quite a few comedy documentaries. There are even cases where they hire actors and film fake documentaries. Isn't this on Netflix? You have to watch it live or pay separately to watch it. Oh, it's a hassle. Since it was a broadcast aired on a public broadcasting station, it was difficult to watch it separately later. But curiosity won out over annoyance. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen a TV commercial. Eventually, people sat down in front of their TVs at the broadcast time that day. I'm seeing all these commercials for the first time. I only see commercials in movie theaters. Me too. Advertisements these days come out like this. It was a special experience for those who watch most of their media through YouTube Premium or OTT subscriptions. A time of waiting that was once taken for granted, but is now unfamiliar. Many eyes were glued to the TV, despite grumbling about the unusually long commercials. And finally the broadcast began. A tale, a story that flows from group to group, from one person to one person. The broadcast began with a man's narration. We have been influenced by folktales for a very long time. The soft yet low voice belonged to someone most Koreans would immediately recognize. While people were making expressions, the following words appeared. Narration, Lee Young-hyun. Most people who noticed his voice knew well about his relationship with Lee Young-jae. Unlike the average person who just watches without thinking much, as expected of a dad, he's a dad. Lee Young-hyun's fans, who are as crazy as Bayan, went crazy. Hey, my husband is on the Bambi documentary right now. Watch it quickly. X voice is so crazy, my ears are melting. My husband's voice is freaking awesome. Wow, you crazy bastard. Guys, no matter how busy you are, let's keep our signature happy face. Where did you all throw away your smiley eyes happy face? The important thing right now is not the eye smile, but turn off the TV quickly. The broadcast began with the black screen gradually fading away while Lee Young-hyun's fans were running around beeping here and there. But what followed was a completely different picture from what was expected from the beginning. And what? What is quality? Isn't this the one from X-Potter? How much did you spend on production? What unfolded before people's eyes was animation. Like black ink on old paper, the paint spread in an instant, creating a man. A long time ago, there was a son who cared for his old mother. Despite my devoted care for my mother, her condition worsened with no sign of improvement. The frail-looking mother was also created using black paint. The movements that unfolded gracefully, as if ink had been dissolved in water, were artistic. Then one day, the son heard from the villagers, "If you feed him deer blood, all diseases will be cured." The son spent several years wandering the mountains in search of deer. The man on the old paper moved as if he was walking along a winding mountain path. The trees blocking his way continued on, but the man did not give up. That was the moment. White paint suddenly fell onto the previously black screen. The dazzling white paint turned into white-green, as if to imply that Baycroc was a being with more power than men. The flow of paint became stronger as Baycroc moved. But every time he had to return home without seeing the deer. Baycroc jumped around between the black trees. And then the image of a man loitering around the spot at a slower tempo continued. It's like a movie. People all watched the documentary with their mouths open. You can tell how much effort went into the animation. The movements were so natural. It was a unique production that utilized various compositions, rather than a flat production simply expressed with paint on paper. A soft voice echoed along with high-quality animation that seemed like something straight out of a movie. Just when I was about to give up, I finally found a white deer. At the moment when the sun is desperately pulling out the arrow to shoot, the area is enveloped in fog. The fog was expressed in white paint, as if it were on Baycroc's side. The white deer disappeared in an instant, along with the characteristic spreading effect of fog. When the sun came to his senses, the white deer had already disappeared along with the fog, and only a pond remained in its place. The son gave up chasing the white deer and took water from the pond and brought it to his mother. But surprisingly, my mother's illness got better as if it had never happened. The man and his mother hugged each other with happy smiles. The focus of the screen gradually moved away from the house they lived in, finally reaching the pond he had discovered. The pond that the man discovered at that time was named Baycroc Dam, White Deer Pond. Black ink spread out of the frame, and soon a vivid lake landscape filled the screen. It is also the name of a lake at the top of Hallisan Mountain in Jeju Island, our country. The camera moved in an instant from Mt. Halla to Seoul. And here, there is a mysterious creature, a being that has raised our suspicions as we investigate the origins of Baycroc Dam. The camera moved around as if looking for someone, and finally fixed the lens on someone standing in a set. Lee Yun-jae. There was a sense of tragedy in his voice. And then the character people had been waiting for appeared on the screen. He is the person we suspect to be the reincarnation of Baycroc. The screen showed a scene of Lee Yun-jae preparing to film. A picture of her talking to the staff while getting her makeup done. After finishing his makeup, he glanced at himself in the mirror, then gave a thumbs up to the staff. His cute reactions made the staff burst into laughter, and his bright energy spread like paint throughout the set. On the screen, Lee Yun-jae was smiling brightly. A harmless smile that seems disarming just by looking at it. But the voice reciting the narration was extremely serious. He is currently disturbing us with his profession as an actor. Let's take a closer look at how meticulously he acts in his daily life. "Brother, could you just turn off the TV?" A tired voice came from a single-family home. These were the words that came out of the mouth of Lee Yun-jae, the main character of the documentary. What is going on? Please someone tell me this is a lie. My head was spinning. I covered my face with both hands, feeling like I had a headache that I never had before. In the meantime, Hyung-jong's voice was flowing out of the TV without any notice. This is what led us to suspect him of being the reincarnation of Baycroc. I asked Jinbei, who was holding the remote control, again. "Brother, please turn off the TV. But I want to see it. Let's just run away somewhere, the two of us. Any mountain." "No, I don't like mountains." "Not mountains. Let's just go somewhere where there are no people. People love you too much for that. Accept your fate." "Brother, please turn off the TV." Jinbei Hyung stood firm like a totem pole, as if he couldn't hear what I was saying. I felt like crying even more. Continue. Chapter 5:13. People who watched the introduction of the documentary had mixed reactions. This is the first time I've seen such a crazy broadcast. Just scared. Shock and confusion. Shock silence. "Oh, PD, this is so funny." "I know. PD is PD, but isn't Lee Young-hyun crazy? You're reading that seriously again. It's just full of crazy people. And I find it most surprising that I don't stare." I don't see things like this very well. Why didn't you just set the concept clearly? It's better to be properly crazy than to be vaguely crazy. If you want to stare, you have to think normally first. But this isn't possible. If you look at it, you're dazed. That's why it's like that. Are you taking the side of the person above? Are you cursing? Just do one. Of course, the person who reacts most violently among them is. Are you crazy? It was Lee Yunjae. He walked around the living room with a very excited look on his face. What on earth was Hyung Jong-hyun thinking? Team leader Woo knew everything, but he didn't say anything. Actor, calm down. How do I calm down? The face that was screaming turned red and blue. No matter how deep his love for his family was, he couldn't keep his sanity after hearing a narration that said he was the reincarnation of Baekrock. How do we stop that? How about we just cut off the transmission right now? Can't we just say it was a broadcasting accident? Then it will become a bigger topic of conversation. I think it would be better to leave it alone. You knew Hyung. Jin Baeon answered the actor's question calmly. I didn't know anything. Lie. Yes, that's a lie. Her. Lee Yunjae burst into laughter at his shameless, even confident appearance. Then he rushed at Jin Bae to snatch the remote control from his hand. Please give it to me quickly. No, I do not want. And Jin Bae dodged with ease, and Lee Yunjae gritted her teeth and charged. While the two people were fighting, Lee Yunjae was fighting alone. The documentary continued to ooze madness. We decided to cover him 24 hours a day to find out for sure whether he is the reincarnation of Baekrock or not. Along with Lee Young-hyun's narration, the screen showed a darkroom. A lump was seen on the bed in the screen captured by the infrared camera. At first glance, Lee Yunjae and Han Haram were so close together that you could mistake them for one person. The moment the clock struck 05:00, Lee Yunjae's eyes opened silently. Crazy. What? That's so scary. Lee Yunjae turned off her ringing wristwatch and quietly got up from bed, pulling the blanket away. Not long after he went into the bathroom in the room, Han Haram also got up. Oh my, little Bambi is so cute. Why do you look like a nagging puppy? I want to bite you. Who is that? There's a child model named Luke. The guy who appeared in Killing Horn with Lee Yunjae. Luke is an English name and his Korean name is Han Haram. Ah, Luke and Han Haram. That's not something I need to know. What I'm curious about is why Lee Yunjae is hugging her like a doll and sleeping. How would I know that? Slightly smiling face. How about asking Lee Yunjae yourself instead of writing a comment? Happy face. That's really sensitive. The combination of Lee Yunjae fans x Lee Young-hyun fans is powerful. Han Haram sat on the bed and blinked for a long time. His disheveled hair, hazy expression, and slow movements showed that he was still not awake. He turned on the light with his eyes half closed and went out into the living room. The camera captured Han Haram entering the guest room right next door and naturally falling asleep again. He's gone. Lee Yunjae came out of the bathroom and looked at the empty bed for a moment before starting to practice. The clock said 7:30, and the previously dark window had become brighter. Lee Yunjae, who was practicing so hard that her t-shirt was soaked with sweat, came to her senses again to the vibration of her wristwatch. After, he swept his hair up and headed back to the bathroom to wash up. As soon as the bathroom door clicked shut, the narration continued. He had been trying to hide his identity since early morning. Why does he go to such lengths? To find out, we interviewed his inner circle. Immediately afterwards, Han Haram's face appeared on the screen. He was sitting on a chair in the center of the studio. As if to emphasize that it was shot in a studio, what appeared to be camera equipment was scattered all over the screen. Hello, this is Han Haram. Han Haram's hair and clothes as he greeted people were also neat. It was a stark contrast to the disheveled hair and sagging pajamas I had seen just before. He opened his mouth awkwardly, looking straight at the camera. Why are you two sleeping together? His words were subtitled. Yeonji Hyung said that if you hug something, you can sleep better. Hyung Yunjae needs to sleep well to act, so I like it warm too. No, I'm not tired at all. Yeonji Hyung is already telling me not to wake up in the middle of work because it's bad for your health, but I'm resisting. Small letters were written beneath Han Haram's smiling face. I'm staying at Lee Yunjae's house for a while due to my parents' overseas schedule. In addition, all speech, narration, and sound effects were subtitled. Thanks to this, even people who have difficulty hearing were able to watch the broadcast comfortably. Han Haram answered the production team's question, "What kind of person is Lee Yun-jae?" with a bashful smile. "He's a kind person. He's a good person." The voice he spoke without hesitation was full of confidence. It was a sight that made me feel good just looking at it. But Lee Young-hyun's narration was serious. Unfortunately, we didn't get much out of the first interview. But we didn't give up. I continued to watch his daily life after that. There were a total of 3 people currently living with him: his manager, his close friend, and on the screen, Jin Baeon was cooking with a blunt face. Despite his large size, he was able to skillfully heat up food and make soup in the kitchen. Lee Yun-jae moved the plates to the table, and Han Haram prepared spoons for each person. Everyone seemed familiar with this routine, as if it wasn't just for a day or two. In the midst of all this, there was someone who appeared like a gangster. "Oh my, Haram can't even open his eyes. Are you very sleepy? Brother, open your eyes and speak first." It was Lee Jong-hyun. The narration continued immediately. "That's right. I live with him. I needed to go undercover to find out for sure if he's the reincarnation of Baekrock." In contrast to the serious narration, Lee Young-hyun's appearance on the screen looked haggard, as if she had just woken up from sleep. The narrator paused for a moment and then added, "This was also a thorough act to deceive him." Either way, Lee Young-hyun's fans are going crazy. "A husband? You haven't come home lately. Is it because of work?" I was about to get angry, but I understand happy face. "How long have I not been home?" "About 28 years, happy face. It seems like it's someone else's." "Shut up, my husband. What do you know? Calm down." "Ah, Lee Young-hyun's perfume smells really good." "Really? Since when has 4D been supported? After all, handsome men are the best." The screen is dazzling. I want to be in there. Should I hide in the flower pot?" Oh, is that the police? There's a crazy person here." Lee Yun-jae, who shook her head, handed the Tiak Galbai to Lee Young-hyun. "It's delicious." Lee Young-hyun's cheeks moved busily as she accepted it without hesitation. "Isn't it delicious? Jinbae Hyung made it yesterday." "Wow, Jinbee's cooking skills are getting better and better. You could get married." "No, you have to live with me." The way they talked to each other made them look like a real family. A happy family where they always spend some time together no matter how busy their day is. The vibe is no joke. Why does Lee Yun-jae look so cute? I thought she was cute at fan meetings, but she's really a bundle of egio at home. "Manager, I hope you share your daily life with a Bambi every day." Honestly, I think it's fatal to watch this alone. After breakfast, they each went their separate ways to do their own work. The production crew naturally moved with Lee Yun-jae, and the place they arrived was a filming set. There was a master of the Korean film industry, director Kang Yun-yoon. Hi, are you really going to show us the filming of the movie? It's coming out in February? Hey, you're not just going to show me the before filming look? I don't think I'll show you how to act." But contrary to people's expectations, we went straight into the filming scene without any warning. "Ready, action." At director Yoon's shout, Lee Yun-jae and her co-star moved violently. The production crew intentionally shook the camera as if they were getting closer, so as not to capture the scene properly. But just from the sound, you could tell they were filming an intense action scene. It was from this scene that the camera properly captured Lee Yun-jae's expression. On the screen was Lee Yun-jae, or rather, someone I didn't know. He looked down at his fallen opponent and didn't blink for a while. It was a look that made it clear whether the other person would get up again or not. That's right. After a long moment, he spoke in a muffled voice. He seemed oblivious to the massive amount of blood pouring out of his side. I lied. The corners of his mouth went up as he said that. It was a preemptive smile. At that moment, when people watching the documentary were unconsciously opening their mouths and concentrating, the screen went black along with the narration. It was a part that showed how good he was at acting. "Oh, Eva, what if we stop here?" "Ah, shit." People were angry with one heart and one mind. It was a scene that was less than a minute long, but the momentary immersion was considerable. It was a moment when expectations for the movie Spider, which was to be released after the Cannes Film Festival, rose sharply. Of course, unlike ordinary people, Bayon's reaction was fierce. "Foot, what is that bloodstain? Again? 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 Bambi, I'm going crazy because of you. Is it because you really want to see your mom turn upside down?" 1. Huh. He puts his hand on his forehead because he feels dizzy. Bayon, who saw that Li Yanji's face and clothes were soaked in blood while she was speaking, struggled in pain. A truckload of comments came up crying, asking why our Bambi only takes pictures of the sea of blood. In contrast to Bayan's sorrowful reaction, the documentary continued calmly. After seeing his acting skills, we became even more suspicious of him. But those around him seemed to trust him very much. Just like this guy. The camera showed Li Yunjae and Yoon Kang-yeon talking. Yoon Kang-yeon had a worried look on her face, as if she didn't like something. Li Yunjae suggested a solution to him. "Director, if you want to feel strong, how about trying a different smile?" "Huh? How?" "It feels like a smirk right now. I think it would be okay to go a little rougher than that." When asked if she could give an example, Li Yunjae burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." It was a laughter that made me feel uncomfortable from the tips of my toes. A strange and exaggerated laugh. It was a sound that seemed to contain the determination of a person who was determined to keep smiling even after being run over by a large truck and having his insides torn off. He laughed out loud for a while, and then quickly returned to normal. "How is it?" The surroundings were filled with silence. Unlike the staff who had expressions of awe, fear, and even a hint of weariness, Yoon Kang-yeon was the only one with a moved expression on her face. "I love it." At that sight, people quickly started tapping away on their keyboards. "You ant bastard. Lord, another one has come. How come only crazy people appear on one show? Really, a crazy person keeps coming out every 5 minutes." Chapter 514. Director Kang Yeon-yoon, the first Korean director to win the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival. The image of him that was shown in the media so far was serious and mysterious. He was known to be basically quiet, and he didn't do many interviews in the first place. It was a few years ago that an anecdote about director Yoon calling Li Yunjae lucky spread across the internet. From testimonies from students who were present during the filming of the drama Guide to Minors to testimonies from employees of Wayne Entertainment who saw director Yoon making a fuss in the lobby. There was a lot of talk, but half of the people believed it and half of the people didn't. Because there has never been a scene in the media where he treats Li Yunjae differently. But now that seal has been broken, was Yoon Kang-yeon's personality always like this? Am I the only one surprised now? I was surprised too. Shocking. Everyone must have been surprised. They were so surprised that they couldn't leave a comment. "Oh wow, they really call me a lucky charm. I thought it was just a rumor." It's the first time I've seen Yoon Kang-yeon smile so brightly. "Have you been acting like this all this time? Or are you only doing this to Li Yunjae? I know, I don't need that. Why is he getting covered in blood again? My stomach is turning right now." Even though the filming scene wasn't that long, the number of references to the movie Spider kept increasing. After finishing all the filming, Li Yunjae returned home. The moment viewers were about to click their tongues at the sight of Jinbae on trying to practice acting right after washing up, he appeared. "Actor, if you don't rest now, I'll tear up the script." "I put it down. I put it down. I put it down right away." "Yes, you did well. Stop tearing up the script. I'm scared to death." The scene whereon Jinbae suddenly pops out and stops Li Yunjae from practicing too much was edited out and continued. Although it looked like she was being forced to rest, a pleasant smile appeared on Li Yunjae's face. Far from being repulsive to on Jinbae's interference, anyone who saw him would be extremely happy. As expected, it was Bayan who was moved by that sight. I suddenly started crying. "Our Bambi, he's so handsome, I'll live with manager on for the rest of my life." And I thought you laughed a lot at fan meetings, but I really like that you laugh so often in everyday life too. I feel relieved. Baby, I'm happy. It was already known to many people that Li Yunjae was crazy about acting, because it was known through various entertainment shows and interviews how diligently he practices. But what even the fans didn't know was that comfort and coziness were found amidst the exemplary lifestyle habits. Looks healthy. The documentary showed Li Yunjae's schedule, which was filled with practice and filming from dawn to dusk. It felt strangely leisurely, unlike my tight schedule. The harmless smile, soft atmosphere, and constant laughter made the viewers' hearts tired. It would have been a satisfactory situation even if it had ended like this, but it seems Li Yunjae couldn't do that. He approached the PD with a worried face and whispered, "PD, can I really not do anything?" "Yes." I couldn't see the PD's face, but just hearing his voice sounded absurd. "You're doing too much right now." "Not that kind of thing, but something like content." Something that could be broadcast. It's enough now. Please don't worry about it. The PD was disgusted, and the viewers were disgusted too. What kind of kid is that? But on the other hand, I thought I understood why they were worried. It's calm. Lee Yunjae's daily life was all about acting, filming, eating, talking, studying, and talking on the phone. There wasn't anything particularly special about it, other than finding out that I actually talked to Nade Vike every day. Although they were all people who appeared on TV, they rarely turned on the TV, and whenever two or more people gathered, they started talking. At that moment, when the person watching felt slightly bored, I'm going to go do some exercise. Lee Yunjae thought for a moment, and then suddenly got up. His manager was accustomed to bringing water bottles and sweatshirts. The place they headed to was the residents' only gym inside the apartment. And there I met an unexpected person. It's a series. Song Joon-I, who seemed to have just started exercising, approached me with a bright smile. I can't see the screen. Is this normal? That's right, I just see light. This is what happens when you face the sun directly. 2 suns. Double the joy. Song Ijun was the most prominent male child actor before Lee Yunjae debuted. However, because he is very introverted, he doesn't do much outside of his work, so he doesn't have a large fan base. However, he started to build his own career by hanging out with the icon of topicality, Lee Yunjae. Recently, he successfully completed the transition from child actor to adult actor through a romantic drama. Are you still boxing? On the screen, Lee Yunjae asked Song Ijun bluntly. Yeah, I just got back from class. And you came to exercise again? That's amazing. No, I said you're more awesome. Song Ijun turned his head away, embarrassed. Lee Yunjae, who was watching the scene on TV, clenched her fist. Yay. I still didn't have the remote control, but I felt good. Okay. Didn't you put in a lot of effort to get the most out of Song Ijun's part during filming? I couldn't help but feel proud after seeing Sung Jun Song's substantial portion, even enduring muscle cramps. I also heard that you're learning boxing. Lee Yunjae was delighted to think about how surprised people would be when they heard the news of Song Ijun's boxing. But people's reactions. Oh, boxing suits you well. I saw Song Jun at the tennis court 2 years ago. Haha, I guess he likes sports. Do you think that physique came about for nothing? It could be because of exercise addiction. Tennis and boxing are both one-on-one sports. Do you only like to exercise alone? Why are you crying? Our soccer club is missing one member. Song Jun Song would be perfect, but he won't join, right? It doesn't even matter to X that he's a celebrity. People expected that Song Joon-I would exercise, and that he would exercise a lot. It was only natural, given his height and build. Only Lee Yunjae was laughing and smiling without knowing about this. There was a decisive moment that made us think of him as the reincarnation of Baycroc. The documentary has already reached its introduction, development, turn, and conclusion. That's right, he's making a musical film. Lee Jong-hyun expressed his opinion in a serious voice. Usually when you think of deer, an image of a green forest comes to mind. A graceful and elegant appearance comes to mind. But when I saw him singing so elegantly, I couldn't help but feel more suspicious. What do you think? Of course, you can't help but be suspicious, right? The viewers responded. I don't buy it. Pawnbroker, please be quiet. Please show me how to practice quickly. The documentary showed him going to musical rehearsals. The musical film, unlike Spider-Man, didn't show any parts that could be spoiled. But just by the way Lee Yunjae cleared his throat and hummed, you could tell that his vocals were pretty good. Above all, no one doubted his singing ability, as it became a hot topic that he sang a total of 24 songs alone at a recent fan meeting. The viewers saw something different. Teacher, I think I can practice again. I've rested enough. Huh, I'm still not there yet. The instructor's face looked like he was dying from exhaustion. His unadorned, honest expression looked no different from that of any other office worker. The viewers were instantly drawn to her. You've worked hard, teacher. Thank you for your hard work. See you next week, teacher. Yes. Don't contact me until next week. Huh. I'm not joking. The instructor walked out of the practice room exhausted after 4 hours of practice. The viewers were moved to tears. Teacher, life is hard, right? I know. We are too. Actor, here's some water. Thank you. Unlike the instructor who was completely exhausted, Lee Yunjae was just sweating profusely. At this point, viewers also began to tilt their heads. What kind of stamina does this guy have? Is he even a human? Could it really be Baycroc? No. Come on. Are you crazy? No matter how crazy you look, it's still like that. Do you think you can become crazy too? Come to your senses. Come to your senses. People quickly regained their senses by slapping their cheeks. But unfortunately, the PD had already lost his senses. I would be really happy if I lived with Yanji. How could he possibly be so upset when he said something like that? The viewers were as dumbfounded as Li Yunjae was. As if to drive a wedge into it, Li Zhonghayan muttered in a strange tone. The PD said he suddenly realized, even if he's really the reincarnation of Baycroc, what does that matter? Isn't it just good to be good? That was absolutely crazy talk. But before anyone could think, another madman spoke. That's the case a lot. It was a response to the comment that he would be happy living with Li Yunjae. The PD answered Jinbei on in a tone that suggested that was likely the case. Right? I'm jealous. Thank you. And Jinbei smiled. With a proud face. The camera captured Li Yunjae looking at him in disbelief, then moved back to the interview location. This time, it wasn't Han Haram, but on Jinbei. What does manager think about Yanji? The manager, whose body filled the screen, thought for a moment and then said, I'm glad I discovered it first. Well, I often think like that. Other than that, I think it's similar to the fans. I think they're cute, and I also think they're respectful. And Jinbei's interview was candid. Despite his scratched eyebrows, large physique, and somewhat fierce-looking appearance, his tone of voice was soft. The location on the screen changed again. Bambi. Hello, bro. The screen shows Li Yunjae meeting Space Choi in June. The moment I saw Li Yunjae take out her script as soon as we met, I thought, we met because of filming. Bambi, but why did you suddenly start filming a documentary? Oh, I thought Bayan would like it. That's all. After that, there were conversations that would have been touching if it had been Bayan. Choi in June said that he liked Li Yunjae as much as Bambi, so he told her not to only think about Bayan. What does that mean? I like opening a pop-up store and filming a documentary because I think of Bayan. But I hope you don't think too much about Bayan and Bambi. Don't just take care of Bambi. Take care of Li Yunjae too. Don't overdo it. Okay. Li Yunjae nodded with a blank expression. Meanwhile, the viewers who were watching the documentary were clapping like seals. I believed you after all. The representative of the entertainment industry, Bayan, is different. Hee, how can she say such an amazing line? I loved the words that conveyed our love, and Bambi's dazed face when he heard them. When everyone is smiling happily, Li Yunjae leaves one last move. Thank you for liking me. A voice that whispers softly so that only the other person can hear. The two girls closed their eyes at the tender affection that tickled even the listeners. X-foot. It was because of intense emotions that could not be expressed without swearing. And these feelings were further deepened after seeing the next scene. What's the next scene? What do fans mean to you, Yanji? The highlight and final content of the documentary, In Search of the Origin of Baycroc Dam. This was an interview with Li Yunjae's true feelings. Chapter 515. The first question in the interview was, how much acting practice do you usually do each day? Li Yunjae answered with a smile, as if she had expected the question. If I just count the time I spend fully concentrating, I think it's about 6 hours. I used to do it for more than 10 hours, but I've cut it down a lot. Is there a reason you shortened it? Because I had to protect the script from my manager. Li Yunjae looked bewildered as the staff burst into laughter. It was a face that said, this isn't a joke, so why are you laughing? He hesitated for a moment, then added, of course, I feel more at ease now compared to before. He confessed that in the past, he felt a lot of pressure and compulsion not to bother others. Of course, I still think that I shouldn't be a burden, but I also say that the fun is greater than the burden these days. Then what do you think about going to university? Well, I have about 1.5 years left, but I don't have any immediate plans to go to college. Why? Aren't you looking forward to going to college, making friends, going on MTs, and things like that? It's a kind of romanticism that you can't avoid when you think of college. I think I might regret not doing it later. Yes, I'm worried that Yanji will regret it. The voice of the PD asking the question was already a mystery in itself. The moment Bayan smiled happily at the voice that seemed to be completely wrapped up in Bambi. Li Yunjae smiled faintly. But now I don't regret it. I think that no matter what choice you make, you will regret it someday. So, you should take the path that will leave you with the least amount of regrets. Lee Yun-jae said that she thinks this path is the right one for her right now. Even if I regret it later, I want to think that it was the best I could do at the time. If I just have that kind of belief, won't it be? Okay, that's right. Yeonji will do well. It was a warm conversation. However, the reactions of high school seniors and the general public were different. Bambi, please let me take the CSAT anyway. Okay, just come out and line them up and lay down a floor, please. Lee Yun-jae's cushion is solid. I wish I had one more cushion, praying like a dog. If there's anyone reading this who isn't going to college, please take the CSAT. Bambi is Bambi, and the college entrance exam is the college entrance exam. Without even knowing that Lee Yun-jae had seen these comments and vowed to herself, I absolutely must take the CSAT. Numerous high school seniors left comments. Aside from the fierce and desperate flow of comments, the interview continued. From what we've observed, Yeonji's house is almost like a community center. As the PD spoke, people's names came out one after another. I see. It's the community center. The viewers nodded without realizing it. There was also a scene where Sergio came over to play right before the interview, so it was understandable to feel that way. Lee Yun-jae smiled awkwardly and then shrugged her shoulders. I have a large family. Yes, I think so. The PD asked the next question in a cheerful voice. So if you had to choose only one person from your family, who would you choose? Seriously, why are you like this, PD Nim? Lee Yun-jae avoided eye contact. The camera captured on Jinbei staring intently at Lee Yun-jae. Okay, Yeonji, who will you choose? Okay, I'll answer. Me. Mr. Yeonji? This is PD. Yes. Despite the PD's flustered voice, Lee Yun-jae continued to talk at a rapid pace. I'll choose PD Nim. I like PD Nim. My answer is PD Nim. No, you have to choose from your family. We filmed together for 10 days. Then we're family. PD, wouldn't you be my family? No answer came back. And then out of nowhere, a low-quality video cut in. The video was intentionally low quality, as if it had been taken with a cell phone camera rather than a professional camera. In the footage, which appears to have been taken in the dark of night, the PD is seen hurriedly entering the broadcasting station. He sneaked into the studio and took away various documents and external hard drives. PD, what are you doing? Immediately afterwards, a voice that sounded obviously theatrical was heard. The staff acted as if they were trying to stop the PD by shouting, "You can't do that, and don't do that. No, we have to burn this." The PD shouted even while being dragged away by people. Let Yeonji do whatever she wants. Just let her do whatever she wants. Baycrock and all. Get off the air. The screams were filled with desperation, urgency, and the spirit of a madman. It was such a creepy performance that I would have believed it even if you said it was a real actor. Here, Lee. Jong Hyun's serious narration was added. In the end, the PD was captivated by Baycrock. However, the remaining production staff and I insisted that the show had to go on air. The viewers thought, "You're really crazy." Well, it's not just a little crazy. It's seriously crazy. Oh, but is it just me? The more I look at it, the more confused I get. You too? Me too. This concept in a public broadcast documentary? It's so refreshing. LOL. Although it was real time, the response was generally favorable. In the first place, there were no profanities that would have been subject to review by the Korea Communications Commission, and although the expression reincarnation of Baycrock was used, it did not seem to have any religious meaning. It's just the result of a mad office worker. But, this is fucking hilarious. There was a deep smile on the lips of those watching the documentary. Yes, in the end, if it's funny and entertaining, that's the end of it. PD's strategy worked well. In fact, when filming began, the PD tried to direct it with the typical concept that comes to mind when thinking of an actor documentary. But while filming, I became a bit of a nerd, and more than anything, my instincts as a PD came to the fore. This is a program. It is a variety show department, a culture department, and a place that creates programs, no matter what. Programs should be fun and not boring. Many TV documentaries over the years have been obsessed with drawing conclusions. If you focus only on logical explanations and delivering clear messages, your program will end up being boring and dull. Our conclusion in creating the program is ultimately, we have to make them communicate. It's about letting the viewers draw their own conclusions. There are no teenagers or people in their 20s in today's TV documentaries. The PD wanted to change that flow through this documentary. Rather than just dealing with popular celebrities, I wanted to capture the image of the boys and youth within the celebrities. I hope this will be an opportunity for people to talk more about each other's lives. Even though there are differences between celebrities and ordinary people, there are points in his life that make us willing to empathize with him. In order to make it easier for viewers to find such points, the lives of celebrities must be made light, to fit the role of a clown. Using the word clown does not mean looking down on celebrities. Clowns make people happy and joyful. The documentary, In Search of the Origin of Baycrock Dam, portrays Lee Yun-jae as the reincarnation of Baycrock, making him slightly comical but also familiar. At the same time, he showed his sincerity and passion that could not be hidden by the concept. It wasn't just celebrities who made a lot of money, lived in big houses, and were frugal and exemplary. At least the PD didn't want that. With the words "Godborn" and "Miracle Morning" becoming trendy, the lives of people who were already tired became even more tired. I had no intention of listing Lee Yun-jae's perfect appearances to those people. This is because I didn't want viewers to feel guilty when they compare their lives to those of celebrities. The PD wanted to show how hard actress Lee Yun-jae works, what kind of daily life celebrity Lee Yun-jae leads, and what kind of pranks teenage Lee Yun-jae gets up to. To avoid getting bored, but to not stray from the essence, I came up with the concept of Baycrock's reincarnation. It was a rather bold concept that had not been attempted in existing public broadcasting documentaries. But fortunately, it passed thanks to the PD's well-seasoned plan and the very well-made finished product. Then let's move on to the next question. Lee Yun-jae calmly answered the PD's questions. When asked what her most precious memory was, Yeonji replied, "First of all, it's the recent fan meeting." When asked when she last cried, she replied, "I think the last time I cried was when I fought with Baehyek." And finally the question came. It was also the last question of the interview, and it was also a question that Lee Yun-jae answered with embarrassment for a long time. When asked during an interview with Box magazine if there was a moment in the past that she would like to go back to, Yeonji said she would like to go back to when she was just born. "Oh, that's right. You said it would be best before you can walk. What is the reason for that? Is it so you can practice acting more?" The PD smiled and asked lightly. As it was the last question, it was a question I brought up to lighten the mood. However, Lee Yun-jae surprisingly hesitated to answer, and her hesitant silence was broadcast, as is in the documentary. What? Is this a broadcasting accident? While everyone was wondering, Lee Yun-jae on the screen opened her mouth. At that time, I thought that, if I could go back in time with my current intelligence, it would be better to be born again. That would change everything. Everything. There are many things I can prepare for in advance. For example, when to enter a daycare center, or how to avoid accidents in advance. It was a story about Lee Yun-jae's personal history that was not mentioned at all in the hour-long documentary. When signing the documentary contract, there was a special clause stating that misfortune and accident would not be covered at all, so the PD and staff were collectively embarrassed. However, Lee Yun-jae's calm confession had such an impact that it convinced even team leader Woo and led to the end of the broadcast. He continued, "If I had debuted when I was younger and proven my worth as an actor, my parents might not have abandoned me. That. So if I hadn't gone to the daycare center, the daycare teachers wouldn't have had a hard time because of me. The accidents that happened because of me could have been prevented in advance. I wouldn't have been kidnapped, and I wouldn't have been stabbed. That's why I said that." The PD was speechless at the unexpected answer, and what he said next was even more unexpected. "But not now. Yes. I don't want to go back to the past." On the screen, Lee Yun-jae was laughing as if she too was dumbfounded. "If that were the case, I wouldn't be where I am today. I might have met Jin Bae-hyung as my manager. I might not have met Baehyek or Haram, and I might have just known Jeonggi and Hyung as a senior." I see. "Oh, so that's why you said you didn't want to go back to the past." "Yes, because our current relationship is so precious." But, clear laughter continued. "To be honest, I like the way I am now. I never thought I would be liked by anyone. But now I don't know. It might be a shameless thought, but..." Her thick eyelashes fluttered. Lee Yun-jae looked straight at the camera and smiled. I like myself. That's why I don't want to go back to the past. The video ended with that innocent, clear smile. The screen was filled with white paint. Lee Jong-hyun's narration follows. We agreed with his words not to look into the past and decided to stop searching for the origin of Baycrock. A shadow appeared in the white paint, revealing the shape of a white deer. It doesn't matter whether Baycrock's origin was him or not. What matters most to us is now. 1, 2, 3. Dozens, hundreds of such forms were created. A great number of white deer ran forward, jumping briskly. It was a dazzling gait. I intend to walk along the path following the white deer in my heart. What would you do? The documentary ended with a strange voice. Chapter 516. Documentary, In Search of the Origin of Baycrock Dam. After the broadcast ended, where were the production crew and what were they doing? They gathered in the conference room and got along well. Kyo, you're crazy, you're crazy. Mom, I got promoted. It was roaring. Why did they roar? There was only one reason for the production team to howl like animals. What is the most important thing to the broadcasting station, guys? That's right. Is this real? This isn't a lie? Someone please wipe my eyes. It was the ratings. The production team smiled proudly as they looked at the real-time viewer ratings. I have to brag to my wife as soon as I get home. What should I do? I feel like crying. It was a shame that made up for all the hard work I had done. The next morning, as soon as the exact viewer ratings were released, related articles came out one after another. Lee Yun-jae's Baycrock Dam documentary breaks its own highest viewership rating record with 13.8%. Number 1 in viewership ratings for programs in the same time slot, restoring the dignity of public broadcasting. In Search of the Origin of Baycrock Dam, a new documentary that has written history. What are the netizens' reactions? These days, TV shows are so poor in viewer ratings that anything over 3% is considered a hit, and anything over 5% is considered a huge hit. It is partly because the replay service is well established, but it is also because it is not easy to find content that is worth watching for the original broadcast. But it's not a drama or a variety show. It's a documentary that's getting these ratings. A documentary has caused a huge stir in the broadcasting industry. Columns related to this issue have also been pouring out. Title: In Search of the Origin of Baycrock Dam? I will search for the truth about Baycrock Dam. The viewership ratings for the documentary, In Search of the Origin of Baycrock Dam, featuring actress Lee Yun-jae, are a constant topic of conversation. The broadcast recorded an incredible viewership rating of 13.8% nationwide. This is not only the show's highest viewership rating, but also a figure that is incomparable to the previous episode. In Search of the Origin of Baycrock Dam is a documentary produced by PD Kim Woo-sung about actor Lee Yun-jae, the first Korean actor to win the Best Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival. It captivated MZ viewers with its comical concept of confirming whether or not Lee Yun-jae is the reincarnation of Baycrock. Why is the Baycrock Dam documentary receiving such a lot of attention? Today, I will try to find out the truth about Baycrock Dam. Is it because, as some people say, Lee Yun-jae's solid fan base did it all? If that is the case, the entire community is talking about the documentary. What on earth is the reason? The documentary, which aimed to find the origin of Baycrock, ends with a conclusion that cheers on the countless Baycrock who will live in this era in the future. Baycrock who has just started walking, Baycrock who is struggling with social life, and Baycrock who has chosen to take a break, all breathe in the documentary. And all of those Baycrock are our appearances. People looked into their own appearances mentioned in the documentary. They found their own appearances in the colorful smiles of Lee Yun-jae. A documentary that portrays everyone without feeling alienated or out of place despite dealing with celebrities. That is the truth that made people crazy about Baycrock Dam. Meanwhile, the animation technique used in the opening is also worth noting. The beginning of the fantastic animation greatly helped viewers to stay true to the concept. The animation was created by a domestic animation team, and the behind-the-scenes video was uploaded to the YouTube channel operated by the team, becoming a hot topic again. The fact that there is a constant stream of bait, even after the broadcast ends, means that it has been chosen by the people. I think it would be fun for everyone if they can feel a pleasant and interesting emotion while chewing on the bait. Does this prove that the contents of the column are not an exaggeration? People's interest did not wane even after the broadcast ended. Title: Lee Young-hyun Baycrock Dam recording behind the scenes. Just looking at the thumbnail makes me feel so happy. I was laughing nonstop for the entire 8 minutes of the video. Now it's a chance to brag about your son, so it's natural to be excited. Hey, I saw a handsome man this morning. I'm happy. The voice at the end saying thank you for your hard work is so crazy. Why are you so sexy? I understand why Lee Young-hyun fans once made such a fuss. These days, all I can think about is Lee Young-hyun. Of course, that's all. Yuri a fan of that, you know, a fan of that. Let's do it together, happy face. Welcome to becoming Lee Young-hyun's 83,546,794,512,000th wife, happy face. Title: Look at Lee Young-jae being so embarrassed. Lee Young-hyun was uploaded to Insta. This is a picture of Lee Young-jae pulling out her hair, lol. A transaction filmed by a manager while broadcasting a documentary. What should we do, our Bambi? But it makes sense. Empathy score, lol. If I were Bambi, I would die of shame and suffer forever every time I watch the documentary. I thank you, manager on. Please accept my prayers. I didn't know where you were, so I looked all over the place. The fact that Lee Bambi is shocked is funny, and manager on who secretly filmed it is funny, but the dad who uploaded it on his SNS is also really funny. Title: Lee Young-jae and Lee Young-hyun's first meeting vs. Recent comparison clip. The first photo is a capture of the behind-the-scenes footage from the drama Tale. The second is a photo taken from a recent sighting. Wow, Lee Young-jae looks so big. Looking at it this way, you really have grown a lot. When the tail was long, it was enough to hold in my arms, but now it's almost boiling. It's not that it's boiling, but there's still a difference of more than 10 centimeters. Hey, delete this before you see Bambi. Looking at this, I understand why Lee Young-hyun loves Lee Young-jae so much. Haha, even I feel like she's a real son to me. We've been together for 6 years, and now we're starting a new life, so I've said it all. You set up a household, lol. Just say you live together. Title: Lee Young-jae Fox guilty man, he's a crazy man. I thought there might be people who didn't watch the broadcast in detail, so I took a screenshot on purpose. When the PD asked Lee Young-jae what fans mean to her, he said, "A person who makes you look back at yourself." Up to here it's okay, it's obvious, but the next part is a mess. I'll write it in text in case there's anyone who can't see the photo. This is a direct translation of what Lee Young-jae said, without leaving out a single word. From the bottom up. When I see the fans, I think, was I this greedy? It's also strange how I can become even more greedy here. The more I see you, the more I want to see you. There are days when I just think about you all day. I wish Bayan didn't know this, but sometimes I wish she did. Sometimes I get upset and wonder if I'm the only one who gets so anxious. I keep getting confused because of the rain. It makes me keep looking back at who I am. Isn't he crazy? I think he should be sentenced to life imprisonment. I know, at least the death penalty. Instead, the execution date will be 200 years later. Until then, you will be confined in my house. You figure it out yourself. This isn't a guilty man. This is a real guilty man. What? You weren't a natural-born mother? Why did you suddenly become a natural-born first love? Please wash away the fanatic image. It's a bit crazy to suddenly create a hazy atmosphere after being crazy. I thought the same thing, but I want to join here. It'll be fun. Yemi too, hee. The story is slightly smiling face. Okay, slightly smiling face. Okay, slightly smiling face. Title: I'm very confused right now. Me. I told you to sleep well and eat well tonight, right? Huh. Get checked by mom. If you didn't sleep well today, I'm going to make you take a nap, so be prepared. Bambi, yes. I love you. Me. TLQKF, please let me be your girlfriend instead of your mom. I've been feeling strange all day. What should I do? Huh. My friends are all falling for it. Originally, there were a lot of fans in their 20s and 30s, but it seems like there are a lot of fans in their teens this time. I even saw a post asking for Lee Young-jae to do an X-Block. If you do X-Block, you'll feel like you have a real boyfriend. Oh. I'm going to pray meta until Lee Young-jae X-Block. Title: Baycrock Dam Documentary, a real otaku target, for sure. It started with madness. Laughter, crying, emotion, respect, admiration, empathy. All the guidelines points are included. There really isn't a single scene to throw away. Lee Young-jae to Choi In-jun. Thank you for liking me. Who uploaded this video on repeat for 3 hours? Turn yourself in. That thumbnail is also crazy. It was made with a photo from Lee Yun-jae's fan meeting. Hey, I also really liked the scene where Lee Yun-jae chose her favorite person among her family. It's crazy how he was so embarrassed and then changed direction to try to persuade the PD. Before I said anything, Manager On was so excited to see Bambi staring at me. Was that exciting? I was scared. It was the look in her eyes that made her want to stop filming right away if she didn't say it was her. Manager On isn't that kind of person. Instead, I think he definitely heard the answer that it was him after filming was over slightly smiling face. He's a kind person. Where on earth is the affection? Title: If this documentary is really about a romance, you can't help but cry. We just kept quiet about it. You knew Bambi had a lot of self-loathing. That's why I always try not to bother others. He was groaning that he would show us a better side of himself. It's good that the child is working hard, but I often worried that it might be too harsh, but now I feel relieved. Slightly smiling face. Ayanji, I also really like the way you are now. My baby grew up well, would judge you. Why am I crying, Bambi? Be happy forever. Let's be happy with this Bambi serialization in the future too. It was a total mess for everyone. The documentary, collectively known as Lee Yun-jae Baycrock Dam documentary, made everyone happy and smile for a moment. At this time, there was only one person who felt ashamed. It's a series. Yanji, are you really not going to watch this? Go home, Hyung. This is my home. The sharp-tongued Lee Yun-jae was the main character. Yanji, look at me. Okay. Despite what Hyung Jong-hyun said, I stubbornly stood there and stared at the wall. I don't know. This time, I won't even go for the rice cake. Are you very angry? I stared at the blank white wall. Are you asking me what that means? But Hyung Jong-hyun didn't know what I was thinking and just kept nagging me. You said your ID came out. You'll show it to Jin Bae, but not to me. I can show it to Hyung Jong-hyun, but I can't show it to the person who narrated the documentary. Then I can show it to Dad. Okay. Oh my. I finally turned my head at the cute voice. All right. Oh yet. Don't talk to me because I'm not angry anymore. I'll just give you my ID. Yes. Hyung Jong-hyun pretended to close the zipper on his mouth with his hand. I passed by him expressionlessly, but the corners of my mouth quickly fell apart. Oh my, I'm really cute. Chapter 517. Lee Yun-jae, fresh out of Baycrock Dam, visual departure. I'll be back safely. The cast of Spider, heading to conquer the Cannes Film Festival, bright smiles. A polite folder greeting. Lee Yun-jae's warm-hearted journey abroad. Actress Lee Yun-jae. As soon as she appeared, the surroundings brightened, the airport illuminated by Baycrock. Arrived in France to attend the Cannes Film Festival. Maybe it was because I had been here 4 years ago, but I didn't really feel anything special. To be honest, I was thinking like this. I want to go home. There were too many people. Looking here and there, I was already daunted by the sight of a landscape filled with people. Do I really have to attend the opening ceremony? The movie Spider will have its opening ceremony and premiere a week after Twins. What this means is that you can do nothing and just play for a week. Last time, I just watched movies the whole time. I thought it wouldn't be much different this time, so I wondered what the point of attending the opening ceremony was. Of course, I know it's just a formality and that it'll be over in just a few hours. But you probably won't be interested in me anyway. At the last opening ceremony, no one paid any attention to me. Director Yoon, who won the Palme d'Or, was the center of the spotlight, but I was just someone next to him. It won't be any different this time, either. It's already so vivid in my mind, but do I really need to attend the opening ceremony? Can't I just stay at the hotel? I really wanted to grumble, but... Actor, get ready. Yes. I immediately got up at Jinbi's words. I'm not a kid. Since we have to do it anyway, let's just get it done quickly. After making up my mind like that, I went out to the hotel lobby. Is the lucky one here? Bambi, are you here? Director Yoon, Injin, and Nam In-hoo were standing in the lobby. I ran over and stood next to him. Why are you running here? Is there an emergency? No. I should have come out first. I'm sorry for delaying you. I apologize again for something useless. We left first. There's still a lot of time left until our appointment. Director Yoon lightly tapped my chin with his finger. Even in that small movement, I could see that he cared about me. Suddenly, I felt strange. It's so different from last time. The hotel lobby was a place where other people came and went, not just us. Director Yoon, who had been very strict about managing his image until a few years ago, was waiting for me here with a blunt face. But now, Director, aren't you going to control your facial expressions? Me? How am I doing now? Director Yoon looked at me and smiled faintly. I felt proud when he said that the suit suited him well and that he was just like our lucky boy. Oh me. I felt a strange burning sensation in my ears, so I quickly changed the subject. Your clothes look good on everyone. Is Injin Hyung the brand ambassador? Oh yeah? You have to say the brand name during the interview today. If you don't, you'll get in trouble with the manager. Injin was smiling brightly, as if he wasn't nervous about attending his first Cannes Film Festival. On the other hand, Nam In-hoo had a pale face. Brother, are you okay? Nam In-hoo answered the question carefully with a pale face. No. Yeah, it looks like that. I smiled awkwardly and patted Nam In-hoo on the back. Don't worry, bro. No one cares about us anyway. Can you please stop putting us on the same level? Why? My brother and I are both leading roles. That doesn't mean we're the same. Don't you remember when you were the youngest actor to win the Best Actor award in the world? I laughed in vain at Nam In-hoo's words. That was several years ago. How many people still remember that? He pushed Nam In-hoo's back, telling him to stop talking nonsense and go quickly. Is everyone ready? Yes. Then let's go. We got off in a hurry near where the opening ceremony was held. It was the moment when we were walking down the red carpet for the group entrance of the film director and lead actors. Something was strange. Suddenly there was a sound. Isn't it too big? Am I mistaken? No. It was a noise so deafening that it was hard to call it an illusion. The sound of cameras clicking, reporters shouting, and people crowing all came together in a frantic buzz. Oh, I'm crazy. What is this? Why is this happening? Did someone famous come? The moment I stuck my head out to take a look. Mr. Yanji, look here. I love Bambi. Huh. I tilted my head involuntarily at the familiar title. Me? Me? When I pointed at them with my finger, the reporters nodded quickly. Look here. Bambi, over here. Requests to look this way came from all directions. What is it? What on earth is it? As I stood there dumbfounded, Director Yoon grabbed my arm. What are you doing alone? I told you not to act alone. I don't want to get in trouble with your manager. What are you all doing? What? No. Why is everyone looking at me? When I asked in a bewildered manner, Director Yoon snickered. You really are the same. If someone else did that, I would have thought it was on purpose. What are you talking about? You're famous. You didn't think you'd be the same now as you were 4 years ago, did you? Director Yoon's finger pressed hard between my eyebrows. I slowly nodded my head at the words that there are now many people who know me even abroad. I see. Well, if you think about it, it's not that hard to understand. Didn't you sing at Lily's concert at the end of last year? As expected, Lily Sweetie is Lily Sweetie. I stood on the red carpet feeling her influence anew. Even as we were entering the group with Director Yoon, voices could be heard here and there. I waved my hand back and forth as best I could to say hello. I want to bow my head. Since ancient times, greetings have required bowing the head and waist. I felt strangely uneasy because I was just standing there stiffly and waving my hands. This isn't my first time working overseas, but I just can't get used to it. It will probably be like that in the future too. I muttered quietly to myself, thinking that way. Director Yoon. Huh. Please step away and control your facial expressions, you bastard. Director Yoon was clearly showing a different course of action than last time. Unlike last time, when he stared at the camera with an indifferent expression the whole time, this time he didn't even think about leaving my side. It's not unusual for a lead actor and a director to be together, but it was difficult to hide the snickering face. Aren't you going to manage your image? I told you that was over a long time ago. Did you know that I got a nickname after appearing in a documentary this time? Huh? What is it? They call me a fool. A fool who chases after fortune tellers. Her. I clenched my teeth and held back a momentary laugh. Wake up. You're in front of the camera now. What a fool. A word meaning a reckless child. It's a word that fits Director Yoon perfectly, but isn't it a bit too much? But he is still a master representing Korea. I glanced to the side, wondering if he was in a bad mood. But before I could say anything, Director Yoon spoke first. Don't misunderstand. I'm not offended. I actually feel refreshed. I don't know why I was doing image management. It would be better if I just let it go. Are you sure you're okay? Of course. Even if I get a nickname, it doesn't mean I'm not a master. That's right. I felt relieved to hear Director Yoon's voice full of confidence. Title, Spider Team can film festival red carpet video released. The cheering is no joke. Come and watch the video. Everyone is shouting Lee Yun-jae. The aura is definitely different. Everyone is wearing similar suits, but you stand out. Title: Lee Yun-jae's attitude is really amazing. There's a reason they call him Yanxian Daewongan. When you go abroad, you tend to shrink and become a bit timid. Don't misunderstand. This is my introduction. But this guy doesn't have that at all. He's just so majestic. And when you're interviewing someone and you can't understand what they're saying, you can see that too. LOL. Oh, LOL, that's right, LOL. I don't feel like he's embarrassed, even though he asked me to speak slowly. Should I boldly reveal that English is a foreign language to me? So there are many times when I don't understand it. You say you're nervous, but you don't look nervous at all. So I guess that makes the viewer feel comfortable. Title: Korean actors do a lot to promote national prestige. People who wear K-patches are different. Go and get a standing ovation. I'm going crazy, wondering what the heck Spider is going to be about. I should have gone to France and seen it first. I can get a plane ticket, but I can't get a movie ticket. What should I do? Just hold up a sign saying you want to buy tickets in front of there. It was like that last time too, but there were a lot of people who couldn't get it. Will it be worse this time? It's Lee Yun-jae. Oh, I see. What changed in 4 years was not only director Yoon's image and the focus of the camera lens on me. Mr. Yeonji, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot from David. Bambi, I'm a huge fan of yours. I'm not lying. I've seen all the movies you've been in, even the ones you've been in as an extra. Oh, you're that Yeonji. I enjoyed watching the drama you did with Glenn. When can we do it? Why is everyone like this? Seriously. My plans to return to the hotel as soon as the opening ceremony was over were shattered by a large crowd of Hollywood actors. The actors approached me as if they had been waiting, and time passed quickly as we made small talk with each other. Injin and Nam In-hoo had already returned to the hotel, and director Yoon stayed behind to watch over me. Isn't that director Yoon Kang-yeon? I really enjoyed Twins. I'm really looking forward to this one, too. Haha, thank you. I didn't do anything this time. I just took a picture of Muse. What? Director Yoon definitely spoke English well. No matter how much I studied English, there were times when I couldn't understand the locals because they spoke so fast. It was much easier because director Yoon was there to help me every time. But even after finally entering the hotel, the discomfort continued. My plans to spend a week wandering around and watching movies were completely ruined. I can't go outside. I couldn't even eat freely inside the hotel, let alone outside. Why? Ms. Yeonji? That's because the people I met at the restaurant kept talking to me. I even felt burdened by the way he spoke, trying to win my favor in any way. Please send me to Korea. I held out for a week, begging hard in my heart. On the day of the long-awaited Spider screening, I stood on the red carpet again. Unlike the opening ceremony which was held during the bright day, it felt new because it was dark at night. And the cheering was also different. Whoa, Mr. Yeonji, please. Please look here. Bambi, please calm down. What are you going to do if your throat gets hurt? It's not possible to provide nutritional supplements to everyone here. Wow, there are so many people. Yes, that's right. Perhaps because it was a venue created just for the movie Spider-Man, the cheering was much louder than at the opening ceremony. I felt good seeing so many people who were presumed to be buy-in. I can meet buy-in even in France. I am truly blessed. While striking various poses for reporters, he looked at his fans in the distance whenever he had time. But every time I tried to get closer to buy-in, director Yoon grabbed my arm. How many times do I have to tell you not to act alone? I didn't know it, but I'll give you some time to see your fans later. So focus on the movie for now. You, Inma, aren't you worrying too much about your fans when you're the one who wrote the script? That's true. When I apologized in an embarrassed voice, director Yoon snickered. Then shall we go in? Let's watch a movie. Great. I went inside the Lumiere theater where the film was showing. Even as we walked inside, the clicking sound of cameras continued. It took a long time to get into the theater and even to get to my assigned seat. Oh my, I'm really out of my mind. I sat on a chair that felt much smaller than before. Soon, the theater became pitch black. It starts. It was the premiere of the film I wrote, Spider. Chapter 518. Today was the day that Spider was released for the first time in the world in Cannes. This film, a collaboration between director Yoon Kang-yeon, winner of the Palme d'Or, and actress Lee Yun-jae, winner of the Best Actor award, has garnered a lot of attention even before its release. In front of the theater, There were many people standing holding signs that said, "I need tickets." Their faces looked very eager, but unfortunately, it was not easy to get tickets. Most people returned home in disappointment, having failed to get tickets, and only those with tickets were allowed to go inside. I'm seeing this with my own eyes. Inside the Lumiere Theater where Spider is being shown, the people sitting in the seats whispered with excited faces. "You'll finish it this time too, right? I just finished watching Twins again yesterday." "Me too. Even if I see it after a long time, a masterpiece is still a masterpiece. Don't expect too much. You might be disappointed." "Oh, that's true. I just wish it would start sooner." "When on earth is it going to start?" No matter how small the whispering was, there was a limit. When the number of people whispering reached 2,000, it was bound to turn into a murmur. But there was a time when the somewhat chaotic atmosphere was momentarily enveloped in silence. It was the moment when the director and actors entered the theater. Wow. Director Yoon Kang-yeon, who rarely gives interviews and is kept under wraps, was actually quite tall. He was a middle-aged man with a more solid body than expected, without the belly fat that is common among people his age. Next to him were two men who appeared to be actors. Both of them looked like celebrities to anyone who saw them. That is, all three of them were showing a warm appearance. But even so, oh my God, I couldn't beat Lee Yoon-jae. He had the aura to captivate 2,000 people in an instant. Where was the little boy from Twins gone? And there stood a young man who had grown up in a flash. Beautiful. The silence was brief. The theater became much noisier than before. The surroundings were filled with words like beautiful, gorgeous, etc. It was the moment when it became clear that all these people in the theater were only looking at Lee Yoon-jae. Big. The audience regained their composure only after Lee Yoon-jae took her seat. The theater slowly grew dark and the commotion subsided completely. The movie finally started. That's why a sound was heard along with the intro video introducing the production company and distributor. No, at that time the sound, which was initially so quiet that it was hard to believe, grew louder as if it was right next to me by the time the intro video ended. What is that sound? Puhahak. Hey, I told you it wasn't me. I didn't know. Honestly, this is him playing a trick on me. Admit it. What kind of recognition is this? You're just mistaken. Here it goes again. Here it goes. How is it that not a single person takes my side? It was the sound of students chatting away. The background to the sound, which made one feel youthful energy just by listening to it, was a classroom. The camera captured the youthful energy that filled the classroom even though it was not even 8 a.m. You're cute. The audience smiled without realizing it. Those guys probably go around saying that they're big enough to be big enough, that they're already spoiled. But to the eyes of a member of society, the refreshing energy was clearly visible. An energy that can only be felt by young boys and girls. That kind of bright energy that is sometimes expressed by the word youth. Ring. The teacher entered the classroom with the sound of a bell. Okay, quiet. I told you yesterday, right? A transfer student is coming today. Here, say hello. The teacher nodded to the side. Then the male student standing next to the desk opened his mouth and smiled. Hello, I'm Kim Lee-hyun. Please take care of me from now on. A male student named Kim Lee-hyun had a striking appearance. Scenes of female students looking at him and exchanging glances, and some male students restraining him, passed by quickly. Oh, Kim Lee-hyun is here. Hey, fortunately, Kim Lee-hyun blended in well with the group without any problems. Kim Lee-hyun looked like an ordinary student who chatted with his peers during recess, got scolded by his teacher for half asleep during class, and wondered how to study on his own. After several scenes that showed that some time had passed, a boy intruded into Kim Lee-hyun's ordinary daily life. Hey, you look handsome. Do you know any girls? A slovenly tone of speech, and a bad attire that doesn't even include a proper white shirt. Kim Lee-hyun looked at the person in front of him for a moment, and then smiled. Well, I can't say there isn't any. As expected. What are you doing tonight? Bring some girls out. I think it'll be difficult today, because I have an appointment. Kim Lee-hyun had the wit to talk to boys whose names he didn't even know without hesitation. When he brought up the idea of making a place for them sometime, the other person said he believed him and hit Kim Lee-hyun on the back hard. Then he stormed out of the classroom. It was at that moment that Kim Lee-hyun was staring intently at that back. Kim Lee-hyun, if possible, avoid getting involved with him. His partner spoke to him. Kim Lee-hyun answered with a puzzled face. Why? My hands are a little sore, but they still look okay. Hey. My partner hesitated for a moment, then lowered the volume of his voice. I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm telling you because you're a good guy. Don't tell me you heard it from me. The scene suddenly changed. He's really trash. The worst of the worst, a total piece of crap. If you find out what he really is, you won't be able to live in your right mind. The boy continued to enjoy his nightlife, with his partner's voice acting as narration. The image of him drinking and smoking confidently while wearing his school uniform, the image of him touching girls who look as young as him without hesitation, the image of him fighting with someone while swearing harshly, etc. Isn't he the famous Molka perpetrator in this neighborhood? The partner lowered the volume of his voice. Even further, a few months ago, I uploaded a video of me and a girl from the next class doing that to Telegram. The video spread everywhere. Eventually, the girl committed suicide. What? Really? Then you're going to tell me this as a joke? The teacher told you not to tell anyone, so no one told you. Last week, we went to the charnel house as a group. My partner was now speaking almost in a whisper. He's really not a normal crazy guy. Not only did he distribute the video, but he also went to a girl's funeral and caused a commotion. What the hell? I told you that I played that video on my phone in front of my parents. I shared it with my friends and laughed. They're crazy kids too. Oh my, what should I do with my parents? I mean, I was there at the time. Mom was half passed out. Dad was yelling at me, asking what the hell was going on, and you know what that kid said? My partner opened his mouth with a tired look on his face. But the voice coming out of his mouth wasn't his partner's. Instead, the boy's voice that had been uttered at the funeral came out. I do that because it's fun. The camera showed the boy giggling in front of the crying family. This is crazy, right? So, if possible, stay away from it. Okay, I get it. Man, that's really creepy. Thanks for letting me know. Kim Lee-hyun's expression remained unchanged throughout the conversation. Only a truly creepy voice appeared off-screen. The partner let out a short sigh, seemingly relieved by Kim Lee-hyun's words. Hey, but then, to change the subject, he asked another question. What is that scar on your left hand? That thing on your palm. Wow, it looks more brutal up close. Actually, I misunderstood that scar when I saw it on your first day at school. I thought you were a brat who played around too. Only after my partner finished speaking did Kim Lee-hyun appear on the screen. Kim Lee-hyun smiled blandly, as if telling me to make sense. When I was in middle school, there was a robbery at my house. I got a scar from a fight back then. Really? Tell me more. Oh my, you can't handle it. Just know that I sacrificed myself to protect my sister and mother. Wow, this kid was really something. Kim Lee-hyun, who smiled awkwardly at her partner's compliment, looked very mature. That kid is really upright. It's clear that the friends in the play were thinking what the audience was thinking. The partner was looking at Kim Lee-hyun with a look of favor that anyone could see, and soon several people gathered around him. Meanwhile, Kim Lee-hyun was smiling brightly. The camera slowly moved away from Kim Lee-hyun and left the classroom. Then, we moved from the crowded downtown area to a place with fewer people. The moment you step out of the sunlight and into the shade. I heard cicadas chirping somewhere. The film's atmosphere became strangely chilly. What? It was a time when people in the theater were narrowing their eyes. The movie turned straight into night without any signal. In the pitch-black darkness, no sound could be heard except for the occasional swaying of the trees in the wind. A change occurred in that once quiet space. Gasp bug. I started to hear someone running towards me. X-foot. 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 This is driving me crazy. The person spitting out the foul language was the boy my partner had just introduced me to. The curious expression from the previous scene was nowhere to be found. His face was filled with fear and horror. He seemed to be running away from something, but then he tripped over his own feet and fell. Ugh. Oh my, that must hurt. He got up with a painful wound hanging from his knee that was clearly visible. As the audience unconsciously grimaced, a strange sound was heard. Shpick. It sounded like the wind escaping or something hitting a wall. But before the audience could realize what the sound was, "You!" The boy screamed. "Save me! Save me! Help me!" The boy's face was filled with fear as he screamed. The boy runs away and the space is empty. After a while, something black emerged from the darkness. It was a pistol equipped with a silencer. Only after watching did the audience realize that the sound they had just heard was a pistol shot. It sounded terribly realistic. Please save me. Is anyone there? The camera captured the back of the boy running away quickly. There is also a picture of a man leisurely following behind. Ears with in-ear headphones, the corners of the lips turned up, hands that don't shake at all, etc. The camera carefully captured only a small part of the man. The gaze seemed like that of a herbivore afraid that its location would be revealed to a predator. As the camera took that position, the audience also became anxious. At that moment, a low voice was heard from the earphones inserted in the man's ears. Just play around and stop now. The man who was chasing the boy answered with a smile. Why, it's funny. Just look at him struggling, huh? The artificial and exaggerated speech and high-tension voice were strangely rough. The audience collectively tilted their heads. What is it? Something is. It's unnatural. It's hard to put into words, but I felt something strong. This isn't fun at all. Just deal with it quickly. You're really boring. I'm going to kill you anyway, so why don't you have some fun? You know it's against the rules. Those damn rules, those rules. They're boring. The man walked away, grumbling in a loud voice. And finally, save me. Please. At the end of the alley, a man and a boy met. Whether the boy was afraid of him or not, the man still answered the voice in his ear with a cheerful voice. Ugh, I get it. Are you going to kill me now? It was so dark that I couldn't even see if he was wearing earplugs. That is to say, in the boy's eyes, the other person just looked like a crazy person talking to himself. What the hell are you? You fucking XX. Why did you suddenly show up and do such a crappy thing all of a sudden? He was so scared that he swore. This fucking dog, won't you get out? You son of a bitch. The man smiled brightly at the boy's screaming curses, and then he took a step forward. Finally, his face was clearly captured on camera. You. The audience was just as shocked as the boy. The man holding the gun was Kim Il-hyun. Of course, the audience was more familiar with another name than Kim Lee-hyun. Actress Lee Hyun-jae was smiling brightly on screen. Wool wool. He made a sound like a dog barking, then pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The heavy sound of the pistol without the silencer left an equally shocking impression on the minds of the audience. Oh my! The opening was really well chosen. Chapter 519. In fact, it wasn't that shocking that the person holding the gun was transfer student Kim Lee-hyun. In some ways, it was a very obvious and quick development. Nevertheless, there was a reason why the audience was so shocked. What is this? The voice. Kim Lee-hyun's voice in the classroom was a low boy's voice. It was a voice that sounded somewhat familiar to those who knew about actress Lee Hyun-jae. The voice of a male student who maintains good relationships with his school friends and lives an ordinary life. But the voice of the man who appeared with the gun was something I had never heard before. It's so different. No, he just seemed like a different person. It was surprising that one person had two voices, but it was incredibly confusing to find out that the main character was Lee Hyun-jae, a familiar actress to us. While the audience gaped in shock, feeling as if they had been hit in the back of the head, the boy who had been shot crawled on the floor, trembling. Ugh. What do you want? Money. The boy, holding somewhere in his abdomen, begged earnestly. Even at that pitiful sight, Lee Hyun-jae, no, Kim Il-hyun, just smiled. Then the boy began to cry. You have to say why you're doing this. X-foot, why? Why? Why are you doing this? It was a scream full of screams. Kim Lee-hyun smiled brightly and answered like this. Just as the boy's expression became blank, a second bullet came out of the gun. Bang! This time it was a heavy sound again. The boy clutched his abdomen and whimpered, unable to speak, as if he was having difficulty breathing. Kim Il-hyun looked into the terrified eyes and fired 2 more shots. He looked at the body that had been shot 4 times for a moment, then leisurely walked away. The camera captured the scene of a corpse lying helplessly. Then something appeared on the left side of the screen, slowly, pushing away the scene where the corpse was lying. Beep. The identity of the something was paper from a printing press. The paper creaked and fell, completely obliterating the scene where the corpse lay. And then someone picked up the paper. Spider, I warned you. Don't mess around. The man holding the paper was an adult male who looked definitely older than Kim Il-hyun. He called Kim Hyun-jae Spider. If I had been even a little bit late, I would have been caught. Do you understand? Stop nagging. Because you caused so much trouble, Kim Lee-hyun has been deleted. What? You'll be processed as having transferred schools due to an urgent matter, so don't hang around that area for the time being. I couldn't even say hello to my friends. This is too much. Ugh. Kim E-hyun. No, a man with a fake name called Kim E-hyun. That is, Spider had to constantly listen to the nagging of the paper-carrying man, Pion. Pion spouted out words like, "Why did you take out the silencer and shoot the gun at the end? And if you cause any more trouble, I won't be able to clean it up myself." Just by listening to the conversation above, it was clear that the two were partners. Stop nagging. Spider covered his ears with a childish face, and Pion warned with a stern face. I received a warning from my superiors. Do you know what will happen if you don't protect me? But what followed those words was a huge fuss. What? Oh my, this is a big problem. Without a headquarters, I'm just a murderer. Spider opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly. Spider, thanks to the headquarters, I am a hero who protects justice, but what should I do? Oh no, my life is over. Spider, stop. Pion's voice became even lower. Only then did Spider laugh out loud and raise both his hands. Haha, I get it. I get what you mean. Okay, reflect. It was my fault for trying to talk to you. Okay, are you mad? Why are you like that? Get out of my way. The two men entered an office, bickering. There was no one inside the office, which was made of transparent glass on all sides, and there were only chairs and desks made of iron. Spider said, sitting down in his familiar chair. But wasn't the guy you killed today a joke? He wasn't some ordinary piece of trash. What are you talking about? He's the guy who went to the victim's funeral and took hidden camera photos. Even by headquarters regulations, he's appropriate trash. What do I have to say about him just messing around a little before taking revenge? Our goal is not revenge. It is justice. Pion's voice was solemn and serious. Spider laughed openly at that statement. The camera slowly moved away from the two men, revealing a crowd of people on their floor. People were wearing the same clothes as Spider and Pion. It was a visual scene that made it possible to see at a glance that everyone here was on the same side. The scale of this unidentified organization is also enormous. This is a Spider's Web, an organization that punishes minor trash. Soon after, Spider's voice was added as narration. Under the rule that since it's a minor's business, it has to be handled by a minor, all the agents who kill trash like me are minors. The action agent transfers to the school where the trash is walking around and collects data through several days of surveillance and tracking. This suitability is determined through data collected by action agents, not through police databases or expos posted on the internet. The screen shows Spider acting as Kim Lee-hyun. Unlike the story his partner told, which made him shiver, the spider on the screen was directly looking at the trash laughing at the funeral. And then, through the lens in his eye, the scene was cut to Pion seeing what Spider was seeing. When the agent gets older and is no longer a minor, he or she is transferred to an administrative position, like my partner, Pion. And what is required of them is objective judgment without emotional involvement. After looking at the data gathered by the action agents, we decide whether or not to kill the trash based on the headquarters regulations. Widely, the narration was cut off by the sound of feet being placed on the table. The one who made the sound, Spider, said, "No matter how much I think about it, it all seems like bullshit to me. Doesn't it? Get your feet off the table, Spider." No, think about it. Spider stood firm in his opinion. He said that it was putting too much significance on killing a single piece of trash, and that it was not something that could be done for a particular reason. It's a bit much to kill them so easily. You can play around with knives. They did the same thing to their victims. Isn't it too easy? Spider, why are you being so serious again? Did I say something wrong? According to headquarters regulations, punishment for suitable trash is to shoot 4 times in the liver, lungs, spleen, and heart in that order. No touching anything else. Okay. Anyway, I'm a nag. Despite Spider's grumbling, Pion did not lose his solemn attitude. He gathered the papers and organized them neatly. Our work is finally being reported. The government can't hide it anymore. Is it a big deal that the article came out? He's already famous among the kids. There's this crazy guy who only picks on bullies and kills them. That's not enough. The whole nation needs to know. Peon's voice was filled with strength. He said solemnly, "It will be officially announced by tomorrow that the perpetrator shot the gun 4 times. They said they will send out an official notice to all schools nationwide." Official document? What official document? To search my belongings because there might be someone with a gun? Huh. You still don't seem to think that. The perpetrator is a minor. You just know that the crime was committed against a minor. You need to speak properly, Peon. It's not just minors that are being targeted, it's minor trash. The criminal is also a juvenile trash. Peon glared at Spider. While the conversation between the two went back and forth like a game of ping pong, the camera captured the two of them as if they were jumping around. It was a cartoonish production with abrupt cuts rather than smooth scene transitions. It's fun. It's refreshing. The audience reaction was favorable. To begin with, Spider wasn't the type of person you would normally see in everyday life. Exaggerated speech, strange facial expressions, eyes that seemed to have a screw loose somewhere, etc. Lee Young-jae gave a great performance that truly made it feel like Spider was a movie character. Thanks to this kind of acting and unique directing, the audience was able to take a step back from their immersion and read the message of the film. Of course, there were some audience members who tilted their heads in bewilderment. It's a bit different from director Yoon's previous films. This is because it is far from the techniques that Yoon Kang-yeon has often used when making movies. For those who had no idea that Lee Young-jae's opinions were largely reflected in the meeting, they simply thought, Director Yoon has improved one step further. Hey, have you seen the transfer student from Class 3? Meanwhile, Spider-Man's activities in the play continued diligently. Transfer student? Pretty. He's a man. He's a big kid. X-foot. An old, abandoned trailer behind the school cafeteria. The students gathered in front of him were chatting and giggling. Why are you bringing up that kid with the same thing? It's killing my appetite. No, I said X is handsome. Was I the only one who saw it? So what does it matter? He's a guy anyway. You little punk, are you a possible candidate? If you're pretty, you can be a man too. Oh damn it. It's so dirty. Pull up. The vulgar language mixed with the cigarette smoke, and the camera followed the smoke upward. There was a spider lying leisurely on top of the trailer. He glanced down and moved his body quietly. Soon. Widely. What is it? X-foot. I jumped down without hesitation. The students screamed in surprise as a spider suddenly appeared out of thin air. Spider blinked his eyes without flinching at the gaze directed at him, and soon smiled brightly. Hi. What the hello? Aren't you some crazy bastard? Hey, that's him. The transfer student from Class 3. What? A student with a furious expression glared at Spider. Hey, X-foot. How long have you been here? You're not even a rat. So why are you hiding? It's annoying. I wasn't hiding. What? I was just sleeping, and you guys came late. It wasn't me who interrupted. It was you guys. The atmosphere instantly turned tense as Spider spoke gloomily. This kid is crazy. Dude, are you crazy? Do you want to get laid? Spider pretended to think for a moment, then grinned. No, I don't want to die. This X-legged bastard. It wasn't difficult to read the hidden grumbling behind the bright smile. The enraged student ran towards him with his fist raised, but the audience watching the movie had already guessed. It's going to break. Well, they're just kids anyway. These kids know how to do nothing but gather together and smoke cigarettes. These were kids who believed that just by doing that, they had achieved something and were out of the box. A foolishness that feels pure. There's no way a killer as powerful as Spider-Man wouldn't be able to handle those guys. The audience who saw the gruesome opening watched the movie without any worries. And as expected, oh, be careful. Hey, X-foot. The spider twisted its body this way and that to avoid the punches. The light footsteps were even more annoying. This little rat keeps on doing this. Do you really want to get killed? I told you I don't want to die. He started to cry when sweat started to form on his opponent's forehead. I'm so confused. Why are you so angry? What? I came down to say hello because you guys brought up my story. So why are you angry? This is really crazy. Hey, Hyung-wook. Let's just go. Let go of me. I'm going to kill that bastard. The kids who were standing there blankly caught the guy who was throwing punches. Hyung-wook pretended to be dragged away by his friends while being held by their hands. Bye. See you next time. Spider smiled brightly and waved his hands. He smiled brightly until the students completely disappeared from sight, then suddenly stopped. and by the time he put his hand down, his expression was back to blank. Crazy. The audience shuddered without realizing it. The change in facial expression was so rapid that it gave me goosebumps. It feels like it hasn't even started yet. What should I do if it's already this scary? There was still more than half of the movie left. How many more times will I have to feel this creepy sensation? They didn't expect it at all. This feeling could continue, or it could get worse from here. Chapter 520. Spider confirmed that the smoking group had completely moved away. Huh. He sighed deeply and put his hand to his ear with a gloomy face. Spider, report the results. Headquarters, I'm listening. Kim Hyung-wook found unsuitable. Isn't it too early to judge? No. No matter how you look at it, he's just a common thug. There was a hint of regret in his voice. All we did was gather together in a group and smoke cigarettes. Huh. When did society become so healthy? There aren't enough people to kill. Despite his creepy words, Spider's expression was innocent. He just had the look of a child who was sad because he couldn't buy a toy. Can't you kill someone by smoking? If you think about it, isn't smoking also a social evil? What do you think? Can't you kill someone by smoking? When you're done reporting, come back. Communications ended. Too bad. His whining like a child combined with his physical appearance gave him an attractive aura. But apart from that, creepy. I felt bad. I felt like my body was rejecting liking just because he was handsome. I can feel these feelings towards the main character. Most of the time, the main characters in movies are good and righteous. Although he was often socially unskilled or quirky, he never offended the audience. But there was something off about Spider. What should I say? Should I say that it feels like there's a knife hidden behind that bright smile? He came out to greet me with a bright face, but it seemed like he was going to guide me into a dark basement. Where are you? He climbed back onto the trailer and muttered, Trash, where are you? Come quickly. I hope this time we get some real trash. It was a voice that was dull and boring, yet at the same time full of anticipation. The moment he raised the corners of his lips and hummed softly, You. The audience had to feel goosebumps rising on their bodies. But the creepy feeling I had now was only the prologue. Check. Next target. Peon hurled. The papers at Spider. Oh, transfer is next week. Be careful. Even if you are deemed fit, it will take at least 2 weeks to process. What? So I can't kill anyone for a month? I'm bored. It's not my job. Peon's voice was, as always, indifferent. Spider slumped down hard on the table in protest, but Peon was done talking. He left the office without a second thought, leaving Spider grumbling that it was too much. Spider stared at the papers with one cheek pressed against the desk. His half-smiled face made him look even more adorable. Just right, just right. He raised the corners of his mouth as he ran his finger down the ID photo. At the same time, Spider's narration was heard. Hello, trash candidate. Welcome to the Spider's nest. Exactly, exactly, exactly. The sound of my fingers hitting the desk grew louder. And then, all of a sudden, the scene changed. Okay, question number 2. Let's check the answer first. Exactly, exactly, exactly. The chalk made a rough sound every time it touched the blackboard. If anyone got it wrong 3 times, reflect on it. This is a free question. Huh. I put it in there on purpose to raise your score. The teacher looked at the students. Among them was a Spider. He was wearing a different uniform than the one he had been wearing before. The film gives the audience enough time to realize that Spider-Man has arrived at the school before continuing with the narration. It's clear that you're hiding something. He looked at a man with his face covered by a book. The man's face was identical to the one in the ID photo that Spider had been tapping with his fingers in the previous scene. Neat uniform, straight back, neat posture. Although he had the appearance of a perfect model student, Spider did not hide his suspicious gaze. There's something tightly hidden about this trash candidate. The narration that flowed out at the same time was also full of suspicion. Oh, what on earth are you hiding? This narration's monologue had a different atmosphere from the previous monologues. It was a calm and subdued voice, not an exaggerated or theatrical tone. Who are you? Are you a person who can change? Or are you a piece of trash that I have to kill? Spider stared at the man's back. That image overlapped with the image I had of Peon in the office last night. The movie naturally showed the conversation the 2 people had yesterday. Old garbage stinks. The horrible smell haunts and torments people. So what should we do? Correct answer. Clean up the trash. That's right. We have to get rid of the trash. Someone has to do it. That's what we're doing. Helping people live well. Everyone is a target of reformation. Because people are beings who change. People cannot help but change. We just don't know when, where, how, or why. There will surely come a moment when a person who has never felt shame in his entire life will feel ashamed of himself. You might roughly ruffle your hair and let out a deep sigh. Why did I do that back then? He will have no choice but to step forward and think, I shouldn't do that next time. That's how people change. Little by little, minutely. Every day throughout your life, you are reborn as a new person. But trash isn't like that. Trash never changes no matter how much time passes. It'll just become old trash. The spider web acts as a kind of cleaner, removing the garbage before it starts to stink more. Have you memorized all the target information? Name, Choi Sung-in, non-smoker, hobby. I told you I memorized it all. Stop nagging me. The scene where Spider is lying down on the desk to avoid being scolded changed to another scene where Spider is lying down on the desk in the classroom. And the audience quietly exclaimed in admiration. They're connecting it like this again. Monologues that lead to narration, non-stop scene changes, and lively directing. It was a mind-boggling and immersive experience that was impossible to take your eyes off. It's attractive. What was impressive was that the dark atmosphere characteristic of director Yoon's films remained, but was also mixed with a comic book-like liveliness. Just when the audience was completely absorbed in the film's final villain finally appeared. Adult. I brought a new one. Spider went through the route of becoming friends with the henchman of his target, Choi Sung-in, and being introduced to Choi Sung-in. The eyes of the kids gathered in the office-style room quickly turned to the words thrown by the guy who had put his hand on Spider's shoulder. At this time, the camera was filmed from Spider's perspective, and some viewers flinched without realizing it. New? What new? The kid who transferred to Sung-in's class yesterday. Face X or something. Huh, dude. From now on, I'll let that kid pick up girls. Do you only think about women in your head? Yeah? You're going to pretend you don't know, right? Among the noisy kids, only the trash candidate, Choi Sung-in, was quiet. He looked Spider up and down leisurely, then opened his mouth softly. Why did you bring me here? It was clearly a friendly voice, but the one attached to Spider flinched and slowly released his arm around his shoulder. Oh, sorry, adult. I knew you'd like it. I thought we'd fit together well, so I did it. Really? In what way? Choi Sung-in's smile was gentle. The pressure felt in that subtle smile was considerable. Oh. At the same time, the whole audience thought, this actor is also good at acting. An intensity that was not overwhelmed by Lee Young-jae's force was seen. It was only later that audiences learned that the actor who played Choi Sung-in, Nam In-hoo, had previously played the role of an invisible twin in Twins. Now, the audience only sees the fight between Spider and Choi Sung-in, not Lee Young-jae and Nam In-hoo. No, I found out that this kid had caused an accident at school. I see. But, it's a bit awkward to bring you here so suddenly. Sorry, Sung-in-ya. I had a few words with this kid, and he seemed like he wasn't your average guy. Hey, you talk. Despite Choi Sung-in's soft-spoken words, the boy was at a loss and apologized. Then the kids who were lying on the floor also slowly got up and started to look around. Something is a bit strange. The place where they were standing was inside a luxurious office-style room. All the famous bullies in this neighborhood were gathered in this room, and the person who stood tall among the bullies was Choi Sung-in. The audience was also bewildered at the sight of a child who had been a model student at school being found among bullies after school. That's why I agreed to Spider's narration. There is something. Yeah, I have a feeling. Aha, you're finally here. The Spider grinned. Hello, my trash. Hello. I transferred here after an accident. Nice to meet you. The greetings that overlapped with the narration were bright and cheerful. When Choi Sung-in asked what had happened, Spider shrugged. I just hit him a few times, but he started calling me bullying and all that crap. He scratched the back of his neck, his face wrinkled. Honestly, I feel wronged by X. Is it my fault that that kid is weak? Isn't it true that men can fight a little as they grow up? X-foot, I didn't know you'd get hit with a strong weapon. The way he was grumbling was completely different from how he had treated Peon before. It was like he was really becoming a bully himself and spitting on the floor while swearing. At this point, the audience was shocked. What on earth is this guy? It had been quite some time since the movie started, and I still hadn't figured out who the main character was. It was creepy to see the typical image that comes to mind when you think of trash being copied exactly. It was like looking at a patient with multiple personality disorder. The strange feeling became even worse as I watched the next scene. What's that wound on your palm? Oh, this. Spider grinned and raised his left hand. My dad made it for me. Isn't it pretty? Dad? Did your father hit you? Oh, when I was little, I got caught stealing snacks from a stationery store. He continued speaking. As soon as my father brought me home, he kept beating me. When the whip broke, he got a new one. Even though my hand was torn from being beaten so much, my father just wouldn't stop. So it was said that he raised his hand with blood flowing out and prayed, "Dad, I'm sorry. Please stop now. I was wrong." All the kids looked at Spider in silence. I was really wronged. I thought I had paid the price. But do you know what my father said? What did you say? I told you not to misunderstand. Spider smirked at the adult. I'm not hitting you because you did something wrong. I'm just hitting you because I want to. They say that if you just hit them, they'll feel wronged. It's better to hit them when you have an excuse. They say it makes them look a little better or something. He chuckled at the frowning bullies. You guys try that too. What? When you beat kids, don't just beat them up. Give them some kind of profound reason. That's what I did at school. Spider grinned, his tongue sticking out. I became like this because I was abused by my father when I was young. Hey, what do you think? Don't you think I look pretty good? This damn bastard. This kid is a genius. His early education was exceptional. Adult, isn't this a bit funny? That thing is hitting the nail on the head. Everyone was busy laughing. Choi Sung-in also nodded with a smiling face. Yeah, that's fun. As soon as Sung-in Choi gave permission, the kids ran towards Spider. Hey, from now on, adults will have to have fun, you punk. You go buy me some alcohol. I left it down here. Spider smiled brightly, but secretly glanced at Sun-jin. Hello, my trash. I don't really care who you killed, who you raped, or who you made kill themselves. Even if I kill you, it won't be because I want to kill you. I'm killing you because you're trash. And I wish the day would come when I kill you. Eerie narration followed over the bright smile. Oh shit. It was only natural that the audience all felt disgusted by that sight. Chapter 521. Since last year, there have been a series of sexual crimes and suicides in this area. After investigating the spider web, it was found that all the incidents were related to people around Choi Sung-in. But Choi Sung-in was always left out of the incident. How on earth did you do that? There was not even a trace of minor mention by the police or school, so it seems that it was covered up with the help of a wealthy family. This is the first time I've seen such a thorough kid. The excited narration revealed the excitement Spider must be feeling. Lee Yun-jae's acting, which brought out the character's emotions with just her voice, was excellent. The Spider character he created was really perfect. Every single glance, every look, every corner of the mouth, every gesture, every footstep, every line of dialogue was a work of art. Sometimes it felt like carefully crafted pottery, but at other times it felt like a piece of glass thrown away on the street. The intensity and depth overwhelmed the audience. Unlike the creepy narration, the characters' facial expressions are so bright that it could have been awkward, but they were also portrayed amazingly. The actor's performance made the story more believable and convinced the audience. Amazing, really. A twisted expression contrasting with a sharp jawline, sharp sentences writhing over an innocent face. Nice. While the audience was admiring Lee Yun-jae's acting, Spider slowly dug up Choi Sung-in's bad points one by one. Choi Sung-in had an outstanding talent for worldly wisdom, as if he had a 200-year-old snake living inside him, even though he was not even 20 years old. His parents, teachers, and classmates all trusted him. The same goes for the bullies I met after school. He was loyal to the capital and power that Choi Sung-in provided, and he willingly became a clown to satisfy his amusement. There wasn't much clowning they could do. Oh my, it's thick. Take it off. If they keep doing that, they're really going to do it here. Phew, her skirt is all the way up. The group of adults giggled as they watched the couple kissing passionately. There are also kids who throw money at you and tell you to do more. TSK, why are you buying it? The audience stared at the screen in disgust. In the first place, how many things would a male piece of trash find fun? At best, it was just smoking, drugs, and driving. Next to him, a woman existed as a consumable item. Ugh, just die. At that moment, when the audience was thinking about something quite spidery. Hey newbie, buy me some more alcohol. A character sent Spider on an errand. Spider naturally left his seat under the pretense of running an errand. He glanced in the direction where Choi Sung-yin was. Choi Sung-yin's expression is, how strange. And why is he making that face when I told him to do it? It was so weird that Spider would narrate like this. It was a look of disgust at everyone here. It was as if he was saying, yeah, that's about all you guys were capable of. Spider was puzzled. Why am I here when it's not even fun? You spend money, you spend time, and you even spend your time doing it without anyone knowing? Is that because life is so boring? Before he knew it, Spider's voice toward Choi Sung-yin had changed to one of curiosity. The evidence that Choi Sung-yin is trash is piling up, but I'm starting to wonder why he chooses to live as trash. Of course, unlike Spider, there were those who had fundamental doubts. I don't understand. What? Choi Sung-yin said. How could these incidents be buried? Spider's partner, Fian, looked at the documents with narrowed eyes. Look at this. If you look at the records, it says that it was filed with the police, but when you actually look for it, it's not there. Something was strange. It's incredible that an incident of this scale is buried like this. Even if Choi Sung-yin is the son of a wealthy family who is doing well, it is still like that. Something feels strange, doesn't it? I find you weirder, Fian. Why would you wonder about something like that? Even if the answer is already out there. Answer? What answer? Spider stared at Peon for a moment, then smirked. You really don't know anything. Don't tease me. If you know anything, tell me. Hey, what I know is what you know. We are one body. The Spider stuck out his tongue and smirked. Knowing full well that it would be difficult to communicate when he acted like this, Peon stopped talking and focused on the paperwork. So when should I kill him? Isn't this level of evidence enough? I need to report to you again. This time, the confirmation is a bit strangely slow. Let me know when you get the answer. I'll be wearing it tomorrow. I want to kill you quickly. Don't wear earplugs outside. If you do, you'll be in trouble if you get caught. Spider smiled and responded to Peon's warning. That won't happen. And the very next day, he realizes that he was reckless. It was caused by Spider talking to Peon in the alley. I made sure no one was there before putting on the earphones. Who would have ever imagined that someone would be hiding in an abandoned building next to an alley? End of communication. Okay, see you later. Spider snickered, cutting off the conversation with Peon. Maybe I'm a bit too affectionate? At that moment, I was thinking that I should tease Peon with more affectionate words when I returned to headquarters. Suddenly, Spider raised his head at the sound of someone running away. X feet. He was so embarrassed that he let out a slur that was uncharacteristic of a spider. Damn, I got screwed. We immediately chased after him and caught him in a nearby warehouse. But the situation was not so good. Asleep? I was stabbed in several places, including my side, by the knife my opponent pulled out. Since the opponent happened to be quite large, it was not easy to subdue him without a gun. Please calm down. I said it was a misunderstanding. Let's talk first. Stop joking. You little ex-slut. The other person shouted with sparkling eyes, as if excited by the blood flowing out. You're that kid, right? You're the kid who goes around killing people. He has been following Spider for the past month under Choi Sung-yin's instructions. This boy is like an arm and a leg to Sung-yin Choi. As a mature person, I wouldn't trust anyone or entrust anything to anyone. But if I had to, I would choose this boy. Someone that close to him was suspicious of Spider. You can't send me out from here. The alarm bells rang madly in Spider's head. Ugh, gasp, A situation where the boy must be stopped at all costs. Spider tried hard to catch the boy, but it wasn't easy. Fearing that he might be a piece of trash, the boy took out a knife that no normal student would carry and swung it at Spider. Die? Die. The warehouse became a battlefield of heavy breathing, shouting, and panting. As the two struggled, they twisted and fell, causing blood to splatter across Spider's face. No, it would be more accurate to say it was a mixture rather than bloody. X feet die. Spider held on with difficulty to the boy who was swearing at him. Then, he pulled out the knife that was awkwardly stuck in his side and stabbed the opponent in the stomach without hesitation. Boom. The sound was heavy compared to the quick movement. 100 million. The boy who had been screaming fell to the floor. Gasp, life, life. As the boy desperately crawled on the floor, the area of blood that had spilled expanded. In contrast to the boy's desperate expression, Spider instantly calmed down. The spider stared at his opponent for a while without blinking. It was a look that made it clear whether the trash was dead or not. That's right. After a long moment, he spoke in a muffled voice. I lied. He seemed oblivious to the massive amount of blood pouring out of his side. Spider simply fixed his gaze on the man dying before his eyes. The truth is, my father didn't give me the scar, he said. In fact, he was born into an incredibly wealthy family. My parents loved and pampered me so much, but I ended up making a mistake. But my mom didn't scold me. She just kept crying, and it was so sad. You wanted to kill me for making your mom cry? Spider smirked. So I cut my palm once. At first, I definitely felt guilty. But strangely enough, I felt pretty good. He confessed that there were days when he would cut his palms every time he made a mistake. I ended up drawing without making any mistakes. Why? Because it was fun. And then I ended up getting caught by my mom. Spider muttered with a calm face. Mom shed all the tears she would ever shed that day. When I saw that, wow, I was really sorry. He gave an exaggerated sigh and slapped his forehead. So this time for real? I really thought it would be the last time, so I drew it. But people's hearts are like that. When you think it's the last time, aren't there things you regret? So without me knowing, the spider opened both eyes. The black pupils, which had grown so large that they seemed ready to pop out, shone eerily. The boy who was watching this started to tremble. Fear was reflected in his dying eyes. Even as I was half-conscious, the sense of fear was vivid. The spider began to giggle, his fearful eyes seeming amusing. Blood was gushing, flesh was tearing. Wow, it was so amazing. I just couldn't stop. I kept doing that, so I guess my mom got tired of it later. Spider shrugged, saying it didn't matter what I did anymore. Then he smiled softly at the other person. How is it? How is it better than the story about my dad hitting me? Which is more plausible? What should I say to the next piece of trash I meet, so they'll believe me? Contrary to the innocent voice of Spider, a pitch-black darkness fell inside the warehouse. Huh? Is it now? Oh my, I think it's coming out. Some audience members who are fans of director Yoon looked at the screen with faces full of anticipation. This is because I felt that it was now time for the representative characteristics of director Yoon's work to come out. He had a special ability to catch the protagonist's eyes in the darkness that spread like fog. As in the previous work, Twins, it was clear that this characteristic would appear in this work as well. As expected, the camera moved slowly. I passed by the blood-dripping feet, the sides from which liquid was endlessly gushing out, and the blood-covered school uniform shirt. And finally the camera reached the black eyes. What do you think about it? The opponent turned into a corpse after exhaling a few times. Spider smirked as he touched the still warm corpse. What will happen to me? Will I die like you? Or will I come back to life? The speech and narration continued one after another. The face that was laughing heartily while covered in blood was eerie, as if the situation was hilarious. But apart from that, crazy. His eyes spoke of different emotions. The emotion read from the black eyes was boredom. It's like someone who acts like everything is funny, but then realizes that it's not funny anymore. But it seemed like he wasn't even aware of it himself. Spider spoke with bored eyes and upturned lips. I'll answer and go. He sighed as if it wasn't fun and lay down on the floor. Then he touched the blood that was flowing from his side and soon started to smear it all over his face. What do you think? Will the agents arrive in time before I die? Spider hummed, as if curious about the results. Ahem, the humming coming from the innocent face that knew nothing was eerie. Spider's mind gradually became clouded, and the screen gradually became black. When such complete darkness came, the theater was filled with silence. When 2,000 people gather, can there be complete silence? Human flesh has weight all by itself, so even the slightest movement of the body produces sound. When you twist your posture even slightly, or sit up straight, swallow a sip of saliva, or comb your hair. No matter how carefully you move, a slight sound is made every time. When more than 2,000 people like that gather, the impact of the sound is bound to be greater. But the complete silence that now filled the Lumiere Theater was a shocking sensation that people had never experienced before. I even felt afraid. as if I had seen something I shouldn't have seen. This feeling is, aha, he didn't die again. As soon as he realized that he was alive, Spider's expression quickly changed to a bored one, and he was filled with joy. The audience thought in silence. It's not fun anymore. Chapter 522. Spider, are you awake? As Spider opened his eyes, his partner Peon approached him. Spider asked as soon as he saw Peon, "What did you do with the body?" "We handled it the way we always do." "Then what about Choi Sung-in?" Peon averted his eyes at those words. He muttered as if trying to avoid the question. I'm going to stop dealing with the Choi Sung-in case from now on." "What? Why?" "I don't know. The higher-ups made that decision." "The judgment of the higher-ups?" "That's it." Spider laughed hysterically. Peon, who had been crying for justice to be served throughout the movie, seemed to be hurt inside and added something unexpected. "We don't have to worry. You know that Trash doesn't last long. He's bound to make mistakes, so we can just kill him later." Spider laughed loudly. "Rotten fruit falls by itself. I want to drop the fruit with my hands. I want to do it myself so that I can fall faster than my original fate. Up until now, I've been doing it because it was fun." But as things turned out this suspiciously, Choi Sung-in was no longer interested in fun. "Peon, do you really think that the Spiderweb is a group that implements justice?" Spider finally couldn't stand it anymore and swallowed the truth. "Of course, you don't know anything, you idiot." Spider quietly muttered, abandoning his usual exaggerated actions and speech. You stupid kid. I was wondering when you'd figure it out. But you're older than me, and you don't know this." Spider was someone who rarely swore. I had never once heard him speak to me in such a cynical tone. Spider spoke to Peon, who was frozen in surprise. "Adults don't care about implementing justice. Only the law matters. Adults know how scary the law is. Even if you say it's a slap on the wrist, the law is the law." "I know. But minors are an exception. That's why we exist." "Right. If the perpetrator is properly punished, there would be no reason for us to exist." The Spider laughed bitterly. "The only reason I can exist as a spider and not as a perpetrator is because the perpetrator is not properly punished." "But what is a crime worthy of death? Who dares to decide that?" "You believe in the Spiderweb rules. But that was also decided by someone. Have you ever thought about who decided that?" Peon was left speechless as the conversation continued slowly. Spider sighed as he saw the eyes shaking violently. "We're on the side of that damn law." "What? We're working with the government? You piece of shit." Spider looked at his opponent with a pitiful look. Yes, the Spiderweb was a government organization created when the school decided that it could no longer handle the violence that was occurring at school. People always have to become X themselves to feel like they have become X. The Spiderweb was created because the youngest daughter of a high-ranking official committed suicide by being attacked by a minor Trash. People who had enjoyed the law only then realized that there were things that could not be solved by the law, and they invested capital to create a spider's web. For them, the world was a better place to live, and Trash was just killing Trash. It was a simple and brutal truth. Do you think you are creating a world where good people can live well? No? We're just doing what the higher-ups want. Otherwise, how could Trash like us do this? Peon was speechless. "I just realized that I'm stupid. If you think about it, it doesn't make sense to block officials from finding records every time an agent transfers schools. Creating a person's identity and allowing a student to transfer schools were matters subject to the influence of administrative agencies. The fact that the activists were able to transfer schools without difficulty was also evidence that the government was turning a blind eye. I really was a real person." Peon was at a loss as to what to do with his confusion. "It feels like everything you've built and achieved is falling apart." Meanwhile, Spider abruptly stood up after removing the 4 drips connected to his entire body. "What are you doing? You just got out of surgery. You do whatever you want." Spider cut her off coldly. "Either you continue to do what you're doing here with the intention of making the world a better place, or you come out and die as Trash. Do as you wish." "I'm not having fun anymore. From now on, I'm going to do whatever I want." With those words, Spider ran out of headquarters. He put down the earphones and contact lenses that he always carried around as if they were one piece of his body, and even cut out the tracking device carved into his arm with a knife. He found the most mature person. "You were here Finding Choi Sung-in wasn't difficult. He was in the office cell where he spent time with the bullies. But this time, I was alone, without any goons. Like someone waiting for a spider. You came? That's good. I had something to tell you. What is it? Dong Hyun died yesterday. He was stabbed. Choi Sung-in's voice was gentle. Spider responded without much interest. I know. I killed him. Aha, so that's it. Choi Sung-in nodded as if he had expected it. I had a feeling that would happen. He was good at it. How did he do that, big guy? You know? About the spider web. And that I belong to the spider web. Choi Sung-in frowned, as if he was displeased with being cut off. That didn't last long, and soon he answered willingly. Of course. It's an organization my grandfather created. I didn't know that. Choi Sung-in smiled softly at Spider's muttering. I don't know. My parents don't know either. My grandfather only told me. Then why didn't you say anything? Huh? What? You could have told me above not to chase him. Why did you let him get passed over as a candidate? The answer that came back was simple. Just. I thought that would be more fun. Funnily enough, it was Spider who found. That funny. He approached Choi Sung-in with a grin. So, was it fun? Yeah, but it's a bit disappointing. It tastes a bit bland. Right? I thought the same thing. It's so obvious. That's right, that's right. It was a somewhat strange conversation, but neither of them felt anything strange. Choi Sung-in muttered with a blank expression. Is there any way to make it fun here? Spider also thought seriously and then suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, how about this? You've never killed anyone before, have you? Well, I've never killed anyone with my own hands. That's it. Try it now on me. Really? Is that okay? Of course. Wow, that would be fun. The spider jumped around with a face full of excitement. They found something that could be used as a weapon. Since I only ordered delivery all the time, there were hardly any kitchen utensils in the office cell. After searching through the drawers, I finally found one. Hey, people don't die easily from things like this. Really? Then give me what you were using. I left everything behind. I'm not part of the spider web anymore. Then let's try this for now. If it doesn't work out, I'll call people. If you call and ask for each type, they'll take care of it for you. Okay, let's do that. Spider smiled brightly like a puppy wagging its tail. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-in looked a bit bored. Now it seemed odd to say that this was the expression of someone about to stab someone with a knife. He looked like someone playing a game where they kill people through the monitor. But the more serious problem is, gasp, huh? What are you doing? The point was that his gaming skills were miserable. Choi Sung-in, who had never stabbed anyone with a knife before, didn't know. It is harder than you think for Choi Sung-in to kill a spider known for its agility, even in a spider's web by himself. He grinned with a hurt pride. But Spider's pride was also hurt. What are you doing now? Dancing. Shut up. No, I have pride too. I wonder what you think of me. Can't you stab me properly? Even if I try to hit you with a tactful attitude. This is... Shut up. At the whining tone, Choi Sung-in couldn't stand it anymore and rushed at her. But the more excited you get, the harder it becomes to hit your target. As the spider flinched and dodged, Choi Sung-in trembled with anger. Oh, Spider suddenly thought. I think that a face filled with anger looks better than a face filled with indifference. Tisk, that's awkward. How awkward? X-Foot, shut up. Choi Sung-in's swordsmanship was extremely clumsy. He seemed like the kind of person who always ordered others to do things, but never actually did it himself. Spider asked, should I stay still? And was met with even more harsh insults. That was another look of hurt pride. So the spider very cleverly gave his body away so as not to be noticed. Ouch, it hurts. Spider chuckled, grabbing the knife stuck in his shoulder. In the first place, he had just come from a surgical operation. The bandages covering his entire body were soaked with blood, as if the wound had opened while he was moving his body. The spider pressed hard on the area where the knife was stuck. Wow, there's blood. There's blood. Look at this. Isn't it amazing? How is it? How does it feel to stab someone? Is it fun? Choi Sung-in muttered, shivering. You crazy bastard, you're a fucking crazy bastard. Spider smiled broadly. I know. I'm crazy. At some point, I realized it. Well, a lot of people around me told me about it. Spider shrugged and asked. You? When did you realize it? At those words, Choi Sung-in's eyes immediately became sharp. Spider was dumbfounded by the fierce gaze that seemed as if he was going to kill her at any moment. No, no way you. Oh my God. Spider immediately covered his mouth. Still, I couldn't stop the laughter from bursting out. Pohak. Hey, Choi Sung-in. Haha. Adult. Come to your senses. You're a crazy kid too. Spider held his stomach and burst out laughing. A bloody face, a tattered uniform, and filth scattered here and there. Puha-ha. He laughed strangely, as if his balls were twisted and he couldn't stand it any longer. An exaggerated laugh that makes you feel uncomfortable from the tips of your toes. It was a sound that contained the determination of a person who was determined to laugh even after being run over by a large car and having his insides torn off. Shut up. Choi Sung-in gritted his teeth. Wow, how could I not know that? At least I understand the topic. Ha ha ha. X-foot, shut up. Choi Sung-in pushed me hard. Spider fell backwards without resistance and fell to the ground, still laughing. You're amazing too. How don't you know that? You're trash who doesn't know that you're trash. As expected of you. This is the best trash I've ever seen. Spider's narration was a complex mix of joy, delight, and satisfaction. As Spider laughed with tears in his eyes, Choi Sung-in ran towards him with a scream. Don't laugh, don't laugh. Choi Sung-in, who had climbed on a spider's body, soon began to strangle its neck. Crane. Spider squeezed his eyes shut at the pressure he felt on his neck. The narration flowed out with an expression that seemed to be enduring something. Adult, please. Please stop laughing. Oh, my stomach hurts. I'm going to die from a stomach ache like this. Are you a comedian? Has anyone ever died from laughter? If not, I think I would be the first. Crane. Ha, Crane. Spider finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing with his throat choked. Hey, Choi Sung-in. You can't strangle X-shaped neck. As the humorous narration came on, the audience's expressions hardened even more. People thought unconsciously. Spider, he is. They say that he is the greatest character they have ever seen. Chapter 5:23. Die. Huh, please just die. Choi Sung-in's hands, strangling her because he couldn't handle his anger, looked just like those of a child. As Spider maintained a smiling expression even while being strangled, Choi Sung-in's face distorted. At the same time, I slowly released the strength from my hands. Only then did Spider stop laughing and ask with a puzzled look on his face. Adult, what's wrong? Why don't you do more? Are you saying that because you're embarrassed? Hey, why are you doing something like that? Everyone has a first time. Spider consoled him with all his heart. It's harder than you think to strangle someone. It's okay. It's possible at first. Spider, whose face was slightly pale, perhaps because he had lost a lot of blood, smiled brightly. I'll tell you. Don't worry. He grabbed Choi Sung-in's hand, which was now weak, and entangled his hands with his own. Then he raised his clasped hands a little higher. You have to press here, or your hands will hurt. Okay, that's it. Now do it. This time, don't stop in the middle. Choi Sung-in looked down at Spider with an extremely tired face. Spider shouted that he could do it, and Choi Sung-in gave him strength once again with his endless urging. As a strong force entered the right location, this time a rough breath burst out naturally from Spider's mouth. Ugh! From that moment on, the camera remained motionless as if it were fixed. The realistic scenes continued without any scene transitions, angle changes, or background noise. It was as if the murder scene was filmed in real time. Ugh. Spider flailed his body without realizing it. Then a sound similar to tinnitus appeared and replaced the moans. As if reflecting Spider's mind becoming hazy due to lack of oxygen, the theater was soon filled with tinnitus. And the audience couldn't take their eyes off the screen, even covering their mouths with their hands. You're really good at acting. Because it was so realistic, as if the actors were really strangling each other. Spider's neck was getting redder and redder as it was crushed, and the veins on his temples were clearly visible. The spider's movements gradually slowed down. The strength drained from the fingers that were trying to shake off Choi Sung-in's hand, and they fell limply to the floor. It was a miserable, helpless moment when I was about to die. Phew! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Choi Sung-in suddenly loosened his grip. He looked at Spider, who was breathing hard, emotionless, and muttered, I don't think this method suits me. Cough. Why? I don't know. It's fun, but it seems too inhumane. My hands hurt a little too. It was said that something like a gun would be simpler and easier. Spider grinned at those words. Be honest with me. A hoarse voice came out, as if someone had just been strangled. He asked softly, almost as if whispering, "Aren't you having fun? Whether you live as a human or as trash." Choi Sung-in's silence seemed like someone who had been hit with a nail in the head. Spider smiled as if he had expected that. "I understand. I was like that too. That's why I decided to become neither human nor trash, but trash that kills trash." "Then did it get better?" "It's gotten a lot better. It's become more fun." Spider picked up the knife that had fallen on the floor and grabbed Choi Sung-in's left hand. And without even being able to stop him, he cut the knife into his palm. "Ouch. What? What are you doing? It's my gift." Spider only let go of his wrist after slashing it several times. Choi Sung-in quickly stopped the bleeding from his left hand. "Just live your life thinking about how to explain that scar, what excuses you can come up with. It'll be fun for at least a few years." "What?" The moment Choi Sung-in narrowed his eyes, not understanding Spider's words. Spider lightly hit the back of the adult's neck and knocked him unconscious. "Shut up." Then he searched Choi Sung-in's pocket and took out his cell phone. "After successfully recognizing my fingerprint, I pressed 3 numbers. "Ah, yes. How may I help you? Is that the police station? I think I just killed someone." "Yes?" "No, I haven't killed him yet. But this isn't my first time. Can you come over here?" There was a gasp on the other end of the phone, and then word came back that they were going to be dispatched immediately. Spider pressed the end button as soon as he heard the police tell him not to hang up. Ahem. He wrote on the internet with the unconscious Choi Sung-in next to him. It was a provocative article that began with the title, "Hello, I'm the criminal who's been killing minors these days. I think I killed one just now." Spider uploaded a selfie of himself covered in blood and the back of Choi Sung-in's head as he collapsed. "Police, put your hands up." When the police stormed into Choi Sung-in's office cell, Spider quickly raised both his hands. "Put down what you're holding. Now." "Yes." The adult's cell phone fell out of Spider's hand. The camera then slowly panned to the cell phone, capturing Spider being arrested and paramedics checking on Choi Sung-in's condition. 100, 200, 800, 1600, 5200. The number of views of the text floating on the screen changed by the second. The culprit of a recent incident that became a hot topic turned himself in through an internet post and even posted a selfie of himself. The spider web immediately took down the post, but people had already captured the post and posted it on various communities. When he had names like Kim Lee-hyun, Jong Young-jae, and Lee Jiang-min, people who were close to him were all shocked and posted messages. As countless people who knew about him came forward each day, the matter grew bigger and bigger. In the end, even the government-affiliated organization Spiderweb was unable to cover up this incident. Above all, the gun that Spider had hidden in his bosom was adopted as evidence. Comparison of the bodies with those of other victims who had been shot to death over the years confirmed that it was the same gun. In other words, it has been proven that Spider is a serial killer. After several months, Spider appeared in court. I will now pronounce the verdict. Meanwhile, Spider has received much attention from the victims' families and the public. The worst serial killer who has murdered nearly 10 of his classmates. But he was a minor, and South Korea does not sentence juveniles to life imprisonment without parole, the judge said. However, taking into account the fact that the defendant confessed to all of the crimes, actively participated in the investigation, and had no prior criminal record prior to this incident, the sentence is determined as follows. Spider was sentenced to only 21 years in prison. As soon as the judge finished speaking, the sound of wailing rang out. What should I do when our Sungtaek is being treated unfairly? Oh my, oh my. It was the cry of the bereaved family members who were once the perpetrators but are now the victims. 21 years old. It was too lenient, eh? Sentence for a serial killer who brought firearms into the country and killed several people. Considering that he was a teenager, even if he survived his brother's death, he would be in his 30s at best. Even as parole was granted, the victim's family members cried, saying, "How can there be such a law?" And articles with photos of the scene were posted in real time. Prisoner number 4054, it's lunchtime. Oh yep. So the incident was settled with Spider being sent to prison. There were many unknowns, such as how he was able to transfer schools multiple times and how he brought a gun into the country, but interest quickly died down. Some students were relieved that the culprit had been caught, while others were disappointed that the culprit had been caught. Deoda. Spider has been locked in his cell all day long with no visitors for the past few months. It was a free and boring day. A boring. The film simultaneously features Spider-Man yawning and a narration that says he's bored. The camera leisurely panned around the peaceful interior of the prison. And then at some point, click, with a sound that sounded like a door opening or a button being pressed. Day turned into night. In a pitch-black darkness that came all of a sudden without any signal. Spider stared at the cell door slowly opening. And then soon, phew, I burst out laughing. He held his stomach and chuckled, then said, "Hello, it's been a while. You're the new Spider?" The other person was silent. The camera intentionally focused only on Spider. "Who is your partner? Is it Peon?" "I think so. He's the kind of guy who would stay there even after knowing the truth." "I know that." Spider winked one eye. It was an expression that was full of cuteness. He chattered with an excited face despite the silence of the other person. "You came here because of the gag order, right? If you're Peon, you should know. I won't make a fuss. Of course, the people upstairs are probably worried." "Haha, you've worked hard, man." He very slowly erased his smile. Then I looked into the other person's eyes. "Hello, Peon." Since the opponent was from the spider web, Spider also knew that he is wearing contact lenses now. His partner, Peon, must be watching this right now. Have a good time from now on. Oh, of course you too, Spider. Just don't bother your partner too much." As soon as he finished speaking, the other person raised his gun. Spider looked at the sight and thought, the spider web is still there. And the actual verdict is that they don't even care about X. They're really amazing people. What am I now? Who am I? Neither human, nor trash that kills trash. The other person has their finger on the trigger. Spider raised the corners of his mouth. I see. That's right. I am the trash that killed trash. Haha. Why is your pronunciation so funny? You're the trash that killed the trash. He closed his eyes obediently, giggling. The camera panned away from the spider to focus on its opponent. Inyoung, whose face could not be seen, was holding a gun in her right hand. The camera slowly panned past his right hand, which was holding the gun, and toward his left hand. After a few seconds of focusing on the dark scar on his left palm, the screen went black. In a dark screen, I pick. A swooshing sound was heard 4 times. That's why The screen brightened in an instant. No, at that time The screen showed students just arriving at school, accompanied by a rustling sound. The kids who had been laughing for a long time about something so funny entered the classroom. "Have you prepared for the mock exam? Did you do it? As expected, you are my friend. X, you're being useless and keeping your promises." "Huh." The sound was filled with the sound of students chattering away. I ring. The teacher entered the classroom with the sound of a bell. "Okay, quiet. I told you yesterday, right? A transfer student is coming today. Here, say hello." The teacher nodded to the side. Then the male student standing next to the desk opened his mouth and smiled. "Hello, I'm Kim In Hyuk." Choi Sung-in was standing there. He smiled and looked straight at the screen. "Please take care of me in the future." Cast: Spider/Yanji. Lee. Directed by Ganji and Yoon. Written by Ganji and Yoon, Yanji Lee. Chapter 524. PTN reporter Kim Yun-do stared blankly at the ending credits of Spider. Following the film Twins, this was the second leading role of Lee Yun-jae that I saw at Cannes. And now she is her. I'm so excited. A collaboration between director Yoon Kang-yeon and actress Lee Yun-jae. Of course, she expected it to be well made. And her expectations were also very high. And the movie I actually saw was. This is crazy, really. It was much better than I expected. How could this be? It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. The first scene that reporter Kim Yun-do went to was the production presentation for The Butterfly Flower Riding the Zelkova Tree. And her first overseas business trip was the screening of Twins. The first article that went viral was also about Lee Yun-jae. Because I was so often entangled with Lee Yun-jae, it was only natural that I would develop a fondness for him as a person. She was aware of this, and that's why she was going to treat this film rigorously and objectively. But, what do you want me to do? Kim Yun-do felt wronged. What would happen if we reported objectively in this situation? Lee Yun-jae is a crazy actress. Why? Because she acted crazy. It was obvious that only crazy sentences like this would be listed. But this was true. Lee Yun-jae's acting is crazy. The applause that filled the theater proved this. Bravo. Phew. Someone whistled through the quiet applause. It was an impolite act for the conservative Cannes Film Festival, but the theater was so heated that no one could blame him. Everyone was excited and shared their thoughts with those around them. The acting is amazing. It's no joke. It's a twist on the twist. Wow. I watched it like I was possessed. This is 110 minutes long? It's already been 2 hours? This is ridiculous. Kim Yeon-do turned her head and looked to the side. The audience's attention was focused on actress Lee Yun-jae. He was smiling amidst the never-ending applause. Kim Yeon-do swallowed a sigh, looking at the much more relaxed smile than 4 years ago. Ugh, there's nothing I can do. Let's just get cursed at one more time. I had a feeling that this time I would receive emails like, "How much money did you get by chance?" It's definitely reporter buy-in. But what can I do? Kim Yeon-do smiled wryly. This is true. She looked at the Korean actor quietly. Lee Yun-jae was shining brilliantly amidst the applause. What are you thinking about now? How would it feel to see a film you wrote at the Cannes Film Festival? It seemed like it would be touching, and at the same time, it felt like it would give me goosebumps because of the overwhelming feeling. But there was something that everyone in the theater, including her, didn't know. In Lee Yun-jae's head, if this continues, my arm will fall off. This was all I could think of, unfortunately. How long are you going to keep clapping? I felt this way during Twins, but the applause at the Cannes Film Festival was too long. My arm hurts. Even though it is a tradition, isn't this behavior too wasteful? Aren't we past the days when a few minutes of applause could prove the quality of a movie? Wouldn't it be better to discuss the movie at this time, or rather watch a different movie? Even though I grumbled to myself, the applause continued. It's exactly the same as 4 years ago. Of course, there were some things that had changed since then. First, I have Nam In-hoo and In Jun next to me. Second, because I'm tall, my viewpoint has changed significantly. And thirdly, director Yoon is smiling brightly. Director, the movie was really perfect. Haha, thank you. He was smiling the whole time as he shook hands with people. He even added this. My lucky charm did it all. What? Are you crazy? I poked him in the ribs to save face. But director Yoon did not give up and just smiled brightly and pointed at me. Thanks to that, the camera kept capturing me. Oh, really? I could feel the heat rising in my ears in real time. I focused on something else to cool down. My English skills have improved a lot over the past 4 years. At that time, I couldn't understand a single thing that people around me were saying. The words of people around me lingered in my ears, making me feel like I didn't regret the money I paid for the lectures. The actor's acting is amazing. Korean works always seem to have a chewy texture. They don't sag. I got goosebumps from the choking god. How it? Thank God. The reaction is not bad. But it was unfortunate that the applause lasted for more than 15 minutes. Please save me. Okay, you can go this way. I followed the path guided by the film festival staff. Nam In-hoo, who had gone ahead of me, muttered with a face that had turned pale. I thought my arm was going to fall off. Haha. I smiled lightly at the sincere words and quietly swallowed the words that said I wanted to cut off my arm. Just before leaving the theater, I glanced at the screen. The movie was completely over and only a dark background filled the screen. I thought as I looked at that sight, Spider is. It will last forever. That fact will not change even when Choi Sung-in becomes a true adult, because another one will take over the Spider's seat. I can't help it. Humans and trash have no choice but to coexist. No matter how much you separate the trash, it will spread silently among humans like a poisonous flower. There will always be trash that kills trash. So what should we do? Just keep living wearing a normal mask. Spending your whole life doubting whether the person next to you is human, trash, or trash that kills trash. That's how you should live. And what's inside my mask? There will be a 1-minute break until the next interview. Ugh. This is hard. After the film screening, the remaining schedule was interviews, and more interviews. We've been met by countless journalists, podcasters, and influencers from all over the world. Each interview lasted only about 5 minutes, and breaks were even shorter. They all asked the same question. I know it has to be that way, but it's getting boring after giving the same answer for hours. That was when. Hello. The corners of my mouth went up reflexively at the familiar voice. Reporter Kim Yeon-do. How have you been, Yeonji? Of course. It's nice to see you again. Thank you for coming all the way here. Kim Yun-do, a reporter for PTN, was standing there. I was especially happy to see him because he was a reporter I had met since my debut. I'm definitely not happy that I don't have to speak English for the next 5 minutes. Absolutely not. I don't have much time, so I'll ask you as quickly as I can. Reporter Kim Yun-do quickly sat down in her chair and began to speak at a rapid pace. There is a lot of interest in Spider because director Yoon and actress Lee Yun-jae co-wrote it. But after watching Spider, I have some questions. What is the question? This isn't the first time actress Lee Yun-jae has written a screenplay. She also wrote the sign language drama February 3rd and the web drama Guide to Minors. Yes, that's right. But this film seems to have a completely different perspective from Guide to Minors. Guide to Minors was a drama that showed that teenagers covered in the media do not represent all teenagers. It contains the meaning that we can create our own word, teenagers, which is entangled with all kinds of provocative packaging such as crime, bullying, etc. But Spider was a work that vividly depicted teenage crime, which has been recently covered in the media. I find the change really fascinating. Reporter Kim Yun-do continued. I felt like there was no room to embrace teenagers in this work. I wonder why your thoughts are different from when you worked on Guide to Minors. As expected, it was reporter Kim Yun-do. Finally, he opened his mouth with a smile to the question that had become an interview. It's not that my thinking has changed. I just said that we shouldn't give up on teenagers who aren't covered by the media, and even then, I didn't intend to be very tolerant of teenagers who committed crimes. Okay, we should do our best in what we can do, but there are things we cannot do. Any teenager going to school would think the same thing. Oh, I hope it doesn't only harm me. Please don't get involved with them. But that doesn't work out the way we want. We can be victims at any time, and sometimes we can be bystanders. It is impossible for victims and bystanders to work together to push away the perpetrator. It is too much to ask to treat this as an individual problem. Yes. Ultimately, social intervention is necessary, and I thought that the organization called the Spider Web was the most unrealistic yet realistic response. Guide to Minors and Spider are works that ultimately contain the same meaning. Let's do the best we can. And what I could do was create art. I have the weapon of imagination and acting to realize it. I wanted to do my best in this way for things I couldn't do. This work is the result. Reporter Kim Yun-do's expression was blank. After a moment of silence, she said, I think this is the first time I've seen Yeonji talk this much. Oh, did I talk too much? I felt a little embarrassed when a reporter who had done many interviews said something like that. While I was laughing awkwardly, Director Yoon answered instead. Bok Dong-gi is originally a serious person when it comes to work. Director Shil. I poked Director Yoon in the ribs again. I told you not to call me that in formal settings. Uig. Reporter Kim Yun-do also asked In Jun and Nam In-hu about their feelings about acting. And just before leaving, he said this. This time, it's going to kill me again? Yes. I answered in confusion. No. Yes. Reporter Kim Yun-do asked back, seemingly confused. No, isn't Spider dead? It could be alive. It depends on how you interpret it. Then where was the last shot fired? Was it at the wall? Well, I replied, realistically, that's unlikely. Because the video will be reported to the higher-ups through the lens worn by Choi Sung-in. But it was also true that Choi Sung-in could have stolen Spider if he wanted to. What do you think, Yeonji? I think I'm dead. Reporter Kim Yun-do looked even more confused. Then it's Ito Juk, right? No, that's my standard, and there was definitely no death scene. When I asked if that was okay, the other person had no answer. Is it because of my mood? It seemed as if someone was laughing loudly. I also heard the front door slam shut. Ugh, what if Hyung Jong leaves home again? That guy really has nowhere to go now. Chapter 5:25. It's unfair. I tried so hard to keep the promise I made to Hyung Jong. Is it an easy task to convince Director Yoon? Originally, Spider-Man was going to have a more definitive ending than he is now. After Choi Sung-in visits the prison, there are scenes of a guard on patrol discovering something and screaming, and a bed covered in blood. There was a scene where it was clearly stated that Spider was dead. This was a scene that was greatly influenced by Director Yoon. Because Director Yoon tends to like tragic and miserable endings. The original ending of the movie Twins was also for Lee Jin-woo and Kang Tae-il to drown and die. I suggested changing it back then too. Thanks to director Yoon agreeing with my opinion, Twins became an open ending. This time it was the same. I begged director Yoon earnestly that he should that he should cut out the tragic scene. Because I have to keep the promise I made to Hyung Jong-hyun. So it ended with the sound of 4 gunshots in the darkness. It's so unfair to call this a death sentence. But no one agreed with me. Reporter Kim Yun-do, In Jun Hyung, Nam In-hoo, and even Jin Bae-hyung. Actor, are you still upset? I pout at the words I hear from behind me. I didn't want to answer, but it seemed so childish, so I opened my mouth. I'm not upset. I'm just a little upset. People call it crooked. Oh me. You really don't say a word. When I rolled my eyes, Jin Bae-hyung laughed quietly. Do you not like what I said that much? Jong-hyun said that if he saw the movie, he would run away from home again. How can you like that? Aren't you upset because you couldn't tell actor Young-hyun that he wouldn't do that? Brother, you've changed recently. Jinbae noticed my sad expression and came over with a smile. Don't worry. If you run away, I'll bring you back. Huh? Should I really run away? I guess so. There wasn't a death scene? Just because there's no death scene doesn't mean he's not dead. Huh? That's difficult. Isn't it too tight? Of course, I knew that Jinbae was right. Still, I asked desperately, wanting to deny it as much as possible. Why don't you just think of it as shooting a gun at a wall? Then it wouldn't be sad. If you say that, he'll get even angrier. I guess. I'll just have to get on my knees and beg. Yes, I think that would be best. I was depressed. Then a large hand touched my back. Jin Bae-hyung patted my back and whispered, Instead, I will kneel with you, actor. There was laughter in his low voice. When I asked if it was that fun, the reply I got was that it was too obvious. Wow, that's annoying. Column, Lee Yun-jae and Yoon Kang-yeon's second work Spider, review after seeing it at Cannes. Last Saturday, the premiere of Spider took place at the Lumiere Theater. People were trying their best to get into the theater. The screening was so hot that it could be said to be the highlight of the Cannes Film Festival. Naturally, the center of that attention was Lee Yun-jae. Lee Yun-jae, 18 years old, has now grown into an actor who receives love calls not only from Korea, but also from all over the world. Considering that his first film with director Yoon Kang-yeon, Twins, was his first film, he has shown tremendous growth over the past 4 years. Director Yoon has also shown directing that has surpassed his own limitations. Spider is a film that feels more intense and deeper than Twins. This is how I interpret it. If the emotion that is generally embedded in Twins is helplessness, the emotion embedded in Spider is madness. It does not stop at the desire to conquer others, but artistically deals with the intense emotion of wanting to destroy oneself. The acting of the 3 actors Lee Yun-jae, Nam In-hoo, and Choi In-jun finally completed a burning piece. Meanwhile, Nam In-hoo has a history of playing a faceless actor in Twins. In this movie, Lee Yun-jae played both Lee Jin-woo and Kang Tae-il, in keeping with the setting of Twins in the play. The one who played the opposite role each time was Nam In-hoo. Choi In-jun is the most famous by Lee Yun-jae's fan club name, in the entertainment industry. He confessed that through this movie, he fell in love with Bambi, Lee Yun-jae's nickname, and actress Lee Yun-jae at the same time. Also, the director Yoon Kang-yeon I met 4 years ago and the director Yoon Kang-yeon I saw last week seemed like completely different people. He said, a director cannot exist without an actor, and an actor cannot exist without a director, and emphasized that this movie was possible because of Lee Yun-jae, Nam In-hoo, and Choi In-jun. It was the first time in 29 years since his directorial debut that he broke away from his mystical image and gave an interview in a relaxed and open manner. At this point, I have this thought. How great is the power of an actor? How great is it that he can make one person into another person and love 2 people at the same time? Director Yoon Kang-yeon, Nam In-hoo, and Choi In-jun played important roles, but the main character who leads this movie to flames is definitely Lee Yun-jae. How will he change you? Can you become someone other than yourself and love 2 people at the same time? There is a way to confirm your ending. It is to watch Spider, which is opening in Korea soon. I look forward to seeing how he will change you. Column/contribution. PTN reporter Kim Yun-do. Time passed, and the closing ceremony approached. That means it's time to announce the award winners chosen by the Cannes Film Festival jury. We walked the red carpet in sharp suits, just like the first day. Injin smiled and waved his hand leisurely, just like he did on the first day, and Nam Inhu also raised the corners of his mouth, as if his tension had finally eased. Good. It was much better for the four of us to be there than just the two of us, Director Yoon. I smiled brightly at the thought that I would soon be returning to Korea. I want to get on a plane soon. As soon as I get home, I'm going to hug Han Haram and take a nap. Oh, and before that, don't forget to kneel before Hyungjong. I was humming to myself as I busily planned things out in my head. Our home, our home. I want to go soon, ugh. The following is the jury prize. The festival's jury selects and awards the winners and award recipients from among the films that entered the competition section. The people on stage continued giving long speeches. No matter what they said, all I had on my mind was my home. Then I will announce it. The judges' award is... But when I heard the following, I couldn't help but be surprised. Spider, Nam In-hoo. Wow. When I turned my head, I saw Nam In-hoo with a bewildered expression. Huh. The presenter had a look on his face as if he couldn't understand why his name was mentioned in an accent that was neither French nor English. I woke him up without even understanding the situation, let alone being happy. Congratulations, bro. Huh? What? Congratulations. Go up quickly. Me? Why? What are you? I have to go get my award. But before that, give me a hug and go. He smiled and hugged Nam In-hoo. Nam In-hoo instinctively patted my back and then went up on stage with a bewildered expression. An interpreter quickly stood beside him. Nam In-hoo, who stood in front of the microphone, was unable to say anything for a long time. Me? Why, no. How is this happening? He looked around anxiously, like a lost dog. The smiles seen on the red carpet earlier were nowhere to be found, and all that was visible was a very timid look. Brother In-hyung, you're the best. Our throat is awesome. I cheered with Injin Hyung. I hope Nam In-hoo enjoys this moment as much as possible. Amazing, amazing. I remember Nam In-hoo, who half cried and expressed his distress, saying that it didn't matter that his face didn't appear in the movie when he was in Twins. That's why Nam In-hoo, standing on stage now, looked even cooler. A person who worked hard until the end and eventually proved his worth. It's possible for an actor to win the judge's award. I thought the winner of the jury award was usually a director. Of course, I heard that there are cases where actors appear on the show. As expected, Director Yoon has a wide reach. Last night, Director Yoon tipped me off, saying, I heard In-hoo is being mentioned a lot as a candidate. The judges applauded after learning the behind-the-scenes story that Nam In-hoo played the faceless lead role in his previous work, Twins. I would have liked to give him the Best Actor award, but since the role was too ambiguous to be called a leading role, it seemed like they gave him the jury prize instead. That's great, Nam In-hoo. I clapped my hands hard, wishing I had two more hands. I looked at Nam In-hoo, who was giving his acceptance speech with tears in his eyes that had turned red. My mom and dad. Thank you so much. And then our eyes met. As soon as Nam In-hoo met my eyes, his face became tearful. Huh. Hey, don't cry. Speak more at that time. I can't speak because there's a camera. It's driving me crazy. As I was internally stomping my feet, I heard the following words. I want to say thank you so much to Yeonji. Nam In-hoo, who had barely managed to swallow his tears, continued speaking intermittently. When Yeonji won the Best Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival last time, I congratulated him, and he said let's go together next time. The interpreter was busy translating his words. I said yes, but I thought it was ridiculous. Honestly, who wouldn't do that? But Yeonji. Yeonji Lee is really crazy, no? She's a strange person. What the heck? The camera came closer to me. I made an expression that seemed to be slyly glaring at Nam In-hoo. While everyone was bursting into light laughter, Nam In-hoo was the only one holding back tears. He said, but Lee Yeon-jae was right. If you had told me 4 years ago that I would be at the Cannes Film Festival and even stand on stage to receive this moving trophy, I wouldn't have believed it. Nam In-hoo lifted the trophy with trembling hands. I will do my best to become a great actor in the future. Thank you. He bowed and was met with applause. Whether the camera was on me or not, I too smiled and clapped. That's amazing. Nam In-hoo's acting as Choi Sung-in was excellent. It was immediately understandable why he was given the judge's award. Seeing him happy and getting what he deserved made me feel good too. He really is on a winning streak. Director Yoon was right. Sometimes he seems like a strange person, but his batting average is always good. Hey, how am I? Did I speak well? Did I say anything wrong? At that moment, Nam In-hoo, who had just received the award and come down, came running up to me, out of breath. Yes. Huh. What? What did I do wrong? They call me crazy. Oh, that's not a mistake. That's my true intention. This kid, for real. It was about the time when I lightly tapped his back. Then I will announce. The winner of the Best Screenplay Award at this year's Cannes Film Festival is. The host opened his mouth with a bright face. The words that followed were ones I had been hearing for the past few months. Congratulations, Spider. Chapter 526. Congratulations, Spider. What? Did I hear that wrong? I was dumbfounded. At that moment, when I was blankly staring at the camera, unable to grasp the situation, Nam In-hoo woke me up. Congratulations. Then he smiled and hugged me. It was exactly what I said to Nam In-hoo earlier. It's your turn now. Go up quickly. No. There was no time to even ask what the situation was. Director Yoon grabbed my arm and pulled me towards him. No, wait a minute. Director, do we really have to go up together? What are you talking about? I'll stay here, so you go up alone. Go and be the representative. Stop talking nonsense and come here. Hurry up. I was dragged up onto the stage by Director Yoon. Oh, really? I didn't prepare an acceptance speech. I was crying inside. This is driving me crazy. It was, of course, a great feeling to receive an award. How good it feels when someone recognizes and congratulates the efforts I've made. And I knew how monumental it was to win an award at the Cannes Film Festival. But that's that. This is it. It's one thing to feel good about getting on stage, and another thing entirely to just ramble on and on without any preparation. I didn't want to show my immature side to buy in on this happy day. Thank you so much for giving me this award. So while Director Yoon was giving his acceptance speech first, I quickly thought about it. Think. What do you say? Should I mention something like the message of the movie? But I already said all that in the interview. I was even more embarrassed because I had never received an award for Best Screenplay before. When I received an award for my acting, I just had to say something about the character I played. But I have so many characters that I've created. I couldn't tell the entire story of each character's birth, and I was in a situation where I couldn't do anything. At that moment, when sweat was pouring down, Director Yoon smiled and said this. If it weren't for the serial writer I wrote the script with, this movie wouldn't have come out. In fact, he should receive the Best Director award. Are you crazy? I pushed Director Yoon away with a pale face. He quickly grabbed the microphone and laughed awkwardly. Oh yes, the director is giving me too much credit. I only participated in writing the script. The director did everything. When I was meeting with the production team, Yeonji took the lead. It felt like seeing the kid I saw in Twins grow up right in front of my eyes. No one will understand how I feel. Please stop. Stop it. This is an acceptance speech. Even though I twisted Director Yoon's ribs hard with my fingers, he just smiled brightly. Of all the directors I've seen, he was the best. Actor. Pua. Thanks to that, I didn't even notice that the camera caught my hand poking Director Yoon's side. As the laughter of the people grew louder, I realized the cause and quickly took my hand away. The series is I. Stop. I'll talk now. After barely stopping Director Yoon from saying more, he expressed his gratitude to the production company that invested in the film, the actors who appeared in it, and the staff who worked hard with him. I think I said goodnight in French last time. This time, there was no time to be so fussy. If I let my guard down even for a moment, Director Yoon would try to grab the microphone. So I had to glare at the host and tell him to quickly turn off the lights. Please, hurry up. Please save me. I came down carrying the trophy in such an exhausted state. Congratulations, Bambi. You're really the best, Lee Eun-jae. Didn't I make you laugh? Isn't it supposed to be cool and all when you receive a trophy? I closed my eyes tightly, feeling as if I had taken several photos that I would never be able to erase. It's all that guy's fault. Director Yoon was laughing heartily, not knowing my speed. See, I told you, we're going to have multiple awards. What is that on stage? How ungentlemanly. What kind of gentleman is this? Coach Yoon shrugged as he picked up the trophy. This is just a lump of iron. It's all a show. What's a show supposed to be? It's supposed to be fun. He said that. He was just acting to match his nickname, Impugi, and that this was also a form of acting. Ugh, that's annoying. Eventually, I couldn't stand it anymore and hit Director Yoon on the back. The problem is that it was shown on camera too. Huh, life is so difficult. Title: Lee Yun-jae hitting Yoon Kang-yeon. GIF. Oh my gosh, it hit so hard. I felt something strangely familiar. Last time, when I was active as a streamer, Lee Yun-jae. When I hit Lee Eun-taek's forehead, his reaction speed is the same. LOL. Oh, I see. LOL. It's still funny no matter how many times I look at it. But isn't it cute that Yoon Kang-yeon is the eldest son and still follows Lee Yun-jae around? It looks like a resident of the forest of Dongx and is cute. Title: Did you see actor Nam In-hoo's acceptance speech? I cried while listening to it. I saw a new behind-the-scenes video released by twins this time. Overall, I can see that you are feeling timid. But I think it would be the same for me too. No matter how hard I act, what I acted isn't included in the movie. But it's cool that he kept holding on and kept acting. I hope it continues to prosper in the future. He's close with Lee Yun-jae. If he's around Lee Yun-jae, he'll basically do well. What are you talking about? You're going to stick it in? No, I'm not saying you'll put it in. I'm just saying it's going well. If you look at it up until now, it's always been like that. Hey, it seems like you're close with Lee Yun-jae. I saw that in the last drama interview. You said that whenever you were having a mental breakdown, Lee Yun-jae would catch you. You two kept in touch even after filming Twins, right? Then it's worth mentioning it like that in your acceptance speech. The future of our country's child actors is really bright. Title: Look at Choi In-jun's suit. TLQKF, I think you're crazy. Stuff the suit right now. Injun, let's make everyday clothes into suits while we're at it. Our summer is coming soon. I'm sorry, but I love you in a suit. How about doing this concept with a suit? Wow, that's scary. Choi In-jun's fans are going crazy too. If you're an original fan, that's what it is. Title: Spider-Man 2 Crown King Crazy. I knew he would win an award, but he ended up winning the Best Screenplay award. Yoon Kang-yeon x Lee Yun-jae combination equals people who won the Palme d'Or, Best Screenplay, and Best Actor awards. Wow. 2 of them won 3 out of the 5 main awards. How fun must it be to win an award like this? If you're going to promote it, do it after the release. I didn't write this for promotional purposes. I wrote it because I was frustrated too. It's so frustrating. So when is it coming out in Korea? As expected from a boy from Khan's slightly smiling face. Fanatic, get out. Okay, slightly smiling face. Not long after Lee Yun-jae and her group entered Korea, Spider-Man was released in Korea. Those who hate spoilers ran straight to the cinema. After that, a heated response followed. What the hell did I see? Deserves a screenplay award, 162K likes. I thought it was a dark hero story until the middle, but the content completely changed in the latter half. It certainly seems that the deeper the genre, the more the actor's acting skills stand out. 74,000 likes. Nam In-hoo. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen the actor who won the award, so I thought it was out of the blue, but my thoughts changed after watching the movie. But doesn't he look cute? He looks like a total loser in the drama, but he actually looks cute. Show me the picture. Don't look at it alone. The hottest among them was, of course, Lee Yun-jae's acting. On the day of the release, the real-time trending search terms were Lee Yun-jae is crazy and crazy acting. Title: I'll try gambling with Spider. Lee Yun-jae's acting is crazy. Lee Yun-jae's acting is crazy. Lee Yun-jae's acting is crazy. More. Lee Yun-jae's acting as Dorian Man. That's all. Thank you, Bao. But that's true. Your acting is really good. If only the acting was a little better, I wouldn't know. But it's so good that it gives me goosebumps, and it's crazy. I'm going to see Spider-Man again tomorrow to see Lee Yun-jae's acting. Title: How can someone act like they're strangling someone like that? Seriously, it looks like someone is really strangling him. I wish Lee Yun-jae would make a proper historical drama, if she made. Someone like Yeon Sang-in, it would be boring. Wow, Yeonji Lee Yeon Sang-in? My heart is racing. Hold your breath and dive until Lee Yun-jae properly wraps up the historical drama. Title: Lee Yun-jae's face feels like it has both good and evil coexisting. When I see him playing with his youngs, he seems harmless, but when I see him acting, he's really sharp, right? So I think it suits both villains and righteous characters. He just got popular because he's handsome. The comment above is so annoying. No, the comment above is also correct. Of course being handsome is important, but that's not everything. On the contrary, it's harder to get into a role with actors who are just plain handsome, unless they're completely immersed in a romance. It seems like even the most skilled actors have a hard time digesting this genre. I ascend it just that Lee Yun-jae knows how to do whatever role she takes on and makes us see her as that role. I think that's what makes her a good actress. Smiley face. I was just saying that, but they gave me a shield. I was just saying that 2x Shina, smiley face. Wow, calm down. Title: Spider-Man. Am I the only one who gets goosebumps at this part? Contains spoilers. Scar on palm. The reason why it happened keeps changing. It's creepy. I get goosebumps thinking about you, miss. I'm scratching my arm so much. I was impressed by that part too. It's like a typical psychopath. Just saying whatever to avoid the situation. But isn't that palm scar from an accident? That stalker? Didn't it happen when he tried to stop a woman from committing suicide? Oh, that's right. Yuri really crazy about movies. You use it like this? Even as a really important key tool? He's a real bastard too. Jiggle jiggle. Title: Does anyone know of a movie where Lee Yun-jae is featured in blood? I recently watched Spider-Man and became interested in it, so I want to watch something similar to the genre. Please recommend. Just watch all of his movies. There's a series called Dark Bambi. This time it's longer with Spider. You can just look at that. Slightly smiling face. This is the first time I've seen Bayan so weak. This is a death that even the rain can't handle. XX, please stop dying. Stop dying. 1. Liberation. Title: Did Lee Yun-jae write the Spider script himself? Okay, now I'm sure. Lee Yun-jae's taste is so spicy. Admit. Twins, Killing Horn, Atlas Dilemma, Dead Express, Spider, LOL. This is really stimulating, LOL. I said I was joking about the Dark Bambi. I didn't really want it to be the real Dark Bambi. Seriously, why do you only show blood, sweat, and tears every day? Day. Title: But when you think about it, it's really strange. Isn't it difficult to say that Lee Yun-jae's taste is by no means a popular taste? But strangely, it always hits the jackpot. Even if it doesn't work out, it's at least a medium hit. If you have these grades, you can say it's popular. But that's really strange. What is the cause? There's no need to go into that much depth. Lee Yun-jae is just a popular pick. Okay. Your analyst acknowledges. And then one day, Lee Yun-jae turned on the live broadcast. On the screen, he muttered with a tired face. Hyung Jong-hyun, I was wrong, so please come into the house now. The way he lamented, asking where the hell he was so Lee Yun-jae-like. 2 hours ago, the crazy Spider-Man that we saw on the big screen in the movie theater was nowhere to be found. Those who were still unable to recover from the madness Spider had shown trembled. He really seems crazy. Spider was crazy, but Lee Yun-jae, who spoke in a soft, bean-like voice as if she had never acted like that before, seemed crazy too. Ugh. People shook their heads. Thinking about it, that kind of person is an actor. Chapter 5:27. I'm Jong-hyun's mom at I__Jong_mom. Picture. My husband is currently standing alone in the Han River Park, feeling the wind. Hashtag Lee Young-hyun, hashtag the wind blows. What? Why are you there? He said he ran away from home after being abandoned by his son. Lee Young-hyun, a woman you want to carry around on your phone at Kering. No, Lee Young-hyun. Why do you keep wandering around? Sightings keep coming in, but the locations are changing by the minute. Ha 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 ha. Lee Yun-jae is chasing me right now, but I'm trying to avoid her. Do you guys have any fun content to do with each other? Are you two filming X Ningman? Please do it in front of us. Brother, please. I shouted with desperation. Please now. Stop it and get in the car. Okay. People will see you. Hey, please stop. I'm so embarrassed. My face and ears were all hot. But Hyung Jong-hyun stood firm despite my desperate cries. I'm not going in. Hurry up, Hyung. Please. Are you embarrassed by me? Why is the reply so late? This is driving me crazy. I held back the urge to wash my face with soap. 5 days ago, Hyung Jong-hyun, who had gone to see Spider alone, packed his bags and left. I didn't even have time to kneel down and say anything. I quickly left dozens of text messages for my brother, but he didn't read them, and I couldn't stand it anymore. So I turned on the live broadcast yesterday. I thought you'd come back if I turned on the radio and told you. I guess I underestimated Hyung Jong-hyun too much. Hyung Jong-hyun seemed to be more uncomfortable in my room, and he walked around the streets without covering his face. If you rush to the live broadcast of the eyewitness account, the goshawk will be gone. I've done that about 6 times now, and I just caught it near Hangang Park. Please get in the car and let's talk. People were looking at us with excited eyes, holding cameras. There's a good chance he's taking a video. The thought of this conversation being spread all over the internet gave me a headache. Brother 4. Now, I think you're mistaken. I'm not mad about the Spider-Man ending. Huh? Then why are you angry? You clearly said you weren't Itojuk. I left because I was angry that you lied to me. Hyung Jong-hyun expressed his complaints point by point with a stern face. In the midst of this serious situation, the word Itojuk was so funny that I almost burst out laughing. Let's be patient. If you laugh here, you might really get kicked out. Ugh, I have to endure it. I opened my mouth calmly. I didn't mean to lie. I just couldn't explain it properly because of the spoilers. Lie. I told you, I'm not lying. I deliberately sighed deeply. Hey, you know I'm really careful not to give spoilers, right? However, my brother said he didn't believe me. I wanted to prove it to him. Jong-hyun slowly approached his brother. Then he whispered softly into the other person's ear. I'm playing a fairy in a movie that's coming out soon. What? Why are you telling me that now? That's because it's a spoiler. I'm saying this with real determination. Because I trust you, Hyung. Do you understand what I mean? The other person nodded as if entranced by the subtle remark. Right, that's good. This is a secret. I didn't even tell Baehyek, but I'm telling you because you're my brother. Okay, I'm going home now. Yes. Hyung Jong-hyun grabbed the hand I offered him. Then, people around him applauded. Congratulations. Wow, we made up. I wanted to bite my tongue at that joyful voice. Huh, this is so embarrassing. I wanted to go straight to the car, but Hyung Jong-hyun said that we had to do a proper fan service, so I picked up my pen. I sighed as I looked at the park that had instantly turned into a signing event. Ugh, raising a father isn't easy. Hyung Jong-hyun came back, carrying the same luggage he had packed 5 days ago. When I asked where he had been sleeping, he replied that he had been sleeping at a friend's house. I was startled for a moment and asked back, Does your brother have any friends? Yeonji, I'm not that bad. No, I'm not ignoring you. You've never introduced anyone to me as a friend before. After hesitating for a moment, he asked in a cautious voice, Are you my girlfriend? I haven't been in a relationship for over 6 years. Are you kidding me? I did that just in case. If you're going to have a girlfriend, tell me in advance. Hyung Jong-hyun laughed quietly. Why? You should check it for me. I guess I need to prepare myself mentally too. Why are you preparing yourself mentally? Huh. Then can I have a girlfriend without telling you? Okay. If there's someone I like, I'll tell you in advance. Yes. Thanks to Hyung Jong-hyun's honest answers, the conversation continued smoothly. I heard that the place you stayed at was the house of actor Kim Suk-joon from Butterfly Flower riding the Zelkova tree. The two of you have managed to last 5 days. Anyway, Lee Eun-jae, from now on, you should stop acting like you're killing and dying. That seems difficult. What? You've had your fill so far. It's time to stop. You never know what will happen to other people. I learned through this experience that there are no absolutes in life. Even if I don't want the character to die, there are times when the character dies on his own. My brother is also a working person. At my words telling him not to act so cold-hearted, Jong-hyun sighed deeply. Then let's take turns. One to be happy, one to die. Okay, I'll try to do that. I don't know why I'm talking like this. Hyung Jong-hyun shook his head. But since I knew that the other person's mood had already calmed down, there was nothing to fear. Thank God. I'm glad it worked out. Hyung Young-hyun, who left home, also came back, and the reaction to Spider was also hot. Now, there was nothing else to worry about besides the official schedule, like Spider's stage greeting. Huh, that was refreshing. You died this time, so you really can't die this year. Do you understand? Jong-hyun nodded his head quickly at his brother's words. Yes, I understand. I won't die. Then, Jinbei, who looked a bit uncomfortable, joined the conversation. Excuse me, actor. Yes. Can you be more specific? You don't die? You should say that you don't act like you're dying. The same goes for actor Young-hyun. Oh, sorry. It was a mistake. Jinbei responded sharply to Jeonghyun's words. There is nothing wrong with that. Both of you, please be careful. Yes. Yes. The only thing that Jinbei Hyung was sensitive about was my safety. Although it wasn't my intention, Jinbei seemed to be offended by my saying that so easily. The two of us, observing the strangely subdued atmosphere, exchanged glances and tried to appease Jinbei Hyung. Brother, I acted dying this time, so I won't act dead again this year. Okay, Yanji, you're going to stop acting like you're going to die this year. Do you understand? Jinbei Hyung didn't say anything, but my brother's large back slowly straightened. The upright back was saying, I'm relieved. Hyung Jonghyun and I met eyes in the air. Oh yeah, good. It was nice. They exchanged words without saying a word, just looking at each other. Today, parenting was a success again. Spider's stage greeting went smoothly without any special events. The security company that the company had hired was famous for its excellent work, and they also made security even more thorough at the venue where the event was held. Thanks to this, I was able to meet the audience without any accidents or incidents. Hello, this is Lee Yunjae. The stage greetings I did in the past were literally just standing on stage and saying hello. Recently, the atmosphere of the event has changed to feel like an idol fan signing event. Could you please write this? Yes, please. Thank you. She quickly accepted the headbands, hats, and various accessories that the audience hesitantly handed her and placed them on her head. Every time that happened, the sound of camera shutters and people cheering grew louder. It's like seeing a rainbow. Of course, many of the people attending the stage greeting were also buy-in. That's why I felt so good. Hey, lucky boy. But there were some people who felt awkward in this atmosphere. How do you put this on? Director Yoon stood awkwardly holding a fish-shaped hat. Until now, no one had requested this because of Director Yoon's mystical image, so he seemed embarrassed. When I glanced at the audience, the person who had given Director Yoon a fish-shaped bread hat was also looking at me with a blank expression. You don't have to use it if it makes you uncomfortable. I'm sorry. No, it's not that it's uncomfortable, but I just don't know how to use it, so this is... I see you're a fan of Director Yoon. I watched the two people quietly, and then snatched the fish-shaped bread hat. And then he whispered softly, so that only Director Yoon could hear. Director, do you care about your hair getting damaged? If you do this, your hair will get damaged. But if you don't do this, your fans' hearts will break. What are you going to do? Oh, I should write. Of course I should write. Right. I quickly put the fish-shaped bread hat on Director Yoon. Last time when Bai Hyek and I went to take a four-cut photo, there was a row of hats like this. Bai Hyek used it so many times at the NADE fan signing that he was very familiar with it. So I picked one up and used it after him. This helps in times like this. Director Yoon, dressed in a suit and wearing a fish-shaped bread hat, looked quite adorable. The fan who gave the hat kept taking pictures with a face full of emotion. Thank you. I prepared that too, Yanji. Mine too. Yes, but you don't have to use it. Really? No, please. What is it? The fan shyly took something out of his bag. What she was holding in her hand was a Hadiak hat. I see you like desserts. After quickly becoming convinced, I immediately put it over my head. If you hesitate at a time like this, the atmosphere will become awkward for no reason. Oh, look at Bambi. He's crazy. So cute. Oh my God. When I put on the Hadiak hat, the crowd started to chatter louder. It was an atmosphere where it was unclear whether this was a stage greeting or a fashion show. I stood next to Director Yoon, wearing a fish-shaped bread hat, with the most shameless expression possible. I think the most important thing for Spider is fun. I think his last fun was being the best. Sigh. I'm having a really serious conversation right now, so why is everyone laughing? Puaha. After receiving questions and answers in a pleasant atmosphere, we ended today's stage greetings. There's still a long way to go, but there wasn't anything else on the schedule this week. It's been a while since I took a break. It was a time when I was thinking that I should read all the books I had not been able to read for a while. It was only after I got a call from a classmate that I realized I had some time left on my schedule. Yanji, Class 3A President Park Yirin. Yanji, we have to get a class size for the sports competition, so can you tell me your size? Also, since each person has to participate in at least one match, I think you'll have to play dodgeball with your partner. That's right, sports competition. It's a pair of figures. I've never done it before. There was a high chance that you would die in the first game. I hesitated for a moment. Dying here doesn't even count, right? Should I tell Hyung Jonghyun about this in advance? Oh my, why is there so much to worry about? Life was difficult after all. Chapter 528. Hello, Winter. Hello. My dodgeball partner was my fish-loving mate, Kong Jul-woo. I felt relieved because my opponent was Kong Jul-woo. I thought it would be a bit awkward to do it with someone I don't know. How have you been doing? Well, it's just the same. I want to graduate quickly. Kong Jul-woo glanced at me and spoke in a mumbled voice. That indifferent attitude made me think that it was winter after all. I smiled and spoke casually. I read the book you recommended last time. Really? Calm. Joel Woo's expression brightened significantly. How was it? The description was amazing. Didn't it feel like the ocean was really spread out before your eyes? Yeah, it was fun. That's not enough. Tell me your review in detail from start to finish. The eyes of the other person, who had been half soulless, began to sparkle. He's a guy who's really serious about fish. I like that it was consistent. We talked about fish for a long time after that. I too was more excited than usual, as it had been a while since I had talked about fish. Hey guys. Then the class president shouted in a loud voice. Our class is having a soccer preliminary match. Let's go cheer. Then, Joel Woo's eyes became cloudy again. Huh, can't you just do it yourself? I held back laughter at the distinct temperature change. You really have no interest in sports competitions. What's fun about sitting in the blazing sun? You'd be better off watching a fish documentary or something at that time. Haha, there wasn't a single word that was wrong. If it were me in the past, I would have agreed with Joel's words. Even in middle school, I didn't understand the kids who made a fuss about sports day class and photos. I thought it would be better to practice acting during that time. But, good. It's good. I'm at school like this now. Because I was so busy with work, I felt like being an actor suited me better than being a student. It's strange, I never thought it was. Difficult. Good. I enjoyed being at school today. I liked wearing the same class t-shirt as the kids and sitting in the hot sun to cheer for our class. I guess I've been too absorbed in work lately. I think I know why my brothers tried so hard to protect my school life. It's these little things that make work enjoyable. At that time, if I had any spare time, I wanted to invest it all into work. Looking back, I realized that I was too greedy. As expected, my brothers are smart. And they both love me. I need to go home today and hug you one more time. Oh, on the way home, I think I should buy Jin Bae Hyung's favorite pork cutlet. Then a familiar voice was heard. It's a series. When I turned my head, I saw a loose smile. Now drink. Sergio handed me a bottle of water. What is it? Did I say I wanted to drink water? No, your expression said it all. I raised my hand and touched my face. Am I the type of person who shows that much on my face? Baehyek and Sergio both keep saying the same thing. First of all, my throat is dry. I accepted the water bottle and said thank you. Sergio sat down next to me naturally. Joel Woo glanced at the two of us and then naturally moved away. What? At that moment, I was tilting my head with a strange feeling. Yanji, what we saw at the Busan Film Festival is now on Netflix. Okay. Yeah. Do you want to see it again? When you have time. I nodded without thinking. It was always a pleasure to watch movies and talk with Sergio. What reason is there to refuse? But I regretted it within an hour. I should have just declined. Hey, get away from Lee Yunjae. The reason I started to regret it was, of course, because of No Bae Hyuk. The guy who participated in the sports competition for the first time after entering high school frowned as soon as he saw Sergio. Sergio smiled and replied, Why me? Seriously, what are you two doing? Even though I sighed deeply, they didn't care. Instead, I gritted my teeth and continued the conversation. I know you have nothing to do, but get out of the way. I have something to talk to Yanji Lee about. You can do it when you two are together. Oh, don't you two watch it together? It's possible since you watch it together all the time. You little punk. Baehyeka. I quickly got up and stepped between the two of them. Then I said something to Sergio with my eyes, and he laughed loosely. Okay, I won't do this anymore. Even I found it annoying to see him smiling innocently as if he had never been sarcastic. So how annoying must Baehyek have been? It was at that moment that I was worried that No Bae Hyuk would get even angrier. Now that I think about it, you're right. You're right. We can do it when we're alone. Lee Yunjae, I'll see you later. No Bae Hyuk turned around expressionlessly. At his more calm attitude than expected, both Sergio and I blinked. He's grown up now and he's learning to control his emotions. Just as I was about to think that, I discovered No Bae Hyuk's neck was red with anger. Shit. I'm not just angry, I'm just really pissed off. How does raising a child become more and more difficult? I swallowed a sigh and glared at Sergio for no reason. Can't you just let it go? You're not even mad. Haha, why? It's funny. I shook my head as I looked at Sergio, who was smiling brightly. Arai. It's my job to clean up the mess. I thought for a moment about how I could cheer up No by Hayek, then picked up my phone. For a simple guy, this is a piece of cake. Halfway through the sports day, lunchtime was approaching. The restaurant and store were closed today, so we naturally ordered food inside the classroom. When I heard that the class president was buying food, I quickly stopped him. It's right for the person who earns money to pay. I handed my card to the class president. Yaren, please calculate it with this. It was a card that Han Haram often used when buying snacks to eat. Wow, thank you. I'll tell the kids you bought it for them. You don't have to do that. But can I ask you one thing? What is it? I asked the class president if it would be okay to have this on the menu. The class president shouted, "This is actually a win-win," with a look of absurdity on his face, and relayed the news to the class. Wow, really? Crazy, I love dogs. Fortunately, the reaction from my classmates wasn't bad. After watching the class leader ordering food, I quickly checked the other classes. Everyone was eating a variety of foods. There were some cases where we ordered packed lunches, but most of the orders were from hamburger franchises. And the food our class ordered was, "I'm eating tangsiyuk, can I pour some sauce on it? Is that okay? Put the dishes away." It was Chinese food. The kids chattered while holding bowls of jjajangmyeon. Look at the shine. It's whetted my appetite. Wow, what is all this? Teacher, Yanji bought this for me. Would you like a bite? It was just food, but the class atmosphere suddenly became high tension. The change was so obvious it was funny. So cute. Sergio, eat first. I'll go out for a bit. Huh? Where are you going? To vent my anger. Sergio, who had an expression on his face that said he didn't understand English, looked at the bowl in my hand and immediately understood. Have a nice trip. I hated the smiling face that said, "You've had a hard time. I'm going because of you. So why are you laughing like that? Seriously, me. Where are you?" I walked briskly, holding the bowl in my hand. Finding the guy was easy. Even among tall boys, you just have to find one who is a head taller. Oh, there it is. After quickly finding No by Hayek, I approached him. By Hyeka. Why? The guy answered with an indifferent expression, but I could still feel that he was uncomfortable because he wasn't looking at me. I swallowed a laugh and handed the bowl to the guy. Eat this. I ordered this for you. Okay. Only then did the guy turn his head. The guy stared at the dumplings on the plate for a long time, then raised the corners of his mouth. You know me so well. Then I don't know you? The guy chuckled. Then, I finished the dumplings in no time. Are you feeling a little better now? Oh, but can't you not play with him? Here it goes again. No, I'm telling you, he's really weird. No by Hayek grumbled. He only teases you and keeps a wall around everyone else. There must be some intention behind it. Didn't Fogg say anything? There's no way something like that. I paused for a moment. Now that I think about it, Han Haram did say something like that. But Sergio, he is different. What's different? He's just as possessive as I am. I've barely managed to endure it since I've managed to survive this long. But he's just human. Like Yanji said, he's too young. He wouldn't be able to handle it himself. I felt shaky when I recalled the serious voice. Arai. It bothers me for no reason, really. I went back to the class and sat next to Sergio. Sergio. Huh. And then he grabbed the guy and said solemnly, "What do you think about possessiveness?" Possessiveness? Suddenly, I don't think a human being can own another human being. Don't you think so too? Yanji, did you eat something bad? He made Sergio tilt his head and say the following. Okay, follow me. No human being can own another human being. Earthly. Follow me. No human being can own another human being. Obsession is a crime. We are not criminals. Yanji, why are you doing that? Follow me. Fortunately, thanks to Sergio's good following, the first early education session was a success. We need to repeat this periodically in the future. I don't want to be locked up in the tower. If you look at the novel The Fog, it says that he's trapped in a tower and all, but I had no intention of doing that. It's terrifying to even think about. I shook my head. If you get trapped in the tower, it's really the end. How can you act in that condition? The duel ended with me dying in the first round, just as I expected. After the sports competition ended safely, No by Hayek and I headed to our house. No, we were going to head there. It's a series. Sergio spoke with a grin. See you later, just the two of you. Are you really going to do that? Just as I was about to say something, No by Hayek intervened. Yeah, it's just you and me now. Get out now. He had been pretending like nothing happened before. but now he was openly showing his displeasure. I thought as I looked at the two people who hated each other. He really is like a child. That's quite a feat, too. I parted ways with Sergio, laughing in vain. It was at that time that I was walking with No by Hayek and heading to my house. No by Hayek's cell phone rang, and he answered the call. Hello? Yes? Right now. The guy frowned sharply. Why? I don't have a schedule. Huh? What's going on? As soon as I heard that, I picked up my phone. I was trying to enter the portal site, but there was no need to do that, because I got a missed call and a few messages from Jinbei Hyam. I checked the message my brother sent. That was an article. Articles with titles such as Exclusive, Nade Lee Eun Take. Was he a family member with actress Lee Yun-jae? Shocking news of divorce revealed. Chapter 529. A video was uploaded to the internet. The title of the video was Intensive Tracking of Lee Yun-jae and Lee Eun-take's Dissolution Process. Hello. When I turned on the video, a man wearing a mask appeared. The people's right to know. The guardians of justice will protect it. He said he would delve into the details of the currently controversial relationship between Lee Yun-jae and Lee Eun-take. The video starts with an exclusive article that first broke the rumor, and then shows a man heading somewhere. What brings you here? The place he arrived was an orphanage. Ah, this is where Lee Yun-jae lived. I'm sorry. Please leave. The woman, presumed to be the teacher, nodded and hurriedly left the place. The scene was captioned, a scene so guarded that it almost seems like an interview. As mentioned in the article, the period during which the two were a family was 1 year. So, Mr. Eun-take, Lee's family adopted Yun-jae Lee and then abandoned her after only 1 year. As a result of our intensive investigation, we learned that in the meantime, Lee Eun-take's first child died in an accident. The man muttered in a serious voice. Could it be that after the death of the eldest child, he blamed everything on the youngest child whom he had just adopted? It was clearly a serious voice. If so, it would be a matter of great social controversy. But strangely enough, it felt like he was having fun. What did that kid do wrong to make that decision? He spoke with a smile on his face, without any humor. For the sake of the people's right to know, I think Lee Eun-take's family should make a statement. What do you think? If you found today's video helpful, please subscribe and like. It really helps. The video ended with a promise to do a follow-up report on the topic. The comment reactions were like this. Invasion of privacy, 79k likes. Right. I'm annoyed that I didn't go to Wii and Enter and just went to a regular daycare center. Now, if it's true, it'll be a real problem. How serious is the prejudice against adoption? I hope you'll make a statement quickly. 34,000 likes. And no, the two of you are on good terms right now. So why are you bringing this up and making a fuss? Anyway, Korean people are interfering in other people's lives. That's because it's a topic that could cause social controversy. Even so, Eun-take Lee's family and the first son are all ordinary people. What does that have to do with anything? I mosaicked it, didn't I? Is that a mosaic? I can see the whole face. At that level, it's almost transparent. In addition, numerous posts were uploaded to various communities. Title: Did you see the article about Lee Yun-jae and Lee Eun-take? No, the two were family. I'm so surprised. Seriously, why didn't you say anything? You probably didn't say anything because you were hurt by something. Now, I don't treat you like a human being because you abandoned me. I just want you to be completely devastated. Yeah, you're the one who believes what Rekha says and writes malicious comments. Title: Is there anyone who doesn't know that Lee Eun-take's personality is like Nagari? LOL. Anyone who has ever stepped foot on a stone slab knows. He's known to be a total idiot. So I wasn't particularly surprised to hear about this. Amido, I'm a person who is rude to fans, so I don't know what you expected. Ow. Where did such nonsense come from? Do you believe everything that isn't even verified? I got the PDF. Oh, what are you talking about? Didn't you see the post that the director who shot the pictorial last time posted? I can't believe this post, even if I just look at the DM that Lee Eun-take sent me at that time. What is it about? Can someone tell me? They say that when they were taking the pictorial, the leader of the group was sick and had no strength, but Eun-take Lee kept joking and bought food for the staff to keep the mood going. And after it was over, I sent a DM to the director saying that he worked hard and that the filming went well thanks to him. Normally, the leader Hyung would contact him, but he said that he was contacting him because his Hyung was sick. This kind of writing always gets buried. Title: Wow, now my legs fit perfectly. Huh. No. Oh, I don't know. Tell me what's correct. No LOL. Lee Yoon-taek calls Lee Yun-jae baby. I was wondering why he called her that. But wasn't that what he called her when she was little? Oh, I see. The legs fit perfectly. The puzzle does fit together, but I always wondered why they were so obsessed with each other. Bijiper. Okay, LOL. Title. If you look at what Lee Yoon-taek is calling you now, whatever happened in the past, things seem to be going well between the two now. At first, I thought Lee Yun-jae was acting, but when I looked it up, it turns out that Lee Yoon-taek and Bai Hyuk had been hanging out together for a long time before their debut. Since it is a story told by a named person, authentication is also possible. What if we're on good terms now? Anyway, Lee Yun-jae must have been really hurt back then. I wish I could just quit quickly. Huh. If only the ignorant quitter would turn off. Yoon-taek Lee didn't even disown him. So why does he have to be cursed at? Even if he's cursed at, shouldn't he have said something to his parents? It seems like this kid is relying on Lee Yoon-taek. Title. Oh my, Lee Yun-jae and Lee Yoon-taek's live broadcast notice is gone. It's not an explanation or a notice of lawsuit. It's a live broadcast? Wow. I never imagined I would react like this. This is a series by Bambi, a former streamer. I'll look at the thumbnail. It's so damn cool. Where can I see it? Click here to start now. Oh, GGGS, let's go right in. Yeonji, Yoon-taek, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. The entertainment industry's standard way to respond to controversy is silence. This is the best method for Koreans who quickly forget things after just a few days. But there are areas where this doesn't work. Things that are socially controversial. Examples include reporting crimes such as drunk driving, assault, ethical issues, and dishonest work attitudes. In cases like this, all you have to do is write a few lines of a handwritten letter and upload it. In just a few days, it will be buried. That's how the entertainment industry rolls on. But I don't want to do that. I didn't want to just gloss over this. To me, this was not a shameful story. I didn't want to just sit by and let people curse at my adoptive parents and Lee Yoon-taek so much. And if you are going to respond, the broadcast will start in 15 seconds. Yes, we need to respond coolly. Let's just mention it once and end it properly. I straighten my neatly dressed shirt again. Why can't you do this too? At that moment, a hand suddenly appeared from the side. Are you really a baby? You're being rude. Why are you arguing? Your shirt is all messed up. Just wait. Oh, just leave it alone. I told you to wait a moment. No, the broadcast is starting. So adjust your clothes. It was when I was gritting my teeth to shake off Yoon-taek Lee's hand, and Yoon-taek Lee was trying harder and running towards me. Hey, the broadcast has started. Oh, really? I looked straight ahead in a hurry at the PD's words. What are you guys doing? Why are you fighting as soon as the broadcast starts? LOL. Oh wow. Looking at it like this, they really do look like brothers. I smiled awkwardly and lowered my head. Hello, I am actress Lee Yun-jae. When I tapped the person next to me, an indifferent voice fell out. Yes. Hello. This is Nade Lee Yoon-taek. I apologize for causing you any trouble with our work since yesterday. I know it's a bit much to call it an explanation, but I thought it needed explaining, so I turned on the broadcast. It was actually only a matter of time before the fact of the excommunication became known. It was when I was in the 5th grade of elementary school that Yoon-taek Lee told some of his friends about me. After that, there was no further comment and things remained quiet, but word had already spread. Accordingly, Lee Yoon-taek and my agency discussed this for a very long time and came up with a response plan. After the incident becomes known, how can we ensure that each person's activities are not restricted? The words to be used in press reports, the proportion of future mentions of each other, etc. It's already been 2 years since I've gone through all the fine details. It broke out later than I thought. After taking a deep breath, I slowly opened my mouth. Let me tell you the facts first. Yes, me and the baby, ugh. Why are you pinching me? This is a serious situation. Speak properly. It's true that Yeonji and I were once legally family. No, you guys are still like family. Is this a statement broadcast or a sitcom? Oh my god, this is crazy. What are you guys doing? LOL. The comments were very enthusiastic. At first glance, I felt somewhat relieved because there seemed to be a lot of whether he knew my feelings or not. Yoon-taek Lee quietly confessed the truth. Yeonji was 7 years old. That's when my parents adopted her. That's when I first met her. Eun-taek Lee said that it was true that he had adopted her and that he had given up his child for adoption. Adopting a child and then abandoning the adoption is unforgivable, no matter what the circumstances. It causes an indelible wound. He continued to say that he was sorry for giving Yeonji such a hurt. And it's true that we had an older brother. The story about Jihyun Hyung is summarized very briefly and simply. The first accident was the trigger for the breakup. But he quickly chimed in, saying that it was difficult to talk about anything more in depth. It's the same for me too. After, I opened my mouth carefully, hoping that my sincerity would be conveyed. Even if I were the person involved, I know that it's not easy to talk about excommunication. I'm okay now, but I also know that I wasn't okay back then. I looked straight at the screen. But I'm okay now. If you really want me to be okay, I would appreciate it if you would stop slandering my family. Eun-taek Lee paused when the word family came up. Eun-taek Lee glanced at me and patted my hand out of sight of the camera. And then he said this. We plan to pay for the sins we committed for the rest of our lives. It was a really serious voice. I was the one who was shaken by this. What's the price? Just do what you've been doing. That's what I originally thought. That's funny. Would someone like that hit their younger brother on the forehead? Hey, you were the one who hit me. How did you hit that? It's just that my hand and forehead are stuck together. It's unfair. When I made a face of bewilderment, he returned with an even more absurd expression. This is truly ridiculous. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since the broadcast started, and we've already fought several times. You two are brothers. No, Lee Eun-jae, why are you treating Bai Hyuk and Lee Eun-taek so differently? After all, BFFs and older brothers are different just by their very existence. Ahem. At that moment, the PD coughed loudly. It was a cry to not forget that we were currently on air. Oh yes. Sorry. I quickly changed the subject. Hyung, Eun-taek, since it's come to this, should I show you that? What? In fact, there was no reason to worry even when controversy erupted. Why? Because I have the perfect weapon. I said with a grin. There's a picture of us, right? It was taken when we were kids. Oh, I guess so. I took out the photo I had been keeping in my arms. Just a few hours ago, this thing didn't exist in the world. Yes, that's right. I had a surefire weapon called Fog. Chapter 530. A photo of Lee Eun-taek and I together? If it were original, that can't be possible. According to Lee Eun-taek, my adoptive parents threw away all the pictures of me. That's why Eun-taek Lee felt even more lost when he called daycare centers across the country to find Jae-hee Lee. Because I don't have a single picture of my face. Lee Eun-taek said he still can't forgive what happened, but I honestly didn't think it was right. Why? I would do the same thing. Wouldn't it be weirder to have a photo after the excommunication? If you were completely strangers, it would be appropriate to leave no trace. But Eun-taek Lee resented this. And when I reconnected with my adoptive parents, they both apologized for throwing away the photos. I'm so sorry for erasing any trace of your childhood. I remember not knowing what to do because he kept apologizing. You don't have to do that. Because I have fog anyway. A white ball that moves when you eat candy, and a fog that sparkles whenever you look at me. The lovely Han Haram made a photo for me. This is a photo that was taken of me and Lee Eun-taek when I was young, restored to its original condition. I told my adoptive parents that Lee Eun-taek took the pictures secretly. There is nothing to worry about. Above all, visualization is an excellent way to free people's minds at once. Take a look at this. I held up the camera to a photo of a young Lee Eun-taek and me. Eun-taek Lee was frowning as if he was very upset about something, and I was looking at him curiously from the side. Don't you think he has a bad temper just by looking at him? Hey, he's the same now, but back then he had a really strong personality. It might be a bit odd to say this, but my brother has a really bad personality. Baby, just stop there. Huh. I immediately picked up another photo. I could hear Lee Eun-taek's empty laughter next to me, but I ignored it. I felt relieved because I had already said everything I wanted to say. Crazy, all the little rascals come out. They ruined such a friendly family with just one article. We shouldn't just curse at reporters, we should curse at the truck drivers too. Look at this too. It's the photo where my brother collapsed and cried. Hey, stop it. Huh. That's strange. Why am I getting even more upset? I habitually ignored Lee Eun-taek's muttering. Besides that, he told me a lot of stories from when he was young. Eun-taek Lee, who didn't like me at first. Eun-taek Lee, who gave me a small candy after a family meal. my childhood when I felt like I had everything with that candy. Some episodes were also stories that were not planned in advance. Do you remember that time? When you made something with origami and gave it to Jihyun Hyung? Was it so? Oh, he didn't even look at me. I was really pissed. How do you remember that? I'm so pissed. Fold the paper and give it to me right now. Oh my. This time, I laughed in vain because I was so shocked. Okay, I'll fold the paper and give it to you. When asked if he was satisfied, the answer he got was, very satisfied. Oh me. I have to give it to you in 200 years. Is there anyone who can lower the corners of my mouth? You crazy babies are so cute. From now on, can you two turn on the live broadcast more often? I replied immediately after reading the comment. Can't I just do it by myself? Hey. Ha 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 ha. The relationship in this house is really a mess. As a non-celebrity and a nady, I actively support this broadcast. Please continue to do so for the rest of your life. It seems like there are quite a few people who are both innocent and innocent. Our naughty is the best. Actually, Buy-in is someone who cannot be compared to anyone else. But nady is the best. I said that the difference is incomparable. No, but still nady. Okay, stop it. I covered Untake Lee's mouth with my hand. Oh my, I really can't say a word. After that, we talked about ordinary daily life. In the chat, he asked me to talk more about myself and Untake Lee. But honestly, I had nothing more to say. I would have rather spent that time talking to Buy-in more. I really miss you. I can't believe we had a fan meeting in January. It feels like a past life. All this Bambi's serialized past life drip. The miracle of finally looking my age. Looks like you've been on the internet a bit. Haha. I kept laughing while looking at the chat window. How can such lovely people like me? That was an even bigger miracle. I really want to see you. When will we meet again? I stared blankly at the chat coming up and muttered. It's always been like that. But strangely, I miss you more today. Hey, I want to see you more TLQKF. Bambi our cutie. I love you so much tonight. Bambi love you. Under. It's so freaking cute. I was happily watching the chat when an intruder interrupted. Why don't you tell me that? Oh, stop interfering. Title. Why is this night? Untake Lee, so funny. The two of them are so funny with their tiki-taka. I watched the whole 2-hour-long live broadcast without getting too far in. LOL. It's so funny how Lee Yunjae ignores Lee Untake like a dog whenever he's being sticky. No, it's too much, it's sticky. By the way, look at the title. It's not Lee Yunjae, it's Lee Bambi. This Bambi series is the best slightly smiling face. Title. The most fun part of yesterday's broadcast. When someone says they are stressed because of their weight. Both of them answered like this. Lee Yunjae, I hope you're not stressed. Should I tell you that you're pretty more often? Lee Untake. That's all a scale problem. So tell him not to be rude, and then break it right away. Haha. No, the two of them are like real brothers, but they look similar despite being different. I burst out laughing at this part yesterday too, lol. What Lee Untake says is really amazing. He speaks so rudely, but people don't feel bad. It seems like he's not swearing at people. Even if you hear bad words about the scale, it's still a fight. Title. Am I the only one who finds it strange that Lee Yunjae's ID card came out? I was talking about it on the broadcast yesterday, and it's so interesting. Of course I got my ID card yesterday too. But what about Lee Yunjae? When I first debuted, I had a strong old-fashioned vibe. Right now, I feel like I'm just a kid who grew up being loved and cared for. I can't believe he's already an adult. And I can't believe it either. Our Bambi is an adult. That's why I don't believe it. But isn't it so funny talking to Lee Untake? Lee Yunjae, I bragged to the daycare center about getting my ID card. Lee Untake, Mom, did you show it to Dad? Lee Yunjae, yeah, last week. Lee Untake, what? Why did you look at it without me? Lee Yunjae, do I have to watch it with my brother? Lee Untake. Lee Yunjae? Title. But definitely compared to when I first debuted. Lee Yunjae, haven't you been talking a lot lately? When I was in middle school and went to a sports meet, they only showed me one deer pajama. I saw them talking a lot about the sports competition on the radio yesterday, and it was so interesting. And I almost threw it away because I was jealous when I heard that you were paired up, but I let it go right away when I heard that you were the first to go. And it's a story about a sports competition, but it's funny that 80% of it is about Baihyek. Untake Lee's sincere expression is rotting away in real time. Sports competition story equals 80% Baihyek plus 20% fish. Even if Baihyek is like that, why is there a fish? My partner in dodgeball is a fish fanatic, mate. He said he talked about fish the whole time while waiting. Is there anyone in the world as crazy about fish as Lee Yun-jae? The world is going crazy. What is the state of education in our country? Title: No Bai Hyok is so jealous. I just got a XBL, and I think you saw the live broadcast. The two of them don't really talk like that, but they mumble for a long time because it's a broadcast. Are you jealous of Lee Yun-jae or of Lee Eun-taek? Of course you're jealous of Lee Eun-taek. Is there something wrong with your eyesight? No, you can take care of the same members more. That's why I know Lee Yun-jae and Bai Hyok are close friends. I know them well because I'm Nade. If it's naughty, shouldn't we push the combination of Bai Hyek x Eun-taek more? Lee Eun-taek is unique in X. There is no such thing as a relationship. Title: I hope both Lee Yun-jae and Lee Eun-taek do well. Anyway, both of them lost their brothers. They don't need to know whether it's adoption or abandonment. I just hope they're happy. Let's live together in the future by comforting each other. I sincerely support you right now. I was a little sad watching the live broadcast yesterday, but on the other hand, he also seemed happy. I hope you both are truly happy. It is important to take the lead in public opinion. And Lee Yun-jae succeeded completely. I think Lee Yun-jae and Eun-taek met yesterday. There are no eyewitness accounts. No, look at Lee Yun-jae's expression. Is that the way she looks at her Hyung? If you watch the video, it's so funny. Even Eun-taek Lee's expression was sour as if he was hurt, but he still stubbornly called him a baby. People's reactions changed in an instant. There was some criticism of the adoptive parents, but negative comments about Lee Eun-taek and Lee Yun-jae quickly disappeared. Rather, by frankly revealing the conflicts they had been through and how they reconciled through a live broadcast, people quickly lost interest. There was also a confident attitude of leaving the past in the past and focusing on the present. Additionally, after the live broadcast ended, both agencies announced their official positions. The content was that excessive defamation of the artist and the artist's family would be subject to lawsuit. The malicious commenters also quickly fled in response to the strong response. Above all, Lee Yun-jae called Lee Eun-taek her family. I felt comforted by the way a child who never mentioned his biological parents called his adoptive parents mother and father. Everything went smoothly, and peace came just as Lee Yun-jae had expected. However, if there was one thing that Lee Yun-jae did not expect, it was the timing. I'm already so busy. The last activity left was the plan prepared in advance by Lee Yun-jae and Lee Eun-taek's agency. The Spider-Man screening was just wrapping up, and this incident only added to the workload. That's right. Oh my god. Lee Yun-jae and Lee Eun-taek are filming a variety show? Your feet are so crazy fast. Anyone who sees you would think you prepared in advance. It was a variety show where Lee Eun-taek and Lee Yun-jae spent 3 nights and 4 days together. Chapter 531. Oh, I want to go home already. This was my feeling before the 3-night, 4-day trip with Lee Eun-taek. I have nothing to say if you call me rude, but that's how I honestly felt. There's a lot of work to do. With the Spider screening almost over, the schedule for stage greetings and other events has been finalized. The film did quite well, attracting 6 million viewers. This isn't bad. Director Yoon's films are the type that people either love or hate. Although the critical reviews were much better than its general popularity, this Spider left a clearer impression on the public. Another world of directing has opened up for Director Yoon. I'm glad that you're satisfied too. Director Yoon kept laughing, saying that he had no idea that he would be stepping into another world after 30 years since his debut as a director. It was nice to see that childish appearance. But it was another matter that he kept pestering me to work with him again. There's too much work to do. Director Yoon's words asking me to be his muse were too much for me. But seriously, I'm not kidding. I've been really busy. First of all, since the movie Ilya is scheduled to be released in the summer, we had to go on a world tour before then. And most importantly, working on the song with Lily. The goal was to release it by April at the earliest, so there are less than 2 months left. But why did it explode at this timing? Fortunately, the Lee Yun-jae and Lee Eun-taek's excommunication incident has been resolved well, but finishing work remains. The content of the 3-night, 4-day trip with Lee Eun-taek was decided 2 years ago to finalize the work, and the direction of the content was changed frequently through quarterly meetings. Thanks to that, I was able to be on set where I am standing now, just 2 days after the incident broke out. Hello, Yanji SSI is here. The production staff in charge of this entertainment show were people I was familiar with. They were the same production staff who took charge of the travel program I went to Italy with Song Ijun, and the program I filmed with Sergio and Song Ijun. Yanji, are you here? Hello, director. How have you been? Oh, of course. I'm taking the supplements you sent me last time. The director shook my hand, saying that I had become more handsome. And then he whispered softly, by the way, are you in the nutritional supplement business? I guess there really are such rumors. Yes. If the rumors are true, I'm thinking of buying some stocks. If it's Yanji, he wouldn't hit the jackpot. I shook my head at the sight of the director winking and opening one eye. I just take care of the health of the people around me, so I don't understand why there are rumors that I'm in the nutritional supplement business. Anyway, you can't trust rumors in the entertainment industry. I made it clear that I would never do business again. The director, who stepped back with a somewhat regretful expression, said that he hopes to see good results from this entertainment show as well. I'm the one who should be asking for a favor. Take and I will probably fight a lot, so please edit it well. Haha, brothers fight a lot. I smiled at the director's words. The biggest takeaway from this incident is that it has become public knowledge that Lee Take is a family. The best thing was that we could openly say that we were brothers. I held back the corners of my mouth from rising like an idiot. Baby, that was when Take Lee came over with a sullen expression and tapped my forehead with his finger. Did you sleep well? Can't you ask something a little more normally? Since when did asking if I slept well become an unusual question? That's right. I asked while hitting my forehead. I do the same thing. Oh, go ahead and do it. You'll be the subject of controversy over your character. Aren't you leaving, Hyung? I'm already awake, so I'm fine. This crazy guy? I swallowed the sigh that had been pushed to the tip of my chin. Lee Take, not knowing whether he knew my feelings or not, returned after greeting each and every member of the production staff politely. Then he asked, so, are you ready to ride in the car I'm driving? Huh. I closed my eyes tightly. Oh, I really want to go home. Lee Take is 21 years old this year. Take Lee, who got his driver's license as soon as he became an adult, has been practicing diligently since last year to improve his driving skills. I heard that now he is capable of driving for his manager when he is too tired. But me getting in that car is a different matter. Maybe it was because I always rode in cars driven by Jinbei Hyung, but I was very anxious about riding in the car of Take Lee, who had just recently become a minor. But on the other hand, I felt strange. Time flies. I don't know when he grew up and started driving like this. I glanced at Lee Take as he put the car key in and started the engine. The camera installed in front of the two of us sitting side by side in the driver's seat and passenger seat had a red light on. It was the start filming signal that was now so familiar to me. Then let's go, baby. Please, just let me live. It's annoying. Take Lee turned the steering wheel skillfully. I heard that the place we're going is completely rural. So our first stop was a rest stop. And to our surprise, the drive to the rest stop was flawless. You're really good. I glanced to the side and saw a face that didn't show any sign of tension. How do you drive so well? I practiced a lot for a year to give you a ride. When I had a concert, I practiced until dawn. Lie. You're lying. If we're going to travel alone, someone has to drive. Did you want to go on a trip with me? Oh, you always go out with Song Ijun. Lee Take grumbled. You don't take care of your own brother, but always take care of other brothers. Raising a child is meaningless. Oh, my. As I laughed out loud, a small laugh followed. I feel tired. I felt a little relieved because he drove so well. But since the person in the passenger seat has a duty, I quickly turned on the song. Exciting music flowed from the speaker connected via Bluetooth. This was a new song from Nade, who recently made a comeback. I think the orchestral sound that was added as background sound this time is good. Did you hear that? It was really subtle. Did you see the behind-the-scenes footage? Lee Take raised the corners of his mouth as if he was satisfied with what I said. Good job. Take good care of it, Hyung. I saw it because Bai Hyek wanted to see it. Hey. Wow, I'm speechless. He shook his head, looking at her with a fierce expression as if asking when she had ever smiled. Hyung, you don't like it that much that I take care of Bai Hyek? Oh, you should focus that attention on me instead. I'm pouring it out on my brother too. It's still so lacking. Huh. You're telling me to give more affection to my brother. The gruff voice continued. What? Why is he being so picky today, even though the camera is on? Is today's concept about bickering brothers? But your face is too serious for that. He was a kid who had no talent for acting in the first place. I looked at Lee Eun-taek with a questioning look, and then I opened my mouth at something I suddenly discovered. Hey, you got the piercing I gave you today. Oh, there was no reply, but the visible impression had clearly brightened. I swallowed a hollow laugh at the look on his face as if he was saying, "Are you just finding out now?" This was it. You're being really cute, too. After that, I went on a long speech about how my new piercing suited me, and Eun-taek Lee's arguing finally stopped. But that was only for a moment. Hey, turn this over to the no-be-heek part. No, why do you keep saying that to the same member? And right now you're promoting my song. So let's just pass it on. Bae-hyek is the main vocalist. What are you asking me to skip? Don't listen to the chorus. Oh, you always sing only No Bae-hyek's part. You never sing my rap part. I told you not to call me No Bae-hyek. Why do you keep calling me by my last name when the kid doesn't like it? Are you mad at me because of No Bae-hyek right now? Are your friends more important than your brother? I said it's not No Bae-hyek, it's Bae-hyek. The volume of the voice suddenly increased. At that moment, a muffled voice was heard over the radio. Hey, stop fighting and focus on driving. It was a notification from the PD. I barely managed to suppress my emotions when I was told to pay attention to the camera. Anyway, I don't understand why he is so openly jealous of No Bae-hyek, thinking that he will be able to prevent rumors of discord if things continue like this. It's fortunate that Lee Eun-taek's attitude is well known. Fortunately, Lee Eun-taek was not a pushover to any of the members, not just No Bae-hyek. He was only good to Kang Yun-bin, the leader, because he was the type to say things to other beagles without hesitation. His image was familiar to the public who knew him. But images are being created. If this shameless appearance is broadcast as it is, rumors might spread that the already shameless person is even more shameless. Then, there might be no more shame, and then I will scold the shameless Eun-taek Lee even more. Baby, don't curse me in your heart. I got caught. I thought so. Lee Eun-taek snorted. Thank goodness he didn't say anything about cursing, as if he had a conscience. I sang along to the rap part of Lee Eun-taek's part in the hope that it would make him feel better. Then, a very surprised voice was heard from the side. What? Why are you singing so well? Because I practiced. Then you should have shown it to me a long time ago. You ignored me when I asked you to show it to me, but now you're showing it to me because the camera is on. No, why are you arguing again? Since you're on a variety show, I thought it would be good for you to see buy-in too, so I called you. So you didn't sing it for me. You sang it for the sake of the other people. Hey, they say raising a little brother is meaningless, but it really is meaningless. I told you to stop swearing. When did I ever swear? I just called you a brat. Do you think I can't swear? Everyone, please stop fighting. A tired voice came over the radio. We quickly shut our mouths. There are 10 minutes left until the rest area. The silence of hell has begun. The PD looked at Lee Eun-taek and Lee Yun-jae and said, You can stay here from today. The place where they are standing is a small house in the countryside. It was a very old place, and at first glance it looked like there were a lot of bugs. As I explained before we left, there is a rule for this trip. Every time you two show brotherly love, I will give you points. Plus 15 if you have a sincere conversation. Plus 5 for a warm hug between brothers. Your goal is to reach 100 points. In short, the story was that if you accumulate enough points, you will be moved to an expensive hotel. Until then, you'll have to stay stuck in this bug-infested old house. We'll give out the points however we want. In fact, the production team was free to do whatever they wanted. I was planning to spend half of the 3 nights and 4 days here, and the other half at the hotel. Anyway, as long as you edit well, it'll be fine. Since both of their personalities are known to be good in the industry, it will be easy to edit them. I definitely thought so. The PD had to close his eyes tightly to the 2 voices that followed. Then we'll be in the red for the rest of our lives. Unless you're reborn, we're finished. I have something to say. Where would you find a younger sibling? Who would say something like this to their older brother? This is ridiculous. Eun-taek Lee and Yun-jae Lee grumbled without even looking at each other. The PD thought to himself, shit, brotherly love was a piece of cake. Chapter 532. I see. The PD realized shortly afterwards that the plan itself was flawed. Brotherly love doesn't exist. The real brothers were far from the brothers in the drama. I realized that when Lee Yunjae and Lee Eun-taek were fighting like crazy over a single braised burdock. Just eat some, Lee Yunjae said with a frown. Brother, you need to fix your picky eating. Lee Eun-taek also answered with a frown. I'll eat what I want to eat. You eat what you want to eat, too. My brother interferes a lot with what I eat, but he doesn't let me eat it myself. That's just how it is with Hyungs. What kind of anachronistic thing is that, you idol? Guys, please stop fighting. The PD sighed inwardly. This is driving me crazy. The sight of them fighting without stopping for even a single second gave me a headache. Editing this amicably is a problem for later, but for now, this is the most ridiculous thing. Are you fighting over not eating braised burdock now? There are so many things to fight about in the world. No, okay. Let's leave that aside. If you're going to fight, just fight. What are you doing? The place where the two people were now was a small restaurant on the side of the road. Since it was the first day and I didn't have time to shop, they gave me a special treat to eat at a restaurant just for today. The two people who had been fighting on their way into the restaurant continued to fight after the food arrived over whether or not to eat the braised burdock. Don't talk while you're eating. That's what I wanted to say, bro. The two people's mouths were busy fighting, and their hands were also busy. What have you been busy with? As soon as the side dishes arrived, Eun-taek Lee moved his hand and quickly changed the position of the side dishes. I wondered what was going on as I watched her move without any hesitation, and it turned out that she had arranged Lee Yunjae's favorite side dishes so that they would be easy to eat. Lee Yunjae accepted it naturally. Also, Lee Yunjae, as if she knew what Lee Eun-taek wasn't eating, put several side dishes on Lee Eun-taek's rice bowl. Every time that happened, Eun-taek Lee would jump up like a cat that saw a cucumber and would really make a fuss saying he hated it. But what's also funny is that while eating the side dishes that Lee Yunjae gave him, a smile spread across his face. Looking at that sight, the PD thought, Plague, those two really do have their own unique style. I couldn't decide whether to call this friendly or annoying. The PD was relatively lucky. The person who suffered the most was the audio director. Please save me. Neither of them had loud voices, but they're non-stop. Talking made my ears bleed. In that sense, the audio director was embarrassed. This is the first time I've seen Lee Yunjae like this. This was already the third time filming a variety show with Lee Yunjae. The first was a trip to Italy that I went on alone with Song Ijun, and the second was Shin Yu-young returns that I went on with Song Ijun and Sergio. There, Lee Yunjae was always quiet and calm. Of course, every time Sergio burned the frying pan or Song Ijun ran around here and there, he would show a tearful look, but that only lasted for a moment. He rarely opened his mouth except during acting practice. He was just looking at his friend and older brother with a face that said, "It's a good time." It made me sad to see Lee Yunjae chatter like that. We really are brothers. He shows that kind of behavior to his second older brother. Lee Yunjae acting cute in front of her manager was different from Lee Yunjae smiling happily in front of Bai Yun. Yet what was clear was that he was truly content with this moment. The PD thought that he should emphasize this part as much as possible. Now, where should we choose to sleep? After finishing eating, I returned back home. There is only one bed. The rest of us have to sleep outside, covered only with sleeping bags. The PD introduced a corner that he had ambitiously prepared. Since the program itself was designed to find brotherly love, the game was of a similar type. The game was supposed to reveal in detail how much they knew about each other. The problem is, what was the first work in which Yeonji tried action acting? Correct answer. Killing Spirit. What word does Eun-taek always include in his rap part? Correct. I'm ready. The point is that both of them got the problem perfectly right. I found it incredibly annoying that he would just raise his hand and give the correct answer without any hesitation. It was absurd how they were fighting like that until just now, and now they were talking so calmly. The PD asked a ridiculous question like, when did Eun-taek eat cup ramen at Jakin? But even that was answered correctly. Eun-taek Lee also guessed Yunjae Lee's usual sleeping time, her waking routine, and how many rice cakes she had eaten. Really, they were crazy bastards. In the end, since both of them got full marks, it was decided that they would both sleep in bed together. Now there is only one thing left. But the production team still believed. The only consolation they have is that the house is very old. It was a place known to be inhabited for a very long time. The windows creaked whenever the wind blew, and the bright lights attracted annoying bugs. It was a scene that would make most kids cringe, so both of them would do whatever it took to show a friendly attitude in order to get out of here. But this also went beyond the production team's expectations. It's nice because the house is quiet. No. Huh? Baby, look at that. There's a raccoon on the wall. Oh, really? Where? I just passed behind the closet. Uh-huh. I'm scared I'll fall on my face. Then I'll tell you. Then I will trust you and sleep with you. Under. These guys are really crazy. PD. Are these your kids? No. Are you guys really 19 and 21 years old? How can this be the conversation that kids in their 20s are having? Even grandfathers in their 70s wouldn't be this calm. PD, what should we do? I'm also at a loss, so can you please not talk to me? The production crew was in panic. Of course, the sight of the two people lying side by side in bed and chatting away was lovely. It was really nice to see them fighting like crazy, talking wildly, arguing like crazy, and then laughing and talking as if nothing had happened. It's ironic that that place is an abandoned house. Wow, I don't know either. PD gave up trying to understand any further. Just do whatever you want. We'll figure out the editing somehow. The entertainment program was released just 7 days after filming ended. Because public opinion was a race against time, the production team put everything into completing it as quickly as possible. It was possible because it was a 60-minute variety show uploaded to YouTube and not a regular program. When are you coming up? Lee Yun-jae's fan club president, Kwon In-ah, kept refreshing the page while biting her fingernails. Recently, as it became known that Lee Yun-jae and Lee Eun-taek were, and still are, a family, there has been a lot of talk among fans. As the fan club president, Kwon In-ah had the principle that if Bambi is happy, nothing matters, and fortunately, many Byans thought the same. The same goes for Nade's fan club, Nade. Basically, I was worried because idol fandoms tend to be more aggressive than actor fandoms, but basically, everyone was good at eating. It was an essential code of conduct for the fandom to last a long time. Don't get swept up in aggro, and only fangirl to the extent that it doesn't interfere with your life. This is something that Lee Yun-jae and Nade always emphasized to their respective fans. After years of spoon-fed education, fans were able to live their lives while maintaining their fandom at the level of one-day happiness. It was only natural that the news of a joint entertainment show caused an uproar between the two fandoms that enjoyed each other's company so peacefully. Baby. The entertainment began with Lee Eun-taek's words. He walked in with a sullen expression, greeted each member of the production staff, and then tapped Lee Yun-jae on the forehead with his finger. Did you sleep well? Can't you ask something a little more normally? Since when did asking if I slept well become an unusual question? When I asked that question while hitting my forehead, he said yes. I do the same thing. Oh, go ahead and do it. You'll be the subject of controversy. Aren't you leaving, Hyung? I'm already awake, so I'm fine. Oh my Eun-taek, have you forgotten that you're an idol? Kwon In-ah was worried that our Bambi's older brother would get scolded. This was possible because at the same time, Lee Eun-taek's fans were laughing out loud, saying, as expected, Lee Eun-taek is shameless. While Kwon In-ah's worries were turning into trash in real time, the two people in the entertainment show were fighting like crazy. You always sing only No by Hyuk's part. You don't even sing my rap part. I told you not to call me No by Hyuk. Why do you keep calling me by my last name when the kid doesn't like it? Are you mad at me because of No by Hyuk right now? Are your friends more important than your brother? I said it's not No by Hyuk, it's by Hyuk. What are you guys doing? Kwon In-ah realized that she was smiling without realizing it, even as she shook her head. Perhaps because it wasn't a TV show, there weren't too many subtitles or random BGMs. So it felt much more natural, and it felt like I was peeking into real, everyday life. Other people had similar reactions to Kwon In-ah. Why is it ending with episode 1? Please give me episode 50. What I mean is, how can it not work? This Bambi series is so cute because it's the first time I've seen this kind of vibe. They are like a real family, so just looking at them is healing. They were fighting, but even. That was kinda nice to look at, lol. I'm not even buy-in or nady, but I'm laughing at this. Is that normal? Lee Eun-taek really likes his younger brother. He keeps ticking but can't take his eyes off him. It was an episode where both of them could discover unexpected aspects. Lee Yun-jae showed off her angry side, which we don't usually see, and Lee Eun-taek showed off his jealous side, which we don't usually see. After the two went for a nighttime walk together to build up brotherly love points, and of course, they fought while walking, they lay in bed and had this conversation. Baby, I think it would be nice if we just stayed here instead of going to a hotel. I was thinking the same thing. Both of them burst into laughter at the same time. Even though they looked completely different, they looked strangely similar. Why am I crying? Wow, my heart is really fluttering. It's a bit sad, guys. Be happy. Let's keep fighting and talking and living like that. When the broadcast had calmed down to some extent, people who watch entertainment shows also became accustomed to seeing the two fighting. Just when I was starting to feel a little bored. Are you having a good time? What? Suddenly the video became noisy and several people appeared. A cute leather jacket appears. Hello, guys. Lee Junai Hyung. What is it? We were supposed to greet each other. Hey, cute guy Junai. Appears. That's right. The camera captured the tall figures of No Bai Hyuk and Song Ai-jun. Oh shit. They have no sense at all. Eun-taek Lee's face is also rotting away in real time. Chapter 5:33. No Bai Hyuk acted like the No Bai Hyuk that people commonly know. Are you all still asleep? No way. Then I won't be able to see cute Bai Hyuk. Someone shut his mouth. He seemed to be fully aware of the presence of the camera, and he displayed a look that is often seen in Nade Jakin. It was a familiar sight to the public. But Lee Yunjae's power was strong. Bai Hyuk, stop talking and eat this. Town. Even the world's best No Bai Hyuk regained his original calm self after spending a few hours with Lee Yunjae. Although he was still playful and witty, it was different from the artificial image he had shown on variety shows so far. This was a part that showed how comfortable he was with Lee Yunjae. Yeonji, I did this. Good job. Come to work. And it was the same for Song Ai-jun. To begin with, Song Ai-jun was someone who had never had a specific entertainment concept, so his image did not change much. But from his relaxed face, I could feel how much stability the combination of the four gave him. It was a contrast to the way he was constantly aware of and concerned about the cameras in the program that went on a trip to Italy. Above all, we could see Lee Eun-taek becoming more prickly with the appearance of the two people. Hey, aren't you two going? He acted like he had forgotten that he had been fighting with Lee Yunjae for 2 days. It felt a bit like watching an elementary school student. When Sung Ai-jun and No Bai Hyuk tried to get in between the conversations with Lee Yunjae, the corners of Kwon In-ah's mouth went up in a smirk. They play really cutely. There was no worry on Kwon In-ah's face as she muttered like that. It was a face far removed from the one that had turned the internet upside down a few days ago when news of Lee Yunjae and Lee Eun-taek's divorce was announced. Although it was only a variety show, the impression given by the visualized image was much greater. Before we knew it, people began to think of Lee Yunjae and Lee Eun-taek as a family who clashed with each other but cared for each other terribly. Entering the hotel. Wow, that's good. Soon after, the four moved to the hotel. This is because Lee Yunjae quickly filled the points of brotherly love by suddenly being kind to Lee Eun-taek. Mr. Yeonji. The production team called Lee Yunjae in separately and asked her, why did you suddenly treat Eun-taek so well? Did you want to go to a hotel? No, I was fine with staying there. Then why? That's... Lee Yunjae smiled awkwardly on the screen. Bai Hyuk doesn't like bugs that much. He just didn't say anything. But he must have been surprised to see the dorm. He's secretly a bit sensitive. He's big and weak. How can someone like that sleep there? It was a real plague. The vulgar production team immediately told Lee Eun-taek this news. So, you're saying that you treated me well because of No Bai Hyuk. His already grim expression turned grumpy. Oh, me, huh? Me, huh? Eun-taek Lee, who had been laughing alone, shook his head. You really can't stop our youngest. He's born neat and tidy, so he's a bit quirky. But I'm glad he does his job well and eats well. The production team thought. This place is also a plague. The entertainment ended peacefully and noisily. The impact of the program was significant. Title: Why is it so funny when the production crew uses dragons? It's so funny how they put up such ridiculous subtitles. What I'm saying is they really tried hard to fill up the brotherly love points. Drive for your brother plus 5 points. Laugh for your brother plus 3 points. It's so funny to see them talking nonsense. If you give points like that, it'd be even stranger if you couldn't go to a hotel. I find it so funny that you don't take into account the minuses. If you lose every time you argue with your brother, you'll have to live there until they die. Title: I don't know why I like Lee Yoon-jae so much. When No By Hyuk asks in the middle, "Are you scared?" the immediate response is, yeah. It's really scary. Should I say that the child is not decorated? There is no such thing as the so-called actor's disease. Sometimes you look so adult. On yesterday's broadcast, he looked like a child, and it was amazing. Welcome slightly smiling face. Okay. LOL, I just said a compliment, LOL. The door to non-relationship is open slightly smiling face. It certainly looks like a good kid. It used to look dangerous, but now it seems solid. Don't actors lose a lot of their image when they appear on variety shows? This guy doesn't change his style drastically, but it's amazing how he feels like a real character every time he appears on a show. It's not just the facial expression that changes, but everything from the voice to the way you walk. Seeing that he continued to practice acting even during his 3 nights and 4 days stay, it says it all. Title: Lee Yoon-taek's talking material is so funny. Because Lee Yoon-jae kept telling me to eat braised burdock. I suddenly felt friendly when he told me to turn off the gas valve because he was gaslighting me. Just by looking at what he says, you'd think he's a Twitter friend, not an idol. Every time that happened, it was so funny how Lee Yoon-jae would tell me to stop using the internet. Lee Yoon-jae and Lee Yoon-taek are clearly siblings, but strangely, they remind me of my mother and son. But the mother and son have the talent to love each other terribly. Okay, that's what's really amazing about Lee Yoon-taek. He has a strong vibe that we haven't seen from existing idols, right? But he doesn't cross the line. That's why Lee Yoon-taek fans like it more. This is the type that you don't see on the stone tablets these days. The type that speaks comfortably but never crosses the line. More than anything, he doesn't care about being criticized if someone says he's shameless. He just says, "I guess so," and moves on. That's the real deal. I gained a lot from this. Not only did it become public knowledge that the two were a family, but the public's affection for them as people grew stronger. Despite their young age, both of them were sincere to their profession and were hardworking young men who never slacked off in practicing. Seeing the kids who used to shine on stage and on screen playing like real kids made me feel more familiar with them. All communities were filled with posts related to Lee Yoon-jae and Lee Yoon-taek. The fact that Lee Yoon-jae was once kidnapped and stabbed was naturally buried somewhere. His image changed from a genius actor who brings misfortune to a good person with good people around him. That's how he grew day by day. Things ended well with Lee Yoon-taek. Fortunately, the entertainment show's response wasn't bad, and the number of comments insulting my family quickly decreased. I also gained a lot from this work. You've got the image. It's true that I was worried because he showed such a strong character in Spider. Kill zombies and kill people. In a situation where only strong characters have appeared, I was worried that she might feel a great sense of disconnect when she suddenly transforms into the fairy Ilya. But fortunately, this live broadcast and variety show diluted my strong image. Now, all you have to do is wait for Ilya to open without thinking about anything. I would have liked to have shot another piece, but honestly, I didn't have the time. Why? Bambi, did you see the lyrics I sent you? That's because there was still work left to be done on a collaboration song with Lily. How is it? Are you okay? I quickly answered the voice coming from the other end of the phone. Yes, it was really good. I liked it because the lyrics were relatable. Oh my, thank goodness. I can let go of one of my worries. I'm going to LA in 2 days. I think I can record then and shoot the music video right away. This is so great. I told Mia well too. Let's have fun filming this time too. Lily's voice was very excited. He seemed touched that they were finally releasing the collaboration song they had been crying over. I felt sorry that I didn't deserve to be treated that way, but I made up my mind to do my best. Before leaving for LA, I wanted to touch Han Haram's cheek one more time and have Jung Hyun caress it one more time. The LA we arrived at was peaceful. I'm sure I'd feel at ease if I lived here. Nowadays, isn't Korea made up of not spring, summer, fall, and winter, but rather Yeoyeorium and Jeollyeol? After being in a place that was either cold or hot, I naturally relaxed when I came to a place where the sunlight was leisurely shining. The number of bodyguards has also been greatly reduced. In the process of making the photo with Lee Yoon-taek a reality, Jin Bae-hyung, Jong Hyun-hyung, Lee Yoon-taek, and Song Ijun all came to firmly believe in the existence of fog. Because it's really impossible if it's not fog. Thanks to that, people around me began to believe what I said. The belief that if I vomit blood periodically in the future, there will be no sudden side effects like the last kidnapping became credible. Well, it's not easy to vomit blood. First of all, basically, it didn't work if I did it alone. I had to get help from people around me, which obviously wasn't good for their mental health. Jinbei Hyung, Jong Hyun Hyung, Lee Eun Taek, No Bai Hyok, Song Ijun. They were sacrificed one by one. Every time I saw people struggling after that incident, I felt guilty. I am a sinner. No, this damn black stone was the cause of it all. The only good thing is that every time you vomit blood, the black stone decreases significantly. It was a noticeable change compared to when I first touched the black stone, when the fog disappeared for 3 days. Now, the fog has become so weak that you can grab it with your hand and roll it around. But the trap is that it won't come off my body. The fog said, although this method works, it will never remove the black stone. I knew it unconsciously too, that what the fog said might be true. But I can't be helpless. Either I die or Han Haram dies. Then I have to try my best to find a way for both of us to not die. If this is the fate the monsters speak of, then I will break it. Because my destiny is what I create. All choices are not made by my destiny, but by my heart. And what I do next is also what I have chosen to do. Hello, Bambi. It's been a while, Mia. Mia Brown approached me with a bright smile. He was the actor who worked together in the music video for Lily, a song sung by Lily Sweetie while thinking about her first love. She was the one who gave me flowers a few months ago when I broke up with my boyfriend. Because of this and that, rumors of a romantic relationship between us often broke out, so it was easy to use it for gossip. This means, are you ready to film today? Then, okay, let's kiss while keeping an eye on each other. I'll decline that. Huh. The point is that we will be filming a proper love scene in this music video. Chapter 534. Mia stomped her feet. I think this song will be a big hit too. Lily is really a genius. How do you write songs like this? The eyes sparkled. Lily smiled and responded to the affection shown towards her. Thank you for saying so, kind lady. Lily said I was a kind girl. Huh. Now I have no regrets even if I die. Huh. Lily burst into laughter at the endless stream of jokes. And it was the same for me. So cute. A faint smile appeared on my lips without me realizing it. It's like we're seeing each other again. Mia's admiration for Lily remained strong. Although she was a successful celebrity, she just became a shy girl when she met Lily. The sight was cute, but at the same time, it was a little heartbreaking. If anyone saw me, they'd think I was kissing Lily today. The person who was supposed to take a picture with me keeps looking at someone else. I felt a little uncomfortable because I felt like I was the only one nervous. Bambi. But, as if these thoughts were meaningless, Mia ran towards me. Are we ready to kiss? It's not a kiss, it's a peck. Hey, just don't mix your tongues. If you kiss on the lips, that's a kiss. Mia, who knew that this was my first kiss scene, acted foolishly. Oh dear. Can I receive a kiss from Bambi? Oh dear. It would be a big problem if you fall in love with me. Oh my. Mia smiled brightly as I burst out laughing. That was when. Guys, I was going to talk about that anyway. Lily, who composed and wrote the lyrics for this song and directed the music video, came running to us. I think it would be better if our lips were slightly touching rather than completely touching. But just in case, they continued to say that they should film scenes where their lips touch and also scenes where they are almost touching. When asked if it was okay to change it like this, Mia quickly replied, if Lily thinks so, then of course it should be so. Here he goes again. One eyebrow naturally went up as she only looked at Lily without even looking at me. Lily glanced at me, perhaps misunderstanding my appearance. I don't think Bambi is okay. Oh my, you wanted to kiss me. I wonder if that's true. I shook my head at Mia's words. I feel comfortable and good when I miss kissing scenes. But don't you think you don't care about me? Huh? I've only been talking to Lily since earlier. Mia and Lily paused for a moment, then burst into laughter at the same time. Oh my God. Are you jealous? What should I do? It's so cute. Mia laughed with tears in her eyes and stroked my chin. When I flinched at the sudden skinship, Mia whispered in a whisper. The paparazzi are taking pictures of us right now. Stay still. How did you know? I've lived like this my whole life, but I'm used to it now. Let's stay like this for a little while to promote our music video. Mia's eyes widened. Our Bambi is jealous. There's no way you like me. Are you upset because we only talk to each other? Hey, kid. I thought you were all grown up, but you're still a kid. Both of you be quiet. As I glared at the two people, joyful laughter returned. Anyway, they are really annoying people. The music video was shot in a studio. The photo shoot concept is for Lee Young-jae and Mia Brown to take a couple pictorial. The two celebrities had to act as if they were taking a pictorial, and they had to convey the feeling that they were caring for each other. This means you have to play me. Instead of playing another character that doesn't exist in this world, I have to play the celebrity Lee Young-jae. The Lee Young-jae that the public knows. I wonder if I can do it. It wasn't a huge challenge since I just had to play myself, but I was still quite nervous. I don't like Mia Brown as a romantic interest, but I have to act as Lee Young-jae, who feels for Mia Brown as a romantic interest. It was even my first kiss scene shoot. Still, I'm glad I did it with Mia. Mia was, objectively speaking, a truly beautiful person. A bubbly personality, a lovely smile, sparkling eyes, and a personality that puts people at ease. But my feelings for Mia were closer to comfort than excitement, and I was sure that kissing her wouldn't change that. You don't have to taste it to know whether it's gochujang or doenjang. I think it's possible that we feel this comfortable because we're confident that our feelings for each other won't change much even if we film a kissing scene. Yanji, have you changed your clothes? Oh yes. As I left the locker room, the staff members were in an uproar. Wow. I thought it would go well together, but it really does. Haha, thank you. I guess I can go into the wedding hall like this. I've never seen someone who looks so good in a suit. A staff member approached me holding cosmetics. The height difference is too big. I was about to sit down on a chair, but I felt like my suit was going to get wrinkled, so I just spread my knees. In Korea, it was a behavior called manner legs, and it was a posture that Hyunjong always did whenever he touched up his makeup. It was around this time that I finished my makeup and waxed my hair. Wow, our Bambi. Mia, wearing a rose-colored one-piece dress, approached me. Mia approached with brisk strides and narrowed her eyes. Wow, it's not as good as I thought. Okay, yeah, it looks like a total mess. I smiled at the playful voice. You are really pretty. Oh my, you really can't win. Mia laughed heartily and then hit me on the back. Perhaps because it was an internal studio with absolutely no chance of paparazzi entering. The skinship from before was completely different. I smiled at the comfort. Okay, let's take the shot. At the staff's words, the two of us went to our seats and stood. After that, we filmed various scenes under Lily's direction. The way they awkwardly greet each other face to face, the way they are very conscious of each other during photo shoots, the way they keep stealing glances at each other during breaks, etc. Let's look each other in the eye this time. I looked into Mia's eyes at Lily's words. As I gazed into the blue eyes that contained the sea, my gaze moved without me realizing it. After briefly looking at Mia's lips, he looked up again. Then, a cut sound was heard along with a huge round of applause. Crazy perfect. As soon as I heard Lily's cheers, I let go of the body I was holding tightly to. Mia tapped me on the shoulder and asked, Hey, be honest. Have you ever kissed? Huh? No. If I didn't know you, I would have thought you were really lying. How can you act like that? Mia praised him, saying that the detail just now was something that would only come out after becoming a habit. I just laughed awkwardly. I was just looking what? You just said that when you looked at me with those eyes? Wow, you really were born that way. Mia shook her head. I'm glad we're really friends. If I had a crush on you, oh man, my heart's already breaking. My heart would be torn to pieces by that cold and hard Bambi. Mia, chill. You need to focus on filming. Look at this. It's so cold. I swallowed my laughter at Mia's clever remark. The filming that followed was in a similar vein. When we were filming the actual kissing scene, I unconsciously tense up my body, but Mia quickly relieved my tension whenever I did that. I appreciated the way he joked around and helped ease my tension. Okay, let me go one more time. It was my first kiss scene, so I was a little nervous, and when our lips first touched, the soft texture felt strange. But that was only for a moment. My lips are bleeding. When I was filming the 24th kiss scene, I had no emotions whatsoever. Of course, I always felt strange when I was acting as Lee Young-jae who rationally feels for Mia, but after filming was over, all I could think about was that my lips were sore. The filming of the music video was completed only after filming the kiss scene from numerous angles. Cut. Thank you for your hard work. Oh my, finally. Bambi, you've worked hard. Mia, whose face was just as tired as mine, came closer, trudging forward. A feeling of camaraderie came over me for a moment. Are you okay? No, not at all. I feel like my lips are going to tear. Apply lip balm quickly. Of course I applied it. But maybe because I rubbed it so much, my lips are numb. Mia let out a sigh that sounded like a sigh of relief. How do other actors film kissing scenes? It's so hard, even without tongues. What I mean is, no. I think actors who film skinship that's even more intense than a kissing scene are amazing. As soon as I heard that, I unconsciously thought of Hyung Jong's Late Night. I didn't see that scene exactly, but I had seen the scenes before and after, so I had a rough idea of what the flow was like. That's right. Seriously, Hyung Jong is amazing. When I actually did it, I realized that my brother had really done a great job. It doesn't matter whether you're nervous or excited. The most important things for the god of affection were physical strength and shamelessness. Strong stamina to not get tired from. Repeated filming. And the shamelessness to kiss endlessly in front of numerous staff members. I feel more nervous when I'm filming because it's quiet. When the red light comes on the camera, none of these people make a sound. The strange silence made people feel more uncomfortable. Acting really isn't easy. Still, I'm glad it ended safely. I thank Jinbei, who came up to me and handed me a bottle of water. After drinking all the water in the water bottle without stopping, he looked at Mia. Let's have a meal together next time. Oh, really? Are you alive? Then of course I should buy it. Ah, what a nice kid. I'm fine. Then shall we eat today? I quickly hid my embarrassed expression and laughed. Is that okay? Aren't you tired? It's more tiring to coordinate our schedules. You're already busy. Since you're buying me food, I shouldn't put it off any longer and should eat it right away. That's true. But it was just empty words. This is a characteristic of Koreans, Mia. This is an expression used instead of telling someone to be careful when they get home. But my English skills were not good enough to explain to Mia the symbolism and meaning of rice to Koreans, so I just kept walking. Wow, that's cool. I know. The place we found with Mia was a famous restaurant in the area. There was a dress code, so you couldn't enter unless you were wearing formal clothes. This is my first time coming to a place like this. Next time, I should come with Jong Hyun and Jinbei too. It was around the time I entered the restaurant with those thoughts in mind. Huh? You? No, don't get me wrong. How would I have known you were coming here? Seriously, this is a coincidence. I really didn't want to run into you. The other person was rambling on and on. He quickly straightened out the crumpled expression on his face that he didn't want to see. Damn, are we meeting here again? Chapter 5:35. The main character with the ugly face is Noah Patterson. He was the one who suddenly started a fight with me when I won an award at the Cannes Film Festival. There was a time when I threatened him with a knife. Well, to be exact, it wasn't a knife, it was a spatula. Let's skip it, it's not important. I thought the guy was going to keep picking on me, so I sent him a recording of him making racist remarks. I received a reply that they would try to avoid meeting or becoming entangled with each other again. I didn't know we would meet like this. I looked at him expressionlessly. Noah Patterson was standing there, watching me, his expression completely blank. Ugh, let's not be petty. I feel bad that we ran into each other, but I know full well that it was just a coincidence. It's not like I'm the only one using LA in the first place. It's something you might encounter as you live. I nodded my head, suggesting that we should just ignore each other and live on. And then I passed him by. No, that's what I was trying to do. Excuse me. If the guy hadn't spoken to me. As I turned my head, Noah Patterson hesitated and asked the next question. What is it? Don't you want to be a model? He raised one eyebrow. Then the voice came back, even more shrunken. That's because my dad is launching a menswear brand, and he said it would be perfect for you to be a model. I know you and I had bad feelings at one point, but it's in the past anyway. I apologized and, can you forgive me? You can't even make eye contact with me, but you talk so well. Noah Patterson's voice was trembling like a newborn lamb. I didn't say anything in response and just stared at the other person. The longer that time went on, the more beads of sweat formed on Noah Patterson's forehead. That was when. Bambi, I'm hungry. Should I go in now? Mia must have been having a hard time enduring this situation because she forced a smile and pulled me closer. I smiled at Mia. Do you want to go in first? I'll go talk for a bit. Bambi, stay inside. I'll be right there. Mia frowned and looked back and forth between me and Noah Patterson. Then he slowly walked away with a helpless expression on his face. I approached the other person only after I was sure Mia had completely disappeared from sight. I want to curse, but I'd rather not say anything rash because I don't know if this kid has a recorder or not. So I decided to say only what was absolutely necessary. You are right. What? The past is the past. There is no need to be tied down to the past. So are we working together? The other person's expression brightened immensely. It was a very strong and weak appearance that made me feel embarrassed. I shook my head, suppressing the momentary feeling of disgust. No, the past is the past, and the present is the present. I continued speaking as indifferently as possible, but I don't want to get involved with you in the present, and in the future, either. Noah Patterson, as Mia described him, was a typical upper-class ex-boy, an only son raised by a famous designer and racist father. I heard that because he has such a huge amount of capital, even the most successful Hollywood actors keep an eye on him. For that kind of kid to treat me like this, that means I've climbed that high. I see. Actually, I wasn't particularly impressed. Team leader Wu will like it. I thought for a moment about what to say, and my thought process was brief. He opened his mouth with an indifferent expression. I heard your father is launching a new brand. I hope it goes well. Would you like to wish me luck too? What? There's a new fashion brand launching in the second half of the year. And I opened my mouth slowly on purpose. I decided to take on the role of representative model. The other person's expression quickly hardened. If Noah Patterson has any intelligence, he'll know where I'm talking about the new brands to launch in the second half of the year. That's right there. Myongyu. It was Myongwu Corporation that sponsored the Maureen Orphanage where I grew up. It was also where parachute director Kim Min-hyuk worked. After much discussion, we have decided to sign a contract with a representative model. Because it was a major contract worth billions of won, team leader Wu and the legal team stayed up all night reviewing the contract. For a company like Myongwu, its size is quite large. Even foreigners who know nothing about Korea know the word Myongwu. There has been a lot of buzz since 2 years ago about a famous conglomerate launching a global fashion brand. Noah Patterson's father, who worked in the same industry, could not have been unaware of the news. I guess you haven't heard that I'm a model. I just stared at the shocked face. I'll count you as lucky. Have a nice day. I hope you don't pretend to know my face when you see me next time. He smiled faintly. Noah Patterson's face turned red and blue without saying a word. It was an interesting sight, but I chose to turn away rather than look any further. I'll wait for Mia. As I was hurriedly walking, I heard the sound of something breaking behind me. The sound of restaurant staff running around in panic. I can never come here again. Even if someone is in a high position, if they act like this blatantly, they will be blacklisted. Nice. Weird. I haven't even eaten dinner yet. I felt surprisingly full. The release date for Lily Sweeta's new song and collaboration with Lee Young-jae, Cross, has been set. Even though it was a pretty tight schedule, we were able to get it out safely because we had been discussing it since last winter. Even though it has not been released yet, the reaction has been extraordinary. Title: I'm really looking forward to Lee Young-jae and Lily's collaboration song. I thought it was really good when they sang a duet at the Lily Sweetie LA concert last year. I've only heard about it for a while, but I'm so happy that it's coming out officially. Now I can listen to it without going into YouTube. Now it's a different story from the main text, but it seems like Lee Young-jae really hit her career high. Right? You're singing with Lily Sweetie, and then there's a Sean Connery movie right after that. But what does it say? Nothing is known. It just says it's a musical film. It's a musical movie. If the response isn't good this time, I guess the movie will also be a complete failure. Title: Lee Young-jae is good at everything she does. I cautiously guess that this time it will be a big hit again. I told you, Lee Young-jae is totally a popular pick. Doesn't Lee Young-jae have a total fandom feel? The public image is too big to be called a fandom. It seems like he's just a celebrity with a large fandom and popularity. I don't know. I wish the music video would come out soon. Title: Lee Young-jae Lily music video paparazzi shots. This time, he said he took a picture with Mia Brown again. Plus summary for those who don't know. Mia Brown, hot girl who has been rumored to be dating Lee Young-jae 3 times. Equals most followed among Hollywood teen celebrities. Equals a picture was taken of Lee Young-jae giving her flowers after breaking up with her boyfriend. Equals there were many sightings before, such as riding on a yacht together. If it's Lee Young-jae and Mia Brown, it'll be love this time too. It seems like the two of you have a solid concept. I really wish they would date, they look so good together. I'm not that great. I can already picture it, and the music video seems like it's going to be completely predictable. Yeah, that's right. Title: Do you think I'm the only one who gets along better with Han Se-young? I think about the butterfly riding on the Zelkova tree because of the flowers. I think Lee Young-jae suits Han Se-young 200 times better than Mia Brown. I wish you would stop getting entangled with Mia and start dating Han Se-young. You know how to date. Why are you telling me to ignore you? I'm not really interested in celebrity romances, but I'm curious about who Lee Young-jae's girlfriend will be. Let's go to the comments. I wish I dated Mia. I wish I dated Han Se-young. Lee Eun-taek dislikes. This article. Gapbun, Lee Eun-taek. Title: Wow, Lily Sweetie's Korean activities are really intense this time. I heard you're filming a variety show with Lee Young-jae? I've been in Korea for over a week. It seems like they are also planning to have a separate fan meeting. What kind of entertainment? A talk show? No, it's a variety show. Wow, I suddenly like you. Lily, you've never had a fan meeting in Korea before. That's awesome. I'm a fan of Lily, and I'm so grateful to Lee Young-jae. Can't believe the day will come when I can actually see Lily's face. Title: Haha. Did you see the Jim Fury Show article? Lee Young-jae is coming out with a new song this time. Please take a picture and upload it so that I can appear on your show. Picture. I also took a picture holding a sign. It's so heartfelt that you wrote it directly in Korean. Looking at the text, it looks like he wrote it himself. I really feel like I'm falling for Lee Young-jae. Why is it so funny when Lee Young-jae recites Buddhist scriptures? The one posted on the official account is real. Every time Lee Young-jae appears, the viewer ratings double. Even I suck it up. But this time, won't you go on the Jim Fury Show? It's a song you're releasing with Lily Sweetie, so you'll probably promote it actively. Title: I'm so curious. When are you coming out? I'm going crazy. I'm so nervous right now, I'm pulling my hair out. Please don't have a kiss scene, please. Lee Young-jae, please. Make a sweet romance. No, don't make it. No, make it. No, don't make it even if I die. No. Really mixed feelings. But isn't the kissing scene too fast for a 19-year-old? If it really comes out, it's Eva. 19-year-old kissing God is too fast? Are you commenting from Gojosian? It seems like other child actors are also taking pictures around that time, and that's when they originally transformed into adult actors. Isn't it okay to just bring your lips together instead of a too intense kiss? All my friends do that. There's a difference between doing it with real teenagers and doing it in the media. It's the same as telling kids that it's okay to kiss. I just said that I was looking forward to the music video. Why are you fighting? I'm stressed. It's like the troubles that come with being popular. If you write about Lee Young-jae, you have to accept it. Okay, I won't go on the internet until the music video comes out. A few days later, the music video for Cross, starring Lee Young-jae and Mia Brown, has been released. The reaction was something like this. What is this? What is this? The back of my head feels cold. Chapter 536. The beginning of the music video was, of course, Lee Young-jae's face. A straight nose, neat jawline, and clean eyes were captured large on the screen. A quick shot from the start. Eyes. I am happy. I am relaxed. I am joyful. If you're good at acting like X-Hair, isn't it bad if you're also good looking? He walked out with an indifferent expression, neatly dressed in a suit. A well-made smile appeared on his face as he noticed the staff. As Lee Young-jae smiled, Lily's clear voice rang out. We had our differences. It was the beginning of Lily Sweetie and Lee Young-jae's collaboration song Cross. We're crossed. In the music video, Lee Young-jae had a neat smile on her face the whole time. His expression changed as he greeted each staff member one by one after he discovered someone. The scene immediately changed, and Mia Brown was standing there. We found each other and ran towards each other. The two flinched as soon as they saw each other. Mia's expression was also similar to Lee Young-jae's. Run. Anyone can see that the two people are conscious of each other and are exchanging strange glances. Lee Young-jae approaches her and greets her. Mia responds with a slightly awkward smile. Run towards each other. The two people in the music video seemed to have met for a photo shoot. They both stood with awkward faces among the large number of people who appeared to be staff. Soon after, the shooting began, and Lee Yun-jae and Mia Brown posed under the photographer's guidance. What kind of atmosphere is it? /////. Why am I so excited? The tension is no joke. When you look at them like this, you two really look good together. The two appeared to be conscious of each other throughout the filming. There was a very brief scene of their fingers brushing against each other while changing positions. A truly subtle tension. But the two people did not see each other until the end. But we had different views. It was the same when I was taking pictures of the precarious moments where their lips were almost touching. The two took pictures at subtle angles, as if a piece of paper could fit between their lips. They run towards each other, but never reach each other. That was when the elegant voice of Lily Sweetie faded away, and Lee Yun-jae's low song began. I want you. The scene continued with the photographer feeling frustrated because the two people never made eye contact. The photographer made them look into each other's eyes with their faces furrowed. Lee Yun-jae hesitated, and Mia Brown remained silent. I know you want me to. Lee Yun-jae carefully lifted Mia Brown's chin. Mia looked up in surprise, and their eyes met. But we don't reach each other. We missed each other. Cheering photographers and staff. In the meantime, the two people kept making eye contact endlessly. On the screen, Lee Yun-jae stared intently into Mia's eyes and then glanced down. He looked at Mia as if caressing her lips, then looked into her eyes again. The tension is crazy. Hey, just buy it. I'm getting really immersed in it. But why are the lyrics like this? The melody was sweet and the voice was soft. But compared to that, the lyrics of the song, what's wrong with us? I feel lost. It was so dark that I couldn't understand. People watching the music video looked puzzled, but for now, they focused on the sweetness right before their eyes. The first verse was by Lily Sweetie, the second verse was by Lee Yun-jae, and the last verse was a harmony between the two. The song started with light guitar sounds and soon transformed into an orchestral accompaniment, a song that is ecstatic just by listening to it. This, combined with the ticklish music video, created an overwhelming feeling. Alas, we will never be able to reach it. The song reached its climax and headed toward its conclusion. Lee Yun-jae and Mia Brown in the music video successfully completed the photo shoot and broke up. Two people greet each other politely and then pass each other by. Lee Yun-jae took one step and looked back, and Mia Brown took 2 steps and looked back. The scene ended with them each going their separate ways because their timing was off. People thought something was strange at that time. The song's accompaniment was almost finished, but there were still 2 minutes left in the video. While people were staring at the screen in bewilderment, the image that had been dark became brighter. And then Lee Yun-jae's face, which was the first thing in the music video, appeared again. Meet. The scene that followed was exactly the same as the first part of the music video. Lee Yun-jae, who encountered the staff, smiled with the corners of her lips raised and greeted them politely. Then, Lee Yun-jae's expression becomes subtle as she discovers someone. The following scene transition. Just like before, Mia Brown was standing on the screen. But this time the camera focused on the area in front of it. In front of Mia Brown. Hello, Bambi. Hello. There was Lily Sweetie smiling brightly. Lee Yun-jae greeted her with a shy face. There was a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he asked me how I had been. The next scene was Mia discovering Lee Yun-jae. She too flinched as soon as she discovered Lee Yun-jae, just like in the previous scene. However, scenes that did not appear in the previous scenes continued one after another. Mia looked at Lee Yun-jae and Lily Sweetie with a serious face. To be exact, Lily Sweetie is smiling at Lee Yun-jae. What's this? What's happening now? Oh my gosh, lol. The rest of the music video was used to introduce hidden behind-the-scenes footage of the photo shoot. Lily Sweetie, who seemed to have come to the photo shoot set to play, kept clapping, and Lee Yun-jae and Mia Brown smiled shyly every time. But every time Lily Sweetie turned her head, the two looked at each other warily. Really gagging. Is it a reversal? Oh my goodness, is this the ending? Yes, that's right. Lee Yun-jae and Mia Brown didn't like each other. Of course, we were conscious of each other. But this was like being conscious of someone you have unrequited love for. Lily, what are you doing today? Do you want to eat with me? Lee Yun-jae glared from behind as Mia Brown shyly asked Lily Sweetie. He hurriedly approached me, looking somewhat anxious. Oh, Lily, there's something I told you about last time. I think I can give it to you now. How about tonight? Mia Brown glared at Lee Yun-jae, who suddenly barged in. Lily Sweetie answered brightly, completely oblivious to the subtle war of nerves between the two. Sorry, I have plans with my lover today. I see. Leaving the two discouraged people behind, Lily Sweetie said goodbye to the staff and left. Lee Yun-jae and Mia Brown blankly stare at the back of the glamorous top star. Soon after, they passed each other with a polite greeting. Lee Yun-jae took a step and then turned around. His gaze was fixed on Lily Sweetie. Mia Brown took 2 steps and then turned around. Her gaze also fell on Lily Sweetie. Oh, we're crossed. We had our differences. That's how the music video ended. Title: Cross reaction is awesome. I'm seriously seeing the reactions from overseas YouTubers. Everyone reacts the same. I was excited the whole time and was like, what should I do? What should I do? Then I shut my mouth at the end. No, I really couldn't have imagined that ending. It's definitely free overseas. It's really great. Korea is also free. We have the original. What is that? Don't you know World Gay? Please don't tell me you don't know. So it was Lily Sweetie who plagiarized it? Do you want to do it? Title: The bait has been recovered. If you watch the music video without any information, it definitely looks like 2 shy kids are having a relationship. But after seeing them a few times, you can see that they are really wary of each other. I know. That's what I meant. I thought you were so embarrassed because you didn't look at each other's eyes at all, but it turned out it was bait. Even if we see each other again, we don't even want to make eye contact. It feels like I'm forcing myself to look at Lee Yun-jae's lips because I don't want to look at her eyes. Title: Congratulations on your wedding. Cross hits #1 on Billboard. Lee Yun-jae, in addition to being a world-class actor, has also earned the title of Billboard singer. Yeah, but it's still a Lily Sweetie song, right? Of course there's Lily Pal, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a Bambi cereal song, Slightly Smiling Face. Hasn't this been on Billboard before? Am I remembering wrong? The chart was different back then. This time, it's the Hot Back chart. What's different? They say that if you get #1 on the Hot Back chart, you can feed 3 generations. They say that money comes in like crazy. Title: Lee Yun-jae sings really well. Lily Sweetie is a singer I trust and listen to, of course. I love Lee Yun-jae's voice so much that I keep listening to it. I think Lee Yun-jae created a song that she can sing well. It seems like a song that can be sung plainly without much fuss. Hey, it's easier said than done. Try singing it. It's not that easy. No, I'm a normal person, so of course I can't sing like that guy. You crazy bastard, compare me. Title: Listening to the song makes me look forward to Lee Yun-jae's musical movie. But it's a shame that there isn't enough information. The title just came up, but it's called Aaliyah? Ilya? What does it mean? Me too. I don't know. Miss, I'm so frustrated. I wish someone would catch Lee Yun-jae and give her an in-depth interview. Title: Why is it so funny that Lee Yun-jae went on the Jim Fury show? Look at Jim Fury. I see you're wearing contact lenses in your eyes. I'm trying to somehow link up with Lily Sweetie. LOL. Lily, it's so funny how you draw lines so sharply. I guess it's because Lee Yun-jae is a minor. But it's really funny that Lee Yun-jae draws the line colder than Lily. Title: I'm looking forward to seeing the two of you on a variety show. When will it come out? And now that we've started filming, won't it take a month? It has to come out before the water runs out. So it will probably come out within 2 weeks, even if we have to change the filming crew. Living legend Lily Sweetie is coming to Korea. Where's the fan meeting? Photo: Lily Sweetie x Lee Yun-jae. I came to Korea to play. Shock and surprise. Music video cross stars. Visit to Korea. Lily Sweetie visited Korea for promotional activities. It was to participate in Korea's representative variety entertainment program. Of course, Lee Yun-jae was next to her. What this means is, Bambi, aren't you nervous? Of course I'm nervous. This means that Lee Yun-jae's first variety show appearance is awaited. Chapter 537. Under. A sigh escaped the variety show writer's mouth. The name of the entertainment program she is in charge of is Miracle Play. It is called Michael for short, but most viewers think of it as a crazy play rather than a miracle play. This means crazy program. It means that the program is bold. No matter how famous a celebrity is, they show a completely ruined side only in Mikkel. In the current situation where observational entertainment and talk shows have taken over TV entertainment, it is also the only variety entertainment that has survived. We have to preserve the nature of our program. The author took great pride in his program. Why are TV entertainment shows so uninteresting these days? There may be many problems, but the biggest problem that the writer thinks of is that celebrities don't suffer. They mostly fill their entertainment time by sitting at home or in the studio and talking. Of course, it is not an easy task as one has to survive solely on words. But it's also true that I miss the entertainment shows of the past where successful celebrities washed windows of high-rise buildings and worked in coal mines. Why are such entertainment programs gradually disappearing? It may be because celebrities avoid such entertainment shows, but there is another reason that is more important. Money, money. That damn money. From the broadcasting station's perspective, they also do not prefer variety shows that require a separate set to be built. Because just capturing celebrities chatting among themselves for an hour on camera could be enough to fill an entire episode. Tisk. The writer clicked his tongue. From her perspective, having come to the entertainment department because she loves entertainment, it was bound to be a somewhat complicated situation. In fact, there were many more factors at play in the decline of TV entertainment. Viewers have come to dislike the artificial directing and excessive intervention of production staff that is typical of TV entertainment. As YouTube entertainment became more popular, it was also a big deal that 10-minute programs instead of 1-hour ones came out. Why should I? No longer did people have to force themselves to stand in front of the TV for an hour. Honestly, TV entertainment wasn't that interesting. But the writer clenched his fist. Even in this situation, she had pride. As soon as our program is different. Miracle Play is a program that is the opposite of all the elements explained above. Scenes of rich celebrities living lavishly in their spacious homes, scenes of celebrities sitting together and chatting quietly, exaggerated subtitles typical of TV entertainment shows, etc. There was absolutely nothing in Mikkel that would make today's viewers feel uncomfortable. That's the problem. How on earth can I ruin Lily Sweetie and Lee Yun-jae? The writer was racking his brain over the worries that had been brewing since a while ago. The guests for this shoot were Lily Sweetie and Lee Yun-jae, who made a splendid comeback with Cross. Even though Mikkel was a person who treated people no differently, whether they were successful celebrities or ordinary people, the two of them were bound to feel burdened. Since they both have huge fandoms, if they push themselves too hard and corner themselves, they could face huge attacks from their fans. Ugh. The only good thing is that I received a response from both parties saying, "It's okay if it gets ruined." Lily Sweetie even said that she's sick of being pretty after doing it so many times over the past 10 years. The production team was touched by those kind words, but they felt a separate burden from her about ruining her. How can we act wisely in this situation? What method did the author choose? Phew, author. Are you really coming? Then a staff member spoke to the writer. The writer answered with a complicated expression. I don't know, but since you said you left earlier, I wonder if you really won't come. Oh, I should have cleaned up the conference room a bit. It's so dirty. Don't worry, she might not come. Yanji is so busy these days, but honestly, I'm grateful that she even said she would come to the planning meeting. Yes, that's right. The method chosen by the author is to talk directly with Lee Yun-jae. As a writer, I have pride, so I hesitated, wondering how I could invite a one-time guest and talk about the project. However, when it comes to the quality of the program, my pride had to be put aside. If it's Yanji, I'm sure she has the answer. Now most Koreans know that he has outstanding talent not only in acting, but also in planning and directing. It's hard to believe that he's only 19 years old, but he's produced so many works. He also wrote the screenplay for the drama, February 3rd, which deals with Korean Sign Language. And he even wrote the screenplay for Spider with director Kang Yun-yoon. I even heard that most of the advertisements Lee Yun-jae has shot so far were created through his hands. If you don't ask for help from someone who has that kind of planning ability, then that's unprofessional. Because I said I was close with Lily Sweetie. If we could just get an answer to the question of whether Lily could really be ruined, today's meeting would be considered a success. The writer waited for Lee Yun-jae with an anxious heart. And 20 minutes before the appointment time. Author, Yanji SSI is really here. The writer jumped up at the staff's words. Suddenly my mouth felt dry. Even though I've met so many celebrities over the years, I still felt strangely strange. What should I say? It's not like he's a successful celebrity. How does it feel to deal with an old-fashioned boss? As soon as that thought occurred to him, the writer shook his head. No way. But what are you saying to Korea's representative actor? Let's just talk without wasting time. After making that pledge, the writer met Lee Yun-jae. And after 4 hours, the writer thought, this dog. Lee Yun-jae is not usually a monopoly. It's disappointing. The entertainment show Miracle Play is Korea's representative entertainment show and a long-running program that has been on the air for 7 years. As soon as I heard the story from Jin Bae-hyung, I binge-watched all 10 episodes. Just in case, I also watched episodes from 2 to 3 years ago. My first thought after watching all the broadcasts was refreshing. Unlike other programs that are structured, Mikkel was free and did not feel artificial. If I had to summarize it in one word, even if you look at it roughly, it feels like there's no problem at all. A normal, well-made piece requires complete concentration without wasting even a single second. But these days, Koreans don't have enough money to invest in entertainment like that. They are tired and exhausted. That is, even if you watch it while blankly staring at the screen, eating, and snacking, you should have no difficulty understanding the content. Michael was a program that understood this social phenomenon well. No, I thought so. I quietly looked at the plan the writer had prepared in advance. The longer my silence continued, the colder the air in the conference room became. I realized it too late and quickly smiled. You put a lot of thought into it. I can see it just by looking at the plan. Thank you, author. Oh no, don't mention it. The writer gave an awkward laugh. It was the eyes of someone who knew that I was hiding my true feelings. Hey, Yanji. And soon after, I found out that my guess was correct. Can you be honest with me? Is it really that bad? The author asked this question outright. I smiled awkwardly and slowly opened my mouth. Whether it's good or bad varies from person to person. I think it might be a great plan for some people. You can just say it without putting down the cushion. I'm really desperate right now. The writer approached me as if he was about to grab my hand. That positive attitude made me feel good. People who are good at their jobs are different. It felt like I was looking at my team members. In fact, the way they treated me was similar to that of our team members. As soon as I entered the conference room, everyone started looking at me strangely. I guess it's because we've been working together for several years, and I've become more comfortable speaking. I thought back to what we had said in the meeting. Sir, this seems like a very lazy idea. The ending is already obvious after reading the introduction. Let's start over from scratch. I think it'll be better. Again. Do you think this is right, Team Leader Wu? I don't think so. Again. I feel sorry now that I think about it. I was concerned because it seemed like he was acting a bit like an old fart. But what can I do? Work is work. It's a job that involves making money, so you can't do it half-heartedly. If you're going to do it right. Even most of the activities I did were of a type that Bayan could see. That is, I had to show my fans a side of myself that I wasn't ashamed of. In that sense, this time, Michael's plan was worse than expected. First, author, I will tell you my personal thoughts one by one. Yes. I continued speaking calmly. It looks so real to me. Right. Yes. The identity that Mikkel has shown so far is not visible at all in this plan. If you really film a show like this, viewers will notice right away. Even the world's greatest Mike is cautious in front of Lily Sweetie. The moment you start to feel that unconsciously, the program starts to falter. People lose trust. If that happens, we who go out as guests will also suffer a loss. They went out for publicity, but they came back with nothing but the image of being a bully. If I was afraid of being ruined, I wouldn't have even thought of appearing in Mikkel. So, you can be more daring. Now that Yanji says it, I feel more confident. Then how much damage can it be? Since it's summer, it would be easiest and most convenient to just fall into the water. Mud is okay, but it's too difficult to keep the rural content alive. Yes. I just ran through every idea that came to mind. The writer wrote down everything I said, and at one point he asked me this. How do you know all this, Yanji? Even our youngest doesn't know. He let out an embarrassed laugh at that question. Well, my friend is an idol. Are you Mr. Nadibi? Oh yes. I see. Are there people who don't know that? You might not know. Anyway, that guy films his own content every week, and that's important for entertainment. He said that he was studying because he thought he might be able to help, and his eyes naturally opened. The writer made a face of slight bewilderment, then laughed. But that laughter was short-lived. After 4 hours of meeting time, the writer muttered quietly like a half-dead plant. Please save me, Yanji. It was a muttering that seemed to drag in all the hardships of the world. Hey, it's just the beginning. Why is it like that? This is how the entertainment show Miracle Play began. Hello, this is Lee Yun-jae. It's Lily Sweetie. Lee Yun-jae and Lily Sweetie greeted the camera, looking straight at it. Lily's awkward Korean pronunciation was cute, but there was something even cuter. What the hell am I looking at? It really suits you. Oh, right. If you come to Korea, you should wear it. I was wearing a hanbok. Chapter 538. Lily Sweetie looks 100% in a beautiful hanbok. The writer looked at the site with pleasure. Okay. You have to wear hanbok. How can I not wear this? No matter how much you criticize it for being so obvious, when a foreign star visits Korea, they have to wear hanbok. First, let's seize the initiative with nationalism. Above all, I had to show the prettiest appearance possible in the beginning because it would get worse as it went on. That way, the before and after comparison will be clear and it will be funny. Hee. The author smiled devilishly. Lily Sweetie wasn't the only one who perfectly rocked the hanbok. Lee Yun-jae was wearing the simple attire of a scholar, but her attire was very elegant. As soon as the concept was decided, the writer strongly insisted that Lee Yun-jae should wear scholar's clothes. Why? Because you're so stubborn. Of course you should wear scholar's clothes. If Lee Yun-jae didn't wear scholar's clothes, it was a crime. Miracle Play again today. Now, two precious guests have come to visit us. Then the MC introduced the two people in a loud voice. Hey, nice to meet you. You're handsome, who? The other cast members applauded and cheered. It may seem artificial, but this was the minimum standard that had to be maintained for a TV show. It was obvious that in just a few minutes, no one would care about the fact that I was a precious guest or anything. As expected, the MC got straight to the point. Today, Mikkel will be playing our country's beautiful traditional game, Ute-nori. The cast members are divided into two teams, the blue team and the red team, and compete against each other. A total of 4 Yut stones are thrown, and the team that gets their piece out of the circle as quickly as possible wins. Each time the horse stops, the game at that corner is played, and if it is not successful, it goes back. I'll just skip over the game progress. Anyway, it's a rule. Only those who want to read it will read it. The writer watched with delight as the MC, possessed by the rapper, broke the rules down into 8 beats and explained them. And there were those who looked at this with wonder. Bambi, what's going on now? The interpreter told me, but I don't understand. It was Lily with a puzzled face. Lee Yun-jae, who was standing next to him, said calmly, You don't have to understand. I can't play Lily anyway. Hey, why are you two whispering among yourselves? Are you trying to ignore us? Despite the cast's mischievous questions, Lee Yun-jae's face remained calm. I told Lily that she didn't understand the rules of the game, so she didn't have to understand them. Lily is a total idiot at games. You are insulting me. Yes. Huh. Lily let out a loud laugh as if she found it ridiculous. Lily was speaking slowly on purpose, and since her English was so simple, everyone immediately understood and laughed. After that, things went smoothly without deviating too much from the planned framework. The most important suggestion that Lee Yun-jae made during the 4-hour planning meeting was as follows. We boldly give up on unique concepts and ideas. Oh, really? Yes. When a new concept is introduced, it's a headache to understand. The viewers of Mikkel want to see the guests ruined, not to get a headache. Lee Yun-jae said that she had to create a variety show in which people would have no trouble understanding the content even if they went to the bathroom in the middle of the show. Since Lily Sweetie is a famous world star, it would be enough to just teach her about Korean traditional games and culture. It would be convenient if we did it that way, but wouldn't it be too obvious? Lee Yun-jae shrugged her shoulders at the writer's worried words. Then, as if nothing had happened, he blurted out the following words. It's okay if it's obvious, as long as it's fun. And Lily is beautiful. If it's fun and beautiful, it's game over. Such sweet words in a place where there is no Lily Sweetie. The writer thought to himself, I thought this kid was some boring old fart, but he's also a guilty fox guy. Sinful man. It was 4 hours that made me realize why Bayan was so obsessed with Lee Yun-jae. If the writer had not become entangled with Lee Yun-jae for work, it could have been Bayan. But that 4-hour meeting was intense, tiring, and exhausting. So much so that I feel sorry for Lee Yun-jae and her employees who work 365 days a year. I saw on Blind that Lee Yun-jae was spreading nutritional supplements like that at Wayne Enter. Oh, By then, the writer had realized the most important truth. Lee Yun-jae, this kid. Are you feeding it to make me work more? How could you do that to weak office workers? You really are a vicious bastard. While the writer was having strange thoughts about Lee Yun-jae, the entertainment show was going smoothly. Lily, who was wearing a pretty hanbok at the beginning, was now wearing skinny pants. Yahoo! I'm winner. Oh my. Her appearance, roaring every time a stone moves, was a model for entertainers. The writer looked at her with a full heart. Beautiful. She showed an adaptability that was hard to believe was her first time on a variety show. From the beginning, the program called Mickle wasn't something that was forced or involved artificial intervention. There were corners set for progress, but everyone ignored them like dogs. While everyone else was ignoring the production staff's words, Lily Sweetie adapted perfectly to this atmosphere within a few hours. Ouch, Lily. That's foul play. It's not my fault. Before we knew it, Lily started ignoring what the production team said and doing whatever she wanted. The writer and staff pretended to be troubled, but inside they were happy. This is the appearance of a world star, a cool and easygoing person who can't help but be liked. Lee Yun-jae was also popular, but the way he won Lily's favor was different. Lily, stop cheating. Why are people like that? Oh, stop talking nonsense. If you don't cheat, they won't say anything. Someone please take her away. He maintained the old fart concept firmly. Even though everyone was ignoring the production team's words, Lee Yun-jae steadily played the game with just one word: rules. Basically, I felt like I was good at everything, so I was able to play my first game without any problems, but strangely, something felt sloppy. He would get so caught up in the words that he misunderstood the rules, or he would blow everything up with an unintentional physical gag at the last minute. The writer watched the scene in real time and predicted the reactions that would follow when the broadcast aired in the future. Lee Yun-jae was a variety show character. I told you, he's secretly a pervert too. He's secretly a crazy, goofy, and old-fashioned person, LOL. It was a character that was enough to make a splash in entertainment shows these days. Basically, the most eye-catching characters in variety shows are those with loud voices, exaggerated reactions, and characters who burst out laughing at everything they say. But the problem with these characters is that they get tiresome quickly. There was also a high possibility that viewers would feel tired. But if it's Lee Yun-jae, the overall tension is low, but it doesn't break the mood. He throws out licorice-like comments here and there, and when things get messed up, he flies his body without a moment's hesitation. It was still like that then. Look at Yeonji. It's driving me crazy. Lee Yun-jae was looking at the sky in vain, like a drowning rat. As soon as they arrived at the valley, Lily Sweetie pushed Yeonji away. He came out limping in his baggy pants, then collapsed on the floor. Then the cast members started talking nonsense to him, saying, "Since ancient times, our ancestors have been practicing spiritual training in the valley." Lee Yun-jae must have been taken aback, as she threw away the scholar concept and told the cast to keep their mouths shut. After everyone got along well and got to know each other, we went to a Hanok lodging facility nearby. Lily Sweetie was amazed the whole time as she looked at the Hanok, a traditional Korean house that can only be seen in Korea. Wow, so beautiful. Yes, that's right. It was patriotic time again. Oh my God. I'm so tired, really. I tried to yawn without realizing it, but I quickly swallowed it when I saw the camera in front of me. My condition was dire at the moment. It was a complete contrast to the full styling she had at the beginning of the shoot. That makes sense. Today I spent the whole day walking around in the blazing sun, following the Yut Nori concept. I thought I was a physically fit person, but this shoot was really tough. Drumroll. Others were already exhausted and fell asleep on the floor as soon as break time began. The same was true for Lily. The camera captured her stretching out on the floor, snoring softly. I want to lie down next to you too. But that couldn't be done. Bayan will see this. How can she do that? Of course, as a fan of Nade, I learned that fans want to see celebrities in a dirty way, and I know that Bayan is the same. But that's that. My heart was my heart. Celebrities have to be cool. If you're going to do whatever you want, whenever you want, why become a celebrity? I didn't intend to get too worked up here, since the human side of things can be shown in other ways enough. Management is the lifeblood of celebrities. In the past, it was difficult for me to even realize that I was a celebrity, but after the fan meeting in January, I started to feel a growing sense of responsibility. Since most of the money I earn is spent on daycare centers anyway, I wasn't interested in the amount. But you don't necessarily work for money, right? And I was receiving love from fans that couldn't be measured in money. When you receive this much love, you can't say idle things like filming is hard or you're too lazy to wash up. I have to wake up early tomorrow morning to practice my acting, so let's wash up and go to bed right away. After I came out, after washing up cleanly, I woke up Lily and the cast members one by one. This is driving me crazy. Is Korean entertainment usually this intense? Lily muttered with a haggard face after half a day. No kidding. If you do this twice, you'll die from overwork. Don't even joke about that. Oh, seriously. I'm going to wash up. Wait, darling. It's gross. Huh. After Lily Sweetie finished washing up, the men and women went to bed separately. Because the schedule was so arduous, everyone went to bed early that night. You said there was a surprise mission at 7 a.m. Thanks to participating in the planning meeting, I was able to obtain this information. I set my wristwatch alarm for 5 a.m. and then fell asleep. But the production team was even more vicious than I expected. 4 a.m. before dawn. The production crew, who had been up for quite some time, smiled sinisterly. They each made eye contact and nodded. Let's get started. At those words, the youngest staff member pressed the button. The machine with the button is a speaker. Everyone, get up. If you fail the mission, today's filming will be done with bare faces. There, a siren of tremendous content rang out. Chapter 539. At first I did something. Quickly. Yes. The surroundings were bustling. It was clear that just a few seconds ago I was rolling around in the fog in bed, but when I opened my eyes, it was reality. What? I couldn't understand the situation, so I just blinked. The sound heard in the meantime was this. You have to come quickly. If you don't succeed in the mission, you'll have to take a picture of yourself without your face on. What is it? The cast members who were sleeping next to him groaned. Everyone just stared blankly at the sight of him getting up with a dazed look on his face. What the heck? Did I miss the alarm? But as soon as I looked at the time on the clock, I realized that it wasn't true. 4 o'clock. 3 hours earlier than the scheduled time for the meeting. As soon as I saw the time when my alarm had been set for nothing, only one thought came to mind. These damn broadcasting station guys. There was a reason why everyone used this expression. It was really bad. I took a deep breath while washing my face dry. Getting hit in the back of the head is secondary, but what about acting practice? Waking up and practicing acting for at least 1 hour and 30 minutes has been my routine since I was in the 6th grade of elementary school. An action that I absolutely must do to survive, because if I don't, misfortune will come. The Blackstone has also become smaller, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Actually, I don't know if it would be a life-threatening side effect. It is possible to cover up the misfortune that comes from not practicing acting. At best, you might fall and get a cut on your face. No. I shook my head without realizing it. That shouldn't have happened. It was only yesterday that I thought about managing my life responsibly as a celebrity, and now you're changing your words so suddenly? Let's finish the weather mission as quickly as possible and go practice acting. Yeah, that would be correct. After making a solemn pledge, I immediately sat up. While the other cast members were grabbing their hats and glasses, I went outside after checking to make sure there was no eye boogers. Wow, Yanji is number one. As I opened the door, the guys from the broadcasting station greeted me with bright faces. It was 4 in the morning, so they must have been tired, but they had very happy faces. I said without even hiding my sullen expression. You clearly said 7 o'clock. Haha, you believe that? Let me speak. After shaking his head, he sat down. When a production staff member said, "You look cute with your hair up like a magpie," I replied that I knew it. Oh me, did you believe that? Is that what you're saying? My lips pout out without me knowing. The laughter around me grew louder, but it didn't bother me. What should I do? Yanji is so cute. I know that too. While I was spitting out random words without thinking, the rest of the cast quickly stood behind me. Bambi. Lily's hair was floating like dandelion seeds. She muttered this without even opening her eyes properly. Korean people are crazy. They are all crazy. I couldn't deny those. Sincere words. I patted Lily on the back as a comfort. Meanwhile, the production crew, who had confirmed that all the cast members had gathered, laughed like devils. Okay. You heard the siren sound earlier, right? The person who succeeds the mission the latest today must film with their bare face until the end of today's filming. Hey, where is that? Here it is. You really don't say a word. I hate you so much. Yesterday, you didn't listen to a single word we said. The cast went one step further in response to the production team's words full of grudges. How can a person be so petty? Should we just go back to sleep? Let's take a group photo, maybe. Oh, is that okay? It would be embarrassing if only one person was barefaced, but if everyone was, it would be like a concept. Everyone, can you please proceed to the corner as it is? This is a mess. I swallowed the sigh that was coming and raised my hand. I would like to join too. Actually, I don't have time to joke around like this. I have to pass the mission and practice acting as quickly as possible. Can I start quickly? What is the mission? As expected, Yanji. I believed in you. What is the mission? Yanji SSI also doesn't listen. The PD made a bitter face and quickly explained. In the future, I will show you the first two letters written in the sketchbook, and you just have to explain the corresponding word with your body. For example, if you show the initial consonant, quickly raise your hand and call out your name. Then, just show them how to sing and explain the words with your body, and that's it. But the important thing is, this is entertainment. No matter how accurate the explanation is, if it's not funny, it won't pass. In short, it meant to show a proper body gag. As the cast listened to the explanation that followed, various emotions quickly passed through their faces. Ah shit. How am I supposed to survive this? Can you make me laugh? What if the mood gets awkward? It was a feeling like this. But they were professionals, and they quickly applauded, hiding their emotions. Okay, let's give it a try. I definitely can't do it without makeup. I'm so embarrassed right now. I have to hurry and get through this. Give me the mission quickly, please. The atmosphere was friendly. That was the case with Lily too. Oh, thank you for giving me a handicap. Naturally, it was nearly impossible for Lily to think of Korean words by looking at the initial consonants of the Korean letters. Someone's help was definitely needed, and the production team decided to give Lily a list of words that matched the initial consonants in advance. Lily sighed in relief when she heard that explanation, but it was none of my business. Anyway, Lilia would be pretty even if we filmed her barefaced. My nose is 3 feet long, so who would I worry about now? Actually, I didn't really care whether I was filmed with a bare face or not. When I first started working as a streamer, I just touched my hair and started broadcasting. Still, I have to get through the mission as quickly as possible. I waited with a serious expression on my face for the production team to open the sketchbook. Then let's begin. The PD quickly opened the sketchbook. And then, Lee Yenjae. As soon as I saw the initial consonant, I raised my hand in 1 second. Already. I could hear everyone chattering, but I hurried forward. Okay, show me Yanji. Why are people like that? Yes. I told you I was so sorry. Can you please just let it go? Yes? The production crew's expressions were blank. I continued with the lines I remembered without giving in. Why do you make people so miserable? The corners of his mouth trembled. The corners of his eyes were lowered as much as possible, and his gaze wandered here and there. Her trembling voice gradually began to show signs of tears. You're so good. I glared at the other person with tears welling up in my eyes. He curled up, holding his other hand with his hand to hide the emotions that were welling up in him. He looked at the production staff who were still speechless for a moment. Then after about 5 seconds, he returned to his expressionless face. And then he said, "Correct answer, diagram. Are you playing actor Lee Doohae just now?" "Yes. Don't you know that line from your girlfriend?" "No, I know. Who doesn't know this? It's such a famous scene. But this, wow." The PD shivered as if he was getting goosebumps. The sketchbook he was holding had the initials written on it. There was no rule that said people's names weren't applicable, so whatever. It would be helpful if you acted first, even if it was just for a short time. I waited for the answer to come back with a blank face. No, what kind of kid is that? I got goosebumps, damn it. But seriously, wow, wasn't that a hit just now? Wow, I'm actually seeing this. Real actors are different. It's crazy, really. There was a commotion behind me, but it wasn't anything important at the moment. While I was just blankly staring, the production crew had a brief discussion. Then, with a tired face, he shouted that the mission was successful. "Thank you." "Oh my, you didn't want to take pictures with your bare face like that? That's amazing. PD told him to go in quickly and sleep as a first-place winner. The rest of the people were told that if they succeeded in their mission, they could go straight in and sleep. But I had decided what I was going to say. Then can I go to another room and practice my acting? Yes. I normally wake up and practice, but now that my routine is broken, I'm honestly really anxious. Can I go and see? But since it was a broadcast, I was cautious because I thought I might be acting too selfishly. When I asked as politely as I could, the production staff nodded with astonished expressions. Do whatever you want. Thank you. After telling the remaining cast members and Lily to work hard, I hurried into the empty room. From behind, I heard things like, "Poisonous legend, are you human?" But I quietly ignored them. I need to go practice acting quickly. Thank you all for your hard work. The 2-day and 1-night entertainment filming has ended safely. They said the filming will be edited as quickly as possible and aired next weekend. Lily threw a very grand dinner as a way of saying thank you. Crazy, I'm eating raw meat at a company dinner. Brother, this is the best halibut sashimi. Wow, it melts in your mouth. Lily, who bought the expensive raw fish, couldn't eat seafood, so she ordered a salad separately. It looked pitiful and cute at the same time, so I ate it right next to him. Bambi, you don't have to eat with me. Eat with the people over there. I don't like raw fish either. Sung-Jun, I ate it like crazy, but I was just okay. I'm not a picky eater, but I guess I have to. I quietly ate my salad while chatting with Dorandor and Lily. Oh right. Then suddenly this story came up. You said you were going to be the model for the Myungwoo brand? Has the story gotten that far already? You messed with that brat. Noah or Noi, that brat with no manners. He was always talking. Lily made a face of genuine disgust. I really hate him. I really don't know why he lives like that. That's why. Lily, don't get involved with him. Oh my, don't be ridiculous. 2 years ago, a friend of mine asked me for my VIP tickets to his concert. I thought he had left them with me. You two already knew each other? I've seen you a few times at parties, but I've never actually talked to you. Wow, what a truly incompetent friend. As I shook my head, Lily made an excited face. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it. I was wondering if there was a special reason why you haven't been a fashion model before. There must be a special reason. I just didn't have the chance. Hey, you're too humble. I heard that you were contacted by X last year. Don't pretend not to know. Wow, you know that too? I smiled awkwardly. What on earth doesn't Lily know? Don't change the subject. Lily smiled brightly. So what is your brand concept? A strong concept? A neutral concept? What is your first model direction? Haha. Ask them one by one. I opened my mouth with a smile. There is one thing that has been decided. That is, Chapter 540. Title, Lee Yunjae's nipple appearance is the best ever. I thought she had a calm image, but why are there so many things that explode without resistance? The body gag in the valley was the funniest. The expression at that time was really real. The basket was completely empty and X's expression was so empty it was hilarious. I almost spit water at this part too. Hey, I wonder what goes on in Lee Yunjae's head. How can she be so funny? Title, Lee Yunjae's Doohae acting seriously, watching for the 9,373rd time. Isn't it crazy to act like that with a magpie head? It's amazing how you can instantly immerse yourself in emotions and act. I felt like I heard a cut in my ear. Is it just me who finds it so amazing that you can suddenly break away from emotional immersion? Doesn't it take actors a few seconds to come to their senses after acting? No, that's what I'm saying. Even though it was a tearful performance, it was so creepy how it changed to a blank expression after a few seconds. But it's kind of cool. That's why I keep watching the video every time the algorithm comes up. It's addictive like a drug. Title, but when I was acting like Dohee, my head was like, LOL. Don't get me wrong, he really did a great job acting. But because he has a magpie head and says those lines, LOL. Why is this so funny? LOL. I'm not joking. I'm really on the verge of becoming a fan. Wow, I thought that was the comment I wrote. I also thought of Lee Yunjae as a good actress, but after seeing this meme, I'm going crazy. I think it was the cutest when the production team said I was cute before I started acting, and I said I knew. Oh, that's crazy. A sullen expression plus a magpie nest plus a half-asleep face plus, I know, equals death. Buy-in is already dead, slightly smiling face. Title, Lee Yunjae will probably be very popular when she becomes an adult. Of course, since they have looks, I think they'll be popular no matter what their personality is. After watching this variety show, my liking changed to ho 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 ho. Yeah, I think I know why Lily is like Bambi Bambi. There is something that basically attracts people. I completely understand why they call it a religious group after watching the entertainment show. Lee Yoon-jae is not just handsome and good at acting, but she is also excitingly handsome and acts excitingly. How old is he now? There are now 6 months left until I become an adult. Hi Yeonji, wait. I'll marry you in half a year. Please pick a number slightly smiling face. Title. But it definitely seems like there's something missing with Lily. So are you dating Mia Brown? Hey, stop messing around with it. Take the contact lenses out of your eyes. WHY only when handsome men and beautiful women date can my eyes be happy. Lee Yoon-jae will probably date someday, but it doesn't seem like it'll be right now. She looks so happy when she's acting. But do you know, when those kinds of people fall in love, it's no joke? They might fall in love once and get married right away. Marriage in this Bambi series? I can't do it even if I die. Who brought up the wedding? Taking out a club? Title. Lee Yoon-jae selected as Rotabi representative model. This is crazy, really world class. What is Rotabi? This is the first time I've heard of it. If you're not interested in fashion, you might not know about this new fashion brand launched by Myungwoo Enterprise. Myungwoo? They do fashion too? Last year, we brought in a senior designer from XX. I thought it was strange that Lee Yoon-jae hadn't done any advertisements until now. I heard that she had even received an offer from XX. When I heard that, I was like, what? But if Myungwoo is the new brand's representative model, I understand the fanboys. Even I could probably make a living off of this. Don't you think Myungwoo would rather not hire celebrities to do commercials? Like the bed commercial you did last time, he's been consistently giving it to Lee Yoon-jae. In the first place, the orphanage where Lee Yoon-jae grew up was sponsored by Myungwoo. I didn't know. If Lee Yoon-jae doesn't cause any accidents, will she keep renewing her contract? But Lee Yoon-jae is really doing well. She did a good job. Rotavi x Lee Yoon-jae, I'm so excited, I wonder what the concept will be. Before I explain our brand concept, there's something I want to tell you, Yeonji. The woman in front of me smiled brightly. She was the representative of Rotabi, a new fashion brand launched by Myungwoo Enterprise. Rotavi was a brand of such a large size that the fashion world was talking about it even before its launch. If we build it up well, it could one day become a luxury brand. A woman who represents such a brand said, "You know director Kim Min-hyuk, right? He's the one who asked Yoon-jae to be the model for this brand." "Yes, of course. I first met him when I was in elementary school." But I don't like director Kim Min-hyuk." I see. I couldn't control my facial expression for a moment because of the fastball that came right at me. He tried to force a smile, but his expression fell as he continued to speak. He's really the worst as a colleague. He has no ability and no thoughts. He's just so bad at his job. Of course, he's not exactly a fun person to be around as a friend. He's so empty-headed that he makes a crackling sound whenever he talks. Oh my God, what kind of expression should I make? I smiled awkwardly. No matter how much Rotavi pursues an independent brand, the fact that it is a brand that was created by taking capital from Myungwoo Enterprise does not change. And to openly insult the youngest son of the chairman of that company, who is also a director. Even in the industry, I was embarrassed to see someone who was rumored to be close to me. This was director Kim Min-hyuk's personal claim, being criticized. The representative smiled broadly as I remained silent. You may wonder why I am talking about this out of the blue. But if I want to continue working with Yeonji, this is something I absolutely had to talk about. Why? That's because director Kim Min-hyuk recommended Yeon-jae as a model. If Yeon-jae is as stupid as Kim Min-hyuk, I'm willing to cancel the contract right now. The representative leisurely lifted his teacup. Actually, I had no intention of using a celebrity model for Rotavi. I had no choice because director Kim Min-hyuk was so pushy. I see. Then, wouldn't it be okay to cancel the contract right now? I don't want to work with someone who doesn't like me either. As I responded calmly, the woman's smile grew wider. That's what I said at first. Now, even though director Kim Min-hyuk is against it, I'm going crazy because I want to use Yeonji. Your mood changes really quickly. That's how people in this industry are. Do you know what my nickname is? Click. A word was heard along with the sound of a teacup being put down. She's crazy. I was completely speechless. I've been in countless meetings and face-to-face meetings, but I've never heard such swear words. As I opened my mouth slightly without realizing it, the CEO started laughing out loud. Haha, you get the nickname, right? I'm seriously crazy. Until just a moment ago, he was the one who had a soft smile befitting his title as CEO. The representative laughed heartily and continued speaking without hesitation. I don't want to talk too strongly about feminism, but as a woman, you have to be crazy to get to this position. As with all industries, the higher you go in fashion, the more men there are. Yes, I heard that too. I know you criticized me so harshly earlier, but there's only one reason I work with Director Kim Min-hyuk. He doesn't ignore me because I'm a woman. He knows that I'm good at my job, and he knows how to use that to his advantage. The representative looked at me with narrowed eyes. What about you, Yanji? Can you take advantage of the fact that I'm a woman? That made me question my first thought. Well, I guess. I opened my mouth without hiding my puzzled expression. It doesn't matter to me whether the CEO is a man or a woman. What matters to me is whether he or she is good at his or her job. Ahem. But now I'm sure. What is it? You're saying that the CEO is good at his job. Are you trying to discourage me now? The representative paused for a moment, then a few seconds later burst into hysterical laughter. Puaha. The CEO, who had been laughing so hard he almost cried, soon raised both hands as if he had lost. It's just as I heard. Yanji is really no joke. I can't win. Is there anyone who gets discouraged by something like this? Oh my, there are so many. If a woman acts like a crazy bitch, most men will go crazy. They might curse behind my back, but at least they won't take me for granted. The representative tapped the cold teacup. There are so many people who look down on me just because I'm a woman. Surprisingly, more often than not, they're not men. Isn't it strange that even though I'm a woman, I'm more likely to listen to my male superiors? Then, the employees currently at Rotabi are probably not like that. Haha, that's right. The friends under me don't have such boring thoughts. I teach them so hard. The CEO explained how he had survived in an industry dominated by men. How hard it was to survive in an industry where it was normal to go play golf whenever you had time and call women whenever you entertained people. I heard the emptiness I felt when I didn't get my abilities properly recognized just because I didn't do that kind of thing. Only after hearing all this did I understand the rudeness she had just displayed. That's why taking the initiative is important. I've lived this way for decades, fighting like this, and I've always succeeded. But this is my first defeat. It is an honor. I am more honored. I can just work without any unnecessary fights with Yanji. Thank you. This is the first time I've met a celebrity like this. The representative smiled and extended his hand. It was a handshake to ask for your help in the future. I took the representative's hand in both of my own and started talking about work in earnest. That's how the fashion industry used to be. Someone would set a trend and everyone else would follow. But now everything has changed, the representative explained. The days when one trend could have such a huge impact are over. Microtrends. If we look at them one by one, they are clearly trends that have a big impact. But the situation is that these trends are occurring simultaneously. Terms I had never heard of before, such as ballet core and golf core, also appeared. In the past, when FanX decided on the color of the year, the fashion world would move accordingly. Not anymore. If each brand can bring out its own personality, people will choose it. I listened to the representative's words as if I was possessed. With the emergence of so many brands, people have become less sensitive to trends. Yes, I understand. Okay, but you also have to understand that people have become more sensitive to trends. Yes, everyone wants to be out of fashion, but the world doesn't allow it. Even if you say, I don't care about fashion. If the only thing in front of you is a trendy item, you have no choice but to buy it. People still wear what they want, but there's always the fear that it might be out of style, and we have to use it. How? There's Yanji. Yes. The representative smiled and pointed at me with his finger. Right now, Yanji is a trend in South Korea, and she will remain a cultural phenomenon someday. People now wear concepts, not fashion. It's the same with actors. Just as actors play a character, people create a persona based on a popular concept and wear clothes that fit that. And the word came back that what we had to do was to popularize the persona called Lee Yun-jae. What do you think? Doesn't it sound fun? The face before my eyes was filled with joy. They were the eyes. of a person who was completely enjoying his work. By that time, I couldn't hold back the corners of my lips from going up. As expected. The person who was good at his job was the best. Chapter 541. Fashion isn't just about tops and bottoms. It's closer to what identity do you pursue rather than what do you wear. And what about fashion in my journey to find my identity? You're a troublemaker. Trends affect people more than we often imagine. Many people say this. I will live wearing the clothes I want, regardless of trends. But what if most shopping malls only sell trendy items? That is not something that can be overcome by one's own will. We live in a society where it is becoming increasingly difficult to live wearing only the clothes I want. So there is something that brands need to think about first. The clothes I want as consumers think. Exactly that. It's to make people think that it's our brand's clothes. Well, if it's not a mistake, that would be great. Following this line of thought, the fashion brand Rotavi selected Lee Yoon-jae, the most popular actress in Korea these days, as its representative model. Of all the professions that are known for misleading people, is there one that is more appropriate as a role model? In other words, there is only one advertising concept that Rotavi should have. Rotabi just needs to make people want Lee Yoon-jae in the future. Rotabi equals Lee Yoon-jae. The goal is to maximize the appeal of the model Lee Yoon-jae to increase brand awareness and sales. It's not really a safe choice. Star marketing is a classic example of high risk, high return. When advertising, there are times when we fall into the illusion that everything will be solved if we just use a model. Lee Yoon-jae is a model that anyone can acknowledge. However, if Lee Yoon-jae is exposed to negative issues, it will inevitably lead to damage to the brand. But despite these limitations, CEO Rotabi made a bold decision. It was decided to invest the value of the brand Rotavi in celebrity Lee Yoon-jae. It wasn't an easy decision. In the first place, branding is a difficult task the more you do it. But fortunately, CEO Rotabi and Lee Yoon-jae. Sir, I think it would be okay if I just showed you a little bit of the initial public image. Oh, I disagree. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to show everything at once rather than showing it in detail? If we're only going to do business for a year, that's fine. But we have to look to the future. But we can't ignore people's fatigue, Yoon-jae. The two were the type who would go crazy and rush into difficult tasks. As if to prove this, the discussion, or rather, the meeting between the two people had already lasted close to 5 hours. Lee Yoon-jae and CEO Rotabi were happy. That was a very fortunate fact. But unfortunately, save me, other employees who attended the meeting were on the verge of death. Those guys aren't crazy. My butt feels like it's going to cramp up. The Rotabi staff felt exactly the same way as the William Inter staff did in the early days. What kind of kid is that? In the eyes of the Rotabi staff, Lee Yoon-jae was like that. At first he was a great actor. Then when we first started meeting, he was like an old man. And now 5 hours into the meeting he is like this. That's crazy. By the way, Rotabi's representative nickname is Crazy Girl. The combination of a crazy woman and a crazy man produced the amazing result of a 5-hour continuous meeting. Oh my! If Lee Yoon-jae had not stopped the meeting after checking the employees' expressions, the Rotabi employees would have formed a union. But he didn't say, "Should we stop here?" He said, "Should we take a break? Are you crazy? No. We've been talking for 5 hours. What more do you want to talk about? What kind of break is this, you idiot? Take it easy." All kinds of words rose above the employees' expressions. And fortunately enough, Lee Yoon-jae was an actor with an extraordinary talent for reading people's expressions. Let's end today's meeting here. Yeah, that's right. If it weren't for you, we would have opened a union, really. The Rotabi staff sighed in relief and put away their laptops. No, that's what I was trying to do. No, we still have a lot to talk about. If Representative Rotavi hadn't said so. The staff sat back down and thought, we need to open a union. You look happy, actor. Yes, I am very happy. Then shall we go home? Yes. As I raised my voice, Jinbi's laughter grew louder. I loved that moment when my brother's low laughter grew deeper. I'm so happy. It's really fun to talk to someone who's good at their job. The conversation with CEO Rotabi was incredibly entertaining. The sunset is already here. The sun was definitely high in the sky when we found the Rotavi building. Is it because we talk so much? My throat is a little dry. After gulping down water from the water bottle without stopping, I immediately put on my seatbelt. Maybe it's because Jin Bae-hyung kept talking to me so much for years that I got sick of it, but I've gotten into the habit of putting my seatbelt on as soon as I get in the car. And then, well done, actor. Jinbi's low voice put my mind at ease. I spoke coldly, hiding my feelings of exhaustion. I look cool. Yes, it's cool. I know. The returning laughter was, as expected, pleasant to hear. Huh. After meeting with a person who is good at his job, talking with someone I like was like heaven. It was a time of pure happiness. Jing. If only I hadn't gotten a call from Team Leader Wu. Yes, Team Leader. Jinbei, is Yanji next to you? He's right next to you. Should I switch to speaker? Please. Jinbei, who was driving, switched his cell phone to speaker. And I opened my mouth as I watched the car parked on the nearby road. What's going on? Well, that's a bit tricky to say. Team Leader Wu's words were muffled. Damn it. If this person is like this, then it's not usually a big deal. I felt an ominous premonition and urged Team Leader Wu. What's wrong with me? Or with my family? It's not really a problem. It's just a bit of an annoyance. What is that? You have to go to a meeting this evening. I have something urgent to catch up on. Team Leader Wu said that he received a meeting proposal from Rotavi's competitor and currently the most successful fashion brand. He said that it would be difficult to meet since the contract with Rotavi had already been completed, but that was a foreign brand with more power than Yuan Inter. Since they were people with enormous financial power, it seems that Team Leader Wu's rejection was a big scratch on their pride. After that, he continued to make absurd threats, and in the end, Team Leader Wu also lost. I think I should show my face just for the sake of courtesy. I'm sorry, Yanji. The team leader has nothing to apologize for. You have no manners, so why should the team leader apologize? It was my job to solve this. I'm sorry I can't do it. Team Leader Wu's voice on the other end of the phone was very low. His pride also seemed to have been greatly damaged. I just had to have one more dinner meeting anyway, but Team Leader Wu's pride being crushed was a different matter. He's the best person I've ever seen. I didn't want to see someone like that get discouraged. I spoke in as calm a voice as possible. Don't worry, team leader. I'll take care of it. You just have to show your face. Don't feel any strange sense of duty. Just say hello and come back. We'll talk about that later. First, team leader, could you give me a list of people attending the meeting tonight? Team Leader Wu hung up the phone, saying he would leave a message. In less than a minute, a list of everything I wanted to list arrived on my phone. After sending it to Han Haram, he said a word. Brother, I need to take a nap. It was time to meet my hidden secret, the fog. The global fashion brand Bisher is one of the most powerful brands in existence. Not only was Noah Patterson's father a chief designer, but his family had a lot of power in Hollywood. That means we can blackmail countless Hollywood celebrities into wearing our brand's clothes. Thanks to this operation, many celebrities were photographed by paparazzi wearing Bisher clothes, and the brand also gained popularity. It was a place with not-so-good management, so much so that people in the industry would cringe at the mere mention of the word Bisher. But consumers have no way of knowing this. To them, it was a brand that was sensible, unique, and cool. What if a brand like that worked with Lee Yun-jae? It's going to be a hit. The position of the Bisher management was that they could not afford to lose this valuable opportunity to a new brand. That's why I pushed to meet you even though we already had a contract. In fact, in the same industry, this kind of behavior was considered rude and taboo. Bisher's position is that it doesn't matter because he has enough capital to pay the deposit and bring in a model, but money doesn't solve everything. In a situation where there is even an article saying that Lee Yun-jae signed a contract with Rotavi, if she cancels it and works with Bisher, consumers will also think that something is strange. Then you think about it. Oh, you fell for the money. Lee Yun-jae's image will be damaged, and this will naturally lead to negative reviews of Bisher. It was an idea that even an elementary school student could come up with, but rich executives had no interest in it. I just think that I need to meet a hot and successful model right now. They forced themselves to meet, or rather showed up an hour later than the agreed time. Hello, I am actress Lee Yun-jae. Haha, I've heard a lot about you. You're such a hot actor, right? It was the height of rudeness to just stick out my hand without even apologizing for being an hour late. But Lee Yun-jae's expression was calm and gentle. The executives smiled with even greater satisfaction at the sight of him. That's right. That's how it should be for rich people. Even if you are a successful star, what can you do? Even so, he's just a clown, begging for people's attention. This is perfect for our model. The executives sat down with even more confidence, as if they would listen to the advice. But their satisfied smiles soon turned into puzzled looks. What are you doing there? This was because Lee Yunjae did not sit down and just stood there blankly. He looked at the executives expressionlessly. After a few seconds of quiet silence, his mouth slowly opened. I guess you like massages. Huh. When I looked at your personal card statement, there were a lot of massage shop payments. Oh, but the amount is a bit large for a simple massage. Isn't it a massage? What? The clown's counterattack, which the management had ignored, has begun. Chapter 542. Title: Doesn't Lee Yunjae seem really gentle? Why did I do that every time my non-lover friend called me Bambi Bambi? But after watching the variety show with Lee Eun-taek and seeing Miracle play this time, I kind of understand. Oh, so this is how fandom begins. But the kid is really innocent. It's completely different from the boys I know. My younger sibling and I are the same age, but we feel fundamentally different. Don't you think he won't drink or smoke even after he becomes an adult? It's more like a scholar feeling, so I like it more. These days, Lee Yunjae's image seems to be really extremely likable. She originally had a solid image as an actress with great acting skills, but she's become really soft since she started appearing on variety shows. I want to exchange Maorang. To trade with Lee Yunjae, you must bring Songjun with Maorang. The conditions for exchanging the daba are really strict. My parents also like to bring up Lee Yunjae these days, telling me to make friends like her. But when I'm with my manager and when I'm on a live broadcast, I have a really gentle personality. If you look at the paparazzi cuts, her expression seems blunt, but when you look at her, she's all smiles, and that's really cute. Is there a time when Bambi becomes serious? I don't even know how to get angry. What are you talking about? The other person shouted loudly. After his voice rang through the room, silence filled the room. I stared at the sight expressionlessly, then quickly lowered my eyebrows. I'm really sorry. That. His voice sounded hoarse, and his eyes blinked several times as if he was nervous. He muttered with the face of a kid who made a mistake, no matter who looked at him. I made a mistake. You're right. I spoke too roughly. I took the photo out of my arms with a face that said I was truly sorry. He took out a few photos and threw them at the desk where the executives were sitting. The photo passed several people and arrived in front of the man who had just screamed. And the man, his face turned so pale that I wondered if he was really the person who had been yelling just a moment ago. I apologized again, looking at his stiff face. A massage shop? I chose the wrong word. But you even had a baby last year, so I can't just call you a masseuse, right? Somehow. Now I understand. Having a baby definitely costs a lot of money. That's why you sent so much money, right? He nodded his head repeatedly with a sad look on his face. There were records of relatively large sums of money being withdrawn periodically from the man's account. Yes, it was an amount that made perfect sense when you thought of it as child support. I made a face that said I understood, then quickly tilted my head to the side. But I'm curious about something. Does your wife know? What about your son who is now entering high school? The man's face turned pale. Looking at that sight, I slowly erased my expression. How pathetic. Why did I believe that I would jump into this fight just because of a few pictures? I shouldn't have created a weakness that could be discovered. Then, whether you bully or not, you won't be able to do it. I suppressed the urge to nag at the man and took out the documents and photos I had prepared. This document is evidence that the CEO manipulated the stock price. Oh, and the director embezzled the money? Did other people know about this? Every time I opened my mouth, the temperature in the room grew colder. The cases were also diverse, including stock manipulation, embezzlement, and extramarital affairs with subordinates. Thanks to the fog, I learned things I had no idea about until this afternoon. As expected, my secret weapon. While I was smiling inwardly with satisfaction, I heard a faint murmur from the other side. How do I know this? Even my secretary doesn't know. I'm not your secretary. He smiled with the corners of his lips raised. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are many ways to find out the secrets you are hiding. And I know how. So please don't act like this in the future. I have no intention of working with Bisher. Do you understand? People nodded their heads hastily at my softly spoken words. The ugly sight was funny, but he didn't show it. I have to protect my last bit of pride. Aren't they people for whom pride is so important? If I had taken away the last standing places of those people, I too could have become a target of attack. I'm telling you this now, that I'm not someone to attack. I'm just someone to avoid getting entangled. In that sense, there was one more thing to do. Oh, and you need to change the chief designer. What? Alex Patterson. You won't be working with him anymore. Noah Patterson's father and Bisher's chief designer. He was also a person with great connections in Hollywood and had enormous influence. Noah Patterson also believed in his father and made that mistake. Not anymore. I think we've already fired enough warning shots. I clearly told him not to approach me and that I had no intention of working with him. And yet you created a place like this? This wasn't a place to laugh it off. If I didn't have a secret weapon called fog, I would have just laughed here and gone home lonely. If I had been really unlucky, I would have canceled my contract with Rodhavi and signed with Bisher. It was necessary to deal with this cleanly so that similar incidents would not occur in the future. Get it sorted out as soon as possible. This is my sincere advice. What is that? The executive's expressions became blank. There was a look on his face like he couldn't understand why Alex Patterson's story was suddenly being brought up. But that was only for a moment. Jing. People's cell phones started ringing at the same time. Brother Jinbei did a good job. Thank goodness. As expected, it's my brother. It's a real blessing to have someone you can trust by your side. As I raised the corners of my mouth, people looked at me and picked up and put down their phones. Then I'll go? Make sure I don't see you again. I gestured for him to take it quickly and then turned away. In the short time that I closed the door and came out, the room became noisy. That was understandable because exclusive controversy over racist remarks by Alex Patterson, senior designer at Bisher US. What caused the stock price crash of Bisher? The chief designer's personal recording is revealed. Netizens are shocked by the radical statement, all non-Americans should die. Because I leaked to the media a video of Noah Patterson's father, Alex Patterson, being racist. Even a photo of someone pretending to slit their eyes horizontally is a hugely damaging racial discrimination issue in the United States. But at that rate, I can come back in a few months. But what about videos rather than photos? Alex Patterson was more than just a racist. He was a man with a sense of white privilege. He is the type of person who would be embarrassed as a fellow white person. Fashion isn't just the clothes you wear. As CEO Rotabi said, people don't buy a brand's clothes just for their looks. It's like buying into the heritage, image, and symbolism of that brand. So going forward, buying Bisher clothing means buying white supremacist clothing. I'm going to be busy from now on. This incident will not ruin Bisher. There are probably many other great designers besides Alex Patterson, so I'll try to eliminate the cause of the problem and improve the image as soon as possible. However, it is safe to say that the Patterson family is ruined. You should have behaved appropriately. Noah Patterson was given ample warning. There is no reason for me to overlook him just because I am young and not a commoner. That's the end. Now all you have to do is tell Fogg to keep an eye on Noah Patterson. People who suddenly fall into the abyss don't know what they will do. I took care of the work without anyone knowing that it was me who did it. But unless you're a real idiot, there's no way you wouldn't know that I'm behind all this. I had to prevent things like the Choi Dairy incident from happening again and attacking me with a grudge. If I get hurt because of him, Jinbei Hyung will worry. It's not just Jinbei Hyung. My whole family will be worried. It was already bothering him enough that he was spitting up blood periodically, but he couldn't bother people anymore. Lulu. Ah, that feels refreshing. I felt myself humming as I left the store. Title: Did you see the remarks made by designer Bisher this time? I'm speechless while watching the actual video because it's so vulgar. How did someone like that become the chief designer of Bisher? What I mean is, every single word you say is legendary. It's really disgusting. They said it was cut right in Bisher, but it still feels weird. I don't think I'll use Bisher anymore. That guy's son is also very famous in Hollywood. Oh really? Whenever singers or actors throw after parties, their sons always show up. There was a lot of talk about him being a Hollywood big shot. I think we should just filter out all the people who are close to him. I know who it is when I look at the picture. It seems like Lily Sweetie really hated it. That's right. Lily once appeared on a talk show and said she had sassy blonde hair. Title: Rotabi staff must be screaming loudly right now. Bisher looks like he's going to die, but isn't it awesome? Rotabi staff should give money to the people who spread that video. And I think the atmosphere will definitely change, and it will be good if Rotabi is launched this time. I'm already looking forward to it. I heard you took a concept photo with Lee Yun-jae. When will it be released? It's coming out at the end of this month. I have to hold my breath until then. Yeonji. As soon as I opened my eyes, something big was rushing towards me. I hugged Han Haram, who had a body that could no longer be hugged. Hello, Fog. Today was great too. It's all thanks to you. I stroked the guy's curly hair. I looked into her sparkling eyes and stroked her soft cheek. Then he whispered with all his heart, "You are my luck." Hit. The Fog wrinkled its nose as if embarrassed, then quickly dove back into my arms. A familiar warmth, a scent reminiscent of entering the forest. My Fog. The scent coming into my nose warmed my heart. My family, Jinbei Hyung, Jeongyeon Hyung, who is always by my side. No Bai-hyek, who I will live with someday. Lee Yun-taek, who is like a child, but also like an older brother. Song Ijin, who resembles a chick or a sparrow. And Sergio, who is becoming cuter by the day. Everything is good, and yet, my essence was here, with the Fog waiting for me in this black space. I smiled and whispered, "I love you, Fog. I love you too." The laughter that followed immediately filled me with happiness. I did the same. Chapter 543. A video introducing Rotabi's new ambassador, Lee Yun-jae, has been released. The new ambassador of Rotabi. In the video, Lee Yun-jae exuded an urban vibe. He stood in the center of the screen, wearing a dark shirt like the pitch-black dawn. He didn't say anything. He just stared quietly at the camera. But the pressure of that silence was considerable. And, look at the atmosphere. Your face looks really three-dimensional. But at that moment, the mood of the video changed with dynamic music. La 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 la. In the video, Lee Yun-jae dances alone to the music, sprays perfume, and lies down on the bed. Even though it was a short sequence, Lee Yun-jae's clothes changed without a break. The clothes and styles that changed to the beat gave me a strange sense of pleasure. Lee Yun-jae's movements, which were completely unaware of the camera and flowed like water, were also attractive. He would show a bright and cheerful appearance, but then suddenly show a face full of sorrow. It was clear that the emotion itself was artificial and exaggerated, but the emotional acting that bloomed on his face was natural. People stared blankly at the 2-minute-long video. Their reaction was something like this. Wow, X-haired X-person is handsome. 164,000 likes. Someone stop him, 327K likes. I was just sitting in my room, and I feel like I got hit. I got eaten. The Rotavi staff collectively raised their fists. It worked. The ad worked. It wasn't an advertisement that conveyed a profound message or was difficult to use in the first place. The intuitive yet simple advertisement lightly lifted people's spirits and naturally made them think about the following. What would it feel like to live like Lee Yun-jae? This naturally led to a desire to buy. All the clothes are pretty. When will this be available? My boyfriend's birthday is at the end of this month, so if it comes out before then, it'll be perfect. You're already so obsessed with reselling. People moved quickly. These days, the fashion market is not divided into women's and men's categories, and the sensibility pursued by Rotabi from the beginning was basic. A lot of people flocked to the basic line of clothes that anyone could wear. The product sold out in an instant, and the number of views for the advertising video continued to increase. The commercial was really well shot. Everything from the song selection to the editing was sophisticated. But why is he so big? Was he always this big? The comment above is my feeling. I'm a bit embarrassed because it seems a bit too manly. The turning point from a minor to an adult, age 20. Lee Yun-jae was only half a year away from that important turning point, and this ad provided the much-needed build-up to that effort. Above all, as it was an advertisement for a global fashion brand, the reaction from foreigners was extraordinary. I get goosebumps every time this commercial comes on TV. The most attractive man I've ever seen. I would gladly spend the rest of my life with him. Lee Yun-jae's agency, Wheein Entertainment, added to this momentum. Lee Yun-jae wore Rotavi clothes throughout the pre-publicity work for the musical film Ilya, directed by Sean Connery. The clothes he wore on various talk shows, YouTube content, and podcast shows were all sold out as soon as they were revealed. A month later, the official trailer for the movie Ilya was released. Don't move. dense forests, clear rivers, and lush green grass. And crazy dog. A photo of Lee Yun-jae with long hair appeared. He was smiling brightly, showing his flushed cheeks, wondering where the bloodshot eyes he had shown in so many works had gone. Long hair that reaches down to her waist, curly bangs, eyes the strange color of a forest, and flowing clothes. Okay, Bayan noticed. In fact, even if it wasn't Bayan, anyone would have noticed. You could tell it was rolling away from 300 meters away. The role he took on this time is a fairy. Is this night's fairy story true? I couldn't believe it even after seeing it with my own eyes, so I washed my eyes and watched it again. No, what's wrong with your hair? Stuff it right now. Hey, I'm watching a movie where Lee Yun-jae doesn't die. How can you be sure that it's not Ito-juk? Hey, watch the trailer. If it has this kind of atmosphere and a sad ending, it will really set the movie theater on fire. Oh, what's wrong with the movie theater? The production company made the movie, LOL. The fairy he plays, Ilya, was born as a hybrid between a human and a fairy. The fairy forest where Ilya lives is a place where any hardship is overcome with song and dance. Lee Yun-jae's elegant voice resonates throughout the trailer. A couple of musical numbers specially produced for the film quickly flashed by, and the trailer heightened the anticipation for the film. The number of views for the trailer, which ended with the large letters "Grand Opening" in August, also increased exponentially. Title: What exactly is Lee Yun-jae's song? In Lily Sweetie, she had such a sweet voice. This time, it's a completely pure and clear voice. Wow, the real actors are different. It's a song, but the singer sings it with a really different feel. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. You sing well, but it's a different feeling from the singer. And it's a quality that makes it worthwhile to just make a musical. No, I don't know yet because musicals and musical movies are so different. But who doesn't know that Lee Yun-jae is good at her job? Even if she doesn't have talent, she will somehow practice and perfect it. That's right. Title: Lee Yun-jae is Lee Yun-jae, but David's charm is no joke. So Lee Yun-jae is acting as a fairy. David invades the forest where fairies live. Runs away? He's a human. At first, I was annoyed when I saw Lee Yun-jae singing a song out of nowhere. I don't know why it's so funny when they're calling the map in the latter half of the trailer. Your clever acting is really good. It was nice because it felt like watching an uncle and nephew. Haha. When will the movie be released? I'm going crazy. Title: The person I envy the most these days equals Lee Yun-jae. It's not because I'm handsome, successful, and have a lot of money. Should I just say that he looks happy? I think that to that extent, it seems like you are well compensated for your own efforts. So it's nice to see you working harder. I envy you because you seem to have learned so much at such a young age. I'm jealous too, but I'm jealous because I'm handsome, successful at work, and have a lot of money. And I am so touched by the comment above. I'm surrounded by a lot of good people. That's what I'm most jealous of. That sounds really good. How is Lee Yun-jae feeling right now? She must feel like she is everything in the world. How happy is she? What is she doing right now? I think I'll just sleep for now. Even to those watching from beyond the internet, celebrity Lee Yun-jae was complete. Now all that remains is to go up endlessly. A good celebrity who receives love from fans and repays the love of fans. He lives a happy life. That's what I had to do, and that's how I lived. Cough. That is until I woke up at 4 a.m., vomiting blood out of the blue. It hurts. I writhed in pain as if my whole body was being torn apart. Just a moment ago, I was with the fog, but when I came to, Han Haram and Jean Bei were next to me. The two men grabbed me with pale faces. Yanji, calm down. Calm down first. Your Majesty, take a breath. Oh my God. Ugh, it hurts. It hurts. I found myself sobbing without realizing it. It was hard to breathe, like there was lava in my lungs. It felt as if something very hot was moving around inside my body. What should I do? I really don't think I can stand it. I didn't have time to think about why this pain suddenly appeared. If you vomit blood periodically, wouldn't it be okay to prevent side effects from occurring in the first place? I guess there's a problem. Judging from the blood around my mouth and the immediate pain I was feeling in my body, something was definitely wrong. Haram. I searched the fog like a child looking for an answer sheet. Yeah, it's a series. Why am I doing this? I told you. You won't be able to completely get rid of the black stone. Han Haram was looking at me with a sad expression. As soon as I saw his face, which seemed to have made up its mind about something, my back instantly became cold. This, X-foot. Absolutely not. Cereal, I told you not to. Hey, Han Haram, are you kidding me? I scowled even more fiercely than before and shouted. If you give up here, what else will happen to me but becoming ex-god? And now you want me to give you the black stone? Then what if you die? How am I supposed to live? Yanji, don't be a jerk. I won't give it to you even if I die. The pain was so intense that it couldn't be filtered. I didn't even realize how many times I had sworn at a child in a way I shouldn't have. After that, I continued to say whatever came to mind. But that was only for a moment. I was writhing in excruciating pain, and Jinbei held me back from getting out of bed. No, that won't do. I have to take you to the hospital. No. Can you say that even after seeing this now? That's why I'm saying it can't be done. A faint sound could be heard, as if Jinbei and Han Haram were fighting. The two men shouted, their blood boiling. Why on earth are you acting like that all of a sudden? Do you know the reason? I told you it's because of that damn black stone. It's because I'm a monster. I've been feeling a lot of stimulation lately as the black stone has been decreasing. Right now, Yanji is going crazy and running wild inside my body. There's no way to solve it other than Yanji giving me the black stone. Han Haram, who had shouted like that, began to pray to Jinbei. Please convince me. He said that he tried talking to his superiors, but they only told him that it was impossible without his will. Yanji, you can't live like that. The pain right now will naturally go away. In a few hours, but you never know when or where it might come back. How can you act in that state? How can you live your life? You think it can continue like this? Painkillers. You know that painkillers won't work. Yanji has to give me the black stone. Then everything will be over. But why do you keep? That's the pain I should have been going through. The voice that had been screaming was filled with tears. Before he knew it, Han Haram was crying like a baby. Han Haram started to cry and clung to me. Yanji, please stop now. You did your best. You know the answer too. We can't escape fate. Her moist eyes pleaded with me. He said, give me back the black stone. Just one word is enough. Then this whole damn, fucking shit thing will be over. I'll do my best. I'll be by your side as long as I can. Okay, so please give it to me. Those words made me pause. There has to be a saying that it absolutely cannot be done. It has to be done that way. Shaking. I'm at a crossroads. Chapter 544. I could tell. No matter what choice you make, you'll regret it. I was so scared that I didn't want to make any choices. But enduring this state is not the answer either. What will happen if we cannot remove the black stone? It was overwhelming just to imagine. Then there is only one answer. Give the black stone to Han Haram. And then, will I be free from suffering? No. My essence is in the black space. In the real world. No matter how well received I am as an actor, no matter how many people like me, no matter how much my loving family is by my side. If there is no me in the black space, there is no me in reality. Some people might think it's a leap of faith. I felt like no one would understand me. Even the fog won't understand me perfectly. When the fog first approached me in a hazy form, only then will no one know that I am breathing. Until then, it was just like I was dead. It didn't matter to me that the black stone was originally from the fog. It's not my fault, nor the fog's fault. The most important thing now is that I was able to meet the fog and live. To that kind of kid, you want me to return the black stone knowing that the child will die early? I had a feeling that it absolutely could not be done, but at the same time, I was sick and tired of all this. Every time I vomited out the side effects, I felt the blood flowing back up my throat, and I saw the pained expressions on the faces of the people around me. I want to stop now. The truth is, I know that too. I'm telling you, I'm being stubborn. That my decision is making everyone tired and struggling. And the person who suffered the most was Han Haram. I know I'm making it so. If you return the black stone, maybe everything will go smoothly. I can continue acting, the people around me will be happy, and I won't get sick anymore. But Han Haram will die before he turns 15. I've never lasted more than 15 years in my life. His human age is now 12 years old. If I return the black stone, the maximum time I can see Han Haram is 3 years. Han Haram dies. In the past, just thinking about this made me feel like my heart was going to burst. But now I don't really think about it. It just felt numb. A state where I couldn't feel any emotions. If Han Haram died, I felt like my heart, my breathing, everything would stop. But that won't happen, right? I will live. Even if it's not like it's nothing, it'll happen somehow as time goes by. I will gradually become accustomed to life without Han Haram. Someday, I will be able to tell his story with a smile. When I think about it, I myself. Disgusting. For a moment, I felt nauseous. The emotion that came up at the same time was resentment. What did I do wrong? Why do I have to make this choice? Why make choices that will only lead to misery? Is this the life I asked for? Creator who made me, did I ask you to let me make this choice? I opened my mouth with my eyes tightly shut. Today. Let's stop here for today. It's a series. I know. I can't put it off any longer. I opened my eyes, swallowing hard. He spoke while looking into eyes that seemed to hold all the sadness in the world. Just give me some time. I'll decide before I become an adult. Until then, I'll try to hold on somehow. I can't choose right now either. Please. Understand. Please, I beg you. At my earnest muttering, Han Haram reluctantly nodded. At that moment, the pain that had been boiling inside my body disappeared. Brother. When I looked at Jinbei, he quickly checked his watch and said, it took about 17 minutes. Also, I believe that Jinbei Hyung would have checked the time. Okay. It wasn't enough to make me lose consciousness, but I couldn't come to my senses. I think the pain was intense for about 8 out of 17 minutes. I replied with gratitude and thought about my future. Okay, let's come to our senses. According to the fog, the black stone has shrunk to the size of a marble that children play with, a state where it has become so small that there is no longer any need to vomit out side effects. Now, he said that even if you force the side effects to come out, the black stones will not decrease any further. The pain that appeared just now was caused by the black stone causing chaos. It was daunting not knowing when or where this kind of pain would come. I had no idea how much this would disrupt my daily life. How long can I keep this a secret from my fans and the media? If I faint in front of people, once again my image will drift towards misfortune. The fog knew this too, and it wanted me to choose at this moment. I know too. Even if we drag it out any longer, the answer has already been decided. If I feel the pain I just felt again. Honestly, I can't guarantee that. I might be so hurt that I unconsciously tell Han Haram that I will return the black stone to him. It really was that painful. There's no comparison with the past. But I've been hit by cars, run over by dump trucks, and stabbed by kidnappers. The pain I just felt was on a whole other level, incomparable to the previous examples. I think I understand now. I think I know why they said the fog couldn't get rid of the black stone. It is the source of misfortune and the cornerstone that contains all negativity. A seed that mere humans cannot solve. As I faced that immense power with my whole body, an indescribable helplessness came over me. Fate. That fucking fate. I knew I could change. I think it's possible if you just try hard. Just as I had disturbed the misfortune factor with my acting, I knew that I could win this too. But now I can't guarantee that. In the end, am I helpless in the face of fate? Will I eventually make the choice that fate has laid out for me? What choice will I make? Whatever I choose, I sincerely hope that I did my best and never looked back. In the summer of August, Ilya was released. The film was a story about a greedy man who meets the fairy Ilya and lets go of his greed. Ilya was a fairy who was full of love, even embracing humans who tried to destroy and take her forest. I couldn't believe it was the same actor who took his own life as Ethan and was bitten by a zombie as Jake last year. Title: Movie Ilya surpasses 3 million in 5 days of domestic release. Happiness energy covering Korea. Long, turquoise hair tickles us. Ilya, played by Lee Yun-jae, with his strange eyes is the perfect life form to comfort the hearts of tired modern people. It is the first time that the optimistic words that everything will be okay sound so non-irritating. Despite numerous hardships, he protects himself with the spear and shield of happiness. His beautiful and bright energy is spreading beyond Korea and covering the entire world. Sean Connery, the director of the movie Ilya, said in an interview on the 25th, "Our Ilya, actress Lee Yun-jae, showed charm beyond my expectations," and emphasized, "I was impressed by her delicate control of tempo and her sincerity in every scene." He also gave her rave reviews, saying, "Of all the actors I've met, she's the best." Anyone who has seen the movie will know. The movie Ilya was like a visual pictorial of Lee Yun-jae. As a solo lead, He led the movie without any shortcomings. It was a moment when David Mills' words, "Lee Young-jae is a talent who will turn the film industry upside down," became understandable. In fact, he sang every time he was filming. The recording was used in the final version, and he received applause from the staff every time. Lee Young-jae recently became a hot topic after being chosen as the #1 actor I want to work with in an interview with male and female actors. Despite this hot topic, she herself was indifferent. When asked why she tried a musical film, she said, "Because I've never done it before." We support her challenge of wanting to try more in the future. Title: I watched Ilya without thinking much about it. I burst out in laughter at the last minute and cried. Oh, even now when I think about it, I feel like crying. Me too. The last conversation between Ilya and David was so sad. I was most impressed by what Peter said when he thought about it. We were always enough. I think that's exactly what modern people need. Actually, if you think about it, we're already enough. It is important to set a goal and work towards it, but it is also important to let go of greed and enjoy the present. Ilya's words were really touching. Even in a ruined forest, he said that the forest was strong and that everything would definitely be okay. I also liked the line that mentioned pieces. It seems like a movie that makes you think about what pieces make up me. Title: Lee Young-jae's interview seems really awesome. How can you be so good at English when you've never been to a language school? It seems like a case where confidence becomes skill. I think my English skills are good, but my attitude is really good. I honestly say that I'm nervous, but ironically, I look less nervous when I do that. I can't watch celebrities doing interviews in English, right? They're so annoying. But I like this guy because he doesn't care if he makes a mistake. The person himself seems strong, so it seems like the person looking at him feels comfortable. Title: Did you see Lee Young-jae's puppy show? It's one of those overseas contents. There's a show where famous stars come out and play with various dogs and do interviews. But as soon as Lee Young-jae appeared, all the kids clung to her. This night's flustered expression is super cute. But it's amazing. How does it stick like that? It's so amazing how they flock together like moths that have found a light. Is it because it smells good? Come to think of it, didn't Happy really like Lee Young-jae when he was filming Shin Yu-young? That's why the owner uploaded the picture, because he was upset. Lee Young-jae captivates women, captivates men, and now she even captivates dogs. Title: Lee Young-jae and Rotabi seem like a perfect match. Why do you look so cool wearing a Rotabi outfit whenever you have an outside event? The logo itself is so well done that it really makes you want to buy it. It suits you well, Taejie Nam. But is it just me? Didn't Lee Young-jae look a bit anxious at the event yesterday? What does that mean? I heard from the staff on site that he suddenly left the room for 30 minutes. Isn't it just because your stomach hurts? Oh, is that so? I came back and looked at the pictures taken and was surprised at how pale you looked. Hey, if it hurts, there would have been an article about it. It's not like there's anything special about it, so just ignore it. Okay. As time passed, the wind grew colder. I wanted to hold on to the last part of summer and hold on as long as I could. But summer passed away without a trace, and eventually the time came. Aryanji, how do you feel about becoming an adult soon? I smiled faintly at the staff member who asked in a bright voice. It's complicated. Winter has come. Chapter 545. Outburst. It means to do all kinds of things and use evil indiscriminately. Lee Young-jae has been frantically trying to get rid of the Black Stone for the past few months, but none of them yielded good results. Only meaningless time passed by helplessly. So, late November. Before we knew it, there was only a month left until Lee Young-jae became an adult actor, and Jinbei walked towards Lee Young-jae with steady steps. They said they're ready to film. Do you need more time? No. I'll be right there. Lee Young-jae answered nonchalantly, and Jinbei asked instinctively, Actor, what's wrong? An ominous feeling passed through in Jinbei's back. This was instinct, a siren that warns of danger. Survival instinct acquired through experiencing numerous incidents and accidents. Jinbei looked at his actor again, feeling a warning sound ringing in his head. But unfortunately, what's going on? His actors had a great talent for acting. At the sight of her eyes widening, Jinbei smiled awkwardly. Oh, I was wondering if you were sick somewhere. No way. My brother is right here with me. Lee Young-jae laughed and clung to Jinbei. Her flushed face was so lovely. At that sight, Jinbei unconsciously thought, Is it okay? Yeah, it'll be okay. Let's hope everything goes smoothly today. Jin Baeon, who thought so, hugged his actor. The warmth in her arms was welcome. When I first got to know the actor, I never imagined I would be in this position with him. When did you grow so big? It felt strange that the body that could barely fit in his arms had already become a body that could hug him. Jin Baeon spoke to his actors and family. You have to be careful when filming, actor. Today was the day of Lee Yun-jae's underwater pictorial shoot. As this is an underwater filming, where people go directly into the water to take pictures, safety personnel and an ambulance were deployed. Additionally, various equipment and safety measures were thoroughly checked to prevent any accidents. Only after seeing the entire process with his own eyes could Jin Baeon feel at ease. You shouldn't overdo it. If you lose strength in the water, you'll be in real trouble. Do you understand? Your ears are bleeding, bro. That's better than nothing happening. I didn't mean to say I was really bleeding. I just wanted to stop hearing it. Did I put it too mildly? You're becoming more and more annoying. Haha. Lee Yun-jae met his eyes and smiled brightly. It was a sight that made me feel good just by looking at it. But Jin Baeon had to tilt his head once again. What? The black eyes that met mine were overflowing with some emotion. At that time, Jin Baeon didn't know what this feeling was. Actor dashed. The moment Jin Baeon frowned without realizing it, he was about to open his mouth. We're going to start filming. Please get ready. His words were cut off by the staff's announcement that filming was about to begin. Everyone, please return to your seats. I guess I should go now. Lee Yun-jae handed the water bottle she was holding to Jin Bae. Please listen to this. Actor, whenever you need me, just wave. I'll be there right away. Jin Baeon spouted out words that had become a habit while working next to Yeonji Lee for several years. Don't overdo it, stop right away when it gets hard, and there are no problems if you make mistakes, etc. Even as he grumbled, Jin Bae expected that he would hear something like, oh my, if this keeps up and my ears start bleeding, are you going to take responsibility? But Lee Yun-jae, thank you, bro. That's something I want to keep hearing. He had a complicated smile on his face. While Jin Bae was hesitating, Lee Yun-jae took a step closer and whispered this. Brother Jin Bae, I really love you. Oh, me too. You already know this, right? You absolutely must know this. Huh? What is that? I'll be back soon. Lee. Yun-jae quickly greeted with the corners of her lips raised. Afterwards, I received safety training under the guidance of the staff and stretched out my body. And Jin Bae stared blankly at the sight as if possessed by something. Okay, let's go in. Be careful, Yeonji and Mayan. Hold the end of your clothes. Like that. Don't hold your breath too hard. If it's hard, come out right away. Lee Yun-jae went into the water to film. Everyone watched the scene tensely. Jin Baeon was also nervous, but it was a different kind of nervousness from the staff. This tension is... There is something. And Jin Bae's head turned red with the sound of a siren. His instincts were telling him. Although I don't know exactly, I definitely knew that Lee Yun-jae was different from usual. And Jin Bae's premonition was not wrong. Lee Yun-jae was thinking this to herself. I'm sorry, bro. Lee Yun-jae was preparing for her final struggle. There was no other way. A dangerous tantrum that could end his life. Cluck, cluck. As soon as he got out of the water, he let out a harsh cough. The staff rushed towards me, and the photographer asked in a worried voice. Yeonji, are you okay? Okay, I'm fine. Oh, I got a call. Posing underwater was harder than I thought. It felt like I was putting in twice as much physical effort, and the hardest part was keeping my eyes open underwater. Actor, if you want to vomit, feel free to do. So, yes. Jin Bae looked worried that I had drunk too much water. Oh, my poor brother. A feeling of guilt came over his face, which knew nothing. But that doesn't mean I have any intention of canceling this plan. There is no other way. That was my thought. I tried all the other options, but nothing worked. After much thought, I finally told Fogg that I wanted to try this plan. The response that came back was intense. Are you crazy? It's Fogg. You're seriously crazy. Lee Yun-jae, come to your senses. Han Haram made an expression on my face that I had never seen before. But I had no choice. I know this is a crazy plan. But what should I do? There's no other way now. Even to my words, the fog shook its head repeatedly, saying that this was not it. Yeonji, let's think again. This isn't right. I've already made up my mind. Are you really going to do this? After that, Han Haram tried to cry at me, yell at me, and even pushed me. However, when I didn't follow through on my plans, he started ignoring me. It's been a few days since Han Haram left my house, and he always covers himself with the blanket in the dark space. It's already been 20 days since I last spoke to the fog, but my heart was still the same. But I have no choice but to do it. If this method doesn't work, you're left with one option: returning the black stone to Han Haram. Then Han Haram will die? Yeah, so that's what I'm doing now. This is the only way. I steeled my resolve once again and went into the water. Regardless of how many safety personnel there are, underwater filming is a dangerous process, as you never know when, where, or how an accident could occur. A tank with transparent walls is filled with water that is more than 5 meters deep, and the main character of the pictorial enters the water alone. You have to go in naked with no support and strike various poses. I sat on the floor and stretched my arms out, and I floated to the center and closed my eyes tightly. Yanji, that was so good just now. Let's do this one last time and be done with it, us. Wow, this is your first underwater shoot, but how did you do so well? You hold your breath well and listen to the directing well. He smiled broadly at the staff's words. Thank you for letting me know. Oh my, you thought I was just saying that. I'm not joking. This really gave me goosebumps. How can you hold your breath for so long? I can't even hold it for a minute. You're amazing. Haha. He smiled with the corners of his lips raised. But I couldn't make a correct judgment as to whether the corners of my mouth went up as I intended. Oh, it's hard. I drank too much water and was extremely lacking in stamina. No kidding, my hands were shaking so much. But in order to put that plan into practice, I had to use as much strength as possible. If my prediction is correct, it will come soon. Since I have the black stone, the pain I get comes relatively regularly. For the past 6 months, I have been recording and analyzing the cycles, patterns, and durations of my pain. It did not always appear in the form of hemoptysis. It appeared in various forms such as vomiting, fainting, and seizures, and the pain became increasingly severe. And if my guess is correct, today is seizure. Today was a day of seizures. If I suddenly have a seizure while I'm in the water, I'll just swallow the water. If you continue to drink a lot of water, water will build up in your lungs and you will die. But this is not a mountain jungle. It's a commercial filming set. As soon as I felt something was wrong, the safety guard would pull me straight up. So we have to hold out as long as possible. From the moment the seizure came, I gritted my teeth and tried to endure it a little longer. Please, get the timing right. I chewed my fingernails. It has to succeed. I felt sorry for the staff and Jin Bae-hyung, who might be surprised by this plan. But I can't help it. I tried it myself a week ago. Ugh, that one didn't even count. You rude little monsters. While I was clicking my tongue, the staff announced the last filming. This is the last opportunity. Let's do our best, and don't let our guard down until the end. Everyone fighting. You too, Yanji. I went back into the water with everyone cheering me on, and waited for the seizure to begin. It must have been about 20 seconds since I got into the water. It has begun. At one point, Lee Yunjae suddenly started to struggle. People who noticed something was strange quickly moved. What? Why me? Who is taking it out? People shouted. Get out of there right now, just come upstairs. But he was twisting his whole body as if he was having a seizure, and his mouth was open the whole time. It was obvious that a huge amount of water had entered his body. Over here. Quickly, safety personnel rushed to rescue him, but he was already unconscious. A man drenched in water dragged Lee Yunjae out in a hurry. Did you faint? What happened? Everyone shut up. First of all, the words of many people were mixed together. In the meantime, Lee Yunjae was lying down with a pale, exhausted face. The paramedics quickly removed his upper clothing and began CPR. He repeated this several times, spitting out words mixed with profanity. Shit, I don't have a pulse. Get an AED, automated external defibrillator, right now. Yes, that's right. This was Lee Yunjae's plan and last desperate attempt. Before Han Haram died because of the black stone. I'm going to die first. This means that Lee Yunjae dies sooner than her fate. Chapter 546. At some point, the fog suddenly realized. As Lee Yunjae said, if the black stone disappears completely, I'm going to disappear. It wasn't about Han Haram dying. Although he was connected to the monster fog, Han Haram himself was just an ordinary human. In other words, disappearing here meant that the monster, the fog, had disappeared. The black stone is. It is the fate that monsters must endure and the revenge of humans. The fate that the monsters that created human emotions must accept. If that fate disappears, the monster fog will surely disappear as well. I didn't hear anyone explain it to me, but I knew it instinctively. Why? Fog, can you touch the black stone tomorrow? When Li Yunjie was in the 6th grade of elementary school, she asked Ngi if she could touch a black stone with her hand. The feeling that Fog felt the moment the black stone touched his hand was a sense of belonging, a sense of being a part of something. As soon as I felt a complex emotion that I couldn't explain in words, I saw Li Yunjie with a pale face. He froze as if he had seen a ghost and immediately closed his eyes. Yanji. Huh? Yanji. What is it? Why aren't you opening your eyes? At the sight of Li Yunjie's strange appearance, Fog laughed and lifted his eyelids. Hee. Aren't you going to tell me not to touch you this time? Didn't you miss me? The Fog just smiled brightly. The reason the eyes that had been smiling brightly like a child began to waver was because of the change in the other person's expression. Yanji, why are you crying? That was also the first time I saw Li Yunjie crying. He didn't even know how to cry properly. It was heartbreaking to see her body trembling with her teeth clenched, afraid that the sound would leak out. Fog gently hugged his opponent, patted his back, and carefully stroked Li Yunjie's head. As she watched Li Yunjie start to laugh, Nguk suddenly had this thought. I'm going to fall in love with this person. And that's exactly what happened. Li Yunjie was a girl who couldn't help it. Whenever he looked at the Fog, his eyes always sparkled as if he was looking at a precious jewel. The hand that stroked my eyes was gentle, and the mouth that occasionally bit my cheek was ticklish. How can you not love a kid like this? Li Yunjie was all about the Fog. The Fog loved him. To Li Yunjie, who declared that she would get rid of the black stone, I, a monster, would also disappear, to the point that I couldn't say anything. The black stone is my essence. The Fog was absorbed into the black stone as soon as it was touched. According to Li Yunjie, he didn't appear for 3 days, but the Fog didn't notice this at all. It seemed as if the very sense of time had disappeared. So I could be more confident. The black stone is the destiny of the Fog. As Li Yunjie reduced the size of the black stone, the power of the Fog also became weaker. Of course I didn't show it. Isn't there a proverb that says, if a dog lives in a village for 3 years, it will be able to recite poetry? After being next to actress Li Yunjie for several years, even Fog was able to act to some extent. He did his best to hide his weakening strength, and fortunately his efforts paid off. Li Yunjie did her best to get rid of the black stone, even tormenting herself. The black stone that was the size of a fist shrank to the size of a small bead, but that was it. No matter how much Li Yunjie complains about the side effects, they won't decrease any further. The black stone is not something that can be overcome with such tricks. In order for it to truly disappear, the only thing that needs to happen is for the host body it's attached to die. That's it, it's Fog. I'm going to die? Faster than that damned fate. What are you talking about? It was from that time that Li Yunjie's absurd talk began. It was a strategy to die earlier than his predetermined fate and have the black stone fall from his body. Fog did his best to calm Li Yunjie down, who was just making crazy noises like a runaway train. Calm down. Don't say such scary things when you're not even sure. But you can't deny it either. That this method won't work. That's true, though. Fog bit his lips tightly and refuted with several words. Although he died many times as a human, the black stone never disappeared. He strongly insisted that the black stone could not be removed in this way. But Li Yunjie was strong. You are the original owner of the black stone, and I am not. Yanji, please. Stop. Okay, let's say you're right. Let's say you're no longer fit to be a host after you die, and the black stone eventually falls. Foggy felt like his heart was being torn apart just by the assumption that Li Yunjie would die. But now was not the time to cry. The Fog roared, ignoring the itchy nose. Then what happens after that? The black stone won't disappear just because you die? Have you ever thought that it might return to the human Hanharam? So from then on, you have to help me. What? When the black stone falls from my body, you catch it. What is that? Don't be absorbed by the black stone, but absorb the black stone yourself. Fog said it was nonsense. Li Yunjie is a brat who doesn't know anything. So, With those eyes, you can say such nonsense. Although it was infuriating, on the other hand, I understood how he felt. How desperate must one be to say such crazy things? Still, I don't want to understand. I absolutely did not want to support Li Yunjie's plan. So, Fog ignored Li Yunjie's words for almost a month, and Han Haram also completely left Li Yunjie's house. The adoptive parents, whom they had not seen in a long time, treated Han Haram as if he did not exist, but they had no time to care. The fog was unsettling, and Han Haram felt like he was going to die from anxiety. My heart was about to burst out of my chest, thinking that Li Yunjie would actually put this crazy plan into action. And Li Yunjie was a crazy bastard. What? Why me? Who was taking it out? The incident occurred during underwater filming. At that time, Ngi, who was working as Han Haram, immediately turned back into Ngi due to the vibration of the necklace. And I saw Li Yunjie, whose heart has completely stopped. Shit, I don't have a pulse. Get an AED, automated external defibrillator, right now. A crowd of people gathered around Li Yunjie, who was in cardiac arrest, and Jean Bei is frozen in place, unable to say anything or do anything. Fog was seen among people who were so surprised that they burst into tears. A black stone that fell from Li Yunjie's body and rolled away. Under. Li Yunjie, you win. You finally made it. I love you, but you're a really crazy person. I could feel the fog, the bewilderment and confusion of the high-ranking figures in the monster world. He walked on without any choice, towards the black stone that had taken the shape of a small bead. One step at a time, Fog walked up to the black stone and carefully bent down. The moment the fingers of Fog touched the black stone, his surroundings became dark. It was a familiar space, the place where I first met Li Yunjie, the black space. And Li Yunjie was waiting there. It's Fog. Hello, Yanji. Li Yunjie, who had a blurry shape, approached the fog. Well, if I'm here, I'm either unconscious or dead. Which one? You're dead. Uh-huh. Li Yunjie nodded. He didn't seem all that surprised. Well, I guess I expected the answer since I asked the question after finding the black orb in Fog's hand. While I was furious at that calm appearance, I also felt like I couldn't help but feel relieved at this point. You're really a kid. When I first met you, you seemed so old. He's now an adult by human standards, but he looks the most childish of all the things I've seen him do. The fog let out a breathy laugh of absurdity. I really can't handle you, Yanji. Then you can just give in. Huh. You really didn't say a word until the very end. Fog shook his head and then opened his mouth after a moment of silence. You know that, right? I can't just get rid of the black stone. I'll disappear soon, too. If you put your mind to it, you can completely eliminate the black stone right now. Then we will never be able to see Li Yunjie as a monster again. It's horrible to even think about. The two of them could meet at any time as long as they slept. A special relationship that can be seen simply by falling asleep, without physical limitations. I have to abandon that relationship and stay by Li Yunjie's side as a child, Han Haram. But Li Yunjie answered calmly. Yeah, I know. He spoke cautiously, but with conviction. Fog, from now on, let's live together as humans. It's sad that I can't be with you 24 hours a day, but neither of us deserves to suffer like this. Li Yunjie raised her hand. His white fingers touched the ball of fog, shaped like a swan. The monster said X. You don't have to live as a monster anymore. You've had a hard time. I'm sorry for making you suffer all this time, Yanji. Fog apologized sincerely. Li Yunjie took the black stone that originally belonged to the fog, and she knew how difficult his life had been. But Li Yunjie, where did her calm smile go? She laughed out loud. He laughed for a long time while the fog looked bewildered and said this. It's Fog. I love my life now. Meeting you made me who I am today. It's true that I suffered a lot because of that damn black stone and the unfortunate factor, but in the end, I went through all of that to become the Li Yunjie I am today. And I am proud of myself. So you don't have to apologize. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Only after hearing those words could Fog smile faintly. Okay, I think I can say hello now. Goodbye, Yanji. Goodbye, Fog. The two faced each other. Fog stared into the black eyes for a while, and then carefully moved his hand. That moment. Pass. A gust of wind blew, accompanied by the sound of something breaking. Kuluk. Cluck. I spat out water without even opening my eyes properly. Then someone turned my body to the side. Spit out more. Hurry up. Oh my God. I lived. I lived. Someone call an ambulance quickly. We need to get him to the hospital right away. X-Foot, you're alive. I heard people talking. Even in my dim consciousness, I could see my energy for the first time. My energy was shining brightly without the black stone. That's how I survived. Chapter 547. Title: Lee Yun-jae's cardiac arrest. Even after agency's statement, are fans still angry? On the 28th of last month, actress Lee Yun-jae suffered a seizure in a 5M water tank, causing her heart to stop beating for approximately 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Lee Yun-jae regained consciousness in time thanks to CPR and first aid provided by the paramedics who were present at the scene. The golden time for cardiac arrest is usually less than 4 minutes, but if consciousness is not regained for more than 4 minutes after cardiac arrest, aftereffects such as brain damage may occur. Fortunately, Lee Yun-jae is said to have regained consciousness at the scene and is currently suffering from no aftereffects. Although he was diagnosed as being in good health, he has been hospitalized for the past 2 weeks to stabilize his condition. The accident led to the cancellation of his award vacation for his film Ilya and his Grammy performance for his collaboration with American pop star Lily Sweetie titled Cross. Lee Yun-jae's agency, Win Entertainment, emphasized that the artist's safety is the top priority and announced that they would be postponing their year-end schedule, including several award ceremonies. However, despite these actions, Lee Yun-jae's fandom, Buy-in, is still angry. They requested a detailed explanation of the situation at the time from Lee Yun-jae's agency and the photo shoot production company. Lee Yun-jae then posted a message on the fan cafe to calm down the heated atmosphere. He said, "The accident was caused by a sudden seizure, and it was a 100% accident for which the cause could not be found on site. It is an issue for which the staff cannot be held responsible." But despite this, fans have a common opinion that the most betraying thing is that he kept quiet for 2 days after the accident. The disappointment continued because it was assumed that if the internal staff had not revealed the truth, it would have been hidden from the fans for the rest of their lives. Lee Yun-jae left a message of deep apology and said that she would take better care of her health in the future. He also left a message saying, "We will thoroughly investigate the cause of the seizure and do our best to prevent the same thing from happening again." Reporter Go Ji-eun, Daily. Title: This night is really annoying. We were told that we were so pretty and that we were welcome. What I'm saying is that you need to fix that habit. Guys, don't show that you're angry. Let's fix our bad habits now. Did you all get the buy-in signature? Slightly smiling face. Now is not the time to worry about that. Title: It's dizzying to think about again. But isn't it normal for someone to faint when they fall into water? How much water did you drink that your heart stopped beating? According to what the staff said, the seizure occurred more than a minute after he entered the water. Wow, I don't think I could last even a minute if I just stayed still. Usually it is like that, but even in the water, you pose and do everything for 1 minute. He's really not an ordinary guy. I'm glad there were no aftereffects. I was really shocked when I heard the news. Title: Lee Yun-jae's favorite thing is fucking annoying. A celebrity with very distinct strengths and weaknesses. Pros: I feel proud because I can take a picture of the camera every time I do something. Cons: my heart sinks every time I see the news. It's so hard. And now, to become a non-religious person, you must reach the state of liberation. Everyone, please empty your mind. Slightly smiling face. It seems like you didn't empty the comment above at all. Title: But when I think about the atmosphere on site, it's a little creepy. A person died right before my eyes. Even the main model for today's shoot, Lee Yun-jae, died. If I were a field staff member, I think I would really get PTSD. In fact, Lee Yun-jae paid for all the psychological counseling costs for the staff members on set. Oh really? Well, that makes sense. This accident wasn't caused by anyone's fault or equipment malfunction. The staff must be having a hard time too. Title: A person who cannot be left out when talking about people who are suffering mentally. Right, manager on. When I think of him, my worries seem like nothing. You must have seen this at the time since you were right next to Bambi. How surprised you must have been. It's been like that since the kidnapping incident. It seems like life as a manager is really hard. It's not Lee Yun-jae's fault, but it's really hard to be next to Lee Yun-jae. This applies to so many people, not just you, manager. Title. Who brought up Lee Yun-jae in the chat room today? No. Why do you keep bringing up other celebrities in Nade Labong? As soon as the word cardiac arrest came up, didn't you see Bai-hyek and Yun-taek shaking? Seriously, why is everyone like that? Bai-hyek's face was really pale. And you both seem to have suffered a lot mentally. You both lost a lot of weight in the past few days. I wonder if this incident will really have a big impact on the entertainment industry. It seems like we won't be able to take underwater pictorials for a while. First, we need to resolve Lee Yun-jae's seizures. How much suppression must one have had to have a seizure? That's too hasty a judgment. It was a special situation in the water. It seems a bit difficult to see it as a normal state of affairs. Didn't you see the homepage meme that just popped up? She was really smiling so brightly. I saw that 5 seconds ago, Tano. He's smiling so brightly that it puts the person talking here to shame. It's ridiculous, but I love this. Bambi series. I love you, this golden thread. There was that accident and a lot of things happened. First of all, Jin Bae-hyun cried. Brother? Even after arriving at the hospital, I couldn't see Jin Bae for a long time, so I looked for him and found him crying alone in a corner. As soon as I saw that sight, all my dazed energy flew away. I ran straight to my brother without even having time to worry about the ringer injection attached to my arm or anything else. Brother, I'm really sorry. Actor, you're bleeding. I got scolded more by my brother because I saw some blood while the ringer's injection was being drained. I could tell right away how surprised he was, since I had only seen Jin Bae cry a few times in the past few years. It took me weeks of saying I was truly sorry hundreds of times before I was forgiven. And it was the same for other people too. Hey, I told you to tell me in advance if I was going to do anything. Second, No Bai Hyok was really pissed. I wasn't just angry, I was really pissed. Sorry. If you had any conscience, you couldn't help but understand his feelings. I apologized repeatedly and told him that after he calmed down, I completely got rid of the black stone. That's the only good news. How are your brothers reacting? That is. I trailed off. Here's the third one. Hyung Jong-hyun didn't talk to me. I expected you to run away. I guess the matter was so big that it couldn't have ended with just running away. During the 2 weeks I was hospitalized, my brother visited my room every single day without fail. Brother, can I talk to you? Can you please look my way? My brother didn't run away. They just treated me like I didn't exist. He would peel peaches for me to eat or help me get dressed, but he never made eye contact with me or spoke to me. As the silence continued for nearly 2 weeks, I felt like I was going to die. There is nothing as scary as silence. I thought that I would not be able to move forward in a stable manner because of this fear. About the time I spat out my 561,438th apology, Hyung Jong-hyun suddenly opened his mouth. It's a series. Yes. You really are like a brat. Don't think you're an adult. You're just aging backwards. After that, Hyung Jong-hyun continued to speak without changing his expression. My brother kept telling me to call for permission every time I did something, and he even went so far as to tell me not to leave the house. I told him that I would do really well in the future, but he only replied that he couldn't believe me. But I couldn't help but feel resentful. I must have done 1 or 2 things. Honestly, even if I were you, I think it would be difficult for you to stay by my side. So, in the end, I was even more grateful to the people who chose to stay by my side despite these things. Let's do better from now on. After that incident, the connection with the world of monsters was completely severed. Whether it was for a complete ending or not, the man who was Fogg's direct superior came to see me. Originally, the child had to live through a lot of suffering until the black stone disappeared as planned. That kid? Are you talking about the Fog? Okay, he said. By loving me enough to give up my own comfort, the Fog created the strength to offset all the pain. After the Fog had fulfilled its destiny as a monster, it was absorbed into the black space. I asked with complicated feelings. So is the Fog dead? Dead and alive are concepts that exist in the human world. Here, this flow is the law and destiny. Originally, when a yokai fulfills its destiny, it belongs to this space. The man quietly conveyed important information to me. Since the black stone is completely gone, there will be no more cases of misfortune factors abnormally sticking to it. I also heard that only factors that match my original energy will stick to me. Then what about Han Haram? Oh, that kid. The man smiled faintly. The dimples on the skin that was so white that it was transparent caught my eye. That child will now live as a normal human being. From now on, the unfortunate events that occur in the yokai period will not happen to him. Thank God. It was possible because you broke the bond between the human child and the monster. And there's something you need to know. The man smiled meaningfully. At that moment, he was recalling the last words he had uttered and disappeared. It's a series. Hyung Jonghyun came to me. Yes, bro. I did everything you asked me to do. I don't think you need to worry. She must have been very busy, because her usually neat hair was disheveled. I quickly straightened my brother's hair with my hand. Thank you for doing it for me. What? It wasn't that difficult. So you still don't remember? That is. Hyung Jonghyun made an embarrassed face. As soon as I saw that expression, I knew the answer to my question. I guess so. What Junghyun asked of his brother was to check on Han Haram to see how he was doing. Because the child was not receiving enough care from his parents, more attention was needed. At this point, I would like to recall the last words the man uttered. He said this. That child will lose all memories related to you. The man was right. After the accident, Han Haram didn't remember me at all. Chapter 548. Han Haram doesn't remember me. To be honest, that could be possible. I was surprisingly thoughtless myself. Han Haram remembered Jinbei Hyung, Jonghyun Hyung, No Bai Hyok, Song I-jun, and even actor Kim Suk-jun whom he had met once. It's sad, but strange, that a kid like that only lost his memories of me. Where is it, just because I'm not dead? I really didn't have any particular thoughts. From now on, neither Han Haram nor I will get hurt or die. Is it any wonder that those memories have flown away? You can just keep building it up. Of course, it was quite sad that I was the only one who remembered the conversations we had had together. It was also awkward to encounter Han Haram as Han Haram, not as Han Haram as Fog. But as I said before, just being alive was enough. I'm going to spend the rest of my life being grateful. I spent my busy days thinking like that. The song Cross that I sang with Lily was a huge hit, and the song I sang in the movie Ilya also became a huge topic of conversation. I've been asked to sing this song as the opening song at a film award ceremony, so I've been busy just practicing for this stage. Before I knew it, the end of the year had arrived, as I was working and resting so frantically. December 31st. My last day as a minor, the day before I become an adult. It's a day when all celebrities have to be outside due to their schedules, but this year, they decided to make it a special day by taking time off. And thankfully, other people also took the time to visit our house. Wow, this house is really nice. This is amazing, sir. Comedians Lee Ho-seop and Shin Woo-chul, who appeared together on the entertainment show Mission Clear. Lee Yun-jae. Yes. You succeeded? Haha, thank you. Actor Kim Suk-jun, who we met through the drama Butterfly Flower Riding the Zelkova Tree, and also filmed Killing Horn together. Wow. You look handsome today, too. You shine. You shine. You're pretty too, sister. Child, stop saying the obvious. Han Se-young, who has appeared in numerous works including the web drama Hello, My Summer. And Yeonji. I bought some tteokbokki. Tteokbokki fanatic, Park Hoon, even came to our house. The original members, including Song I-jun, Lee Eun-taek, No Bai Hyok, and Sergio, naturally attended. Wow. Baehyuk made good friends and debuted. Aren't you the kind of person who sticks around and lives off of Lee Yun-jae, who isn't even your friend? Nobi-heek and Sergio started fighting as soon as they met. I'm friends with Yeonji, you didn't know? Ahem, that could be true. Ha, just get out. Stop fighting, you lunatics. Park Hoon stops the two from fighting, and Song I-jun stops Lee Eun-taek from running towards me. It was a crazy party with all sorts of things going on. But I'm happy. I was so happy that I wondered if it was okay to be this happy. Ding dong. That was when. As the party was almost over, someone came to our house. Hyung Jong-hyun opened the door at the sound of the doorbell and smiled with his eyes wide open. What? How did Haram come here? Brother Jinbei told me over the phone. Oh my, that's right. Did our Haram come alone? Mom brought me here. Can I come in? The voice of a boy who had just entered middle school was heard. My heart started pounding as soon as I heard that voice full of youthful feeling. Let's not tease each other. I approached the front door while controlling my expression as best as I could. Han Haram, are you here? Oh yes. Brother Yanji. Han Haram came towards me with a big smile on his face. It's not Yanjiya, it's Yanji Hyung. In that gap, I raised the corners of my lips, hiding the prickling sensation in my heart. Welcome. While you're here, why don't you go to sleep? That's what I was thinking. I even brought clothes. I told you all your clothes are here, so what else did you bring? Hurry up and wash your hands. I bought your favorite snack. Thank you. Han Haram laughed and went into the bathroom. The smile wavered as he bowed to me. Ugh, this is actually worse than I thought. I thought it was okay. I understand why my brothers were watching me. When I heard that he had lost his memory, I thought to myself, well, it's okay since he's still alive. It was different when I actually faced Han Haram, who had completely forgotten about me. He first apologized for not remembering me, as he had heard some of my description. It was embarrassingly polite. It was a completely different look from the fog I had seen before, and it even had the old man vibe that is typical of child models. At the same time, I remembered the day when Han Haram and I first met. Han Haram. When Han Haram's mother and the adults around her left the child alone, I remember calling out the name of the guy who was standing still with a very timid expression. Come here. I remember sighing lightly and waving my hand because I had called out to him without realizing it. The guy who had his eyes wide open ran to me and hugged me after a few seconds of silence. Now is the time for me to be hugged. Han Haram, who is now a first-year middle school student, is 172 centimeters tall. I guess her career as a model is not without reason. How come each day gets bigger? I'm sure it wasn't like this even when Han Haram was a fog. Still, I tried to remember it, so I saw it 3 to 4 times in a month, and it seemed like the height changed each time. Honestly, I'm more scared of him growing taller than of not being able to remember. What if I keep doing this and someone overtakes me? I was already so stressed out because I wasn't growing from 179.1 centimeters. I promised myself that I would be over 180 centimeters no matter what. If Han Haram grows taller than me, I'm really crying. I'm just going to cry. Brother Yanji, can I eat this? Oh, I ate it all. As I thought about useless things, the complicated feelings naturally disappeared. I held Han Haram's hand as he ate the snacks and controlled the speed at which he ate the food. Slowly. Yes. What's funny about this guy is that he has no memory of me, but he accepts my touch as if it were familiar to him. Last time, we were sitting on the sofa together, and he naturally leaned his head on my shoulder. While I was talking, this guy looked at me with a face. Like, why aren't you touching my hair? I barely held back a laugh at the sight and touched her head. Anyway, this is my fog. Even if I lost my memory, that fact wouldn't change. My fog is fog. It doesn't matter if he calls me Yanji Hyung or speaks politely to me, because neither of us are dead and we're standing here now. Han Haram. Yes. I love you very much. I swallowed the words that were rising to the top of my throat and smiled. If you eat a lot of snacks, you'll get fat? Hey, I don't eat that much. Do you know that I eat you? You don't have to worry because you won't gain weight. Han Haram let out a loud noise and turned his head. I thought as I grabbed the guy's ball and stretched it. I will continue to love you from now on. I will treasure our memories. Because I will always be in your head. You will always be in my head. We are like this. We're together. Yeah, that's enough. I stroked Han Haram's fluffy hair. It wasn't just any dog. It was a moment of teasing a curly head that seemed to grow bigger every time I touched it. Excuse me, Yanji Hyung. Huh. Can I ask you one thing? As soon as Han Haram said that, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Among them, Jinbei, who stopped laughing first, opened his mouth. You really look exactly like the actor. That's why? Wow. Our Yanji also used to say those words all the time when she was that age. A smile spread across Hyunjong's eyes. Everyone who remembered me back then laughed. Feeling a little embarrassed, I grumbled. We were having a serious conversation. Why did you interrupt? After biting a few people, I looked at the guy. So what do you want to ask? Oh, that's it. Han Haram wiped the cookie crumbs from the corner of his mouth and said nonchalantly, Brother, did you call me fog before? What? I've been having weird dreams lately, and I'm not sure if they're just stupid dreams or memories I've forgotten. Han Haram, who said that, shook his head after a while. The smiling face that told her not to worry was filled with embarrassment. Heh, no, please pretend I didn't hear that. Well, it doesn't make sense to call this a memory. Why do you think so? That feels like a fantasy novel. I used to read a lot of novels, right? It's exactly like that. Han Haram told me part of the content of the dream with a very excited face. The story of how I went to rescue someone when they were kidnapped. The story of how I went to rescue someone when I was kidnapped. Stories that would make anyone who heard them say, I really had a really loud dream. I listened blankly to the story that seemed like a novel, but was also reality to me. And Han Haram said this. But in that dream, brother. Huh. I called my brother by his name. Yanji. Huh. You don't have any money? Sorry. No. I was so anxious that I almost bit my tongue. I shook my head like crazy, then stopped moving after realizing that the other person was looking at me strangely. Let's calm down. Hey, you're surprised, Li Yunjae. Come to your senses. This is a good sign. It means that your memories may be returning. This is how you wait without rushing the child. If you keep doing this, you might be able to completely regain your memories someday. Okay, let's just wait quietly until then. Just give me a light response for now. What do you say? It's strange to have such a dream. It feels new to be called by your name. Not too much, but with a slightly insensitive feel, eh? It's fog. Yes. Oh shit. I quickly shut my mouth at the sight of the other person's wide-eyed face. Real personality. Why are you like that? It's been 10 seconds since I thought about waiting. Please, Li Yunjae. It was a moment when I was hitting myself in my head hundreds of times. I feel, why am I like this? Oh my, why am I like this? What is it? Why am I like this? Han Haram shed tears with a face full of embarrassment. His face was filled with bewilderment as he wiped away his tears, as if he was surprised himself. Despite this, the tears did not stop. Haha. Eventually I couldn't hold it in any longer and just laughed. When I burst out laughing, Han Haram's face became even more embarrassed. Brother? Haha. I raised my hand and wiped away the guy's tears. Then he whispered, It's a series. You can call me like this. Oh me. At that moment, while the party was being held in the human world, the man in the monster world burst into laughter. They are truly amazing kids. These days, stories about those kids are circulating in the monster world. It's really great. When all the monsters saw each other, they started talking about Li Yunjae, the story of a human who resolved the karma of a monster that once brought misfortune. It's the story of a genius actor. The genius actor who brings misfortune. Main episode, the end. Chapter 549. Side story. Title. What will you all listen to as your first song of the new year? I'm going to listen to songs that make money, lol. Please recommend some good songs to listen to as the new year begins. I recommend Li Yunjae and Lily Sweetie Cross. You want me to listen to a song about unrequited love as my first song of the new year? Li Yunjae's voice is nice, isn't it? You are buy-in. Oh yeah, how did you know? It's a surprise. I was surprised. Next time, put on a signature and go around so that it doesn't get confusing. Okay, slightly smiling face. Title. This is how a year goes by. A year goes by so quickly without me doing anything. I'm stressed out because I'm the same age as Li Yunjae. Oh, why is Li Yunjae suddenly appearing? If you just write about the activities he did last year, it would be like the Tripitaka Koreana. It's so comparable. Re the ultimate diligence king. Li Yunjae. Will be working like crazy this year too, right? She's really crazy, lol. But I think Li Yunjae is really great. If it were me, I would have rested for half a year after the cardiac arrest incident. Hey, don't mention that, it'll ruin the article. Why? I didn't swear. The article mentioning cardiac arrest was taken down shortly after. I guess it's because it's not a good thing. Title. But Li Yunjae's underwater photo shoot was chosen with great fanfare. There was a lot of controversy, but honestly, wasn't it a hit? Picture. I can't figure out how this photo was taken underwater, and the expression is so relaxed. And I think I know why Li Yunjae, who is a true masterpiece, hates mentioning the word cardiac arrest. So I produced this level of work, but I think you'll hate it if the point gets blurred because of it. I thought you were just doing that because you didn't want your fans to worry. Right now, so why don't you just stop mentioning that? It was something that was hard for the actors, fans, and the public, so why do you keep mentioning it? Guryong, anyway, let's leave the past as the past. Title. I'm really looking forward to Li Yunjae's filmography after she becomes an adult. How could a kid who only did blue chips when he was a minor have such a bad taste? Now that there are no restrictions, I think I'll be able to take pictures like a fish in water. I really like bloody and brutal stuff, so I'm really looking forward to it. Wow, this is the first time I've seen someone like me. I watch the Dark Bambi series all the time. Bambi in the Dark series. Why is this word so funny? They really sound like crazy people. LOL, I wonder how it will get darker from here on out. Hey, I wonder if Lee Young-jae will film an adult film. That's what you think it is. Wow. That's something I never thought of, but it's not impossible. Lee Young-hyun also went to the military and came back and filmed it late at night. Lee Young-jae is making a movie like Late Night? Lee Young-hyun is 100% a runaway. LOL Atoga. Lee Young-hyun runs away again. Title. Am I the only one who can't get used to this night series equals adult? My child is an adult. That's ridiculous. Sad face. I can't get used to it either. I'm going crazy. LOL. I liked Bambi since he wore a yellow hat. But now he's an adult. Wow, time flies so fast. A woman who is sad that she will not be able to see Jayabong Bambi anymore. But since Bambi looks so young, I think he'll play a lot of student roles even after he becomes an adult. That's true. It's funny to call a 20-year-old a baby face. LOL. Excluding the fandom, she really is a baby face. But this could be because of the non-smoking filter. My friends all see a Bambi as a man. They say that anyone can tell that she's an adult. Huh? This Bambi is a man. Isn't he your son? So you're not going to date a Bambi? Then I'll date you. Don't cross the line. Smiley face. I'm sorry. Title. Brother Yanji, I'm going to start work tomorrow, and I'm so nervous. Please turn on the radio. Yanji Appa, I want to see your face and relax. Do you feel calm when you see Lee Young-jae's face? I was so nervous. The best thing about Lee Young-jae becoming an adult one. You can keep praising people's faces seriously. Lee Young-jae's looks are crazy. Lee Young-jae is the best comedian. Just looking at her face makes me laugh. What's the title? Am I the only one who sees this? Appa? Appa, you're going into the office? Shut up. All adults are called Appas. Sunny, calm down. The new year has arrived. That is, Lee Young-jae has officially become an adult. Having spent his entire youth trying to remove the black stone, he is finally free. Although the monsters that had been with them during that process had disappeared, the humans that were once connected to the fog remained. He is Hyung Yanji. No, it's Yanji. Huh. I have another question. Two people sitting on the sofa whispered to each other. Lee Young-jae swallowed her laughter as she looked at the boy who was clinging to her. What is it? Have I ever given you a necklace before? I have it. I'm still wearing it. Huh, really? The name of the boy with bright, shining eyes is Han Haram. He once shared his soul with a monster called Fog, but he has since become an ordinary human. Of course, normal at this time was a relative standard. Wow, really? It looks exactly like the one in my dream. When Lee Young-jae took out the necklace she had hidden inside her t-shirt and showed it to Han Haram's eyes widened. Lee Young-jae's laughter eventually burst out at her innocent and bright appearance. Haha, did you have a dream last night? Yeah. Hyung, no. I had a dream that Yanji received a necklace and liked it. But I don't know if it was just a dream or a memory. You can ask me in that case. Thank you for asking. Huh. Han Haram smiled brightly. He was an ordinary human being, but recently he was regaining his memories as a monster one by one through dreams. This was something that even the higher-ranking monsters had not expected. It also meant that the relationship between Lee Young-jae and the fog was strong. While we're on the subject, I'll give you a necklace. You can wear it. Really? Is that okay? What could go wrong? It's something you gave me as a gift. Lee Young-jae said that she couldn't always wear it because of filming anyway, so she put the necklace around Han Haram's neck. It suits you well. Thank you. But is this a side effect? Wasn't that supposed to be given to me to let me know when it was coming? Yeah, that's right. I remembered that too. You're the best after all. Han Haram smiled bashfully and touched the necklace around his neck. But the black stone has already fallen. Then there were no side effects. So why have you kept it until now? That's it. Lee Young-jae opened her mouth without hesitation, but soon trailed off. Lee Young-jae smiled and changed the subject, perhaps embarrassed to say, I don't want to forget you who lost your memories. I told you to be comfortable until your memory fully returns. If it's easier for you to call me Hyung, then just call me Hyung. No, it's a shame that it keeps happening. How would you know that? I know everything. Han Haram wrinkled his nose. The unique, charming expression on his face really made him look like he was looking at fog. Lee Yunjae tried hard not to let the corners of her lips go up. Cute. Han Haram was so happy with the endless love pouring out towards him that he didn't know what to do. And this appearance. How can you both be so lovely? Lee Yunjae's manager, Jin Baeon, was watching. He sat at the table, not hiding his pleased face. Watching the actor and the boy snuggled up on the sofa and cuddling, I naturally felt happy. Our actor and Jinbei truly loved Lee Yunjae. Over the past few years, he has become Lee Yunjae's family rather than just her manager. When I think about how many accidents my actor has had over the years, I feel like I'm going to get sick. But you are healthy now. Traffic accidents, kidnapping, confinement, hemoptysis, cardiac arrest, etc. I felt satisfied with the thought that I could now only spend happy days, leaving behind the past when I had to personally experience the harsh words just by hearing them. Of course, he also had worries. The actor has become an adult. But Jin Baeon couldn't stop worrying about Yeonji Lee, who had become an adult. Why wouldn't it be so? Even though I'm an adult, I'm still a kid. No different from a child. The actor is still a child, and Jin Bae firmly believed so, but in reality, his judgment was different from what was seen. Objectively speaking, Lee Yunjae was far from a child. At 179.4 centimeters tall, he was much taller than the average Korean male, and his muscles were quite strong thanks to exercising every day. He looked like he was rolling around from afar and would make you exclaim, "Wow, he's a grown man." But his family, including Jin Bae, had no intention of admitting this. Eventually, not long after Lee Yunjae became an adult, everyone gathered together in secret. "We need a solution." Jin Baeon, who was at the center of the meeting, spoke seriously. "What are some factors that can cause problems as adults?" "There are many factors, but the most representative one is, Yeonji, since you're an adult, why don't you have a drink with your older sister?" Happy face. "Hello, Yeonji. I know of a private bar nearby. When would be a good time for you?" "Mr. Yeonji, this is Director Kim. I have something to talk about regarding the scenario. Would you like to have a drink?" "Alcohol, alcohol, alcohol. That damn alcohol was the problem. I can't just leave Yeonji alone and say she'll take care of it." Lee Yunjae's best friend, No Bai Hyok, said with a frown. "I don't trust him." "How do you know what kind of trouble he'll cause when he drinks?" "I don't trust him either." Then, Lee Yunjae's second older brother, Lee Eun-taek, added, "Even if it's all over with, whether it's the Black Stone or whatever, how can I trust him? I'd rather trust my agency." There seemed to be considerable distrust of No Bai Hyok, Lee Eun-taek, and Lee Yunjae. Song I-jun, who was sitting next to Lee Eun-taek, quickly opened his mouth. "I have a similar opinion. No matter how well the serialization is, you never know what will happen when he gets drunk. I think we need to stop him." "But how do you stop it?" The person who intervened at this time was Lee Jong-hyun, an actor who has gone beyond being Lee Yunjae's close older brother and has become her family. He smiled awkwardly. "Yeonji also has to live in society, so we can't just tell him not to drink. There are many times when the directors pour him drinks. Can't the manager just cut me off in the middle? Even if he lies to Yeonji about being allergic to alcohol. I could do that, but I don't want to lie in front of you, actor." Then what is the solution? As everyone was suggesting various opinions, one person who had been silent the whole time raised his hand. "Excuse me." Everyone's eyes were focused on one place. Han Haram, who had raised his hand, continued speaking cautiously. "Shouldn't we check that first?" After that, everyone agreed with what Han Haram said. And the next day, the operation began. Right away. "Yeonji, what do you want to drink?" "Soju?" "Beer." "I'll just have soju for now." Lee Yunjae raised her glass indifferently. Lee Jong-hyun poured me some soju with a green smile on her face. Chewy, chewy, chewy. While soju was being poured into Lee Yunjae's glass, an odd silence flowed. Everyone here, Lee Jong-hyun, Jin Bae, Song I-jun, Lee Eun-taek, No Bai Hyok, and Han Haram, were looking at Lee Yunjae's glass. They forced a smile with tense faces. Congratulations to Yeonji and Bai-hyuk on becoming adults. Yes, that's right. The first thing they decided to do was to check Lee Yunjae's drinking capacity. Braided. The soju glass in Lee Yunjae's hand shone refreshingly. Swish. He emptied his glass without hesitation. Chapter 550. Side story. Wow. My first impression after drinking soju was like this. It's surprisingly tasteless. I never really expected it to taste good, But I was surprised because it was worse than I expected. Why on earth do people like this so much? While I was muttering to myself, a cautious voice was heard. How is it? I answered Zhang Haiyan's words calmly. It's bitter. Don't you think you'll get drunk? Don't push yourself too hard. Start drinking now. Yes. I frowned without realizing it. What is this guy saying now? Brother, who gets drunk from one glass of soju? You don't know your drinking capacity. I don't know about anything else, but I know that I'm not that weak. This won't do. You don't know anything, and yet you're drunk. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. If you let your guard down like that, you'll get carried away. That's alcohol, Yanji. Hyung Zhang Haiyan had a genuinely worried expression on his face. It was frustrating to have to listen to someone nagging me after only drinking a glass of soju, but I didn't want to talk back to someone who had that kind of expression on their face, so I just stayed still. But when I heard what happened next, I couldn't bear it any longer. You don't drink alcohol until you get drunk. You drink it so you don't get drunk. Yes, I retorted with a frown. Why drink if you're not going to get drunk? What? Junghyun asked back as if he had heard something he couldn't hear, but I was equally dumbfounded. No, that's right. Alcohol comes in many different types, including soju, beer, whiskey, and maggiali. But no matter how diverse they are, all alcohols have one thing in common. What is the purpose of drinking? You drink to get drunk. But what do you mean you have to drink it so you don't get drunk? What good can you expect from something that doesn't even achieve its original purpose? Are you just telling me to feel the bitterness? Is that the responsibility of an adult? Yanji. While I was bewildered, Zhang Haiyan opened his mouth with a complicated expression on his face. Not everyone drinks to get drunk. Yes? Really? It's different for everyone. Some people drink because they like the taste of alcohol, and others drink because they like the lively atmosphere. It's not that drinking to get drunk is bad, but you shouldn't take getting drunk lightly, Yanji. I didn't take it lightly. I know that. But how many times will you have a drinking party in the future? If you drink to get drunk every time, it will be difficult to handle. I want you to become someone who enjoys drinking without getting drunk. Ugh, it's difficult. Who knew a glass of alcohol could have such deep meaning? Couldn't you just have drunk it? Actually, I've never thought that deeply about alcohol. I heard that some kids want to drink alcohol since high school, so they go to great lengths to get it, like stealing from their parents or finding a store that has a rip-off store. But I was far from that kind of thing. No Bai Hyok and Sergio also had similar personalities to me. Since all my friends of the same age were busy with work, I never really had any interest in drinking. I just thought that I would eat it when I became an adult. As the year changed, I became an adult. I never really thought about drinking alcohol, but when Zhang Haiyan asked me to have a drink, I didn't want to refuse. I guess I'll drink some alcohol anyway as I go through social life. In Korean society, drinking was not optional. In order to not drink, you need a reason not to drink. Because I have allergies, I vomit right after drinking, I can't stand alcohol, etc. That is, in order to make the choice not to drink alcohol, you have to try it. It was different from cigarettes, which you could not smoke just because you didn't want to smoke them. If I have to drink it anyway. Now that Jinbei and Jiangyan are here, it's a good day to start drinking. What's more, isn't there even a slave here? It's my first time drinking alcohol, either. At this point, it was necessary to check whether No Bai Hyok could hold up well at a drinking party. Then suddenly I became curious. Hyung Zhang Haiyan, can I ask you something? Then, how much can you drink, Hyung? I already know how much Jinbei can drink. Huh? You know how much I can drink? When I turned my head, I saw Jinbei Hyung with his eyes wide open. It was a big deal because Jinbei Hyung looked so cute whenever he made that kind of expression. Sure. I nodded, swallowing my laughter. What is my drinking capacity? If you drink 2 bottles of soju, your face turns red. Your pronunciation also slows down. You really know. Then of course I know. It's just that I wasn't pressured to drink because I was a minor, but the number of company dinners I've attended over the years has been countless. And the person who drank instead of me was Jinbei Hyung. It varies depending on the type of soju, but basically, Jinbei Hyung's tension would drop rapidly after drinking more than 2 bottles of soju. Should we say that the person himself is down? Jinbei knew very well that he was not a very attractive person, so he would force himself to be excited when drinking with someone he met for the first time. The PDs and staff members were more likable than expected because of his refreshing appearance. But after drinking more than 2 bottles of soju, his original low voice suddenly came out. I always went home around that time. So, it doesn't make sense that I don't know Jin Bei Hyung's drinking capacity. But the only time I saw Hyung Jong drinking was at the Killing Horn dinner parties. I've never seen any of them drunk. Of course, Jin Bei Hyung never showed me any signs of being indifferent. He said that he slowed down a little after drinking more than 2 bottles of soju, and he didn't show any signs of being drunk or acting strangely. But Hyung Jong-hyun never showed any sign of wavering. Hyung, are you getting drunk? What are you talking about, Yeonji? Hyung Jong-hyun laughed, as if he heard all kinds of strange things. Then he scratched the back of his neck and continued speaking calmly. Well, I think I can drink up to 5 bottles of soju without any problems. What? While I was opening my mouth slightly, the kids next to me joined in. Wow, this is crazy. Dude, you're awesome. You're really good at talking. I'm jealous. Amazing. No Bai Hyuk, Lee Eun-taek, and Song I-jun sat side by side and applauded. My eyes went to Han Haram, who was crouching next to him and clapping along. So cute. How much alcohol do Eun-taek and Lee Jun have? I'm curious since we're on the subject. Oh, bro, don't be ridiculous. I saw those bros drinking last year. The one who answered Jong Hyun's words was No Bai Hyuk. The guy shook his head with a look of disgust on his face. Since Eun-taek and I are on the same team, I've seen him drink a lot. When he was 20, he really couldn't drink, but now it seems like he can easily drink a bottle. Oh, if you drink alcohol, it increases. Lee Eun-taek responded indifferently. But Lee Jun-hyung is really awesome. Wow, I really thought I was seeing a crazy person. Oh, I thought you were crazy. This time, Eun-taek Lee answered calmly. Song I-jun waved his hands with a flushed face and said, What are you talking about, guys? When I saw that sight, I couldn't help but feel curious. Why is Lee Jun-hyung here? Are you drunk? Lee Eun-taek clicked his tongue and replied to my words. TSK, you have to be drunk to act drunk. This guy doesn't get drunk no matter how much he drinks. What? Where can you find someone like that? Look at you today. I got really mad once and made him drink alone. I drank soda. He was fine while I went to the bathroom 10 times by myself. That crazy guy drank 8 bottles by himself. Hey, this is overdone. I looked at Song I-jun with a small smile. But what I saw was Song I-jun's embarrassed smile. What is this, really? 8 bottles. This is crazy. I was surprised when I heard about Jong Hyun's drinking capacity, but when I heard about Song I-jun's drinking capacity, it felt like I was listening to a story from someone from another world. They say that 1 bottle of soju usually makes about 8 glasses. That guy drank 8 bottles, not 8 glasses? With such an innocent face. As they say, there's no one you can trust. I took another sip of alcohol with a tired face without realizing it. Ugh, it still tastes bad. How is it? I told you to use it. Aside from that, is there anything else that's different? Are you feeling unsteady or dizzy? What do you think a real person is? I couldn't help but sigh at Jong Hyun's overprotection. This guy really treats me like a child. Look, you're saying something to me while not saying anything to No Bai Hyuk, who ate the same thing as me. He and I are the same age. Rather, shouldn't we be worried about No Bai Hyuk, who is acting more like a child? I held back the urge to grumble for some reason and drank another glass. Yeonji, don't push yourself too hard. Then, Song I-jun started nagging me with an anxious look on his face. No, really, why are you all like that? You have no faith in me at all. Even if it's my first time drinking, do you think I'll get drunk after drinking 3 glasses of soju? I shouldn't show that I'm drunk, even if it hurts my pride. After drinking 3 glasses in a row, I felt a warm and flushed feeling. Inside. Wow, the knit I was wearing suddenly felt stuffy. I was thinking about taking off my sweater, but I held back because I was afraid that if I did something now, everyone would think I was drunk. Instead, he touched Han Haram's cheek. Without hesitation, I reached out and stroked his soft cheek. Han Haram looked at my face with a bewildered expression. Yeonji, why? Why all of a sudden? I just touch it because I want to touch it. Is that okay? No, that's not it. Han Haram rolled his eyes here and there, but obediently gave me the ball. Yes. I gave up on taking off my knitwear, but I can do this much. Huh. Even soy sauce marinated crab doesn't wear knitwear. Soy sauce marinated crab is delicious. Suddenly it's funny. Why is soy sauce marinated crab called soy sauce marinated crab? The texture is so funny. Oh, it's soy sauce marinated crab. I touched Han Haram's cheek with a smiling face. Shall we have another drink? I felt a little excited, but nothing really changed. Hey, can you pour me some of that drink? Huh? Oh, okay. When I handed my empty glass to Hyungjong, he looked at my face for a moment and then readily poured me a drink. It seemed like he still thought there were no problems. Of course, I can eat this much soy sauce marinated crab and not get drunk. What does it feel like to be drunk? Anyone who saw me was in good shape right now. My words didn't get tangled, my face didn't turn red, and I didn't spill anything. It was natural since I only drank 3 glasses of soju. I want to feel drunk. How would that feel? If it were me, I wouldn't have walked around naked like a soy sauce marinated crab. It was at that moment that I was about to drink my alcohol, thinking that eating soy sauce marinated crab would be embarrassing. Bam! Someone grabbed my hand quickly. As I looked at him with one eyebrow raised, the other person stared at me intently and muttered something as if he was hesitant. Yanji, I think it would be better for you to stop drinking. It was Han Haram. Chapter 551. Side story. At Han Haram's words, everyone's attention was focused on Lee Yun-jae. I looked at her with surprise, wondering if she was already drunk, but fortunately, Lee Yun-jae seemed fine. But there's no way you'll get drunk after drinking just 3 glasses of soju. Lee Jong-hyun let out a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. Haram, why? The series looks okay. Yes, I'm fine. As soon as Lee Jong-hyun finished speaking, Lee Yun-jae intervened. The voice that answered like that sounded really normal. No. But Han Haram shook his head with his eyes narrowed. Stop drinking. The series is weird. Really? What's wrong with me? Lee Yun-jae pinched Han Haram's cheek as if she found his stubbornness cute. That touch was so affectionate that it was a moment when other people secretly looked at me with envious eyes. I don't know, but it just feels weird. It's been like this since a while ago. Han Haram slightly avoided the touch and made a strange face. What the heck? Just touch me. What? Lee Yun-jae made a dumbfounded expression as if she was dumbfounded. It was the same timing that the people who were listening seriously burst out laughing. Pohak. Hey, Lee Yun-jae. Chokomi says you're a pervert. No Bai Hyok laughed at Lee Yun-jae. Un-take Lee snickered as if he knew it, and Junai Song covered his lips with his hand and swallowed his laughter. Oh my, our Yun-jae. I guess Haram should stop touching it now. Actor, you should be careful with your hand habits. And Jinbei and Lee Jong-hyun also smiled and lightly dismissed Han Haram's words. That's right. It looks like I'll get arrested for touching a child's face. Haha. When Lee Yun-jae ignored his words, Han Haram made a look of resentment. Of course, even in his eyes, Lee Yun-jae looked completely normal. But Han Haram's intuition and instinct were telling him, Lee Yun-jae is not okay right now. No, I'm telling the truth. The series is weird. Okay, I understand. I'm not going to touch you because I'm lethal. That's not what I'm saying. You can touch me. Feel free to touch me. But what's really weird is weird. It's frustrating. Why don't you believe me? A loud voice continued, unusually for Han Haram. Only then did everyone look at Lee Yun-jae with a long, hesitant look. What is this? Is it true? What's strange? These were people who knew that Han Haram would never act like a child. Of course, if Han Haram was a fog, it would have been different. At that time, Han Haram was just a kid trying to get attention in front of Lee Yun-jae. He waited for Lee Yun-jae with an expression that showed no interest, whether his parents abandoned him or whether the first adult he met yelled at him. However, Han Haram, who lost his memories of Lee Yun-jae after the Black Stone fell, seemed to have become a completely different person. He also greeted No Bai Hyok and Lee Un-take, who were always busy bickering, and his previous whining tone completely disappeared. In other words, in a word, oh my, it's just like when we were young. Isn't that guy acting like Lee Yun-jae's little brat? This is the elementary school version of the actor, was the main comment. Even Han Haram was 13 years old and in the 6th grade of elementary school this year. It was the same age that Lee Yun-jae debuted on the screen. Nowadays, we live in a world where puberty comes as early as the early grades of elementary school. When you're in the 6th grade of elementary school, you think you've lived your life to the fullest. Actually, Lee Yun-jae was like that too when she was 13 years old. Han Haram, who lost his memories as a fog, felt much more mature and adult-like than a normal 13-year-old. Only recently did he start to regain his memories of Lee Yun-jae. And he realized that the more he acted like a child, the more Lee Yun-jae liked him. So he tried to act like a child on purpose, but he couldn't hide his true self. Still, he greeted people politely when Lee Yunjae wasn't around, and he was always told by the staff of the brand he was currently modeling for that he was very mature. So, it's been a really long time since I've seen Han Haram lose his temper like he did just now. Hey, your gum is having a hard time. Just drink moderately. No Bai Hyok put down Lee Yunjae's glass with a trembling face. Even though Lee Yunjae didn't seem drunk at all to him, he felt a little uncomfortable ignoring Han Haram's words twice. And it seemed like the same thing for Lee Yunjae, as he quickly pushed his glass far away. Okay, I won't eat it, Haram. Okay. Of course, Lee Yunjae felt a little wronged. I just became an adult, and I've only had 3 drinks in front of all the adults. I wonder if he was drunk or something. He was always quiet, but then suddenly he couldn't drink. But Han Haram is more important than alcohol. Lee Yunjae smiled, skillfully hiding her regret. Then, Han Haram belatedly came to his senses and only then noticed and apologized. I'm sorry, I ruined the mood. The one who responded to those words was Lee Eun-taek. That's true. Brother Eun-taek. Why, it's true. Lee Eun-taek shrugged. Unlike Lee Yunjae and No Bai Hyok, who still don't know how much they can drink, Lee Eun-taek was the person with the lowest drinking capacity. He knew his subject, so he was already drinking 2 sips of water for every sip of alcohol. It was also an inevitable thing to do in order to match the breathing skills of Sung Junai, the drinking hippopotamus next to him. Baby, drink this. Eun-taek Lee handed the glass of water he was drinking from to Yunjae Lee. What is this? Lee Yunjae didn't readily accept it and made a suspicious face. It's just water. Drink it quickly before Han Haram gets angry. Uh-huh. Only then did Lee Yunjae bow her head after clearing up the misunderstanding. At that moment, everyone's expression changed to bewilderment. Lee Yunjae simply placed her lips on the glass of water that Lee Eun-taek offered her. Baby. Even if Eun-taek Lee asked back what he was doing, nothing changed. Lee Yunjae glanced up and said with her eyes, "Why aren't you tilting your glass?" Eun-taek Lee tilted the cup in a bewildered manner. Gulp, gulp. Lee Yunjae's biceps, protruding from between her neatly worn knit top, moved slowly. It was a movement that gave off a strangely peculiar feeling. While everyone was speechless, Lee Yunjae emptied her glass of water with an indifferent expression. And then there was only silence. A few seconds later, Han Haram jumped up and shouted loudly, "I told you." It was a voice full of resentment. Only then could people understand what Han Haram was saying. Lee Yunjae, when did you get drunk? No, did you really get drunk after eating that? Oh my, I have goosebumps. I feel strange. No Bai Hyok and Lee Eun-taek. Hey Jinbei, take that glass. Throw it outside. Yes, I will definitely burn it and come back. Hyung Jonghyun and Hyung Jinbei. Yeonji, from now on, don't go anywhere and drink alcohol. And even Song I-jun. Everyone was looking at me strangely. Why is everyone like that? I looked at people with a frown. I was about to ask why, but then I remembered that there were more urgent matters to worry about. Hyung Eun-taek, are you kidding me? What? I glared at Eun-taek Lee and pointed to the glass of water I had just drank from with my chin. You said it was water. It's just alcohol. What are you talking about? I tasted alcohol just now. You crazy bastard. That's really water. This is really drunk. Eun-taek Lee shook his head as if he found it absurd. No, man. I really can't drink either, but you're serious. How can you get drunk after eating that? No, you're drunk, but you don't show it at all. I'm not drunk. What are you talking about? It was unfair. Why should I be told that I'm drunk? Isn't this the same as misunderstanding soy sauce marinated crab as seasoned crab? If I'm drunk, I'll admit it. I'm not that bad. My voice was clear and sharp even to my own ears. Was it my mistake? Eun-taek Lee's expression became uncertain. Again. Hey, get up and walk from there to there. Huh. I said I wasn't drunk, but you're making me do all sorts of things. Oh, I'm not drunk, so go ahead and do it. I moved as Eun-taek Lee told me to, with a pouty face. I walked from one end of the living room to the other without any hesitation. My steps were so neat that even Jinbei, who was standing behind me, felt embarrassed, worried that I might fall. Okay. No, it's really weird. Eun-taek Lee frowned as if he couldn't understand. No one believes me when I say I'm really not drunk. I sat down, hiding my disappointment that no one believed me. Whether I sat down or not, everyone gathered in one place and held a meeting to discuss countermeasures. But is it true that he is really drunk? Didn't you see that? Yanji asked me to give her some water. I've been with her for years, but I've never seen her like that before. No, I think it's weird too, but look at his face. He looks so normal. I think he doesn't even know he's drunk. I could hear my brothers and the kids whispering. No, I told you I'm really not drunk. This is so unfair. It's driving me crazy. Ugh, I can't trust anyone. It was at that moment that a deep sigh escaped my mouth. Yanji, why? I raised my head from Song Ijin's shoulder, where I had been leaning. Again, why are you doing that? Song Ijun glanced at me with a puzzled look on his face, rolling his eyes. Isn't that too close? What? Why are you suddenly leaning on my shoulder? Does your head hurt? No? I told you I'm fine. My brother was here. Oh, that's true. Everyone said that I got drunk when I touched Han Haram. How can I live in sorrow? I grumbled and gulped down the glass of water placed in front of Song Jun. The water that Li Yun take just gave me tasted strangely like alcohol, and I felt like I was wasting my mouth. This is a little better. This is good. I was already thirsty. I drank all the water that was in the glass cup. That was when. Hey, Yanji, that's alcohol. Song Ijun literally screamed with a look of shock on his face. This is the first time in my life I've seen him look so surprised. Wow, he can make this kind of expression too. It's so amazing. I have to drink all of this and tell you that your expression is weird. As soon as I gulped down all the water, I shouted loudly. Song Ijun is handsome. Give me the glass. Song Ijun snatched the glass of water from me without even listening to what I said. You have so much. No, what should I do? Should I go to the hospital? The hospital? Should I get my stomach cleaned? Who wants to get their stomach washed? Me? Or soy sauce marinated crab? Oh my God. Song Ijun called out to the people gathered in the corner of the living room, stomping his feet. Come quickly, everyone. I grabbed the hem of Song Ijun's clothes and muttered. Dude, why are you ignoring me? I told you I was handsome. You know that, right? What? Why is he like that? Untake Li, who was approaching us, flinched when he saw me. Yanji just drank the glass I was drinking from. It was already weird, but it just got weirder. Song Ijun showed me his empty glass while sobbing. After I got up, I whispered in Song Ijun's ear. Brother, you're really handsome. You really shouldn't drink alcohol for the rest of your life. Then everything went dark. It was my last memory. Chapter 552. Side story. The next morning, the first thought that came to my mind as soon as I got out of bed was something like this. Please, let it be a dream. I really want to beg you like this. Please tell me it's a dream. But the memories of last night were too vivid to be a dream. Did you wash and sleep in the meantime? I was in such good shape that it was hard to believe I was the one who had committed that outrage last night. Perhaps because of his habit of washing up before going to bed, his body was clean even when he was drunk. Thank goodness I don't have a hangover. Well, that's probably to be expected. If you ate that much and still had a hangover, you had to be considered unconscionable. I can't believe I'm this weak in drinking. To be honest, it was a bit shocking. Even though it was just a vague guess, I was confident that I would be strong enough to handle alcohol. I guess it's because I started drinking earlier than other kids. Since I started my social life when I was in elementary school, I have been to many company dinners. People who are weak to alcohol, people who are strong, people who get drunk easily, people who just sleep soundly, etc. I saw with my own eyes what happens when people drink alcohol, and I thought about this. I shouldn't do that. I thought I should drink quietly and not cause trouble while drunk for no reason. And this promise was completely broken yesterday, the first time I drank alcohol. When I think back on last night, I realized that I wasn't just weak to alcohol. What do you call this? You call it alcohol trash. This is the country I used to see on the internet. They say there's nothing more pathetic than being drunk, but my pride was hurt because I was so weak at drinking. How am I going to drink outside from now on? The more I thought about it, the more my sighs spread out like a cloud. It was the time when I was lying in bed, wishing that the day would just pass like this. Dripping. Jinbi's soft voice was heard from outside the room, along with a knock on the door. Actor, are you awake? Yes. Can I come in? Honestly, I wanted to say no, but I had no option. Yes, please come in. As soon as I got out of bed and said that, the door flew open. I brought you some honey water. Please drink this first, actor. I don't think you drank enough to need honey water. I see, you know. When I kept my mouth shut, Jinbei laughed quietly. I felt embarrassed and drank the honey water in one shot, but I was met with pats on the back as if I had done well. Are you going to pass practice this morning? Yes, I think that's what we should do. Then, take a quick shower and come out. Everyone is waiting. Jinbei Hyung patted my shoulder a few more times before leaving. Phew, no morning practice. The biggest change that occurred after the black stone was removed was this. Waking up early in the morning and practicing for about 2 hours to avoid bad habits has been my routine since elementary school. A routine that I could never break, no matter how busy my schedule was, when I was traveling or when I wasn't feeling well. It's true that practicing every morning helped my acting skills a lot, but honestly, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't difficult. Pushing forward regardless of my mood or physical condition was something I had to do to survive. It was almost like a kind of obsession. I can just pass that kind of exercise. Instead, I should double my afternoon practice. It was a new thrill to be able to proactively change my schedule. I took a quick shower in the bathroom and left the room. You're awake. The first thing I heard as soon as I came out into the living room was, "Did you have a good dream, drunkard?" Huh. I let out a sigh that I had been holding back at Lee Eun-taek's words. Don't tease me. It's embarrassing. Oh my. Do you know how embarrassing it is? While Lee Eun-taek was giggling, No Bai-hyuk appeared from the inner room. The guy came running to me as soon as he saw me. Lee Eun-jae, how are you? Are you okay? Huh. Did you ever imagine that you would be so weak to alcohol? Man, I'm really surprised. I was surprised too. The guy laughed and poked my cheek. I asked, taking his finger in my hands as I was accustomed to it. How much did you drink yesterday? I totally got addicted to you, so I drank some more with my brothers. I think I drank about 2 bottles. 2 bottles? You're not drunk. Just like that? I was a little excited. That's ridiculous. While I was dumbfounded, Eun-taek Lee joined the conversation. Honey, don't be ridiculous. This kid really drinks well. When I first started drinking, I felt tipsy after drinking half a bottle, but this kid drank 2 bottles on his own and was fine. Oh, seriously, don't do that. You say I have a weaker drinking capacity than No Bai-hyuk? I wish it was a real dream. No, this doesn't make sense. Wow. What pisses me off more is that No Bai-hyuk didn't brag or show off his drinking capacity. Rather, he felt embarrassed by Lee Eun-taek's words and replied, but no matter how much I drink, it doesn't taste good, so I don't know why I drink it. That was my line. I was going to say that too. Even if I, who has a much weaker drinking capacity than No Bai-hyuk, said those words, it was obvious that